Chapter 321. Sandstorms roll, light engulfs. On the Infinity, Lin Xian sits quietly, holding a metal disc in his hand. This is made by the device he scanned the old Scorpion's throw. It has a lot of power, and can transmit the shock to the ground dozens of meters below. It seems that this sandstorm should be like the blizzard on the Parma grassland before. There will be strange bodies waiting for opportunities to move. Because these sand bandits have engaged in population robbery, and have organized blood and essence exchanges, Lin Xian naturally linked these two things together. In addition to those exaggeratedly modified chariots, the weapons and firepower of the sand bandits are obviously one level higher than ordinary convoys. Lin Xian also studied the Iron Alliance order on Wagulong, Chiang, and Loxi, and found that there were some differences between them and Brother J. If the function of the Iron Alliance order on Brother J is to transmit paths and signal packets, then the functions of the three leaders are more complicated. For example, in addition to monitoring his own vital signs, the Iron Alliance order on Loxi also has the function of active destruction. In other words, this thing is inserted in his heart, which is equivalent to his life being in the hands of the organization that created this Iron Alliance order. Ding ding. Lin Xian sat in the cockpit, tapping the Iron Alliance order in his hand with his fingers, looking at the sandstorm outside with a serious look. According to his guess, the Iron Alliance order, the linkage of various sand bandits, the support of firepower, and the looting of survivors should all be related to that organization. By Lin Xian picked up his mobile phone and looked at the electronic map, and found that this place was located in a certain area in the south of the uninhabited area more than 2,000 kilometers away from Oxai. He originally planned to arrange someone to drive the Night Star aircraft to visit after entering the uninhabited area. But after dealing with the old Scorpion, Lin Xian hesitated again. It was reasonable for him to take the risk to clear out the sand bandits, whether from the perspective of eliminating hidden dangers or obtaining supplies to enter the no man's land. But the organization behind the sand bandits. Forget it, it's better to have less trouble than more. The no man's land is so dangerous, it's better to enter Quancheng as soon as possible. Quancheng is a big city. When he gets there, he will immediately change his route to Luling and Jihai. The road is dangerous. In addition to the terrifying taboos in the no man's land mentioned by Hu Lusho, there are also the drooping insect feet they saw last night. These are all potential hidden dangers. At this time, Chen Sichuan walked in and whispered to Lin Xian, "The sandstorm can't see anything clearly. If it lasts too long, our plan. It depends on God's will." Lin Xian sighed, "If it doesn't work, wait one more night. If we spend so much effort and get nothing, it would be a loss." "Yeah." Chen Sichuan nodded. Looking at the yellow sand outside, the sky was full of yellow sand, and even the ground couldn't be seen clearly, and his face was a little heavy. The good news is that, as Lin Xian thought, the sandstorm did not last as long as expected. Within 2 hours, the whistling sound of the yellow sand and wind outside the car began to subside. Lin Xian opened the sunshade, and the smoke and dust filled the sky, but the wind had weakened. Within a few minutes, the originally turbid sky outside began to become clear, and the sandstorm, like a sky curtain, had passed. The automatic door opened, and before Lin Xian got off the car, a large amount of yellow sand fell from the roof of the car, like a waterfall. Lin Xian raised his hand and waved, then jumped off the car. Looking back, he found that the entire joint train was covered with a thick layer of yellow sand, which looked mottled. This sandstorm came suddenly, without any signs. Chen Sichuan also got out of the car. After the raging sand passed, Oxai became a clear sky under the sun again. Lin Xian looked at Oxai City in the yellow sand, and his expression relaxed. It was 1300 hours in the afternoon. The battle situation was much better than he expected. In less than one morning, the old Scorpion and the sand bandits were solved by them from inside and outside. If they really just fought from the outside to the inside, the situation might be much more complicated. Because Lin Xian led people to block the encirclement offensive from the inside, the external strangulation would be extremely smooth. There was also an intelligence advantage. Lin Xian and a group of captains decided to go to war on the same day and formulated a battle plan overnight. This was something the sand bandits never expected. The most critical one was the Iron Alliance order. This device inserted in the heart of the sand bandit leader became a weapon to defeat them. In Oxai, several survivors' convoys were surrounded by vehicles covered with yellow sand around the square. The streets were full of bodies, and burnt car frames covered with yellow sand. The smoke and blood of the war were buried by a sandstorm. Lu Zhao of the Dawn team got off the car and breathed a sigh of relief with a complicated expression. He had experienced many battles, but his mood at the moment was still unsettled. From being besieged, fighting, despair, to the divine soldiers of the Lincian United Team descending from the sky, completely annihilating the sand bandits, and experiencing a thrilling sandstorm, these were all experienced in just one morning. At this time, watching the sandstorm pass, all the survivors in Oxai City felt a sense of joy after surviving a disaster. Boss Hu, Lu Zhao, Xie Guan and several team leaders walked into the Black Rose bar together. He was excited. Haha, good guy, it turns out that you really didn't scare us when you said you had support and methods. I really misunderstood you. Hu Lushou, who had just come out of the basement, put on his frog sunglasses, holding a small fan, and waved his hand with a proud look on his face. There's no way. There are some things I can't say clearly. If I say it clearly, it won't work. Xie Guan's eyes lit up. It turns out that Boss, who has long seen that Wu Daping is a sand bandit. This is playing hard to get. Hu Lushou didn't blush or feel nervous. He nodded and said with a smug look, Of course, I have seen the face of that bastard a long time ago. Lu Zhao looked disappointed. So what Boss Hu said about following the route of the northern track was that we should follow the giant joint convoy of Captain Lin and his team into the no man's land. I finally understand it now. I didn't expect to wipe out the old Scorpion and his gang of sand bandits. It's so refreshing. Xie Guan and others also echoed. This group of people should have gone to hell a long time ago. That's right, that's right. Hu Lushou grinned with his big golden teeth, laughing, but in fact, he was relieved at this time. He originally thought that Lin Xian's side was still the scale of Hengshan Pass before, but he didn't expect that he had a terrifying strength of more than 4,000 people. With such strength, it would be no problem for them to directly defeat the sand bandits and pass Oxai in broad daylight. Now Hu Lushou also guessed that the reason why Lin Xian did this was not only to prevent future troubles, but also to seize the sand bandits' supplies and help other survivors get rid of the harm. It can be said that he killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Sun Quan on the side glanced at him with disdain. She had long been accustomed to this guy's ability to flatter her with his eloquence. He knelt decisively behind her back, but now he pretended to be well prepared. Clang. At this time, the door of the Black Rose bar was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. They were all leaders and backbones of the united train. After clearing out the sand bandits, Lin Xian and Shi Diyuan called everyone here. First, they were to discuss the detachments of several sand bandits' old nests, and second, they were to make some preparations for entering the no man's land. This was Hu Lushou's territory. There was wine and meat, and you could have a drink. Captain Lin. Hu Lushou's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Xian and the others coming in. He hurried over, looking like he was crying, and then he lowered his voice and said, Boss, why didn't you tell me in advance that there were so many of you? I was so scared that I was trembling with fear all morning. Huh? Shi Diyuan said as soon as he came in. They actually set up a decent place to drink. It's just right. Let's make arrangements quickly and clear out the strongholds of the sand bandits before dark. We can rest here tonight and enter Wu tomorrow. Human area. Clear the stronghold, I'm good at that. Hu Lushou immediately became excited when he heard it. Those sand bandits have been entrenched in this place for a long time. There must be a lot of good things. Hee, when the time comes, we... Lin Xian glanced at him and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, Boss Hu is an expert. The team specializes in this. There are a lot of guys loading and unloading. How about this? We have already done the work of besieging and killing the sand bandits. Boss Hu will personally lead people to the task of clearing the old nest, okay? Hu Lushou was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean I should go there alone? Hey, no, that's the bandits' lair. Captain Lin, are you sure you want me to go there alone? I can trust you. Lin Xian looked at Shi Diyuan and the captains. What do you think? No problem. Shi Diyuan smiled. We have been fighting for the whole morning, so we should take a break. It's so windy outside, I don't want to go on a long journey again. Monica found a suitable place to sit down. Hearing Lin Xian's arrangement, the group of people came in and found a place to sit down, leaving Hu Lushou standing there in a daze. He was dumbfounded. Although he was most willing to do things like clearing supplies, the premise was that it had to be safe. Although the main force of these sand bandits had been eliminated, there must be defensive forces in the old nest. Wouldn't it be a landmine for Hu Lushou to lead his men there? Boss Hu, thank you for your trouble. Lin Xian took out a mobile terminal and handed it to him. These are several suspicious locations I have located. They are all dangerous places that are easy to defend but difficult to attack. You have to pay more attention to safety. Lu Zhao and others were also a little confused when they heard Lin Xian's words at this time. Hu Lushou looked at everyone, his face turned pale, and he quickly came over and said in a panic, "Don't worry, there are so many strongholds. How can I handle it with so few people, Captain Lin? You can't handle it?" Lin Xian was embarrassed when he heard it. "We rescued you, and helped you deal with the main force and leader of the Sand Bandits. You want to take on this little job, which is not good." "That's right, we helped you, but you haven't shown any appreciation," Kiki also said with a smile. Shi Deyuan also said loudly, "Then I trouble this boss Hu." Hu Lushou's face turned pale when he heard it. He had already reacted at this time. Lin Xian's words clearly wanted him to take out the benefits. Thinking of this, Hu Lushou felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that he couldn't avoid this knife, so he simply put on a stern look. "Captain Lin, don't say anything. These Sand Bandits are evil, and have caused trouble to the world. They have robbed countless survivors who escaped. I used the name of collecting tolls to stabilize them, and gave all the brothers and sisters in Oxai a break. Now I finally waited for you to get rid of them. During this period, I secretly collected a lot of information about their activities, which can eliminate many suspicious locations and save time. In addition, the part of the materials I earned by collecting tolls also belongs to the evil capital of this gang of Sand Bandits, so I will also take it out. Captain Lin, Captain Shi, you can arrange it." As soon as this was said, the leaders of several convoys such as Lu Zhao and many captains of the joint convoy who were unaware of the situation were all surprised, and their expressions when looking at Hu Lushou became respectful. "Wow, it turns out that Boss Hu has his reasons for collecting tolls. I misunderstood you before. Boss Hu is a righteous man. I don't deserve it." Hu Lushou grinned with his golden teeth. Lin Xian and Shi Deyuan on the side exchanged glances and smiled secretly. He thought that this guy was quite sensible. Not only did he whitewash himself, but he also gained a lot of people's hearts and acted very cool. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Hu Lushou gave up this part of the benefits of being an accomplice of the evil, which was actually a statement. After all, in the eyes of so many teams, he was not a positive character. If he didn't do this, entering the no man's land and letting this former accomplice of the Sand Bandits follow him would cause some criticism from other teams. Then again, this guy has made a lot of money by collecting 20% of the tolls, and those Sand Bandits have made a lot more money. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided not to waste any more time. It's still about 5 hours before dark, so we should be in time. Let's split up and take down the nests of the Sand Scorpion Gang, the Earth Dragon Society, and the Red Vulture Group. The rest of us will be reorganized in Oxai. We will enter the no man's land before dawn tomorrow." Shi Deyuan nodded. "Then send more cars and more people, so that it will be easier to solve any troubles. It's best to take down everything at once." Aye. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Kiki immediately raised her hand and looked at Lin Xian eagerly with big eyes. "It's so interesting to take down other people's nests. Lin Xian, please let me go, please." She put on a thirsty tone, as if she was the Sand Bandit. "Brother Lin, I am willing to go too." Lu Xingchen rarely wanted to perform long-distance missions. It seems that since he had the ability to fly, his enthusiasm has not worn off. "I go too, Brother Lin. Can we drive the Night Star aircraft?" Shasha was also excited at this time. "Little sister, we are going to seize the stronghold, not to bomb it. What else can you do with flying a plane except alerting the enemy?" Shi Deyuan said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. The main force has been eliminated. Even if there are not many people in the stronghold, there must be defensive heavy weapons, so we can't underestimate it. After saying that, he looked at the crowd, and Qian Deli stood up directly. "I will lead the team to Hyagugu in the northern district. Anyway, we are familiar with it. It should be the stronghold of the Tulung Society, but there should be more than one there. There must be more than one." Hu Lushou said excitedly at this time. Although the Tulungwi has the least people in the 3 caravans, the Wagulong is a shrewd man, with a lot of good things hidden in his hands. Moreover, he has more than one base. I have detected 3 small bases alone. Ning Jing looked at Shi Deyuan. "Then I will take the people from the Red Eagle side." Shi Deyuan nodded. "Take Lao Mao and the others with you just in case." Lin Xian thought about it, and looked back at Chen Sichuan. "How about this, you take Hua? Brother and Kiki, go to the Sand Scorpion Gang. And the Shasha building, Luo Yang, you guys should also bring people here, and follow Teacher Chen's instructions." Chen Sichuan was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to let her go out to fight. She was immediately happy, and nodded in response. "Okay, I get ready right away." The purpose of Lin Xian calling Chen Xishuan together was very simple. She was calmer than Xiaonuo and Huigu. With her, Lin Xian was more assured. In addition, she had evolved in perception, and was equipped with Black Hawk power armor, and her strength was already good. Even if the Sand Scorpion Gang's stronghold still had powerful firepower, with these people, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Li. Lin Xian said to Li at this time, "You have a lot of people here, call Liang Lei to come along, but you stay. I'm going to take this opportunity to adjust the train deployment, and then combine your train with ours." Li nodded. "Well, okay, I follow your arrangements." Soon, the task of clearing the stronghold was assigned. Each team was equipped with at least 50 people. Lin Xian arranged for the use of the 10 base vehicles, and the off-road vehicles of Hu Lushou's team. Taking advantage of the bright sunshine, several teams set off. The remaining teams were on standby to rest, so many team leaders arranged for their team members to rest and get off the train to relax. After all, it was not good to stay in the train compartment for a long time, and they needed to bask in the sun. For a while, the Black Rose bar was full of people who came to drink Hu Lushou's drinks. Because everyone had just fought side by side, Hu Lushou was not so shameless to charge, so he could only watch his treasured drinks decrease box by box, with heartache in his eyes. At this time, Hu Lushou saw Lin Xian, who was about to return to the Infinity Train for maintenance, and quickly walked up to him and pulled him into the basement with a bitter face, and said, "Captain Lin, we have an agreement that you have to protect us when we pass the No Man's Land." Lin Xian sighed slightly and said, "I don't know if I can protect them. If it's a sand bandit, it's okay. If it's a weird body, even if the Phoenix Interstellar Army is here, there is no guarantee. Understand? Understand?" Hu Lushou nodded repeatedly. "Anyway, we will follow you. By the way, after you pass Quancheng, will you go to Jincheng or Luling?" "What's wrong?" Hu Lushou smiled and said, "Just asking. If you go to Dawn City, I can still stop by." "You're going to Dawn City?" "Yes," Hu Lushou said as he took out a thin ID card from his pocket. "I paid a lot for the middle citizenship of Dawn No. 1 Underground City." Lin Xian took it, and saw that this card had a new numbered ID card for federal citizens. It contained Hu Lushou's personal fingerprints, voice prints, and retinal information, which was somewhat similar to the electronic information he had entered into the Phoenix Society in Shilin before. "I may not go to Dawn City, but I will definitely go to Luling." Hu Lushou heaved a sigh of relief. "Great, I feel more at ease to follow your team. By the way," Lin Xian looked at him, "how did you get to Oxai?" "Oh, don't tell me." Hu Lushou sighed. "I originally went through Longjiang from Hengshan Pass to chase the Silent City, but who knew that we encountered something strange? All of our dozens of teams were lost in the polar night, when the number 5-star abyss suddenly expanded. When we ran out, we entered the western Gobi Desert." Lin Xian frowned. "Are you saying that you crossed the star abyss?" Hu Lushou's tone stagnated. "It's hard to say whether there is or not, because we ran all the way at night, and all the information devices were ineffective, but our dozens of teams should have been lucky. That dark mark, it seems that everyone was attracted to the Silent City. My goodness, there are giants in the sky, and strange corpses underground. There are horrors everywhere. It's like 100 ghosts parading at night. I don't know if the Silent City is still there. I guess it must be mysterious. It is said that there are 80,000 to 90,000 people there." "That's right," Hu Lushou said, and suddenly looked at Lin Xian. "There are living people in Xingyuan." "Who?" "Hey," Hu Lushou said, guessing. "I guess it may be the Nightwalker or something. Anyway, there is a group of fearless guys investigating inside, but they are all on the periphery." "Speaking of it," Hu Lushou frowned. "If we say that we cross Xingyuan, it should be unlikely, because we can still feel the power of the dark invasion. The deeper we go, the stronger it is. And the darker the sky is, the kind that you can't see your 5 fingers. So I guess I just stumbled around here from the edge of Xingyuan." "Then you are really lucky." Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou inexplicably. They came out of Shilin City, and almost got wiped out just by entering Yijin City. However, Hu Lushou actually drove a convoy around the edge of Star Abyss No. 5, from Longjiang into the western Gobi Desert. It must be said that this guy has some luck. He didn't suffer immediately when he encountered the sand bandits, but actually made a lot of money. Talent. Nothing else. "Yes," Hu Lushou said, and turned to a corner. There was a safe there. He took out a special storage box, and walked to Lin Xian. He pressed his finger on the fingerprint unlocking device on it. Then, with a click, the metal box was opened. Lin Xian looked and found that there were 10 dark red blood essences in the box. The size showed that it was a second-level blood essence, with different shades of color and a fishy smell. It's just a small token of my appreciation for helping Mr. Hu out of his predicament, Hu Lushou said with a shy smile. Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou with interest. Be more direct. This is true, nothing else, Hu Lushou said hurriedly, and he opened the upper layer of the storage box again. There is another thing. Buzz. Just as Hu Lushou opened the upper layer of the storage box, the lights in the basement flashed a few times. Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he looked around, and found that the chandelier and some suspended metal objects seemed to be attracted by some kind of gravity at this time, and tilted slightly towards the direction of the storage box. Lin Xian looked at the bottom of Hu Lushou's storage box. On a layer of sponge, there was a 12.7mm silver-black armor-piercing bullet quietly placed. The bullet was obviously fired, covered with traces of wear and tear, and even had a trace of black blood on it. But the moment Lin Xian saw it, he suddenly felt a huge radiation dizziness, and the cold breath of darkness invaded him. Hu Lushou looked at Lin Xian and said mysteriously, "To be honest, Captain Lin, this should be a taboo." Chapter 322. Buzz buzz buzz. In the basement of the Black Rose Bar, Lin Xian could clearly hear a low hum of electricity, which seemed to be caused by the strange bullet that Hu Lushou took out. Taboo? How do you know? Lin Xian was puzzled. If the thing in front of him was really a taboo, then this should be the second one that Lin Xian had encountered in a short period of time. Hu Lushou looked a little strange. He quickly closed the special storage box, and waited until the space around him was a little relieved before he spoke. Actually, I didn't know at first. After I got lost in the polar night of Xingyuan, one of the people in the caravan brought this to me to exchange for supplies. At that time, I saw at a glance that this thing must have some origin. Although I have never seen a real taboo, this thing is very weird when it is taken out. The light around this thing will become very dim. I wondered if it could be the legendary taboo. But the rumors about taboos are either weird or dead. Who dares to touch them? But that person said that as long as it is packed in this lead box, it will be fine. So you think this may be some kind of treasure that can be used to exchange for some benefits with the Federation or other forces, right? Lin Xian saw Hu Lushou's thoughts at a glance. He didn't have the courage to suppress bandits, but he had the courage to make money in the name of suppressing bandits. Hu Lushou was well informed, so he naturally knew that no matter whether it was a disaster plant or a taboo object, it had extremely high research value to the government or various organizations at the moment. Ordinary people would stay away from it, but he, Hu Lushou, was not an ordinary person. Even if he didn't understand what it was used for, it would be fine as long as someone understood it. He. Hu Lushou, whose thoughts were guessed, didn't blush. Yes, I do have such an idea, but... As he said this, his face fell again. I didn't expect that although this thing is separated by a box, the power of darkness invasion is so strong. I'm afraid that I will be killed before I find someone who knows the goods. So I thought that Team Lin has a strong power and many capable people. Otherwise, you can take it for research? Lin Xian sneered in his heart when he heard this. This excuse is completely nonsense. This guy first proposed the Emperor plan, and then he even knew that the mysterious Advent organization such as the Holy Revelation was in operation. How could he not find someone who knows the goods? He estimated that this guy must have noticed that he was being targeted by someone and didn't want to cause trouble, so he wanted to hand this hot potato to Lin Xian, and also wanted to repay Lin Xian for saving someone by the way, so that Lin Xian would thank him. He really calculated it. Taboo objects are much more troublesome than disaster plants. He knows nothing about their characteristics, hazards, and ways to contain them. Brotherhood's gold bracelet is still in his attention. He is not at ease at all. He doesn't know what state the bracelet is in now. What's more, when this thing was open just now, the uncomfortable dark invasion almost filled the room. It is obviously not a good thing. So Lin Xian hesitated for a while. Open it again, and let me see. Thinking of this, Lin Xian asked Hu Lushou to open the box. He was ready to use mechanical supernatural powers to test it. Hu Lushou nodded and opened the lower box quickly. In an instant, Lin Xian felt that the surrounding space seemed to be much darker. The dizziness of radiation and the coldness of darkness invaded again. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and immediately operated the mechanical heart to test the silver bullet. Scan failed, non-mechanical energy detected. Lin Xian frowned, it was indeed a taboo. So Lin Xian prepared to use the swallowing skill again. But this time was different from the previous time. When he started swallowing, the silver-black bullet immediately began to vibrate violently, and black and red arcs rose above it like a corona. The strong air pressure made the debris in the basement fly towards the direction of the bullet, like a black hole. At this time, a terrifying prompt appeared on the light screen of Lin Xian's mechanical heart. Swallowing failed, the mechanical heart cannot respond to the content. Lin Xian was shocked and immediately stopped the operation of the mechanical heart. Wah 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 wah. Paper scraps and smoke flew around. Hu Lushou looked at the scene in amazement and hurriedly shouted to Lin Xian, "Captain Lin, this is not right." Lin Xian looked at the silver-black bullet that was constantly moving, and immediately closed the box. In an instant, the arc disappeared, and the basement returned to calm. Lin Xian let out a long breath, secretly frightened at this moment. No matter what this thing is, it is currently in an unknown dangerous state. Even the mechanical heart cannot devour it. The mechanical heart gave different reactions to the forbidden object 3 times, which made Lin Xian more curious about it. "How much do you know about the forbidden object?" Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou and asked. Hu Lushou immediately shook his head. "These are just some marginal news. Only the Phoenix Society, the Federation, and organizations like the Holy Revelation are specifically studying it. This thing is still very mysterious to us at present." "Okay." Lin Xian thought about it, and took the box. Even if he didn't take it, the result of Hu Lushou following them, this time would be the same. If he was really targeted by some Advent organization, it didn't matter. Anyway, Lin Xian had more than one taboo in his car. Because he dared to confront the people of the Federation about the matter of the hell-black chrysanthemum, it didn't matter if he was targeted by some Advent organization. It was impossible for him to send the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and Brother was bracelet together like Hu Lushou to avoid trouble. Seeing Lin Xian accept it, Hu Lushou's eyes lit up, and his expression suddenly became more confident. Coming out of the Black Rose bar, Lin Xian held a special alloy box in his hand. After thinking about it, he made another lead box and prepared to put it in the special box of the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive for temporary storage. Later, he planned to learn more about the taboos and solve them. As soon as he got on the car, Lin Xian used the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube to detect it. Fortunately, the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube did not sound an alarm, indicating that the thing was sealed in the box and still had a certain effect. Many people on the train were arranged to go out and clear out the bandits' lair. After Lin Xian put his things away, he immediately prepared to assemble and connect the Sun with Li Yi and his team at the Oxide platform to facilitate team deployment later. At this time, many people got off the train at the Oxide platform and on the joint train far outside the platform. This was the first time that the joint train was free to move around after coming out of the polar night. Although it was only one afternoon, each team took this time to start repairing the damage in Shilin City and Yijin City. At the same time, everyone had experienced such a long night and needed to bask in the sun to remove the toxins invaded by the darkness. In the city, several teams were also rushing to clean up the battlefield and clear the usable materials left by the War of Bandits, which made the abandoned and desolate Oxide City become lively. The Infinity was busy. Qin Sichuan was not there, so Xia Yuan helped to clean the inside and outside of the train. At the same time, dozens of middle-aged strong workers from Li Yi came down to help Lin Xian reorganize the train. Most of these people were Liang Lei's former colleagues in the mechanical engineering team. After the Doomsday, they brought their families together to form the Paoyuan camp. They were all honest people who could work hard and hold the line. There were more than 60 people who could stand in front to resist the strange bodies. There were 110 people in the whole team, plus Luo Yang's college student team. The whole Infinity had more than 180 people, close to 200 people. With so many people, the train was more than 800 meters long and had 27 carriages. Lin Xian had to consider many issues. For example, the configuration of the living carriage, the supply of the dining car, the sanitary environment, the deployment of the weapon station, and the personnel management of the carriages, etc. At this point, Lin Xian and Shi Yuan learned from each other and talked about the operation of the carriages of Longshan No. 1 with thousands of people, and then decided to manage the members in groups by functions. First, the internal affairs on the train are distributed. Qin Sichuan manages the internal affairs, housekeeping, hygiene, medical care, meals, etc., and Miao Lu and Li Yi assist in the allocation of carriages. Electronic information, defense weapons, monitoring, intelligence, etc. are managed by Kiki, and Luo Yang and Xiaobai, 2 technical experts, are responsible for assistance. Weapons, munitions, equipment, etc. are managed by Shu Qin and the building, and Shasha, the little munitions genius, is also there. The train engineering department and maintenance team are led by Liang Lei, a group of engineering team workers from the Pao Pao Yuan camp, and a group of technicians from the Chasing Sun team. Lu Cheng, who followed Lin Xian to understand the train conditions, also joined in to assist. Finally, there are the research and planting carriages. Normally, the research and medical care of the entire train are managed by Ding Junyi, but now there are enough people. Lin Xian assigned Xia Yuan and several young people from the Infinity and Chasing Sun team to Ding Junyi, and Lin Xian also plans to expand a carriage for planting. The reason is simple. Under the influence of the current dark invasion, the team members have a higher demand for green plants and vegetables, and the experiment also shows that the planting carriage of the Infinity can play a certain role in resisting the dark invasion. Although it is not as good as the heterogeneous magic cube, Lin Xian thinks this is very important. Even Longshan No. 1 has learned from the experience of the Infinity, and set up some equipment for cultivating plants in each carriage. Not only them, in fact, since the news that Phoenix will have vegetable juice came out, planting plants has almost become a pursuit and obsession of all survivors. Not only for vegetable juice, it is more of an obsession. It seems that as long as the green is still growing, people will not despair at the end of the night, and will be full of courage to chase the dawn. So for a while, even in the tragic and suffocating escape, countless teams around the world were trying to collect the remaining plants and seeds on the blue planet, using simple containers to filter water and soil, and planting green seedlings of hope. Then, there was the battle sequence of the Infinity. Lin Xian also grouped them according to the experience of the Doomsday escape and the characteristics, abilities, and special abilities of each team member to facilitate subsequent deployment. The first to bear the brunt was the technical team headed by Lin Xian Kiki, who was responsible for electronic information technology, hacking, mechanical devices, radar, and other tasks. Luo Yang and Shasha also joined. Then the train needed a team responsible for reconnaissance and mobility. The reconnaissance team is led by Sniper Chen Xishuan and her deputy Miao Lu, and Luo Amin and several other action experts form a team. When needed, they are responsible for driving aircraft to conduct regional reconnaissance. The mobile team is composed of Xu Qin and Lu Cheng, joined by demolitionist Li Guangwen and 20 physical masters wearing power armor. The personnel characteristics: climbing/parkour ability, strong environmental adaptability. Their equipment will be specially arranged by Lin Xian, equipped with grappling guns, high-fiber ropes, reconnaissance drones, etc., mainly responsible for rapid support and mobility. Next, Lin Xian divided the remaining main combat forces on the Infinity into two assault teams, led by two Iron Tower-like war gods, Delu and Liang Lei. They are Assault Team 1 and Assault Team 2, each with about 50 people, all equipped with Lone Wolf as tactical level power armor, individual arc pulse guns, Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine guns, Thunderstorm A-1 grenade guns, rocket launchers, and various pre-expended explosives. They are the main force of the Infinity when responding to crises. Lin Xian is ready to equip them with all the heavy weapons that can be equipped for individual soldiers. With violent firepower, Lin Xian also arranged a flight assault team and let brother Hua Lu Xingchen lead the team. Lin Xian is going to expand this team after being able to manufacture individual aircraft in the future. Currently, there is only brother Hua. But after Lin Xian told him, brother Hua was full of confidence, saying that he was an army all by himself, no problem. Finally, there were Kiki and Lin Xian. Strictly speaking, the technical team was more about internal affairs and defense, but Lin Xian would still flexibly deploy Kiki, Luo Yang and Shasha according to different situations. For example, Kiki is so comprehensive. Whether it is technology, reconnaissance, or mobile attack, this girl is completely versatile. Luo Yang is also a long-range combat force. Even if she stays on the car, she is comparable to a heavy weapon. Shasha is needless to say. A Vulcan is almost turned into a Vulcan arsenal by her. This little girl will ask Lin Xian to learn all kinds of mechanical knowledge whenever she has something to do. She has studied all the weapons on the car and almost disassembled the electromagnetic gun. For these, Lin Xian not only did not stop her, but also responded to her requests and cared for her. Whatever she wants, as long as Lin Xian has a blueprint, he will help her make one. Although she is only 12 years old, she is more fierce than her brother in the building when she drives the Sally to kill people in the monster tide. So Lin Xian thought that if he could make a more powerful mecha or mass-produce a few, he would form a mecha wing like the 7th Survey Corps. With such a steel barrier, the safety level of the whole car can be improved to a higher level. After the staffing was settled, Lin Xian started to prepare the carriage configuration of Infinity. This was a headache for him. The situation of Infinity was different from Longshan No. 1. there were too many functional carriages. There were 2 nuclear-powered carriages, one Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive, intercontinental 290 megawatts, and one Linglong engineering-level nuclear-powered electric locomotive, 200 megawatts. In addition, there were 2 Weilong-level electric traction locomotives, one Huanqing 10 and one Dab Obi Jijing 03 heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive. Lin Xian sat in carriage number 12 with a gloomy face and adjusted the layout of the carriage with a mobile terminal. Grace stood next to him. He glanced at the graceful robot and sighed in his heart. He originally thought that if he could use this deep red number 3 intelligent brain AI to directly design a train layout for himself, he would be much less worried. As a result, the computer in the information center needed several days to analyze the program of this intelligent brain, and it might not be solved perfectly. Thinking of this, Lin Xian had a headache. If we want to solve this problem perfectly, the Weilong-class traction locomotive and the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered locomotive must be modified. The Weilong-class is simple, but the nuclear-powered vehicle needs to remove the entire cab. Instead of doing this, it is better to put both nuclear-powered locomotives at the end for traction. I will put the Weilong-class locomotive in the front, so that the power traction will not be too heavy at the back. At present, both power and electricity are very important for the Infinity. Lin Xian will not easily swallow them. Maybe there will be a better solution after going to Jihai, but in the current situation, this may be the best way. Let's do it. Lin Xian's eyes were determined, and he immediately picked up the mobile terminal to start arranging the new Infinity carriage layout. The front of the locomotive is still the giant Whale 03 heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive equipped with a thick shield, which is equipped with a driving radar, an active phased array radar, an optoelectronic probe, a sentinel system, and a horizon gateway. Lin Xian will connect the 2 Weilong-class traction locomotives obtained from Shilin City behind the number 2 and number 3 cars, repeat the aisle armor, and the power is as high as 70,000 kilowatts with the gas turbine locomotive. Even if the hundreds of cars behind do not output power, it is enough to tow the joint train. Lin Xian has equipped the roofs of these 2 traction locomotives with YJ-03 anti-aircraft guns and an automated Vulcan machine gun turret, which are uniformly controlled by the integrated fire control system of the information center. The 4th car in the future is still the number 1 main car where Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan live, and the number 2 car is the information center for Kiki and Xia. In addition to the 2 little girls living here, there is also the integrated circuit system of the entire train and a G3 rail electromagnetic gun. Number 3 and number 4 are the Coal 3 biological science research cabins that were originally opened in the number 9 underground city. They are also Ding Junyi's living and scientific research cabins, and Lin Xian's planting cabins. Lin Xian plans to put the Sun's dining car behind the number 4 cabin and add a planting cabin to supply the needs of the entire car. In this way, the original number 5 cabin of the building and Brother Hua has become the number 6 cabin, the 9th cabin of the Infinite. Here, Lin Xian successfully manufactured a G3 electromagnetic railgun when he was in Yijin City. At the same time, Lin Xian is also preparing to install a 1130 here to make the weapon station truly have strong firepower coverage, but because of this, there are very few people who can live in the weapon station. Carriages number 7 and number 8 are still the core supplies and dining car cabins of the entire car. In fact, most of the dining cars of the Infinite are also used to stack supplies, because there are relatively few times when large-scale meals are really needed. Most of them are prepared by dining cars or directly canned, and they are solved by themselves. Carriage number 9 was originally a living carriage. It was also equipped with a YJ-03 anti-aircraft gun and an automated Vulcan machine gun tower. Xu Qin, Miao Lu, and LV Chong mainly lived here, with a total of 26 people. Xu Qin had a larger single room. Carriage number 10 was quite special. Lin Xian arranged Duo and 22 other children in this carriage, which had been heavily armored. Carriage number 11 was arranged by Lin Xian for Li Yi to live in, and for some of the family members and women in their team to live there, which was relatively convenient. Carriage number 12 was still a weapon station, equipped with a set of 1130 close defense gun system. Lin Xian also planned to manufacture another G3 electromagnetic railgun here. At the same time, he arranged Luo Yang and Xiao Bai, the technical backbone of their team, here to guard the weapon station. Lin Xian left an empty tool car in car number 13, which was used to manufacture a fully automatic bullet punching machine and store weapons and ammunition for the entire car. This position is in the middle of the train, which is relatively suitable. Cars number 14 to number 18 are all living cars, where nearly 100 people live. Lin Xian arranged number 14 for 16 girls including Luo Luo and Amin from the former Luoyang team, and number 15 for 18 boys including Li Guangwen. Cars number 16, 17, and 18 are all occupied by people from the Pao Bin Yuan camp. Most of them are Liang Lei's former co-workers, and there are also some families rescued on the road, so not all of them are men. Although in this doomsday, something will happen between men and women, especially those who are single, which is their freedom. For the convenience of daily life, Lin Xian still tries to separate men and women from their families, and also considers the deployment of some combatants. Some women in charge of internal affairs will almost be closer to the dining car, plus children, and the material car, which is in the central area protected by the infinity. Next, in car number 19, Lin Xian transformed the previous tool car into a vehicle car to park the 2 Night Star hypersonic aircraft. Lin Xian needs to transform the car here into a fully automatic open car to facilitate the aircraft to take off, but at the same time, he has to consider the armor, which is quite troublesome. Car number 20 is the previous mecha GNA cabin, where Sasha's Sally and the 6-axis robotic arm used for hoisting are placed. Carriage number 21 is the last weapon station car of Infinity, used to protect the Silver Star 10A traction locomotive and Gemini 11R, Linglong 2 nuclear-powered locomotives behind. Similarly, Lin Xian also needs to manufacture 1130 and G3 electromagnetic rail gun here. Carriage number 21 plus 6 power cars constitute the new 27-car train set of Infinity. Except for the gas turbine car, Lin Xian arranged a PX-05 maintenance robot for daily maintenance, inspection and ammunition supply for other power cars and weapon stations. After completing the car configuration, Lin Xian decided to start the transformation immediately, and use the current time to complete the modification of the train. He estimated that he should be able to complete the transformation of the Dragon class, the armor of the new planting car, and the number 19 aircraft storage car in this afternoon. The rest can only be done slowly on the road. Lin Xian has not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. He must rest tonight anyway. The train will enter the no man's land tomorrow. He also used the gravitational lens once today, and his energy is really not enough. Carriage 6 is short of 1130 close and weapon system. Weapon Station 21 is short of a G3 electromagnetic railgun, and Weapon Station 12 is still empty. Both sets need to be built. Then the original armor of the Sun needs to be improved and upgraded to the level of the Infinity, but this is the least urgent. The fully automatic bullet punching machine in Car 13 must be built first, and then there is an ultra-high temperature plasma beam cutting array to replace the outer armor electric blade device, and the power supply, water supply, and information system of the whole vehicle. Lin Xian closed his eyes directly. Expanding the team is really not an easy job. Fortunately, now there are Luo Yang and Liang Lei, a group of partners, who understand both engineering technology and machinery, to help. Lin Xian only needs to complete the manufacturing, and the rest can be done by everyone, which is a lot less troublesome. Thinking of this, Lin Xian looked at the time on his watch and stood up immediately. Let's get started. Chapter 323. The sun was high in the sky, the heat was blazing, the concrete platform at Oxai Station was cracked into a spider web, the dry camel thorn and Echnatharum splendens in the cracks were all earthy colors without any vitality, and the iron station sign, hanging on the station was creaking in the wind. The scale of the joint train extended from the Oxai platform to several kilometers outside the city, and under the scorching sun, there were crowds of people. To the east was an endless uninhabited area, the wind was howling, and only the heat waves could be seen rolling on the horizon. It seemed that only a withered yellow color remained between heaven and earth. At first, the members of the joint team enjoyed the sunshine for a moment with the excitement of escaping from the darkness. But then, there was only scorching heat and drought. Men and women all changed into thin clothes, sweating profusely while repairing their survival and shelter vehicles. There was only one team except for the Queen Mo. In an open space outside the platform, Monica's men set up a sunshade. Monica was wearing a hot shorts and bra, wearing sunglasses, and lying comfortably on a recliner. There was a mini refrigerator next to her with iced drinks, and there was a younger brother next to her, with a cold fan to cool her down. It seemed that the dangers of the no man's land had nothing to do with her, as if she was just on vacation. Her domineering and beautiful aura, and overly sexy figure not only made the men next to her nose bleed, but even the male team members of the busy teams on the platform looked in that direction intentionally or unintentionally, and they all felt that the air in Oxai was 2 degrees hotter. Monica ignored the eyes of the people around her. She seemed to be lying down for a rest, but her eyes were always fixed on Lin Xian, who was operating drones and countless suspension materials to seriously modify the train in the distant track section. Mechanical superpowers, it seems. Too much against my understanding of superpowers, she murmured. On the Oxai platform, the Infinity had been disconnected from the Longshan No. 1 and was reorganizing the carriages on the spare track section. Lin Xian was operating a drone to modify and manufacture the Weilong-class carriages, while Li Yi and Xiao Yuan were helping Lin Xian with hundreds of people. Although she was pregnant, Li Yi's face was full of expectations and desires for survival in Dawn. After that night in Yijin City, Lin Xian's invitation almost made Li Yi sleepless all night. She and Liang Lei were both tough and had always played the role of saving others on the road to escape. But now, joining the Infinity, she seemed to have found a platform that she could trust and rely on, so Li Yi was extremely grateful. If she was not pregnant, with her identity as a superpower, she would definitely be able to help by lifting the armored steel plate and jumping up and down. Sister-in-law, take a break. Leave these to us. Several big men wearing engineering exoskeleton power armor were constantly moving various armor plates and materials made by Lin Xian. Seeing Li Yi busying around, they couldn't help but say to her, "Yes, it's quite hot outside and the wind is strong. Now is not the time to rest." Li Yi followed behind with a heavy toolbox and said loudly, "We will enter the no man's land tomorrow. Captain Lin said that we should prepare as much as we can." "That's right, Sister Li Yi." At this time, Xiao Yuan ran over and said to her, "Come to the car to help us organize the supplies. We need to make a lot of space." "Oh, okay." Hearing that it was Lin Xian's arrangement, Li Yi nodded quickly. She didn't know that Xiao Yuan was actually called by Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian arranged Li Yi to be responsible for housework. Seeing that she was still busy with heavy work with a big belly, he asked Xiao Yuan to call her to the car to help. On the spare track section of Oxai, a heavy armored train of more than 800 meters has been arranged. From the outside, it is obviously two trains with different armored styles combined together, but the overall look is still very domineering. The internal space is being cleaned and arranged according to Lin Xian's arrangement, and people are welding the cabin defense armor and automatic gates at the connection points of the external carriages. Although Lin Xian cannot complete all the external armor at once, at least the entire train must be fully sealed first. At the front of the train, Lin Xian is controlling several PX-05 maintenance robots to dismantle the main front console of the Dragon class, and has created a large reinforced connecting cabin to connect the giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. This assembly sounds like there will be safety hazards, but for Lin Xian, it does not exist, because his manufacturing is based on the full set of blueprints of the Dragon class for precision industrial manufacturing. The forged parts are newer than new ones, not just simple welding. While thinking, several suspended PX-05 robots were performing standardized operations under the guidance of Lin Xian's mechanical heart, and the eyes of these robots became Lin Xian's eyes. At first, Lin Xian was not very used to it. After all, he had this ability after unlocking the remote control. The perspectives from all directions poured into his mind. It didn't take long for him to feel dizzy, his otoliths were disordered, he had paroxysmal vertigo, visual rotation, and nausea. As he forced himself to perceive in a mechanical state, he slightly adapted to this all-round perspective. He has been used to seeing the world with a pair of eyes in his life. Now there are so many perspectives at once, which is really a headache. Now there are only a few. He remembered his plan to manufacture thousands of Lei Falcon 2000 attack drones. If he really manufactures thousands of them in the future, how can he control them? Lin Xian's initial solution to this problem was to use AI intelligence, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Letting the intelligent control system control the drone to attack, what does that have to do with him? Wouldn't he have become a mothership that produces drones? Thinking of this, Lin Xian closed his eyes and frowned slightly. This seems to be a problem. How can the human brain process thousands of units to act separately at the same time? When fighting against the old Scorpion, he could only control all of them to attack at the same time. Apart from that, for the time being, he could only hand over the automatic control unit of the drone after searching for the enemy. Swish. On the other side, Kiki, Qin Sixuan, Brother Hua, and the other three led the Infinity and Luo Yang, Liang Lei, and other people to rush all the way. The vibration of the convoy made the sand and dead grass on the ground along the way shake. Woo, the engine sound slowly dropped, and the wind and sand were raging around. Kiki quickly locked onto an area with the highest overlap according to the signal package trajectory of the old Scorpion Iron Alliance order, and then used triangulation to find the location called Wanfeng Valley. However, when they were still dozens of kilometers away from the target point, Qin Sixuan suggested stopping the car first, and then let Kiki take her and brother Hua to investigate first. The three of them were highly mobile, and they were more adept at dealing with problems. Among the three, only Qin Sixuan was wearing full coverage power armor, brother Hua was wearing a lone wolf power armor and a windproof mask, and Kiki was wearing a simple outfit of shorts and a small leather jacket, using a telekinesis shield to isolate the wind and sand. That location should be about 27 or 28 kilometers away from here, which is quite hidden. The strongholds of these bandits are quite far apart, and they are all in some uninhabited areas. Except for zombies and strange bodies that come to their doorsteps, the survivors who are fleeing don't have the energy to look for them. Qin Sixuan said cautiously. This was the first time she led a team to perform a mission alone without Lin Xian, and it was a violent mission such as attacking the bandits' lair. Although she looked calm, she was still somewhat excited. She didn't know how to describe this feeling, but Qin Sixuan really enjoyed the pleasure of being sensitive and powerful, and killing the enemy thousands of meters away. This was completely different from the Qin Sixuan, who didn't even dare to embarrass herself with a piece of chalk. Then let's go and have a look. There has been a sandstorm for 2 hours. If we miss any messengers, won't we be empty-handed? Kiki said, and used telekinesis to lead the two people to the target point. During the flight, Qin Sixuan said in a serious tone, "This location is deep in the no-man's land, far away from traffic arteries and towns. Even if it is not the lair of the Sand Scorpion gang, it must be a place where they hide or trade something, otherwise their signals would not appear frequently in this area." Brother Hua crossed his arms, and seemed a little dissatisfied that he was still being led by Kiki's telekinesis after he could fly. "Have you two forgotten that I can fly in the air now? Shut up and just follow me," Kiki said bluntly. Qin Sixuan glanced at Brother Hua and whispered, "You are flying too fast, and the fire and smoke are easy to expose. Now we are going to investigate, so don't act rashly." Hearing Qin Sixuan's words, Lu Xingchen felt that it made sense. He swallowed what he wanted to say, coughed twice, nodded, and began to focus on the distant vigilance. Not long after, the three flew close to the ground in the direction of the target for a while. When they came to a cliff on a sandy hill, Qin Sixuan suddenly said to Kiki, "Stop!" Kiki immediately controlled the three to land. Qin Sixuan immediately squatted down, picked up the sniper rifle, and headed towards the distance. In the electronic magnifier, a large wasteland stronghold appeared in sight. It seemed to be a signal station that was once abandoned by the Federation. It was located at the foot of a wind-eroded rock mountain. At first glance, the area was not small. The entire stronghold was made up of rusted tankers, abandoned car wreckage, and welded iron plates. Several twisted steel frame towers stood in the corner. The top of the tower was equipped with old searchlights and heavy machine guns, as well as many flamethrowers, defense power grids, and other equipment. It seemed that the defense level was not low. In addition to the original observation station building, there are more than a dozen tin houses in the stronghold, with 40 or 50 highly modified Doomsday vehicles parked in them, all covered with thorns and weird graffiti, looking extremely arrogant. The abandoned reflective pot cover of the signal station was removed and used as a sunshade, and various radars and early warning devices were newly installed on it. Qin Sixuan gently adjusted the sight to zoom in. In the stronghold, there were more than a dozen figures gathering at this time. Some were smoking on the sentry tower, and some people seemed to be playing cards in the sunshade in the stronghold. Looking back, there was also a small air raid shelter with a heavy explosion-proof door. The door was sprayed with the logo of the Sand Scorpion gang. It seemed that it was either the residence of the leader or the backbone, or used to store supplies and ammunition. "We found the right place. This is the lair of the Sand Scorpion gang." Qin Sixuan raised her hand to signal the two people beside her to lower their bodies, and continued, "Wait." She continued to adjust the position with the scope, and suddenly found that under the several awnings inside the stronghold, there were several large cages welded with iron sheets and steel frames, and many people were locked up inside. Those people were almost all in tattered clothes, and looked like they were dying. Although they were still several kilometers away, Qin Sixuan seemed to be able to feel the despair inside. "There are dozens of prisoners there." "So many?" Kiki frowned. "It seems that they were captured recently, and haven't been traded yet." Qin Sixuan nodded. "Apart from these people, there are not many bandits, but the sentry towers and some heavy weapons inside cannot be underestimated, and there is something inside the explosion-proof door." Qin Sixuan watched intently. At this time, on the sentry tower of the stronghold, The thugs used flamethrowers to kill all the zombies gathered at the door, and then the door full of spikes slowly opened, and 2 violent war vehicles drove out and drove towards them. Someone is coming out, coming from our direction, probably to check on Oxai's situation. Lu Xingchen on the side clenched his fists and said sternly, "Then why don't we strike with lightning speed and not give the other party any chance to react?" "You're right." Chen Sichuan immediately said coldly, "Brother Hua, you go back and lead the main force. Kiki and I will deal with this group of spies here, and then we will directly overturn the old nest." "Okay." Lu Xingchen smiled, turned around and flew out with a bang. His speed was extremely fast, like a meteor. At this time, the bandit on the sentry tower of the Sand Scorpion Gang's base was smoking with a gun, and the old music player was playing noisy and harsh heavy metal music full of foul language. His teammates were holding a sniper rifle and playing a headshot game at the zombies wandering outside the base. Bang! A male zombie's head exploded. "Oh, juicy." Bang! A female zombie's chest was blown up. "This mine is really big." The sniper grinned with yellow teeth. At this time, he used the sniper scope to look at the road out of the base. There, the 2 cars that had just gone out to Oxai to explore the road had stopped. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly looked again and narrowed the observation distance. Suddenly, he found that the windows of the 2 cars had been completely shattered, and a large amount of blood plasma was splashed outside, just standing there straight. The sniper's face immediately turned pale, and he shouted, "Not good. Get out." Bang! Before he could finish his words, he and the team member smoking behind him were pierced by a powerful bullet at the same time, and his head was splattered with blood. The sudden huge noise quickly alerted the other people in the stronghold, and the alarm sounded for a while. "Enemy attack. Get your weapons. Who are those desperate bastards who dare to attack our Sand Scorpion gang?" But when these on-duty bandits reacted and just picked up their weapons and ran out, they suddenly saw an extra sun in the sky. Emperor Yin. Accompanied by an extremely childish shout, the entire stronghold was completely annihilated by fire. Several sentry towers were taken down by Chen Sichuan's long-range sniper before they could even start. Boom! Liang Lei and others drove directly through the zombies, while Xu Qin, Luo Yang and others had already airdropped into the stronghold with the help of Kiki, opened the door in advance, and began to clear the bandits inside. This team came as fast as thunder, and the bandits were wiped out without even a chance to react. The captives in the iron cages were all terrified when they saw this scene, and began to scream at the blazing flames outside. Luo Yang and Xu Qin rushed to the outside of the air raid shelter first, and were surprised to see the heavy explosion-proof door at this time, because this door was much heavier and stronger than it looked from a distance before, and it was even higher than the vault door. "There are people in here." Luo Yang used a drone to search at close range, and found that this air raid shelter was designed for some kind of nuclear explosion facility in the past. There was a lot of space inside, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Ding! Just when Chen Sichuan led the team to clear all the people outside the stronghold, a loudspeaker on the air raid shelter suddenly rang sharply, and then a man's angry voice came from inside. "Who are you? Dare to attack our Sand Scorpion gang? Are you going to die?" The man seemed to have seen the loss of the entire stronghold outside through some kind of monitoring device, and screamed with a bit of anger, "You can't run away. Wait for our boss to come back. You will all die." Who is shouting so happily? Kiki flew in the air with his hands on his chest. Hearing this shout, he clenched his hand in the air. The heavy explosion-proof door was instantly dented and deformed under the powerful mental power, making a whimpering sound of metal tearing, and part of the rocks on the mountain collapsed at this moment. Boom! For a moment, smoke and dust rose up. After the smoke cleared, a wretched-looking man wearing briefs and a spiked necklace stood there in shock, holding a megaphone in his hand. He didn't expect that this explosion-proof door weighing several tons would just disappear. At this moment, the anger and arrogance on his face turned gray in an instant. "What on earth are you?" Bang! Before he finished speaking, Xu Qin shot him away with a shot. Then everyone walked in, and found that the interior was extremely luxurious. The passage alone was filled with densely packed food supplies. There was also a separate arsenal, and a large material warehouse underground. The largest room was even more luxurious. The floor was covered with Persian carpets, with patterns of naked women and scorpions intertwined. When you stepped on it barefoot, you felt like sinking into warm flesh. Dozens of copper pipes hung from the ceiling, with the ends connected to a homemade condenser, which converted the hot air outside the cave into distilled water. Together, with a circulating water pipe connected from the underground material pool, it flowed into the agate-rimmed swimming pool in the center. On the edge of the swimming pool, A dozen graceful women, either naked or wearing plain bikinis, were hiding in a corner and shivering. They were all tied with iron chains around their necks. They were all the old scorpion's royal concubines, and were usually responsible for serving the old scorpion. And the one who was shouting at the door, just now, was actually the second in command of the Sand Scorpion gang. He took advantage of the old scorpion's absence to secretly make love here. Wow, there is actually a swimming pool. Sasha, who followed the clearing team, walked in with a surprised look on her face, and was quickly covered by Kiki's eyes. Let's go, there's nothing to see. Shuqin, Kiki. At this time, Qin Sichuan's voice came from the communicator. The two ran out immediately after hearing it. They saw that Qin Sichuan and several people were standing in front of the iron cage that imprisoned the survivors. In the corner, an old face leaned against the iron cage, motionless. His face was sunburned and red, and he was looking at the group of people with a puzzled look. When Shuqin saw this person, her face changed immediately. Lao Mo. The man in front of him was none other than Mo Qingji, the old Mo of the Tieli team who rushed into the high-altitude corridor with the Infinity before. 1650. At Oxai Station, the 27th Infinity has completed the connection of the carriages, and the armor at the connection of the carriages has also been covered. The carriages of the original Sun have heavy homemade armor, and the defense is acceptable, so Lin now prioritizes solving the problems of the internal gates and seals of the carriages. At the same time, he took a group of people to modify the integrated circuit system, the water purifier on the train, the water and air circulation systems, so that the whole train of 6 power carriages of Infinity could be integrated and managed. In addition, Lin Xian mainly spent time on the layout of the internal functional carriages. The internal transformation of the living carriage, the storage racks and refrigerators of the material carriages, the protection and display racks of the military carriages. Lin Xian did not like the mess inside the carriages, so he used his manufacturing ability to make a detailed layout of each carriage, which was convenient for living and improved mobilization efficiency. Many designs were based on the layout of the Queen Mo, which saved Lin Xian a lot of effort. After Kiki and the others came back, Lin Xian handed over the layout of the radar and sentry system, as well as the installation of the arc pulse string vibrator to Kiki and Luo Yang. The rest was to wait until he rested, and then run along the way to manufacture the outer armor and large-scale defensive weapons of each weapon station. Several convoys in Oxai City that were preparing to follow the joint convoy into the No Man's Land were also preparing intensively. At this time, the voice of the team member in charge of keeping watch came from the communicator. Captain Lin, they are back. At this time, many people climbed up to a high place to look. On the vast Gobi Desert, there were large groups of people coming from several directions. The team led by Qin Sichuan appeared in the distance on the horizon at the end. When the convoy approached Oxai, Lin Xian heard Qin Sichuan's voice. Lin Xian, the operation went smoothly. We found 2 strongholds of the Sand Scorpion gang. There are a lot of supplies. We brought back all the useful ones. Are there any casualties? No. Okay. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, we brought back a group of survivors of the Sand Scorpion gang captives. Lao Mo's family is also among them. Lao Mo. Lin Xian frowned, thinking of the luxuriously modified all-terrain tracked armored RV, and the old man, who was as cool as a cowboy. He hadn't heard from them since the high-altitude corridor. He didn't expect to meet them here. Outside the Oxai platform, there was a dense crowd of people, all cheering and surrounding the several mission convoys. Ning Jing and Qin Sichuan led people to urgently count the spoils, while in the shade on the platform, Lin Xianzheng and Shu Qin and others were checking the conditions of Lao Mo and others. I didn't expect it was you. Lao Mo's face was full of vicissitudes. Seeing the huge Doomsday train on the platform, his dry eyes finally brightened up a bit. Captain Lin, oh my God bless me, I didn't expect to meet you. Lin Xian asked someone to bring them some food and water. Lao Mo's family of 4, except for a daughter-in-law, the other 2 are children. The eldest grandson Mo Xiaoyan is 10 years old, and then there is a 6-year-old girl named Xiela. The whole family is in a mess, with wounds all over their bodies. Obviously, they have suffered a lot. Thank you, Captain Lin. Lao Mo's daughter-in-law is named Sun Yuzhen. At this time, she took the water from Lin Xian with gratitude, and immediately opened it, and gave it to the 2 children next to her. Several people were already starving and their faces were dull, their throats were smoking, and they couldn't help drinking the water and food when they got hungry and thirsty. Lao Mo, what's going on? Where are the other people in your team? Lin Xian asked at this time. After Lao Mo gulped down half a bottle of water, he finally became a little angry. he said angrily and annoyedly. A few days ago, we drove from Weha River to Longjian along the mountain road. We originally planned to bypass Jinhai and enter Shuguang City directly. As a result, we encountered a strange body at night, and could only run to the northeast near the number 5-star abyss. Unexpectedly, the number 5-star abyss expanded hundreds of kilometers overnight. It was not until we were in the dark all day that we realized that something was wrong, and we entered the polar night area. Weha River? Shu Qing frowned. How did you enter the western Gobi Desert when you took the eastern route? That's right. K. Ikai rolled his eyes. If you count the distance, you may not be able to get here even after 3 days of driving, not to mention that there is no road in the polar night. We don't know either. Sun Yuzhen was in her 30s, and now she was haggard and messy. Her short hair was now like dry grass. She hurriedly said, we were originally following the Silent City, but we and many other convoys encountered fog inside. There were terrible things inside, and most of the convoys were scattered. When we rushed out of the fog, we suddenly came to a desert. And you encountered sand bandits again? Lin Xian said. Hearing what they said, Lin Xian immediately remembered that Hu Lushou had told him before, and it seemed that Hu Lushou's convoy had encountered the same situation as them, which made Lin Xian suspicious. The distance from Longjiang to Oxai is farther than the entire no man's land. Even if the convoy did not stop at night, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Moreover, they were fleeing in the wild, so their speed was not very fast. How could they suddenly get from the southern polar night area of Star Abyss number 5 to the northern western Gobi in such a short time? At this time, Lao Mo nodded with a look of disappointment, and said in annoyance, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have followed the Silent City. He looked at Sun Yuzhen and her 2 grandchildren, and thought of the old friends who had disappeared in another car, and his tone was full of regret. Lin Xian looked at Sun Yuzhen. The woman's clothes were the most tattered. The buttons of her clothes were broken, and the crotch of her pants had been torn into pieces. She had no underwear inside. The crotch and inner thighs of her pants were stained with a lot of blood. It was obvious that she was bullied by the group of sand bandits, but she didn't seem to care. There was only excitement and joy in her eyes for surviving. While telling Lin Xian about the situation, she opened a pack of biscuits and stuffed them into the mouths of her son and daughter next to her. At this time, Miao Lu had taken a piece of clothes from the car and put it on Sun Yuzhen, so that she would not look so embarrassed under the eyes of so many people. Thank you. Sun Yuzhen took it gratefully, and said calmly in the face of everyone's gaze, actually I'm fine. In this world, as long as I can survive, it's better than anything else. It's not good for the children to see it. The little daughter looked timidly and fearfully at the crowd watching. At this time, she quickly took the biscuit and ate it, but the eldest son looked at everyone with a vigilant look, shrank in front of his mother, and clenched his little hands tightly, as if he wanted to block his mother's messy clothes to protect her. At this time, the eyes of the other Infinity team members looking at Sun Yuzhen had some subtle changes, as if they were infected by her tenacious character. Women are a vulnerable group in the apocalypse. It's okay if they have skills and strength, otherwise their status is extremely low in the panic of escape. Not every woman can be like Monica, whether before or after the apocalypse, and still have the right to control their own destiny. It was not easy for Lao Mo's family to escape. His son died before Yubei City. The Tieli family team relied on the mutual support between several old friends' families to get to where they are now. From Lao Mo's self-blaming expression, it can be seen that this old man who was originally very arrogant and acted quite chic seemed to have aged 10 years because of this encounter. Obviously, he attributed all the pain of not being able to protect his family to his own incompetence. The cool old man with sunglasses and cowboys before now looked haggard and seemed to have lost his vitality. It's okay, Xiao Tian, they are good people. Captain Lin saved us, and those sand bandits were killed by them. Hearing Sun Yuzhen's words, Mo Xiaotian's eyes changed from alert to fiery. He immediately crawled in front of his mother, and then knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Xian. Please, give me a gun, I can kill sand bandits and zombies. Everyone looked a little solemn when they saw this scene. Lin Xian directly held up Mo Xiaotian's head as he was about to kowtow, and said, there will definitely be a chance, but what you need to do now is not to kowtow. After that, Lin Xian said to Lao Mo, come to our car to rest for a while, I will find you later to learn about the situation. Lao Mo sighed, looked at Lin Xian and sighed, hey, I don't know how to thank you with my old bones. Sun Yuzhen was eager and excited when she heard this, and hurriedly pulled up her daughter and son to Lin Xian and everyone else and said, thank you, we won't cause any trouble to you. I am a superpower. Although I am not very strong, I can fly and use a gun. Xiao Tian and Sheila are also very helpful. They can do the dirtiest and most tiring work, and will not be a burden to you. While speaking, Xiao Tian and Sheila nodded repeatedly. Are you a flying superpower? Lin Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. Wow. Sun Yuzhen was obviously a straightforward person. Without saying anything, she spread out a pair of white wings behind her in front of everyone. They looked quite large, but at this time, the wings were covered with scars, with knife and gunshot wounds deep enough to see the bones, and looked a little bloody. The wounds are so serious, Miao Lu, take them to get treated. At this time, Lin Xian was also a little uneasy. He felt that the situation of Xingyuan number 5 mentioned by Lao Imo and Hu Lushou was definitely not accidental. There must be some unknown danger related to Xingyuan in this uninhabited area. However, Lin Xian temporarily suppressed this idea. He didn't waste time now. He quickly asked Miao Lu to take the few people on the car. After finding Hu Lushou in detail later, he would discuss this strange situation with other teams. Chapter 324. What? Familiar person. Qian Deli, who had just returned from leading the team, was holding a handheld hair dryer and blowing away the sweat. He walked onto the platform at this time. He led Hu Lushou and a group of people to sweep across several strongholds of the Earth Dragon Society, and it can be said that they had a fruitful harvest. Lin Xian nodded, an old friend from before, but it's a bit strange that he appeared here. After saying that, he looked at Hu Lushou, who was walking with him behind. Hu Lushou was also walking with Sun Chong and other large groups of people, with an excited look on his face. According to what Lao Imo said just now, they were also involved in the number 5-star abyss with the Silent City, and then appeared in this western Gobi Desert. The situation was weird. Oh, Captain Lin, you don't know, that bone-changing dragon is really a living loach, and the things hidden in the cave are more than my 10 groups. We picked up a big deal this time. Hu Lushou said with a smile on his face at this time. On the other side, Qin Sichuan and Ning Jing Shidiyuan, who had finished counting, also gathered around. Red Eagle has a lot of assets. This guy has left a lot of people in the base, at least 70 or 80. Ning Jing said sternly. It seems that he has left a backup plan, and he is not guarding against us. He is guarding against his colleagues. It's the same here. I spent a little effort. Xian Deli shrugged. TSK, what Iron Alliance? It's a big joke to want a group of robbers to work closely together. Qin Sichuan also explained the situation of the Sand Scorpion gang at this time. After saying that there was a luxurious palace in the air raid shelter with more than a dozen concubines, everyone looked speechless. In fact, Lin Xian had seen a lot of such situations after the apocalypse. At the beginning, in Jiang City, Lu Wei from the Oasis team was a ready-made example. He had just gained superpowers, and immediately recruited soldiers, married wives and concubines to start the chaotic carnival of human nature after the rules were broken. However, this guy was unlucky to meet Lin Xian just after leaving Jiang City. But even so, everyone was still extremely surprised after hearing about the old scorpion situation. Hey, this bastard, I heard he's quite powerful. Why didn't he die in a woman's belly? Sure, Yuan snorted. These bandits are counted one by one. I'd be merciful if I kill them directly. As he said, he looked at Lin Xian and said with approval, it's still Brother Lin's way of venting anger. Aren't those girls also rescued? I tell them about this later, so that they can also vent their anger. Lin Xian heard this and said in a deep voice, we brought back dozens or hundreds of people. How to deal with them? Let's find out the situation of these people first. Ning Jing said at this time, by the way, collect some information, and then we will discuss it in the evening. Lin Xian nodded, he meant this. Hu Lushou stood aside, rubbing his hands and said, hey, captains, we have been following you all the way into the no man's land. You can do whatever you want. Follow us if you can, but I have something to say first. Shi Diyuan crossed his arms, and looked at Hu Lushou and said, all actions should be carried out according to orders. Stop when you are told to stop, walk when you are told to walk, and close windows and lights quickly when you are told to close them, otherwise. Don't worry. Hu Lushou grinned and patted his chest and said, we are all in the same boat in the no man's land. We will definitely not hold us back. Okay, then go back and prepare. Shi Diyuan said to him. The smile on Hu Lushou's face froze when he heard this. He thought to himself, they had just counted the spoils from the bandits' lair, and were preparing to divide the spoils. What's the point of asking him to go back? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xian with a bitter face, and his eyes seemed to say, boss, I have already sold the 2 pieces of goods. Now I am one of them, and I have put in some effort to clear out the lair, so you should at least give me something in return. Lin Xian couldn't help laughing when he saw Hu Lushou's expression, so he said directly, "Let's talk about the harvest first." "Hey! Okay." Hu Lushou's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Xian's words, and he immediately became energetic. Led by Chen Xishuan, Qian Deli, and Ning Jing, a large amount of supplies were seized from a total of 8 strongholds of the Sand Scorpion Gang, the Red Vulture Group, and the Earth Dragon Society. Together with the supplies cleared by the 3 convoys that attacked the city in the morning, they are now arranged into a small mountain on the open space outside the Oxai Station. Among them, there are 1,126 first-level blood essences and 94 second-level blood essences. Various canned fish, meat, beans, fruits, vegetables, and dehydrated biscuits and chocolates filled several large trucks, with a total weight of more than 10 tons. There are also a lot of honey, sugar, salt, oil, and other supplies. Then, there are weapons and equipment, thousands of automatic rifles of various types, more than 20 arc pulse guns, more than 100 rocket launchers, hundreds of drones, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, air mines, vehicle-mounted artillery, missiles, flamethrowers, grenades, sniper rifles, shotguns, modified harpoons, poison gas bombs, and even 3 old 155mm military self-propelled howitzers, and a self-propelled rocket launcher vehicle without ammunition, as well as various types of explosives, fuel, napalm, and other messy things. In addition to those strange and weird modified killing weapons, most of them are very new Federal Standard weapons, which are obviously a level higher than ordinary survivors. This may be one of the reasons why the Sand Bandits can be so arrogant in the Western Gobi. In addition, the bottled water or available fresh water collected from various bases added up to less than 5 tons. Excluding bottles and buckets, Lin Xian estimated that it was only more than 4 tons. According to the 1,000 milliliters of water intake per day for an adult, this joint train plus several teams in Oxai, more than 5,000 people, is just enough to drink for one day. Of course, 1,000 milliliters a day is already a luxury in such a place. From the perspective of saving lives, at least 300 milliliters a day is required, and this is when people do not do anything else. But facing the night and the crisis at all times, this is simply impossible. If it is 500 milliliters, it is enough for 2 days at most. Even so, Lin Xian has not yet calculated the problem of water for trains and nuclear reactor cooling. However, this supplement has saved lives. The team itself still has some spare space. As long as they can successfully cross the no-man's land to Quancheng in 2 or 3 days, the situation may be much better. In addition to these supplies, there were more than 120 captives captured by the bandits, including the dozen favorite concubines of Lao Xie. Lin Xian took a quick look and found that all these women were silent. It was not known whether it was a stress reaction from being imprisoned for too long, or they could not believe that they were saved. After all, they had begun to regard themselves as objects, which were nothing more than being kidnapped from one group to another. It was not until they were covered with clothes, the chains around their necks were untied, and they were given food and water that some people began to sob with tears in their eyes, while other numb women ate food and water in silence. The distribution of these supplies was different from that of Eugene before. In this battle with the bandits, all the teams contributed manpower, and every team was short of water resources, so Lin Xian discussed with each team and divided the food and water equally according to the number of people. I don't want the weapons. If there are any teams that want my share, they can exchange them with water. At this time, Monica, who had rested comfortably for the whole afternoon, came over with the umbrella-holding boys and spoke directly. In addition, if there is no problem with the dozen women, I will take them. Hearing this, Qian Deli was the first to be surprised. He immediately looked at Monica inexplicably. Are you kidding? You will take women? Why not? Monica crossed her arms and said, they may be cowardly, numb, or have no personality and self-esteem, and only have the instinctive rationality of survival, but such people will not be soft-hearted when killing people as long as they have the strength, and I will keep them away from men. Lin Xian was slightly startled when he heard this. He originally thought that Monica wanted to use this group of women to neutralize the situation of her team's strong men and weak women. As a result, Lin Xian found that he thought too simply and too vulgarly. Monica actually wanted to form a women's team, and she wanted to separate her male teammates. Lin Xian could see that the group of brothers behind her went from excitement when they heard that Monica wanted to recruit these dozen women to helpless eyes, as if they were falling into an ice cave. This woman is simply a devil. With the conditions of the closed compartment of the Queen Emo, it is fine to have an invisible sexy queen in this doomsday loneliness, but add a dozen beautiful women and separate them. Wouldn't her male teammates be suffocated to death? Hearing this, not only Lin Xian, but other teams all looked at Monica with a strange look, as if they couldn't see through this woman. Let's get back to the point. I don't need weapons for now. If any team is short of weapons, please share some water with me. Lin Xian broke the silence at this time. There are 2 green car carriages on his train, so the demand for water is also great. Lin Xian's Infinite Team and Monica's Queen Mo, both teams are well equipped, and the weapons they have are more advanced than one another. Moreover, for Lin Xian, there is no need to scan and manufacture those weapons, so he simply asked for more water. There is another team, the Fulu Show team. Boss who has a lot of money, and the group is equipped with high-end goods. Sun Chang's high-end mechanical arm alone is enough to match the value of a set of Phantom Wolf level armor, which shows that Hulu Show is still willing to spend a lot of money on his men. He did not ask for weapons and food, but just some water and some blood essence. I can change. As soon as the voice fell, a team immediately stood up. Soon, the material distribution was discussed, and the Oxide Bandit suppression plan was officially over. Lin Xian, Longshan No. 1, Joker Team, Queen Mo, and Hulu Show's team took 70% of the blood essence, and the rest was distributed to other people according to the team units. Infinity got 150 first-level blood essences, 15 second-level blood essences, some canned food, and 300 liters of water. Although this water is not much for 180 people to drink, it can be regarded as a temporary solution to the urgent need. In addition to the 10 second-level blood essences that Hulu Show gave to Lin Xian now has 191 first-level blood essences, 25 second-level blood essences, and 1/3 level blood essence. If these blood essences are found in the Phoenix Society or the Federation organization, they can be used to exchange for a lot of supplies. The time came to 1730. The teams that had completed the distribution of materials were driving to carry the materials to their own teams in a hurry. As darkness approached, everyone had experienced the horror seen last night, and all the personnel responsible for the repair and preparation of the train began to speed up their actions. The Infinity, which had completed the re-preparation of the train carriages, also returned to the sequence of the joint train. It was still Longshan No. 1, followed by Infinity, Queen Mo, Joker Team, and the teams in Oxide City also gathered around the Oxide platform, forming a team camp, waiting for nightfall, and ready to move into the no man's land with the joint train at any time. On the Infinity train, the triumphant people looked at the new train layout at this time, and began to help with the internal preparations with excitement and busyness. The living areas of the 3 carriages on Shuqin's side were now moved to 1 carriage, which was not too crowded because it was originally too wide, with less than 10 people in 1 carriage, and now 26 people live in 1 carriage. Except for Shuqin, the living areas of others are still 2 people in 1 compartment. Only Xiao Yuan felt a little complicated. She had moved to car number 4, and was responsible for taking care of the green plants in the 2 cars with Ding Junyi. She was reluctant to separate from her sisters and live alone, but she was also a little excited because Lin Xian had assigned her an important task. Although it was just to manage a garden, she thought it was a reflection of Captain Lin's trust in her. From car number 9 to car number 18, there were busy people. Men and women were in high spirits, decorating their new shelters. Families were arranged in the same compartment, which could be closed. It was like a small safe house, and many personal belongings could be placed up and down. In carriages 10 and 11, Chen Sichuan led Li Yi, Miao Lu and others to work neatly. The main residents here were children like Duo, as well as single women and some family groups from Li Yi's team. Generally speaking, there were more women and children. Several carriages were filled with chatter and laughter, and everyone's joy could be heard. There was a military train carriage and a weapon station carriage between carriages 11 and 14. Carriage 14 was the carriage for young girls such as Luo and Xiao Min, with only 16 people, which was relatively small. After they were done, Miao Lu and Xiao Yuan helped them arrange the living area. The sunshade cannot be opened casually. It is under the unified control of the forest team. Of course, it is generally possible during the day. The toilet can be used normally, but you cannot take a shower for the time being. We are currently in the Gobi Desert, and are not allowed to take a shower with water these days. You can walk around in the planting car when you have nothing to do, but you cannot touch the flowers and plants. The air there is very good and suitable for relaxation. We usually treat it as a small garden. Miao Lu and Xiao Yuan quickly became familiar with the group of girls, and began to introduce them to the situation inside the car. To the back, the building was accompanied by Lu Chong and Luo Yang to arrange the settlement of cars 15 to 18. There were 70 or 80 people here. Except for a dozen families with women, they were all men. The atmosphere was quite noisy. These people moved quickly and worked hard. After packing up his safe house, the sturdy old Joe patted the armored wall of the carriage and said excitedly, "This train is more comfortable than living in the car. The compartment shelter made by Captain Lin is spacious and comfortable, and the glass is bulletproof. It's amazing. Yeah, just like a moving city, there's no need to worry about bumps. Yes, it's so comfortable. Captain Lin is really amazing. He built such a safe train. We can all feel more at ease in the future. We have more people, and there is a medical cabin on the train. We don't have to worry about getting hurt when fighting those monsters in the future. Well, you still have to be careful about falling. If your head falls off, you can't put it back." Lu Chang, who was helping, couldn't help but say, "Ha ha ha." The men laughed loudly. At this time, Sasha walked through the corridor in a swagger. A big man looked at the little girl and couldn't help saying, "Brother Lu, this is your sister. Why are you running behind here?" "My Sally is behind here." Sasha glanced at everyone very proudly, and then said, "If I encounter a monster, I will be ready to go at any time. You must wear pants." After that, she hummed a little song and walked directly through the strange eyes of the crowd. Delu smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, don't look at my little sister. She is better than me in killing monsters in a mecha." When these words came out, all the big men were stunned. They didn't expect that a little girl, who looked about 11 or 12 years old, could be so brave. In their original convoy, children were hiding in the car or helping out as much as they could, but this little girl was actually rushing in front of them, a group of big men, to kill monsters. Whose general is she? At this time, Lin Xian was sitting on the ground in the number 13 military train car to make a fully automatic bullet punching machine. This car had no windows, and was completely enclosed and protected by high-strength steel armor. On both sides were densely packed weapon racks, on which various firearms were mounted, from automatic rifles to shotguns, Gatling guns, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, flamethrowers, arc pulse guns, light machine guns, etc., and bullets of various calibers were also stacked in boxes. To get guns and bullets here, you need to get the consent of Delu and Shuqin. At the same time, the two of them will also train the team members in guns and physical skills. As long as you are suitable and skilled, you can use any weapon you want. Even if you want to learn to operate mechas and aircraft, you can find Sha. At this time, Liang Lei is familiar with the pipeline circuit structure in the car under the leadership of Kiki. Later, the engineering department in the car will be handed over to him. He will take a group of team members with mechanical maintenance skills to maintain and manage the train, and there will also be PX-05 robots as helpers. After doing such task division, Lin Xian no longer has to run around because of a broken pipeline or a leak somewhere. After Chen Xishuan took Li Yi and Miao Lu to complete the inventory of all the supplies on the train, she took more than 20 women who would be responsible for the internal affairs of the train to familiarize themselves with the situation in the infinite, the use of supplies, the functional areas of different carriages, etc., and divided the sanitation and internal affairs of different train carriages into different areas. For example, the arrangement of meals will be arranged by Li Yi in the future, and the medical care will be managed by Miao Lu, who is a nursing major. The full-effect medical cabin, and various medical supplies on the body. At the same time, Miao Lu and Xiao Yuan also help Ding Junyi monitor the growth of all the superpowers and physical functions. In carriage number 13, the manufacturing light curtain appeared, and a large amount of materials kept flying out. This large industrial equipment finally began to take shape. As long as this thing is manufactured and a PX-05 robot is arranged for control and maintenance, Lin Xian only needs to take out the bullet materials converted from the decomposed space, and then he can automatically stamp and reload them. Although it is impossible to solve the problem in one go, 90% of the problem has been solved. Now there are more people on the car, with at least 120 combat personnel alone, plus multiple 1130s. By then, the amount of bullets consumed in just one battle will be huge. So after weighing the pros and cons, Lin decided to make this thing before it gets dark. The captives are currently placed on Longshan number 1. While receiving rescue, Ning Jing is also arranging people to investigate the situation of these people, and then summarize the information. Regarding the situation of Xingyuan number 5, Lin Xian is also ready to synchronize it, and then he can ask about Hu Lushou and Lao Mo's situation in detail. In the number 12 car weapon station, Luo Yang and Xiao Bai live here alone. They have built the computer in their car into a simple information center, which is connected to the sentry and radar system of Infinity. After that, Kiki will not have to guard the situation at night alone, and both sides can respond at the same time. As time came to 1830, it was getting closer to dark, and the carriage gradually became quiet. Qin Sichuan, who had arranged everything, came to carriage number 13 and looked at Lin Xian, who was still busy, and said, "You haven't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. You will enter the no man's land tomorrow. You should rest." "That's what I planned too." Lin Xian glanced at her, then looked at his watch, and said solemnly, "It will be dark soon. If nothing goes wrong at night, Brother Sher and I will discuss the intelligence that Lao Imo and the group of kidnapped people have obtained, and then we will rest." Qin Sichuan nodded. "I have arranged for the distribution of food. Because I am worried about the situation last night, I will not arrange hot food for the time being." Lin Xian saw that Qin Sichuan's eyes were a little strange, and couldn't help saying, "What's wrong? Are you interested?" Qin Sichuan came to Lin Xian's side, and sat on the ground like him. She said with a flickering look, "Maybe my old problem has come back. I went to the Sand Scorpion gang today, and saw what those people did, which made me feel uncomfortable." Lin Xian looked at her. "More uncomfortable than killing people?" Qin Sichuan shook her head, and said in a clear tone, "Of course, the night is the most terrifying for us. It is death, and the extinction of civilization. But this group of sand bandits may not be able to stop a wave of snow monsters from Shilin City in terms of combat power, but what they can do is thousands of times more terrible than those monsters." Lin Xian sneered and said, "Yes, the more similar they are, the more they know how to cause greater harm to their own kind. Do you know what the old scorpion said to us before he died?" Qin Sichuan looked at him. "He said that he knew he was no match for our joint team, but they could give us some gifts in the dark." Qin Sichuan's expression was stern when she heard this. Kiki called those Adventist traitors, but these people are even worse than traitors. Beep beep. The reminder sound of the watch rang, and Lin Xian listened to the whistling sound of the wind and sand outside the car, and said sternly, "Now we are gradually beginning to unravel the secrets of the night, know the dark mark, and know how to enter the silent state. If there are really traitors who can establish a connection with the night, and help the night exterminate human civilization, then perhaps the greatest sorrow of mankind." Buzz on the Gobi Desert, which was as silent as death, the night fell. "Everyone, please seal the gaps in the doors and windows." Chapter 325. At the moment of darkness, everyone seemed to be quiet at this moment, along with the movements of their hands and breathing. The lights of the entire joint train were turned off, and the convoy outside also locked the doors and windows and turned off the engines inside the train. The survivors hid in the small safe house in the steel carriage, quietly listening to the sound of the wind and sand passing through. Woo woo, the wind on the Gobi Desert seemed to have never stopped. The gravel hit the armor of the vehicle and made a rustling sound. Various gasoline barrels and empty cans were pushed and rolled by the wind from the streets or wilderness of Oksai. In the distance, only the outline of the continuous hills remained. Although they were in an open area, no one knew what would appear in the wilderness. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Qin Sichuan sat down and leaned against Lin Xian, while Lin Xian was making a fully automatic bullet punching machine while observing the situation outside through the train with his mechanical heart. Because the train was re-equipped today, the sand ants crossing the border were not Lin Xian's biggest worry. What he was most worried about was the insect legs hanging down from the sky. The fear power released like hell was hard to resist even with steel armor. He didn't know what kind of monster that thing was, but the pressure was definitely no less than that of the S-level black-thorn sea urchin in Shilin City. The survivors had long been accustomed to keeping quiet after nightfall. This was the most dangerous time of the day. Relatively speaking, if nothing happened in the first half of the night, the probability of something happening in the second half of the night would be much smaller. This was why the survivors dared to set off 1 or 2 hours before dawn. First, it was to seize the few hours of travel time, and second, this time was often safer. Even if there was a problem, dawn would come soon. Lin Xian originally thought that tonight would be like last night, encountering sand ants passing through, but after waiting for about 20 to 30 minutes, it was still very quiet outside. He and Qin Sichuan looked at each other in the dark. Both of them were a little surprised. "Tonight seems very quiet. Wait a little longer." Lin Xian whispered, "If nothing happens in an hour, it means we should be safe tonight." The silent effect brought by identifying the dark mark has a huge effect on the survivors. After leaving Shilin City, except for ordinary zombies, their train has not been attacked by strange bodies. The most dangerous moment was when they almost encountered corpse drivers when they came out of Ejin City. Each team report the situation. Lin Xian pressed the joint team channel and asked other teams. No abnormalities. Sure, Yuan responded. Safe. Qian Deli also responded immediately. Nothing happened. Monica's faint voice appeared. Captain Lin, everything is okay. At this time, Hu Lusho's mean voice also sounded in the channel, with a positive tone. Soon, all the joint teams, including the Dawn, Axe Brotherhood, and the Windwalker team that was rescued from Brother Jay, also sent messages, indicating that there was nothing wrong. At this time, it was more than an hour into the night. Lin Xian listened to the reports from all parties, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately announced, "Turn on the lights." Tonight seemed to be another safe night. As soon as the voice fell, the captains of all the teams in the joint channel also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately announced that the team would turn on the lights. Soon, hundreds of carriages began to light up one after another, and the lights fell on the Gobi Desert outside the track through the gaps in the sunshade. The whole joint train seemed to have a breath of life. At this time, the personnel of each team began to move. Some made fires, cooked, counted supplies, and celebrated today's harvest. Some took advantage of the night to prepare weapons in the carriages or exchange combat skills to deal with tomorrow's unknown. Infinity became even busier, distributing weapons and ammunition. Luo Yang and Liang Lei led people to install art pulse string vibrators and sentry monitoring systems outside the carriages at night. These were made by Lin Xian in the afternoon in order to cover the entire train. Xu Qin and Lu Chang exchanged combat skills and experience in the use of power armor among the genetic evolutionists in each carriage. Now almost all the teams have tactical level power armor. They can send out a power armor coalition of hundreds of people, which is amazingly powerful, but many people are also using this high-tech equipment for the first time. For this reason, even Xu Qin and Lu Chang have to learn from the two twin stars, Amin and Luoluo. After all, the use and fluency of these two people in power armor are obvious to everyone. With Liang Lei and Luo Yang, two assistants in mechanics and information, Kiki has become much more relaxed. Her main task now is to analyze Grace's system. She also walked into car number 13 and saw Lin Xian making a fully automatic bullet punching machine, so she said, "It feels good to have enough manpower. Our train is almost a fortress." It's not that simple. Lin Xian smiled. Qin Sichuan on the side understood what Lin Xian meant, so she looked at Kiki helplessly. "I remember when we just left Beiwan town, we got a large number of supplies from Tanghai. At that time, there were only 3 of us, and there were only 5 people in the building with the newly joined Shasha. Those supplies were enough for us to eat for half a year, and there was no need to worry about the problem of water. Now we have wiped out a sand bandit alliance of 1,000 people, but the supplies we got are only enough for us to drink water for 1.5 days. Kiki's smile froze when she heard this, and she couldn't help but frown. She nodded and said, "If you calculate this way, the pressure is not small." Lin Xian said, "Food is not the most important thing, the main thing is water. Now it's because of the drought in the desert. If there is water, but we can't drink it, that will be the most troublesome. So we can only hope that Phoenix will quickly develop technology that can resist and filter the dark invasion in the water, otherwise all mankind will not be able to survive for even this year. Don't worry, there will definitely be a way." Kiki heard this and directly encouraged Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan. "What's wrong with you two? You don't have this little confidence in us. Have you forgotten that humans are also evolving? As long as we can adapt to the power of those dark invasions, it will accelerate our evolution." Lin Xian's breath stagnated when he heard this, and he smiled and said, "That makes sense." Hee at this time, Ning Jing's voice came from the communication frequency band. "Captain Lin, we have investigated all the rescued people. They are all convoys that have encountered bandits in the no man's land recently. They are basically small convoys that have been targeted by bandits. The longest one has stayed here is 6 days. We guess that the bandits will sell their prey in a week or so, including men, women, and children." Lin Xian nodded. "These people should be valued according to the peak value of the soul value. They should be used for research on human bodies with superpowers, or for other purposes." Lin Xian told the leaders of the convoy about Lao Mo's situation and his guess. When they learned that Lao Mo and others had rushed into the western Gobi from the Weha River, everyone was a little surprised. These convoy leaders were familiar with the road conditions and regional conditions, and they all knew that it was impossible to drive such a long distance in one night, not to mention that it was in the polar night fog. This is too weird. Could it be that they were dragged here by some monster in Xingyuan? Or is there some weird thing like time and space in Xingyuan? Sure, Yuan said with a puzzled look. to rush into the Western Gobi overnight, unless their car is equipped with a plasma pulse thruster. Chiandeli also said lightly. Monica held a red wine glass and said in a stern tone, "Since it is not my problem, it is the weirdness in Xingyuan. There are still many weird situations that we have not seen so far. However, since the old Mo and his group mentioned by Captain Lin are alive, they should not have encountered a weird body, but something even weirder." After this was said, many people also agreed. In Xingyuan, if they encountered a weird body head-on, it would be impossible for the configuration of the old Mo team to survive. They rushed out of the night, and were not marked with darkness. This is enough to show that the situation they encountered cannot be simply explained by monsters. "Old Hu, tell me about your situation." Thinking of this, Lin Xian directly called Hu Lushou. Hu Lushou was lying on the sofa of his luxury RV listening to everyone's conversation. When he heard Lin Xian calling him, he immediately sat up and said solemnly, Captain Lin, the TLA team you mentioned, aren't they two all-terrain heavy-duty trucks?" "Yes." Hu Lushou's eyes narrowed. "Then I remember, when it was still light, I did see these two cars in those convoys. At that time, I thought the modifications of those two cars were very awesome." Knowing that Lin Xian valued this matter, Hu Lushou did not dare to be vague and immediately told the details of what he had encountered before. "At that time, we caught up with the route of Silent City from the Wei River. There were dozens or hundreds of convoys along the way. I thought that we would definitely be able to rely on this big guy along the way." Hu Lushou was not the only one who thought so. In fact, all the convoys at that time had the same goal, to follow Silent City to Jihai. With such a large convoy moving, the safety factor was more or less guaranteed, not to mention that there was a mobile mechanical city. However, as the night fell, all positioning instruments and even compasses lost their function. Coupled with a large number of strange attacks, many convoys were in a panic. Even the Silent City, which was parked, started to move urgently between the mountains. As a result, all the convoys began to flee frantically in panic with this mobile mechanical city as the coordinate system. But the electromagnetic cannon of Silent City rang all night, and hundreds of convoys also rushed all night. Dawn had not yet arrived. Most of the convoys had been killed or injured, and the night was full of despair. Hu Lushou didn't know what deep forest his convoy had driven to. There was no direction, no road signs, and everyone was shrouded in a deepening fog. The night poured down like asphalt, and the fog seeped out from the cracks in the ground like a living thing. Hu Lushou, who was hiding in the car at the time, had a dead look on his face. He seemed to hear intermittent whistles coming from afar, but they were definitely not the whistles of ships. It was more like the groans squeezed out by some huge cylinderates when their internal organs contracted in the mucus. The moonlight in the sky outside the window had long been distorted into a sickly blue-gray color, as if shining through the decayed corpse of a jellyfish 100 million years ago. Even now, Hu Lushou felt a chill when recalling it. That night, they seemed to have strayed into the depths of the abyss, into a world like hell. Whenever he looked out the window, his retina would feel a burning pain, as if countless rusty needles were piercing his cerebral cortex along his optic nerve. Outside, huge, wriggling black shadows as huge as mountains dissolved and reassembled in the fog, occasionally revealing a limb covered with coral-like bone spurs, or half a face made up of rotten petals and gears, making it difficult to tell what was real or fake. So Hu Lushou could only frantically urge the team to increase their horsepower and drive forward. Under such torturous bumps, the Hu Lushou team miraculously rushed out of the fog. When the scorching sun shone, Hu Lushou found that he and Sun Chong had appeared in the western Gobi Desert, and his team had been destroyed by more than half. Fortunately, his team still had enough supplies and manpower. However, just when Hu Lushou thought he could make a comeback, he encountered sand bandits again. So many teams all lost their way in the polar night. This is too weird. Chiandeli couldn't help but ask after hearing Hu Lushou's words. North of Longjiang is Luling Forest and Hike City. Even if you enter that primeval forest, it is impossible to come out and reach the western Gobi Desert. Yes, to enter the western Gobi Desert, you have to cross hundreds of miles of hills and canyons. It is impossible to drive around. Shi Diyuan said. Could it be that you got into some kind of space-time wormhole? Monica said jokingly. Lin Xian's eyes swept over Chen Xishuan and Kiki beside him. If it was just Hu Lushou, Lin Xian would definitely think he was exaggerating. However, the situation described by Lao Imo and Sun Yuzhen was similar to that of Hu Lushou. The appearance of their convoy in the western Gobi Desert was enough to prove that what Hu Lushou said was true. This made Lin Xian have to believe that Hu Lushou and Lao Imo and his group encountered some kind of supernatural phenomenon. This may give us a warning. Lin Xian said in a serious tone. That is, Star Abyss number 5 has become extremely unstable, and the Phoenix Society's Star Abyss monitoring situation may have begun to get out of control. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the frequency band fell silent. The Phoenix Club's estimate of 1 year and 96 days is already a conservative estimate. If it is true as Lin Xian said, then everyone may not have much time left. Lin Xian thought about it, and then said, there is no point in guessing any further. Let's all rest and gather our strength tonight. Let's set off directly 2 hours before dawn tomorrow. Okay. Everyone agreed with this proposal. Now it is not only a problem of water resources, but also the number 5 star abyss behind them has also shown abnormal movements. In this case, it is best to cross the no man's land and enter Quancheng as soon as possible. Other worries are meaningless. After communicating with the various teams, Lin Xian used the intercom to briefly communicate the situation with the key members of Infinity. At this time, the fully automatic bullet punching machine was also manufactured by him. The brand new industrial machine tool is located in the number 13 carriage, which is quite spectacular. After that, Lin Xian only needs to make a few sets of raw material conveyor belts, use PX-05 robots to control them, and then convert the raw materials such as primers, metal plates, bullet cores, and propellants into them. If the efficiency is not enough, he will add 2 more robots. In this way, his bullet manufacturing only needs to preset a specification and quantity requirement for the robot, and it can be manufactured 24 hours a day. The only constraints are electricity and swallowing materials. Electricity is not a problem at present. As for swallowing materials, Lin Xian has swallowed a lot in Yijin City. They were prepared for laying tracks before, so it is not a problem at present. After finishing, Lin Xian stood up and saw this large industrial machine tool. He couldn't help but sigh with relief. Finally, a big thing has been done. I don't have to rub the ammunition one by one with my hands. Although rubbing ammunition by hand is a trivial matter for Lin Xian's energy, it consumes too much of his time, and the speed of ammunition consumption is definitely faster than he makes it, making him almost become a mechanical matrix. It took Lin Xian about 4 hours to make a fully automatic bullet punching machine. Now there were people on guard in each carriage and weapon station at night. Lin Xian hurriedly ate something and drank some water, then returned to carriage number 1 to prepare for sleep. The last time he slept was after he fainted in Shilon City. Then he went to Yijin City and entered the western Gobi Desert without even closing his eyes. He had fought a big battle during the day and continued to manufacture in the afternoon until now. He was completely exhausted. Lin Xian even felt a little dizzy, so he fell asleep as soon as he laid down. Click, click. In the darkness, Lin Xian seemed to be able to hear the sound of the second hand of the watch, but the problem was that he was wearing an electronic watch, so there should be no sound. He opened his eyes, the light was dazzling, and in front of him was a bright corridor. The corridor was very clean, as if it was in a research institute. It was not clear whether it was on the ground or underground, but Lin Xian always felt that this corridor seemed to be vaguely familiar. Lin Xian looked at his hands. The surroundings felt very real, but his subconscious told him that he was definitely not really in this place. The corridor was extremely quiet. Lin Xian looked around and saw no one. At this moment, he saw a sign in front of him, which might tell him where this place was. But just as Lin Xian took a few steps forward, he suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from the corner in front of him. The footsteps came from far away and seemed to be more than one person. He subconsciously felt that he couldn't stand here stupidly, but just as he was about to move, the door of a room next to him suddenly opened. A hand stretched out and suddenly pulled him in, and then closed the door. Click, click. The next second, a group of people appeared from the corner, and then walked past where Lin Xian had just stood. The lights in the room were dim, and Lin Xian was pressed behind the door with his mouth covered. He looked around and saw an old acquaintance in front of him. Chu Yin. She was dressed like a researcher, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, short and neat hair, bright eyes, and clear teeth. If it weren't for those cold eyes, Lin Xian would have really thought she was a researcher. Why are you here? Lin Xian shrugged. Every time I open my mouth, it's this question. I still want to know. No, it's different this time. Chu Yin looked at him with a scrutinizing look, and then said coldly, help me. What? Follow me, don't walk around. After that, Chu Yin opened the door and walked out quickly. Lin Xian frowned and followed behind. Looking at Chu Yin walking quickly in front of him, Lin Xian was suspicious. This was the first time he had physical contact with this woman, but the logic was not right. It was not possible for him to have such a touch since he was not really here. But the scene at this time was so real that Lin Xian subconsciously tried to operate the mechanical heart. The operation was successful, but strangely, the light curtain of the mechanical heart did not appear in front of him. Strange. Where are you going? Lin Xian watched Chu Yan quickly lead her to the end of the corridor, and then quietly opened the door of an office. The interior was luxuriously equipped, and it seemed that the owner of the office was of high status. Chu Yan did not speak, but went directly to the computer in the office and operated something quickly. Are you stealing? Yes. Chu Yan responded directly. Lin Xian was surprised. Who is this Chu Yan? Why is she stealing information like a spy? He walked over slowly and looked at a nameplate on the table. He frowned immediately. Julius Litt. This name seems familiar. I don't know much. My husband brought me here. This organization is very mysterious. The highest ranking person here is a white man named Julius Litt, who is in his 40s. He told us the characteristics of the mycelium network here and took us to experience the illusion spores. Others. Suddenly memories came flooding back. He remembered the sign 5F, core test area, he saw in the corridor when he was following Chu Yan just now. His face changed immediately. Chu Yan, who was busy, looked up at Lin Xian's expression, and the corners of her lips lifted up a little. Very smart. Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. No, the underground 5th floor of this crimson pharmaceutical has long been covered by hyphae. Haven't those people evacuated? Chu Yan's fingers stopped typing on the keyboard when she heard this. Have you been here? Don't you know I've been here? This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be stunned. He immediately said, Didn't you remind me that the corpse chasers of number 5 Xingyuan appeared in this area during the last tidal cycle, and suggested that we stay underground to rest and wait for the next hyphae active cycle to leave? Chu Yan's face flashed a little confused when she heard this. She looked at Lin Xian. What are you talking about? Didn't we meet in Yubei City last time? Wait. Lin Xian was shocked and asked immediately, How many times have we met? Does this time count? Yes. 4 times. Lin Xian looked puzzled. Twice in the shelter in Jiang City, once in Yubei, and once now. Are you sure we haven't met in other places? No. Chu Yan glanced at him and said lightly. Then what is this place? Bang, bang, bang. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden gunshot at the door. Chu Yan's fingers speeded up, as if she got what she wanted, and she stood up immediately. Follow me. Lin Xian looked back and saw that the door of the office was pierced with countless gunshot holes, and a group of people were about to break in. Who's in there? Security. Catch them. A man was roaring. At this time, Chu Yan came to a corner of the office and moved a mechanism familiarly. The bookcase actually opened a secret door, and then she walked in directly. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately followed. The two of them quickly got out of a hidden passage, one after the other, and then came to a bright and wide corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a large elevator. Lin Xian remembered this corridor. When he led Kiki and his team to this floor through this elevator after experiencing the giant fungus that produced hallucinations in the hallway of the Crimson Pharmaceutical Center, when the elevator door opened, the entire corridor here was covered with mycelium vines. They went all the way to the underground platform, and found the zero-element center through the underground rail train. At this time, Lin Xian was running with Chu Yan, and his thoughts were changing wildly. Did he travel through time and space, and come to the time before Eugene was covered by mycelium? Why does Grace in the zero-element center have a holographic face of Chu Yan, and remind him of the information of the corpse driver? Why can he meet Chu Yan? Is he not on the infinity now? All the questions, like a twisted and turbid asphalt, are spinning in Lin Xian's mind. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a hail of bullets behind him. Lin Xian subconsciously opened the force field shield to the back, but there was nothing. He could only bend down to avoid the bullets and run towards the elevator at an accelerated speed. Ding! The elevator opened. Chu Yan and Lin Xian ran in quickly and hid on both sides of the elevator door. In the corridor, a group of armed men with guns were shooting at the elevator crazily. Behind these people, there was a tall and thin middle-aged white man with a cold face. As expected, this person should be Julius Litt, a supervisor at the Zero-Element Center. Wow, at the critical moment, the elevator door finally closed, and the gunshots outside stopped abruptly. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, while Chu Yan next to him looked calm. She quickly took off her research coat and glasses, revealing a black action suit. Surprisingly, Chu Yan's arms and legs were all mechanical prostheses, and even after she took off her wig, she revealed a long gray ponytail. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that Chu Yin seemed to have become a different person, and there was a clear difference from what he had seen in Jiang City and Yubei City before. I already know your identity, Lin Xian, a member of the Infinity Team, a member of the Phoenix Club's Red Phoenix Order Cooperation Team, and you have been briefed on the large transfer of Yubei City and Shilan City. Chu Yin ignored Lin Xian's surprise and confusion at this time, and said, "Don't worry, strictly speaking, I also belong to the Phoenix Camp." Camp? So you are not a member of the Phoenix organization? Lin Xian said immediately. You can understand it this way, but the Phoenix is not just a single official organization as you understand it. All the Salvationists can be members of the Phoenix. Can you be more straightforward? Where are we now? What is your identity? Why do I have such a connection with you when I am dreaming? Lin Xian threw out his questions all at once, but at this time, his keen sixth sense began to detect something wrong. Because the elevator has been rising for too long. The entire Deep Red Pharmaceutical is not a high-rise building, and there are only 5 floors underground. How can it take so long to rise? Lin Xian looked at the elevator and found that the elevator was not rising, but descending. At this time, it has descended to the underground minus 80 floors, and it is still descending at a very fast speed. -85, -86, -87. What's going on? We are descending? Chu Yin was not in a hurry at this time. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, "You said you saw me here and warned you that there were corpse drivers in this area. Did I tell you this information in person?" Lin Xian frowned. "Not really, but it looks a lot like you." "Robot?" Chu Yin asked. "Yes." Chu Yin frowned. Her face did not change. At this time, she walked forward and pressed the elevator button. Finally, the elevator stopped at the -99th floor. Ding! At this time, the elevator door slowly opened, and there was a bright light outside. Lin Xian blocked the dazzling eyes, and found that he and Chu Yin appeared on the roof of a skyscraper. Lin Xian walked out of the elevator, and looked outside blankly. It turned out to be a vibrant mechanical city. From the towering twin towers, and the huge city rainbow ring in the distance, it can be seen that this place is Dawn City. Dawn City at this time is not yet night, but the sky is filled with dark clouds. The huge city group below seems to be operating in a dull and orderly manner as before the apocalypse day. Chu Yin walked out, stood on the edge of the tall building, and said to Lin Xian in the cold wind, "Do you know why I was so curious to see you here just now?" "Now I guess a little bit," Lin Xian said with a deep breath. "Guessed?" Chu Yin looked at Lin Xian with some curiosity. "Tell me about it." Lin Xian's face was serious. At this time, looking at Chu Yin, who was in a mechanical structure and graceful figure, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, I should be in the dream of Julius Litt now. Are you here to get some information from his subconscious mind? This is definitely not a time travel." According to the series of strange terrain changes just now, including the tactile feeling that he could touch Chu Yin, Lin Xian felt that Chu Yin must have some kind of stream of consciousness or spiritual ability, but he didn't know why he had some kind of consciousness entanglement with her. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yan's cold and beautiful face flashed with surprise, and then she looked at Lin Xian with great appreciation. "Not bad, worthy of being recognized by the Phoenix Society, but this is my consciousness world." "Really?" Although he guessed right, Lin Xian was still extremely shocked at this time. Consciousness world, what a joke. Boom boom, at this time, the entire Dawn City began to experience a violent earthquake, the twin star towers kept shaking, and the high-rise buildings everywhere began to collapse. "It seems that our meeting is about to end again." Lin Xian looked at this scene, and said unwillingly, "No." Chu Yin looked at Lin Xian with a serious face. "If you don't get out of my dream now, you may not wake up again." "Are you kidding me?" Lin Xian said in surprise. Chu Yin said calmly, "For me, I also have many doubts about your appearance. In the past, I appeared in other people's consciousness, but only you appeared in my consciousness. From the information of the Phoenix Society, you don't seem to have this ability, so I can only infer from my logic that if your consciousness does not jump out of my dream and return to reality now, it may have some adverse effects on you." How to jump out? At this time, the power of the earth shaking was getting stronger and stronger, and the whole high-rise building was shaking violently. Lin Xian felt a little unstable. Chu Yin stepped on the edge of the high-rise building, and pointed to a pool of rainwater on the street below the 99th floor. "Do you see that puddle of rain? Aim and jump down." "Hey, are you kidding me? I've seen movies and novels about jumping dreams, but I've never heard of aiming at a puddle of rain." Chu Yin turned back and looked at him calmly. Have you forgotten that we are on the negative 99th floor? So we are in the reflection of the puddle of rain downstairs. Chu Yin grabbed Lin Xian's hand and pushed him off the building. Fuck. Down from the reflection? Flipped the world directly. Whoosh. Instantly, a strong sense of weightlessness came over him. In the number 1 carriage of the infinite, Lin Xian's eyes kept turning. He saw the rapidly approaching ground. The world around him was collapsing and shattering. The black rain seemed to be glowing at this time, as if it was an unknown passage. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and subconsciously put his hands in front of his face. The moment he landed, he felt his nerves tremble, and the surrounding scene changed rapidly. When he opened his eyes, Lin Xian found that he had come to a dark room. There were several bodies of armed personnel wearing power armor lying on the ground. At this time, there were 6 people standing in the room, 4 men and 2 women. They all looked powerful and wore full-cover high-level armor. Among them, 3 were Iron Hunters and 3 were Phantom Wolves. Several people stood together at this time. On the 2 stools in the middle, there were 2 people sitting at this time. One was Chu Yin wearing power armor, which was a little different from her mechanical prosthesis just now. The other was the middle-aged white man Lin Xian had just met, Julius Lit. At this time, Chu Yin seemed to wake up. She opened her eyes and slowly stood up from the stool. When the other 6 people saw her wake up, one of them immediately asked, "Captain Yin, how is it?" "It's done." Chu Yan's voice was cold, and she turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian standing in the corner. "Take the things away and prepare to evacuate." "Yes." The 6 people moved quickly and left the room. At this time, only Lin Xian and Chu Yin were left in the room. Lin Xian realized that except Chu Yin, no one else could detect his presence. Looking at the corpses on the ground, and the white man named Julius Lit, this man was still alive at this time, but seemed to be under some kind of control and fell into a long coma. This man was wearing a high-end power armor protective suit, and the power source on his chest was a triangular blue light column. His face looked somewhat gentle and elegant. Lin Xian looked at the room. It seemed to be an underground shelter. The holographic screen in the room was scrolling the identity information of many survivors, all of which were marked with the numbers of the experimental receptors. Lin Xian, a mechanical superpower, repaired the U-Bay climbing elevator on August 11th and proposed a traction plan to save 30,000 survivors. On August 30th, he participated in the Shilon City forging plan, driving special weapons, and working with the Shilon Phoenix Society and tens of thousands of survivors to complete the first human killing of an S-level weird body since the Apocalypse Day, the Cloud Black Thorn. Chu Yan's armor mask was turned on, and she looked at Lin Xian as she walked. "You have accomplished a great feat in Shilon City, which has brought excitement and hope to survivor organizations around the world, but it has also caused signs of unstable expansion in Xingyuan." Lin Xian frowned. "Because you killed the S-Class?" Chu Yin tilted her head slightly. "No, the changes in Xingyuan are still a mystery to us, but the first eradication of S-Class weird bodies by humans has made these guys who like to hide underground anxious." "The Advent sect?" Lin Xian didn't understand. "Why are they anxious?" "The S-Class weird bodies are currently considered to be the existence of civilization-influencing effects among dark creatures. For these Advent sects, they are the gods they are pursuing in a new dimension of life, and the key to opening a new civilization." Chu Yin looked back at him. "Why do you say they are anxious?" After speaking, Chu Yin started to walk out, and Lin Xian also stood up and followed behind her. "These Adventists are currently a problem that our Phoenix Order has to deal with while dealing with the world's crisis. For us humans, we are attacked from both sides. Moreover, for some reason, these organizations have made research progress that exceeds the world's scientific research level in some extreme dark research fields. You have been to Qingshui Town, so this may be familiar to you, but it has also aroused vigilance for the Phoenix Order." Lin Xian followed behind, listening to Chu Yan's words. He found that this seemed to be some kind of underground fortification under the mountain. The corridor was full of traces of fighting and corpses were everywhere. Lin Xian noticed that these people had a triangular Crimson World logo on their chests. They all seemed to be members of this organization. Is there such a concept that the end of the world is coming before the apocalypse? Someone has proposed it a long time ago, but it cannot be confirmed. The Phoenix Society is also conducting a full investigation. Walking to the door of a facility, Chu Yin pushed open the door, and Lin Xian saw that it was the Gobi Desert outside in the dark night. This underground facility was under a huge rock, and there were many reflective antennas of radio telescopes standing around, but these facilities were already old and rotten. There was a large radar on the top that was newly built, and it also had the logo of the Crimson World. Is this Bilutin Star Observatory? As soon as Lin Xian walked out, he immediately saw several rusty iron plates. Do you know about this place too? Chu Yin walked to a high place and asked him. Lin Xian shook his head. According to estimates, my team and I should be within 1,000 kilometers of here now. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan's face changed after hearing this, and she immediately turned back and asked, Oxai? Lin Xian did not answer. Chu Yan looked at him in silence, and then took a deep breath. My organization is called the North American United Front, NAUF. You can understand it as a special organization affiliated with the Phoenix Society across Oceania and North America. My information is top secret in the Phoenix Society, so even though you are a member of the Red Phoenix Order Cooperation Team, my mission and actions cannot be disclosed to you. I don't know why I have established such a link with you. Now we are about to leave. As a kind reminder, I will give you 2 pieces of information. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your business. First, the people of the Crimson World have already targeted you. This does not mean that you are a high priority. Now all the powerful and special superpowers are on their hunting list, including me. I am not from the Crimson World. As for why they want to use my face as a holographic projection, you may know it later. I see. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the corpse of the Crimson World in the corridor. He originally wanted to explore the Bilutin Star Observatory, but now, it seems that there is no need for this. Chu Yin looked cold and said to Lin Xian, Second, if you are in Oxai now, I'm afraid you will not have enough time to evacuate the no man's land. Lin Xian's expression froze slightly when he heard this. What do you mean? Chu Yan's power armor mask showed a holographic interface in front of it, which was a simulated map of the number 5-star abyss. It showed an irregular expansion area in the southeast of number 5-star abyss. It was not an overall expansion, but a regional expansion, which made the originally circular number 5-star abyss seem to have an elliptical polar night area. An unstable energy anchor point appeared in Star Abyss number 5. According to our investigation with Nightwalker Division 2, this is most likely related to a large forbidden object that the Crimson World recently brought out of it. That object is now somewhere in the no man's land, which caused the sudden expansion of Star Abyss number 5. This expansion is irregular, non-circular and radiant, and extremely strange. The last time it appeared was in Weha River, and this time, the large forbidden object appeared in Oxai no man's land. We speculate that if there is no abnormal movement in the Star Abyss today, it is very likely to be tomorrow. So if you can't run out of Oxai no man's land before dark tomorrow, I suggest you run back or take a detour to the Hyrule Mountains. Lin Xian's face darkened. Impossible, we are a trained group, and there is only one way to go now. Running back can only return to Yijin City and Shilan City. To bypass the number 5-star abyss and return to Hengshan Pass, this is simply impossible. Chu Yin heard this and said calmly, That's your business, I can't help you. Of course, if you are very lucky, you may not run into it. I wish you good luck. After saying that, Chu Yin was ready to leave, but she stopped as soon as she took a step and looked back at Lin Xian. Did anything similar happen before you, and I established this kind of consciousness connection these few times? Not only Lin Xian was curious, but Chu Yin was also curious. Her ability was top secret, and now being spied on by Lin Xian was already a crisis. Logically, Chu Yin should report this situation to her superiors as soon as possible to ensure that there would be no problems with her special mission, but she, who was always calm, made reservations on this matter, so that every time Lin Xian appeared, Chu Yin would have a strange feeling that even she herself was not real. Chu Yin was relieved by Lin Xian's background and deeds, and she was also curious about his mechanical abilities. From a certain perspective, mechanical abilities have almost all the current technological power of human civilization, which can no longer be understood simply by ability. The same thing. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a vague answer appeared in his mind. Beep beep. The sound of the watch's reminder sounded, and Lin Xian was startled and hurriedly looked at the time. At 5 a.m., in order to set off 2 hours earlier, Lin Xian only allowed himself to sleep for 6 hours. But at this time, he was already extremely anxious. If it was true as Chu Yin said, they had to rush out of the no man's land before 1845 tonight, so if they set off immediately, there were still 13 hours and 45 minutes. The combined train must maintain a high speed of more than 280 kilometers to rush out of the no man's land before dark. Chu Yin saw Lin Xian's expression and guessed his intention. Seeing that Lin Xian's consciousness was forcibly awakened, she directly said loudly, Listen, humans must have a correct understanding of taboos. They are not treasures. They are power distortions that cannot be understood from another world. The so-called containment is just that we have found a way to contact it. Although some organizations now want to use this power, the dark invasion power of the taboo itself cannot be eliminated. This is a double-edged sword. The containment of taboos is difficult to understand from a human perspective. It is like you draw a line on a white paper with a pen. You don't think your pen is magical, but if there is a two-dimensional world on the white paper, then your pen becomes a magic weapon that divides the world. On the infinity, Lin Xian's eyes trembled wildly. He forced himself to be conscious and looked at Chu Yan, who was gradually blurring in front of him, trying hard to hear her every word. Don't understand taboos with human eyes. If you see it, don't look at it. If you try to understand it, it must be counterintuitive. Don't describe it. Don't even spy on the sky. Buzz, the tail of Chu Yan's voice was stretched into a huge bell hum, constantly echoing in the dark space. The sound gradually became clearer from far to near, turning into the sound of the railway station sign at Oxai Station. Lin Xian. The bedroom door opened, and Chen Sichuan saw Lin Xian suddenly awake, and immediately said to him, "The sandstorm is coming. Start the train." What? At this moment, Lin Xian got up directly, and used the mechanical heart to start the engine of the giant Whale 03E heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive directly for the first time in a long time. Boom! The engine of the giant Whale 03E heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive roared like a lion, and the huge traction torque came crashing, instantly pushing the Longshan No. 1 carriage in front to vibrate one section at a time, and at the same time pulling the train behind to shake violently. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when most people were sleeping soundly, the whole joint train suddenly sounded the hiss of the metal car. Lin Xian ran madly towards the rear carriage, while pressing the communicator with a fierce face and shouting to make a full band announcement. Everyone set off immediately. Chapter 326. At 5 a.m. in Oxai, the sandstorm was howling, and the yellow sand covered the stars in the sky. At this time, the 15-kilometer-long joint train suddenly made a trembling roar, instantly waking everyone up. Lin Xian's voice exploded in the communication frequency band, and immediately made many teams panic. What's wrong? Are the monsters coming? Listen to Captain Lin, start the engine, quickly. Don't worry about anything, get going. For a moment, the voices in the entire frequency band were in chaos. At this time, the voices of Shi Yuan and others came on the captain's channel. Brother Lin, what's going on? Lin Xian immediately said, we must rush out of the no man's land before dark tonight, otherwise it will be too late. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't know how to explain, but when he combined Chu Yan's words with the previous incidents of Hu Lushou and Lao Imo in the Wehe River, and combined with Hu Lushou's recent appearance of taboos in the no man's land that attracted people from the Holy Revelation, it is not difficult to see that Chu Yan's words are definitely not groundless. Chen Sichuan heard Lin Xian's words without any hesitation. The two ran to the Weilong-class electric carriage one after the other, and started the engines of all the traction trains. As for Longshan No. 1, as the lead car, Shi Yuan did not make any judgment, and immediately asked the driving team to start the whole car. Don't ask, start it at full power, all armed positions are on standby and enter combat mode. The order was passed down layer by layer, and the carriages of Longshan No. 1, which were originally resting and sleeping, quickly moved. The intercontinental power carriage started, and this giant steel dragon began to move slowly. At the same time, Hu Lushou, Lu Zhao, Xieguan and other motorcades were also awakened by the chaos at this moment. Looking at the joint train that had already started, these motorcades started their engines and began to prepare to set off. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hu Lushou climbed up from the RV with a confused look on his face and grabbed the intercom. Why do you suddenly want to start? Emergency, let's catch up with the train first. Sun Chong had already commanded the motorcade to start moving. At this time, the sandstorm swept across Oxai. All the motorcades could not even see the road clearly, and were in a mess. There were also collisions and scrapes. However, looking at the train that was already accelerating on the track next to them, these motorcades had no time to react. They could only step on the accelerator frantically, and start moving along the track. Can't you see the road clearly? Don't worry about it, just look at the taillights. Lu Zhao shouted, follow me, no one can be left behind. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. In the sandstorm that made it impossible to open their eyes, the lights of the train and the convoy were constantly swallowed by the raging sand, leaving only spots of light moving quickly on the Gobi Desert. This situation is an advantage for the train. As long as the track exists, they don't have to worry about the direction of travel. But for the steel torrent of hundreds of convoys, it can be said to be hell mode. The drivers held the steering wheel tightly, and the armored windshield could hardly see anything except the yellow sand. They could only drive forward through the red taillights of the car in front, and the small radar on the car. And the speed of the joint train is still increasing, which is even more of a disaster for these convoys. At this time, the instruction to get out of the no man's land before dark reached the ears of every team. The hearts of the entire team were in their throats. They didn't know what unknown dangers the sandstorm in front of them would bring, but the sort of crossing thousands of kilometers of no man's land in 13 hours was hanging over everyone's head. All motorcades arrange heavy vehicles with radar and obstacle recognition to go in front, and the following ones follow in a straight line to avoid getting lost and hitting obstacles. All follow the train closely. In the communicator, Chiandelli, who has rich driving experience, helped to direct the motorcade outside. Soon, the motorcade gradually stabilized and began to line up and move on the flat road next to the track. Under the instructions of each motorcade, everyone began to keep the same speed and followed, and finally caught up with the rear motorcade of the joint train, and did not get left behind. On the Queen Imo, Monica's team reacted very quickly. All defense positions were in place, and Monica also patrolled from the rear of the car in power armor, with a cold face. Don't let your guard down. On the Infinity, the team members of each car quickly moved at this moment, holding guns in place, and the fire control radar was also activated at the same time. Captain Lin, Xu Qin, Luo Yang and others stood in the corridor of the living car, watching Lin Xian walking quickly with a solemn face, followed by Kiki Huiga and a group of people, all of whom felt an extremely unusual breath. Lin Xian walked through the carriages, and came to the last carriage number 21. Under the shadow of the lights, Grace stood quietly in the center. Lin Xian walked in quickly, and the mechanical skin scanned her again. His purpose of coming here was simple. If the person who shouted to him in the zero-element center was not Chu Yan, then who was the will of this Grace? When she reminded him? When he thought of this, Lin Xian shuddered. There was something wrong with Grace in the car, so Lin Xian came here as soon as he started his late-night escape. Through the induction of the mechanical heart, Grace is still in the off state, except for its quantum processor core, which Lin Xian cannot spy on. However, as long as the energy beamer is under Lin Xian's control, he can confirm that this robot is indeed not a threat. Looking at the exquisite mechanical face, Lin Xian's heart trembled slightly. He clearly remembered that Grace did warn him in a human tone at that time. Lin Xian, what's going on? Kiki saw that Lin Xian suddenly went out urgently, and came to find this robot again, and his face was a little nervous. Lin Xian looked back at Kiki. How long will it take to analyze and overwrite at the fastest? It may take about a day, and the overwrite also takes time. Kiki replied. Clang, lang, lang. Lin Xian immediately made an alloy cabinet to put Grace in it, and then said to Lu Xingchen, Brother Hua, you have been in contact with the gold bracelet for 2 days. Is there anything wrong? Lu Xingchen immediately understood Lin Xian's concerns, and looked at the infinite ring on his wrist, and responded seriously. Brother Lin, I am indeed a little depressed these 2 days. The concentration of darkness on it is not small. You should pay more attention. I suggest that you don't wear it on your hand unless necessary, Lin Xian said. Lu Xingchen nodded, indicating that he understood. At this time, Lin Xian said to Kiki, we will drive at full speed next. Kiki, you and Luo Yang keep an eye on the radar signal. Well, I know. Kiki sensed the seriousness of the situation from Lin Xian's tone, and responded seriously. Now in the sandstorm, it is dark, which is equivalent to the whole train moving blindly at a very high speed, and there is no time to react if any problems are encountered. Boom, boom, the night was like thick ink that soaked the sky. The joint train roared and ran wildly on the rails. The headlights of the first car, Longshan No. 1, pierced the darkness, and were instantly swallowed by the rolling sand wall. The metal armor made a boiling hum under the sweep of the sandstorm, as if the entire carriage was repeatedly bitten by the sharp teeth of an invisible beast. The train convoys following outside were roaring even more. Hu Lushou in the RB was very nervous at this time, holding the communicator tightly in his hand. Have we caught up? Their train is fast. We must not lose it. We can catch up for now. Sun Chang's response was simple and clear. The vehicles of these survivors were not ordinary vehicles. They could reach extremely fast speeds on this flat Gobi Desert. The only problem was stability. At the current speed of the joint train, the car convoy would be completely left behind and lost in the sandstorm if it deviated slightly. Therefore, the drivers of each team dared not take it lightly at this moment. They kept a safe distance between each other, communicated smoothly through the communicator, and kept an eye on the situation of the lead car at any time. Soon, the entire joint train team had rushed out of the Shashika area and entered the vast Oxai no man's land. The wind and sand rolled, the iron wheels roared, and all the traction locomotives of the 22 train groups entered the patrol speed state. Lin Xian had not yet driven the train to a speed of 200 kilometers, because the sandstorm was too big, and if it went faster, it would easily cause problems. They could only pray that there would be no trouble in the sandstorm, and it would end soon, so that they could continue to speed up. At this time, Lin Xian told the captains of each team about the unusual movements in the no man's land and Star Abyss number 5. He couldn't use the connection between his own consciousness and Chu Yan's as an example, but he made a personal judgment based on the experiences of Hu Lushou and Lao Mo, as well as the rumors about the forbidden objects in the no man's land. Because Lin Xian had used his mechanical abilities to come into contact with the intelligent robots of the Crimson World, when everyone learned that the unusual movements in Star Abyss number 5 were likely related to the Crimson World's contact with the forbidden objects in the Star Abyss, they quickly understood why Lin Xian made such a decision. Captain Lin, so, because of the mess done by the Crimson World, we are likely to be sucked into the polar night again in the no man's land. Hu Lushou's legs softened after hearing Lin Xian's words. He didn't want to experience that nightmare again. Nothing in this world is groundless. We have all seen S-level scouts. I won't be surprised if anything strange happens again. Qian Deli was very open-minded. Anyway, I like trains more and more now. I don't have to worry about anything. The engine is running at full speed. If there is a problem, I will solve it. The worst case scenario is death. On the Longshan number 1 side, Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing, with a group of cadres, also urgently analyzed the situation mentioned by Lin Xian. Shi Diyuan also pressed the communicator and said, no matter what, it is better to run early than late to avoid more trouble. Let's enter Quancheng early, and make plans for the next step. On the Infinite Information Center side, the backbones gathered, and Lin Xian said at this time, next, we will not make. During any stop, all the convoy sunshades must not be opened, and do not look outside. We have only one goal, which is to run, so the entire joint convoy can only work hard on Longshan number 1 to keep an eye on the track route and the driving platform. I suggest arranging more people, and at the same time, people with a higher dangling value index should be used to keep an eye on it. Don't worry. Shi Diyuan said arrogantly, Ning Jing and I will keep an eye on it personally, and Boss Hu, Captain Lu, Captain Xia, you all should follow closely behind. Okay. Understood. It was still dark, and the tense atmosphere continued to accumulate. On the Infinite side, Lin Xian also said to everyone, don't be careless before entering Quancheng. Everyone should keep an eye on each position. Everyone nodded, and Li Yi and Lian Lei took the lead in saying, don't worry, Captain Lin, we will take good care of the living compartment. We too. Luo Yang and Xu Qin also responded. Then, they kept running away, and Lin Xian did not make too many arrangements. The key personnel began to return to the compartments to be on guard, and he started to make a 1130 close-in defense gun in compartment number 12. There are now 3 weapon stations on the Infinity. Except for the electromagnetic rail gun in compartment number 2, only the weapon station in compartment number 12 is still vacant. Luo Yang and Xiao Bai live here. Lin Xian had already made the rooftop automatic weapon station here yesterday, and was waiting to make an 1130 close-in defense gun first. The Infinity currently has 2 electromagnetic rail guns and 1 close defense gun. The defense of the middle carriage is not enough. The electromagnetic railgun and 1130 have completely different functions. Once encountering dense monsters or extremely fast weird bodies, the 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullets of the Wanfog gun are needed to strangle the impulse energy of carbon-based creatures. This communication with Chu Yin was the longest in several times, and it was also the closest time for the two to be close. But Lin Xian now had a sense of crisis in his nose, and did not dare to hesitate. As for what Chu Yin and the 6 people were doing at the Bailu Starry Sky Observatory, and their purpose of going deep into the abyss, these were not what he needed to care about now. As long as it was clear that this group of people were still in the human camp, it didn't matter. Sooner or later, Lin Xian would find the reason for that kind of consciousness connection. Countless materials flew out of his hand to make the light curtain, and the second 1130 of the Infinity began to be assembled. Meanwhile, in car number 13, Xu Qin and his team were loading ammunition using a fully automatic bullet press. Car number 21's 1130 currently had 3 bases of ammunition in reserve. Even so, each round of ammunition was only 7 seconds long. As the saying goes, 7 seconds is for real men. With this 7-second barrage of firepower, Even a tide of snow demons could be wiped out. The train roared forward, and the sandstorm seemed to cover hundreds of kilometers. After more than 3 hours of driving, the sky was still filled with yellow sand and gravel like blades. In the frequency bands of each convoy, except for the car convoy, everyone was silent. The joint train rushed quietly in the no man's land, and it was impossible to distinguish between day and night, east, west, south, and north. In all the carriages, there was only the sound of gravel cutting armor plates and iron wheels rolling. Sparks flew on the tracks. The fleeing convoy of more than 5,000 people started the urgent escape before dawn, and no one dared to speak. At 9:30 in the morning, dawn arrived. The black sandstorm turned into a thick yellow sky. In the cockpit of Longshan No. 1, Sherdiyuan was in charge. Several engineering team members stared at the track detector and radar nervously. They couldn't see anything outside the porthole, not even the rails in front. They could only drive with the help of instruments. Even so, everyone's heart was lifted tightly. With such a high-speed rush and a 15-kilometer-long joint convoy, once the track in front was damaged or a boulder blocked the road, a devastating derailment accident would be coming. Bang! At this tense moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the middle carriage of Longshan No. 1. The kinetic resonance made the whole train shake violently, and the interior of the carriage roared, as if something hit the outside of the carriage. Sherdiyuan immediately pressed the communicator and shouted, "What's the situation?" "Boss, there's something outside." A response came from carriage number 20. Boom, another sound. This time, it was outside the number 38 carriage, which was the living carriage. The team members' faces changed drastically, and the team members with weapons all stood up at this moment. They could feel that it seemed that some kind of creature hit the grille armor outside the car. Abai! Ning Jing had already rushed to Abai and Xiaoqing's carriage. Abai was already standing in the corridor, pointing to the rear carriage. "There is a monster!" Beep beep. At the same time, in the Infinity Car number 3, the light warning device installed inside the hell-black chrysanthemum cultivation chamber beeped. Ding Junyi, who was working seriously, raised her eyes slightly, and immediately picked up the communicator on the table to inform the whole car. "We are marked with the dark mark, level 3. In the car number 13, Lin Xian had just heard Director Ding's message when a loud bang occurred on the side of the car. Bang! In an instant, the high manganese steel armor layer of the sun in the car number 13 was directly dented inwards, and several bulletproof glass windows shattered. Lin Xian's 11:30 installation was still at the last critical moment, and he immediately shouted, "Luo Yang!" Luo Yang immediately rushed up at this time. He was wearing power armor, and tore off the broken glass fragments. Through the grille armor, he looked directly at the wind and sand outside with red eyes. Buzz! A beam of energy vibrated out, and the dim sand vortex outside emitted a dark red explosion. Instantly, a roar several times sharper than the sandstorm came from outside, carrying a large amount of dark invasion force, which directly caused the lighting circuits in the car to flicker. "It's a strange body." The biological capture instrument of Luo Yang's power armor was running rapidly, and the alarm kept coming from the sandstorm outside. Woo! At this time, the electromagnetic rail gun in the number 6 car of the Infinity number 2 car had been raised, and the 11:30 close-in defense gun in the number 21 car, and the fire control radar of each Gatling gun, were also opened by Kiki at the first time. "There's a big guy outside, more than one." Instantly, the signal of the convoy being attacked spread, and Lin Xian pressed the frequency band. "Boss Hu, Captain Lu, on the right, watch out for the attack." "Ah!" Hu Lushou's face turned pale when he heard Lin Xian's words. In the car in front, Sun Chong had already picked up 2 arc pulse cannons, and the energy beams of both arms began to charge. 1 o'clock direction, huge body fire ready. Woo! Z. On the Infinity side, the 2 electromagnetic rail guns had accurately turned the base in the hurricane sand. The fire control radar locked, and the main gun rose upwards. In an instant, 2 azure beams of artillery burst and out. Bang! The ionization shock was instantly swallowed by the sandstorm. In the yellow sand, Lin Xian seemed to hear the sound of some kind of huge force running, and even the earth was shaking. At this time, a terrifying black shadow quickly approached the train in the yellow sand. In the whistling wind, Kiki's information center sentry system immediately captured a claw several meters wide swinging across. Bang! The armored roof of the Infinity was hit by a huge shock. The arc pulse string vibrator on the right side of the number 10 to number 12 carriages responded at the same time. The dazzling ionization sparks burned the air, and even the gravel next door melted into red liquid. Even so, The entire infinity was like being hit by a mountain-like polarization force. Several carriages tilted sideways, and the steel-armored link frame at the connection of the car made a metallic whimpering sound, rubbing and hissing. Not only the infinity, at this moment, Longshan No. 1, including the Joker team behind, and the middle section of the joint train, all issued dangers at the same time. In the information center of carriage number 2, Kiki looked solemn as he quickly used the Sentinel system combined with the optoelectronic sighting radar to capture the unknown creature outside, and gradually began to detect a partial silhouette of the torso. "Be careful, a huge humanoid, at least 30 meters tall," Kiki said, and immediately stood up and prepared to attack. In car number 6, Delu and Brother Hua were also fully armed. "There are our own people behind us, be careful not to burn them," Delu reminded Brother Hua at this time. Brother Hua looked fierce and nodded immediately. In car number 13, the wind whistled sharply through the broken window, and the sand was surging. Several PX-05 robots had prepared the newly manufactured 1130 ammunition compartments. Lin Xian's face was solemn at this moment. His left hand was speeding up the manufacturing, and his right hand was accumulating energy towards the window, ready to attack at any time. "Captain Lin, here we come!" Bang bang. The sound of shaking the ground rang out, and the huge body seemed to be running wildly in the sandstorm, and it rushed towards the infinity. At the same time, the aimable weapons of the entire joint train had already opened fire, and the fire shot up into the sky in the sandstorm, and countless yellow sand whirlpools were surging. Just as the shadow rushed towards Lin Xian's number 13 carriage, the new 1130 in Lin Xian's hand finally completed the final manufacturing and assembly. The magazine motor started, the roof opened, and the 1130 close-in defense gun rose quickly. While the entire gun body was still emitting residual heat, the gun was already online and fired. Beep! The full metal rain poured out in an instant, and 1130mm gun barrels roared at a crazy speed of 166 rounds per second. The metal torrent composed of tungsten core armor-piercing bullets was like a thunder spear thrown by the gods, splitting a red line of fire on the roof. The huge body, that was approaching rapidly in the sandstorm, was now facing the firepower head-on. As soon as the huge claws broke through the wind, they were pierced by the tungsten steel bullet with an initial velocity of 1,150 meters per second and annihilated into powder, turning into a piece of black debris. In an instant, a sharp and piercing wail of pain shook the steel floor of the train compartment. The claws of the monster that disappeared in an instant seemed to make it feel pain. Just when Luo Yang and Lin Xian thought they had suppressed the monster outside, the wind and sand sky outside the window suddenly began to darken visibly. A small black hole that swallowed the tide seemed to appear in the sky in the distance, and the dim yellow sand became darker at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Luo Yang subconsciously felt that it was not good. The giant body was using some means. Fire fist. Boom! Who knew that the next moment, a giant fireball exploded in the yellow sand vortex of the sandstorm, and the rolling flame seemed to be rolled up by the yellow sand and spread and bloomed. Suddenly, a red flame cloud with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared. The huge amount of hot air shook the surrounding yellow sand and dust away, and intermittent windless areas appeared in this area. At this time, Lin Xian, Luo Yang, the people of Infinity, and Lu Xingchen standing on the roof of the car all saw the black giant body in the Gobi Desert on the right side of the train. It was seen to be in a humanoid shape with electricity surging through its body. Its damaged right claw was recovering under a strange energy. At the same time, this huge body was floating under this power, flying side by side with the train. In the position of its head, a huge hole was gathering black and sticky light mist. It was aiming at the infinity. Chapter 327. Huh? The windless area only appeared for a moment, and was immediately covered by the sandstorm. The fast-moving United train was moving madly on the track. Brother Hua, who was standing on the roof in the strong wind, seemed to be able to clearly see the black outline floating in the distance, and the terrifying sky phenomenon that the sky in the entire area was turning black. Boom! Boom! At this time, each section of the United train was under attack to varying degrees, and the vibration and traction inertia were constantly transmitted to all carriages, and the interior was buzzing, making people unstable. Lin Xian also noticed that the black energy accumulated by the monster was wrapped in a destructive breath, and immediately shouted, "Brother Luo Yang, let's stop it together." "Here it comes!" Brother Hua shouted. At this time, Lin Xian, wearing a Black Hawk armor, came to the roof of the car in the sandstorm, and the two electromagnetic rail guns fired at the same time. Woozy! The ultra-high temperature kinetic energy of the Nebulium projectile guided two blue energy beams in the arc, which exploded on the huge body of the black humanoid. But the next moment, a twisted black beam of light had already sprayed out from the yellow sand, with a slight deviation, directly heading towards the roof of the number 10 carriage. Instantly, Lin Xian and Brother Hua rushed towards the central carriage from the left and right. Burning Flame Sword. Brother Hua's flame sword rushed straight towards the black beam of light. ZZ, Lin Xian's whole body mecha burst out with ultra-high voltage electric energy pulses, his palm forward, and in a force field shield madly expanded its boundaries. Puff, in an instant, the black beam of light was cut by Lu Xingchen's fire sword, and half of it was splashed on the several meter force field shield made by Lin Xian, and it actually sprayed towards the surroundings and the sky in the form of smoke and fluid. The wind-eroded stone on the roadside on the other side of the carriage was swept by the black beam of light, and began to float down in a structural powder, which was very scary. Boom! Luo Yang's pulse, I exerted force again, directly hitting the head of the giant body. In an instant, the overflowing black light exploded like a smoke bomb, and was shattered along with the vortex of wind and sand. At this time, a laser beam from Longshan number 1 in front of him cut through the sky, making the space dark. It was a fierce battle between Ning Jing and Abai, empty. At the same time, Longshan number 1 transmitted a huge roll force, directly breaking a towing hook of the Infinity, and its tail car, the electromagnetic cannon, and flamethrower on the Queen Mo car roared towards the sky without limit. Monica's sound sword and a hill were chopped and exploded. And the Joker team behind, and the firepower of more than a dozen Doomsday trains were madly sweeping. From the front to the rear, whether it was the train or the car team, it was all in a mess at this time. After being hit in the head by Luo Yang, the whistling sound wrapped in the dark invasion force sounded again, and the two electromagnetic cannons continued to fire into the wind and sand, roaring. At this time, hundreds of silver-sharp blades flew up from the number 2 carriage like a tide. Kiki floated in the air, surrounded by 200 blades approaching in the wind. That thing won't bleed, it's like sand, you won't die if you blow its head off. At this time, Lin Xian's combat radar system was also rapidly generating a humanoid monster floating in the sand and dust. It was tilted, and the fragments of its head and chest were constantly returning to the body. The explosion and electromagnetic cannon just now didn't seem to cause any substantial damage to it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian, who was about to use the gravitational lens to solve the hidden danger, immediately gave up this plan. He immediately said in the communicator, "This thing must have a vital point. Smash it all first." Although continuing to fire would only waste ammunition, there was no other way. Firing could still resist the monster's attack. If it used the black beam just now to bombard the carriage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Be careful, there is something else. At this time, the voice of Longshan number 1 Shi Yuan sounded in the captain's channel. Bang! The sound of the meteorite number 3 anti-material sniper rifle sounded. On the roof of the front carriage in the distance, Chen Sichuan, wearing a Black Hawk armor, rushed over quickly. The holographic vision in her mask responded quickly, and she said in a stern voice, "Lin Xian, Luo Yang, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock." A rustling sound of climbing in the sand sounded quickly. Luo Yang immediately turned around and decisively fired a pulse explosion at an airspace behind him. Bang! Who knew that the explosion sounded in an area more than 10 meters away from him? The violent shock wave directly shook him away, and the rapid response unit of the power armor started, turning agilely in the air, then stepped on the edge of the train armor plate and jumped back. At this time, a fishy smell accompanied by several strange limbs rolled down the roof of the train. Luo Yang discovered that the creature that jumped out from the wind and sand was actually some kind of spider-legged monster insect. The insect eggs were suspended from its abdomen, and it had sharp mouthparts. It was blasted open by the explosion wave and fell into the wind and sand. At the same time, this spider-legged monster insect began to jump up from the sandy goby in all directions and headed towards the side and roof of the train. The monster insect was extremely fast, and its sharp legs were spinning in the air, like a cutting machine. After Chen Sichuan blew up 2 of them in midair, the eggs in the monster insect's abdomen actually burst into a large number of crustacean monster insects, the size of fingernails, and black juice. The small monster insects flapped their wings and flew, constantly rushing towards people. Several of them hit Lin Xian's arm with a ding, and then the strange beetle frantically looked for gaps in the armor and tried to get into the human body. Sizzle! The arc string of the Black Hawk armor burst violently, instantly burning several beetles into ashes. Lin Xian saw this scene and immediately shouted, "Don't come out without power armor, close the doors and windows, and be careful of the bugs." The egg fluid of the strange bug is highly corrosive. Shu Qin killed a jumping strange bug with 2 shots, and saw that the armor on the roof was hissing black smoke because of the juice of its eggs, and immediately reminded. Beep! The 2 1130 and fully automatic Gatling guns were sweeping fire at the left and right sides of the train at the same time. Fire fist. Brother Hua immediately took action, and the fire roared towards both sides, protecting the front and back of carriage number 10. Clang, clang, clang. In the front car of the Infinity, Kiki manipulated 200 silver sharp blades to rotate rapidly, forming a blade array like a sword blade storm, directly crushing the strange insects that jumped up into pieces. Each team disperses and protects the carriages. Lin Xian immediately gave the order. At this moment, Shu Qin, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu, Li Guangwen, Amin Luo Luo and dozens of other people wearing power armor have already climbed onto the roof of the car. Liang Lei, the 2 superpowers in the building, opened the automatic explosion-proof door, and everyone worked together to protect all the carriages. Woo! 20 Thunder Falcon drones rotated behind Lin Xian, and they continuously fired arc pulse rays in all directions while the automatic search for the enemy was activated. At the same time, Lin Xian threw the black gun at the huge body, intending to use the sensor on the black gun to scan the monster's energy source. Lin Xian's black gun flew past and flew directly towards the monster, but strangely, when the black gun touched the monster, the speed of the black gun was only slightly slowed down and it immediately pierced through it, like crushed gravel. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the head of the huge humanoid body with a burst recovered and strode towards the Infinity again. In an instant, everyone felt a strong air pressure sweeping away the sandstorm. Be careful. After Lin Xian took back the black gun, he was extremely confused. This monster didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood, but it was really weird that it could fly and run at the same time. Blast it. At this moment, Kiki and Brother Hua both took off and attacked the enemy at the same time. The second round of ammunition for 1130 was also loaded, and the 2 electromagnetic guns turned to the same area in the sandstorm. God Emperor Yin. Lu Xingchen's infinite ring turned with a burst of blue fire, and used a move to hit the fireball. In an instant, everyone on the roof felt a strong heat wave shaking. The fireball was dazzling and hit the black shadow in the yellow sand directly. There was only a huge explosion, and the surging hot air once again blew away the sandstorm in the area and the yellow sand on the ground. For a moment, everyone saw the strange insects that kept coming out from the ground, and the huge black humanoid body that rushed over. Hey! Kiki was wrapped in a telekinesis shield, her purple hair fluttering, her eyes shining. She waved her hands forward, and 200 silver-sharp blades around her instantly rushed out like bullets, cutting through the air and yellow sand and gravel, the blades burning red, and a torrent of blades went straight through the flames and strangled the black shadow. There was only a numbing sound of metal cutting, and the main body of the giant body was smashed to pieces by the sharp blades under the fire, the electromagnetic rail gun of the Infinite, and the metal storm of 11:30. Boom! The flame disturbance seemed to be driven by the energy of the strange body, and it exploded in all directions. Lin Xian and the others immediately used power armor to defend against the thermal energy shock. At the same time, the battlefield situation radar captured a large number of black meat pieces from the flames, which were burned and scattered like gravel. The giant body was like a flesh and blood building block piled up by some black substance, and it exploded. Qin Sixuan, holding meteorite number 3, did not avoid it, and shot at the remains of the strange body. The huge kinetic energy of the bullet directly broke up several larger pieces of meat. At this time, Qin Sixuan's super visual sense suddenly found that those scattered black meat pieces seemed to be guided and controlled by something similar to Kiki's telekinesis. They just scattered in the air, and immediately shrank back strangely. She frowned, realizing something, and fired 3 shots directly in the direction of the gathering core. The bullets shot through the flames and yellow sand, leaving a tiny hole in the air, allowing Qin Sixuan to see that in the air, there was actually a ball-shaped creature with countless eyeballs gathered together. The eyeballs moved quickly, and the black pieces of meat seemed to be attracted by some kind of gravity, and gathered quickly. In just the moment when Brother Hua's fireball exploded, the huge body that had just been smashed by everyone had recovered by more than half. The chest cavity, spine, torso, and skin and flesh quickly took shape, as if imitating the proportions of a human torso. The flesh and blood continued to solidify from loose, and the mass became larger and larger, which looked extremely grotesque and terrifying. Seeing the scene, Qin Sixuan's eyes became fierce, and she immediately said in the communicator, "The main body of this monster is inside the chest cavity. a sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter, and the human-shaped torso is just its armor. Qin Sichuan didn't know why she had such an adjective, but at this time, her words simply and directly pointed out the key points. What? What the hell is this thing? Then we must break its flesh and blood torso first, and then attack the main body. Everyone fire at full power. In the communication channel, the leaders of the various convoys, who were fighting in full force, immediately responded. Lin Xian also realized something when he heard Qin Sichuan's words. The monster's claws had such a strong hitting force, and the strength of its body could never be like gravel, so it must have a special force to harden and increase the density of its torso, so as to attack. The most critical problem is that Lin Xian found that the monster could float and move, but after the torso was repaired, it had to use a running posture, which may indicate that the behavior just now consumed a lot of it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian made a prompt decision. Break its flesh and blood first. Bang, bang, bang. The entire infinity was firing continuously, suppressing the monster bug that jumped over. Kiki Luo Yang, suppress it. Wait for my third round of firepower. The mechanical heart was running, and Lin Xian was waiting for the third round of ammunition for the 211-30 close defense guns. At the same time, his drones were constantly strangling the monster bugs, and the finger mechanical cannons were also facing the rear to cover the Monica and Joker convoys. Buzz, buzz, a bone-chilling shock came, and just when Lin Xian was preparing to suppress the monster again and then make an armor-piercing attack, everyone found that the huge body did not rush over again at this time. Black air spread in the yellow sand, and the weird body seemed to be preparing the black beam again. Blast its head. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately ordered Luo Yang and Kiki to suppress the sandstorm. The two electromagnetic railguns were constantly capturing targets, firing bursts of blue artillery. Captain Lin, that thing knows how to hide, Luo Yang said anxiously after firing 2 consecutive pulse explosions into nothing. Clang, clang, clang. As for Kiki, she controlled the silver blade torrent to rotate and strangle the sandstorm, but she could not capture the figure of the giant body. She could only watch the whole sky darken. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone's power armor could capture the enemy's situation at this time, but the giant body kept moving away in the air. Can't lock it. The monster retreated further to accumulate strength. Qin Sichuan's voice was solemn. She fired several shots, including the electromagnetic railgun. Even if the range of fire was hit, it could not stop the accumulation of the black giant beam. The strange body seemed to have a certain wisdom. After the first beam was blocked, it actually learned to hide this time. How cunning! Brother Lin. Brother Ho ran over at this time. Let me break through this sand curtain, and then you can do it. Okay, Lin Xian said without hesitation. This monster hid in the sandstorm, and knew how to use the raging sand to hide. The threat was great. If it was not solved quickly, I am afraid that the train could not withstand a few rounds of black light spray. Wait for you to break through, I will catch it, and you can blow its chest open. Kiki cursed angrily, and immediately retracted all the blades. The whole person flew into the air, and prepared to rush forward. Puff! A dull sound. This time the black beam accumulated a stronger oppressive dark power than before, which made people shudder. But at this moment, everyone suddenly saw a large amount of black gas in the sandstorm leaking out in all directions, accompanied by a sharp whistle, deafening. The black tide surged, and even the light in the sandstorm was completely dimmed. Lin Xian's face sank, and he immediately shouted, "Attack! God, heavenly fire!" Lu Xingchen rushed into the sky like a fire meteor, and then spun at high speed, and his whole body exerted a rotor fire, exploding in the air like a fire whirlwind, and the surging red flames were like the sky flames pouring down, and in an instant, the sandstorm in a large area was rolled into a storm eye hole, and layers of yellow sand followed the hot air from bottom to top and rushed straight to the sky. At this time, the huge body floating in the air and accumulating black light once again revealed its true form in the wind and sand. Kiki seized this opportunity, and directly rolled up all the silver front torrents to rush over. With his left hand, he suppressed the giant body's flight with telekinesis, and with his right hand, he operated the blade storm to directly crush its limbs and head layer by layer. Under the powerful mass pressure of the monster, a large number of silver blades were broken and decomposed, and sparks flew everywhere. And the firepower of Luo Yang and the two 1130s arrived in an instant, directly smashing the giant body's chest. At this time, the eyeball original body inside quickly escaped, triggering a strange force to attract the broken flesh and blood again. Prepared well? Woo! At this time, Lin Xian's black gun's magnetically controlled flight engine accelerated and shuttled accurately, like an embroidery needle in the wind and sand, and soon found the eyeball that escaped in the air hundreds of meters away. The black gun shuttled towards it, and just when it was about to penetrate, countless pieces of black tissue flew over to form a hard sternum to block it. The part of the monster that was damaged by kinetic energy hardened directly, but the black gun was extremely fast and penetrated directly, bringing up a piece of broken black tissue, and then directly inserted into the black eyeball. In an instant, black blood burst out, and the eyeballs wanted to escape, but Lin Xian controlled the black gun to open the double-sided barbs directly. This was modified after the previous red light incident, and was specially used to position his fish hooks. The dense eyeballs were rotating violently at this time, and a large amount of black blood flowed down. Lin Xian, don't let it run away. Kiki was madly strangling and suppressing the black flesh that flew over, and Brother Hua also took action at the same time to cover the strange insects that attacked Kiki. Lin Xian saw this scene, and immediately the mechanical heart was running. In an instant, the two G3 electromagnetic railguns rotated the base at the same time, accurately aiming at the sphere body, and the orbit circles lit up layer by layer. Woo! Z! Two blue energy beams burst out, and at this time, the dense eyeballs on the sphere body also sensed the crisis, and all the pupils and compound eyes looked in the direction of the electromagnetic gun. Under a strange energy, the black meat tissues floating around gathered frantically, trying to resist. But the instantaneous speed of the electromagnetic gun directly brought up a huge energy tunnel to annihilate the eyeball. The black blood exploded and flew all over the sky. The scattered black flesh and tissue lost control and fell to the ground of the Gobi Desert by inertia in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A large piece of black flesh and blood was extremely heavy. It fell on the sand and raised a lot of smoke and dust. Some tissue blocks were still rolling and then gradually decomposed. Many different muscle textures were revealed under the black tissue. It looked like some kind of concrete made of tens of thousands of human corpses. The smell was filled with fishy smell. Kill it! Kiki shouted. Before Lin Xian could breathe a sigh of relief, a black beam of light exploded from far behind the train. Instantly, a leader of the convoy shouted anxiously in the earphone communication band. One of our carriages was hit. There are many casualties. The train is going to break off. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. At this speed, if a carriage breaks off and derails, it is very likely that the entire train behind will overturn. We need to be quick to deal with that thing. Use multiple rounds of firepower to suppress it. There is an eyeball inside. We can kill it when the time is right. After solving the first giant body, Lin Xian immediately synchronized the situation with the whole group. At the same time, the two electromagnetic guns on the Infinity side turned their directions, and began to cover, and attack Longshan No. 1 in front, and the convoy behind. Sure enough, after capturing the monster's weakness, Longshan No. 1 adjusted the frequency of its artillery fire, and there was a loud roar. A Bai's laser beam shot through the sky. What a cunning thing! After successfully killing it, Shi Diyuan also cursed and shouted, "There are more and more strange insects. We have to speed up again. Everyone pay attention, the sand ants are crossing the rear." Sun Quan of the Fu Lushou team was sitting in the car at this time, holding a pulse gun to kill a spider-legged monster insect, and then shouted into the communicator. At the critical moment, a more severe bad news came. The boiling sound in the yellow sand gradually approached from the depths of the no man's land, like a downpour. At this time, Lin Xian and the leaders of the team were shocked when they heard the words. At this time, when sand ants appeared, everyone could only hide in the car. The team suffered heavy losses, and several of our cars were gone. There are sand ants, run faster. Our carriages are torn apart, they are getting in. Sand ants and those beetles, that damn thing got into my hand. Ah! The whole channel was in chaos. The crisis in this sandstorm was one after another, and in less than 20 minutes, the entire joint train group was in a white-hot battle. Lin Xian, look! On the Infinity carriage, Chen Sichuan ran over and pointed to the Gobi Desert ground not far from the track. The yellow sand was surging like a fluid, quickly approaching the rails. You can't stay outside, you can only hide in the car, Lin Xian said immediately. Not only that, all the on-board weapons can only be put away and closed, otherwise all the sand ants will get in, and then it will be troublesome. Everyone get in the car. At this time, Lin Xian could only lead everyone in the Infinity back to the car. The electromagnetic rail gun and 1130, as well as various anti-aircraft guns and automatic Gatling guns were all put away, and the roof weapon hatch was slowly closed. As everyone retreated, the spider-legged monsters began to occupy the roof, biting and madly biting the train armor. The sound of metal biting was so loud that everyone in the carriage felt their scalps tingling. At the same time, the black-brown beetles had already crawled all over the outside of the carriage and on the portholes, constantly looking for gaps to drill into the carriage. Z. The arc pulse string vibrators in the entire car vibrated at the same frequency, burning the monster insects outside the car into ashes, burning and slicing their long legs and hard shells, and a large amount of coke fell to both sides. Dong dong dong. Just at this time, a huge black humanoid seemed to appear in the sandstorm, and this one seemed even taller and weirder. Why are they here again? Kiki exclaimed. We can't finish killing them. What level of weird experience is this? Don't they have territory? Shuqin also said with a gloomy face. The infinite ring on Lu Xingchen's wrist turned rapidly, and he said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, we can kill them again. Woo! 20 Thunder Falcon drones were charging behind Lin Xian, and he nodded solemnly. In this case, only those of them who have superpowers, and where power armor can attack together. Just when Lin Xian was about to call Kiki and Liu Yang to go out together, Ning Jing's voice suddenly came from the communication channel. Sandstorms are coming out in front. Everyone speed up. When the people in the Infinity heard this, their faces suddenly brightened. Finally, the sandstorm is out. Great. When the people in the other convoys behind heard this news, they all felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Tighten the firepower, hide in the carriage, don't let the sand ants get in, and rush out of the sandstorm soon. Close the doors and windows. On the Fu Lu Shou team side, the pale-faced Hu Lu Shou also exclaimed at this time, Hurry, hurry, hold on. The two teams of Lu Zhao and Xie Guan also suffered a lot of losses at this time. Hearing this news, the whole regiment was in high spirits. All vehicles increased their speed to the extreme at this time, regardless of the bumps on the road ahead, and knocked away those strange insects all the way, running among the sand ants. Sure enough, after a while, the yellow sand wind around began to weaken, and visibility was also rapidly improving. The joint train headed by Longshan No. 1 was the first to rush out of the dust storm, accompanied by the strange insects that kept falling from the roof and outside the car. The sand ants also disappeared in the dust and fog, leaving only the fragments of the strange insect corpses left on the car body after the fierce battle. From a high-altitude perspective, the train that emerged from the sandstorm filled with yellow sand was like a giant black dragon escaping from the mire of hell, raising the sound of the wind, and finally rushing into the deserted Gobi Desert under the bright sun. Chapter 328. 2069, September 6th, Apocalypse Day, D100. 100 days after Apocalypse Day, the joint train led by Longshan No. 1 and Infinity entered the vast no man's land from Oxai to the east. At 10:02, the sun was like a furnace pick burning to incandescence, piercing straight into the exposed spine of the Gobi Desert. The joint train ran at high speed over the rusty brown gravel plain. The saline alkali land on both sides of the rails steamed up mirages, twisting the wind-eroded rock pillars in the distance into shaking candle tears. The train team that had just been prepared in Oxai was now heavily damaged in the battle. Many carriages were billowing with smoke, and the remains of monsters were everywhere. The steel corroded by black blood was emitting thick smoke, showing its hideous state after the battle. Fortunately, the battle was short, and the armor thickness of each team was high. The erosion degree of the eggs of those monster insects was not enough to melt through the armor and carriages. However, the carriages hit by the huge black beam were another scene. Behind the joint train, several carriages of the convoy were torn open, and the sides and roofs of the carriages collapsed and fragmented. Almost 2/3 of the protection of the entire carriage disappeared, and only the frame of the bottom of the car was left pressed on the track. One of the carriages even lost half of its track wheels. Half of the carriage was pulling the train behind, rubbing and sparking at high speed. The battle was tragic. The Dawn Convoy, the Oxai Brotherhood, the Windwalker, the Fu Lu Shou, and other car convoys lost more than a dozen trucks and hundreds of people. The atmosphere of sadness did not spread yet, and the entire convoy did not dare to slack off and continue to run at high speed, because there are less than 9 hours left before dark. They must rush into Quancheng before dark, but there is at least more than 2,000 kilometers of no man's land. Under this sense of oppression, no one has time to stop and reorganize, no time to cry and grieve, and no one wants to fall behind. The sound of wheels hitting rails is as muffled as a death knell, and the quartz sand grains between the gaps of the sleepers are shaken into powder and rolled into golden dust with the heat wave. I have remade the mounting hook. You move it quickly. Lin Xian and Kiki led the team to the damaged carriages of the rear team. His purpose is not only to help these teams deal with the damaged carriages, but also to bring safety hazards to the entire train if these carriages are not cleared. The team in front of them is the Red Rose team. Most of the people on the train are women. In the previous battle, one of the living carriages was almost broken into two under the black light, and only 3 of the dozen people living in it survived. At this time, with the help of their teammates, the women did not even have time to treat their wounds and urgently move the remaining supplies in the damaged carriage, while Kiki was responsible for unhooking the carriage and moving it away, allowing Lin Xian to deal with it, and then the carriage behind it was accelerated to connect. This operation was not difficult for Lin Xian and Kiki. "Thank you, Captain Lin. Everyone move quickly. Don't worry about the good or the bad, just take everything away." The steel frame of the carriage stood up like a fishbone gnawed by a giant beast, and the charred iron sheet curled up into scales. Under the dilapidated carriage, the members of the Red Rose team hurriedly picked up the remaining things in this carriage, even including the body fragments of their teammates. There were very few men in this team, and the leader was also a woman. All the women survived in the Doomsday by earning a little bit of supplies through the flesh trade. Every woman held a weapon, all kinds of them, but most of them were relatively simple. The core combat power was relatively better configured. This time in Eugene City, they also obtained more than a dozen sets of power armor and various supplies, which was barely considered a little enhanced. Lin Xian had no ill feelings towards this team. On the contrary, he admired them. In this apocalypse, sacrificing one's body for survival was not something difficult to talk about. When faced with danger, each of these women could fight back with a gun. At this time, seeing them desperately picking up the scattered usable supplies with their slightly simple equipment, and even taking off a thick-soled military boot from a half-body and hanging it around their necks without hesitation, it can be seen how cautious they are in life. Captain Lin. After finally picking up the items, Zhou Hongqiu, the captain of the Red Rose team, who was wearing power armor, had no time to wipe the blood stains on the power armor, and said to Lin Xian with gratitude, "Thank you for your help." Lin Xian nodded, and immediately asked everyone to leave this carriage. He decomposed and swallowed the steel components at the connection, and then Kiki used telekinesis to move the entire carriage away. After the carriage behind accelerated and approached, Lin Xian directly made the car connection components at high speed to combine the two carriages together. By the way, he also made full-range armor at the connection, which was considered a favor. The damaged carriage was devoured by Lin Xian and transformed into materials. After finishing it, the two continued to deal with the other carriages. The huge body just now, even if it is not a special level, it is at least a level. This is the first time I have encountered such an invincible one. In the leader's communication frequency band, Shi Diyuan, who had just finished processing the post-war damage report of the train, cursed. "If it weren't for Brother Lin's quick reminder, I estimate that several carriages would have been lost." "Captain Lin," Hu Lushou's voice came at this time, "do you want to speed up? Our car convoy is almost out of time." After the sandstorm, the visibility was clear and the drivers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the train began to accelerate again, making it difficult for them to keep up with the car convoy. Although it was also a hard road, the Gobi Desert was definitely not as good as the highway. Even if their convoy vehicles were high-level tanks that had been modified and had high-horsepower motors, they could not be compared with the trains running on the track. "Stop talking nonsense, just run along the track. This is the closest route to Quancheng." After solving the problem of the train convoy, Lin Xian began to repair the damage of the Infinity, and at the same time took out the materials of the decomposition space to make a large number of bullets. All convoys have been marked with darkness, and there will definitely be a lot of trouble at night. Qiandeli said at this time, "So now we can't slow down, we can only speed up. As usual, you line up in a row, so that the big cars in front can reduce wind resistance. It can only be like this." Lu Zhao didn't waste words. He and the Fu Lushou convoy had the most big cars and the best configuration. He was the first to adjust the convoy formation and kept the Long Snake team accelerating. On the Queen Imo, Monica inspected the combat situation of all the carriages along the way and said in the communicator while walking, "I suggest that in addition to the track detector, it is best to arrange drones to take turns to patrol at high altitudes to investigate the road conditions ahead, otherwise it will be troublesome if it derails at such a high speed. Don't worry, our drones will always be in the sky to investigate with the vehicle," Ning Jing said. The high temperature was scorching, and the horizon was full of heat waves. The crisp sound of the rails trembling gradually sounded, and the yellow sand around was shaking. A black and green heavy armored locomotive covered with the corpses of strange insects came with a violent momentum. Behind it was a long steel dragon winding to the end of the earth. On the Infinity, the engines of the giant Whale 03 heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Dragon-class electric locomotive were roaring wildly, and the whole train was rushing at high speed. The more than 100 people on the train were panicked. According to the configuration, the firepower of the Infinity is already very strong. Even when facing the large A-level parasite encountered in U-Town before, it can be annihilated with frontal firepower. However, as it gets closer to Xingyuan, the strange creatures it encounters are more troublesome than one another, and it is difficult to predict the gods and ghosts. Just a few dozen minutes have given the entire group a huge survival pressure. It has been downgraded to the level 2 mark, but we can't eliminate it now. At the weapon station in carriage number 12, the information center configured by Luo Yang and Xiaobai, the backbones of the Infinity gathered here. Shu Qin wiped the blood stains on the power armor panel with a linen cloth and said, "If we go into the night like this, it will be very risky. Other teams should be similar to us." Qin Sichuan also said at this time, "This is a no man's land, and we can't go back to the sandstorm to remove the mark. Now we can only make more preparations." Lin Xian did not stop for a moment, because he needed to speed up the production of AG3 electromagnetic railgun here, so everyone agreed to arrange it here. At the same time, this is also the middle of the train, and the personnel are relatively easier to dispatch. The number 13 carriage next to it is the Arso. At this time, several PX-05 robots are running fully automatic bullet stamping machines, and batches of bullets emitting residual heat are being produced. He said with a gloomy face, "In fact, the most troublesome thing is those omnipresent bugs. Otherwise, as long as the firepower frequency is sufficient, the huge body can be solved quickly." Kiki crossed his arms and nodded. "It's mainly because those things appeared at the same time that we were a little confused, and it was also a sandstorm. Otherwise it would not be so difficult for us to deal with the firepower of so many trains. But we have been running for so long, unless it is an S-level or a big monster with obvious territory, we often face a monster tide." Luo Yang sighed. "I can only say that the sand ants are too disgusting." "That's right. It's a complete waste to use cannons and guns to shoot. You can only hide. It's simply unsolvable," Lu Chong said with resentment. Lu Xingchen sat in the distance. His expression was calm. "Why is there no solution? If it weren't for the problem of protecting other trains, we could have set a fire outside the entire carriage, and the disaster of sand ants would be resolved in an instant." Kiki glanced at him and said speechlessly, "Then bake the carriage evenly, and let the fire collect the juice? Wouldn't it mean that we were roasted before the sand ants came in?" Shasha said with a smack. "Fortunately, we have arc pulse string vibrator, which can be cleared much faster." The big man Liang lay, and the building stood together. The two of them were like two iron towers. The previous battle was the most frustrating. They couldn't touch the big monsters, and they couldn't touch the small monsters without power armor to protect themselves. They were definitely in jail. This thing has too slow frequency. It was originally used to deal with the weird bodies climbing on the car. Lin Xian, who was concentrating on making it, said helplessly at this time, "I thought of many plans before, but none of them worked. Whether it is the arc pulse string vibrator, the electric blade armor, or the ultra-high temperature plasma beam line cutting array that Lin Xian has not yet made, these are all designed to withstand large-scale monster tides. But sand ants, including that kind of small beetle, are really a headache." Kiki said at this time, "I do know that the Interstellar Army has a technology on the starship that does not have physical isolation capabilities. It is mainly used to resist charged particle flow or high-energy heavy ions, and secondary radiation, perhaps." "Oh, I know this, the electrostatic force field generator." Luo Yang's eyes also lit up. Lin Xian smiled helplessly when he heard this. "Wait until we are all on the starship, and I am still worried about sand ants." Kiki shrugged. "It's better to be prepared, but after we rush out of the no man's land, there may be no sand ants. Huacheng is in the desert. How can there be no sand ants, unless you leave Luling?" Li also spoke at this time. "Well, we are lucky that we didn't have any casualties. Now all we can do is hurry up and get on the road. There might be a fierce battle tonight." Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Shu Qin building at this time. "Shu Qin building, you arrange the ammunition production, mainly prepare 12.7 and 30, at least 5 bases, and the extra support for other convoys, and our previous Spark 26 fully automatic rifles and rifle bullets. We don't need them now, I'll give them to those small convoys." Lin Xian made such arrangements not because there were too many materials and weapons to send, but the main reason was that the joint train was now on the same boat, and if there was any trouble, it had to be solved together. Once the weak convoy was eaten, it would directly lead to the collapse of the continuity of the front and the doubling of pressure. Now these thousands of people are basically evolved humans with combat capabilities. Human life and teammates are much more valuable than weapons. If there is one more person with a gun and bullets, their pressure will be reduced. Hearing Lin Xian's arrangement, Shu Qin and Delu nodded and said, "Okay, we will arrange it right away. There is also a bullet loader over there at Longshan No. 1. They have many people but lack weapons." Lin Xian pressed the communicator at this time and told Shi Deyuan and Ning Jing his thoughts. "Brother Shi, the people rescued by the bandits should also be able to form combat effectiveness. If you can't arrange them there, disperse them to other convoys. Let's get through the difficulties in front of us first. As for the arrangements afterwards, it depends on them." "Hey, I was just about to say this." Shi Deyuan heard Lin Xian's words and said with a headache, "More than 100 people are not so easy to digest. I will leave some behind, and other convoys can help to collect some. By the way, doesn't Miss Emma want those dozen women?" "No problem, I have prepared the carriage." Monica's voice came. "Arrange 10 people for me too. It doesn't matter whether they have combat effectiveness or not, but don't be pretentious," Qian Deli also said in a leisurely tone. "We are traveling at high speed now. How should we distribute them? Should we let the flying ability take the lead?" Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who sighed helplessly. Okay, it's me again." After that, Kiki set off. Lian Lei, inspect the train working conditions. Lin Xian immediately arranged. "Okay." Sha. Lin Xian looked at Sha at this time. "Your Sally will be dispatched tonight. I don't have time to help you test your new weapons, but remember to test them in advance." Sha nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, Brother Lin, Luo Yang and others will help me. Miao Lu, help me check on Lao Imo and the others, and Teacher Chen, have you received any radio signals?" Chen Sichuan shook her head. "Nothing is heard on any frequency band. This situation is indeed very abnormal. I am worried whether it is related to the situation you mentioned." Luo Yang also frowned and said, "Normally, this open area can receive the Phoenix Society's global radio, but we haven't received it for a long time since we left Yijin City, except for the civilian frequency band information received from Boss, who when we were close to Oxai before." Captain Lin. Just when Lin Xian was doubtful after hearing Luo Yang's words, Hu Lushou's voice sounded in the channel. "Something is wrong. All radio frequency bands are full of noise. This is the same as what we encountered in Weha River before. What's the situation? Be more specific?" At this time, all the team leaders paid attention to Hu Lushou's words. "That's it." In the RV, Hu Lushou, sitting in the co-pilot, scratched his head with a complicated expression and said, "Anyway, I can't receive any frequency band signal. Mine is an upgraded version of the dark radio, equipped with a second-level blood essence, but it's all noise." At that time, several teams noticed this problem. Now that I think about it, could it be related to the instability of Star Abyss No. 5? Lin Xian couldn't help but feel depressed when he heard it. "Besides this, are there any special signs?" "Signs?" Hu Lushou said. "There are no signs, it's just dark, and then I got lost." Hu Lushou's tone suddenly changed in the communicator. "Oh, by the way, I seem to remember that the dark time that day was 5 minutes earlier. I wonder if this counts." 5 minutes earlier? 1840? Yes, I remember I complained about it at that time, saying why the dark tide came earlier today. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Qian Deli scolded him directly. "So it is possible that we will get dark earlier than expected tonight?" "Well, Hu Lushou explained, "I didn't know at the time. This was the first time I encountered such a situation. And the strange thing about the darkness that night was that it was not black, but dark blue. My God, I feel scared when I think about it." Shi Deyuan said in a deep voice, "It seems it's right for us to set off early. Maybe it's just like what Brother Lin said. This matter is really related to the taboo. This uninhabited area is not peaceful. No one can relax their vigilance at night. Zizizizi." At this time, Hu Lushou sent a message to Lin Xian from a personal channel. "Captain Lin, do you think this matter is related to the silver bullet I gave you?" When Lin Xian heard the words in the communicator, his mind turned quickly, and he said directly, "If it is related, your radio station in Oxai would not have sent out the message." "That's right." Hu Lushou reacted immediately after hearing it. However, Lin Xian also continued, "But the taboo is also uncertain. Now we can only take one step at a time. You just said that the sky is dark blue. Is it all night? On the blue planet, the night sky is normally dark blue when viewed through the atmosphere. It will only be very dark in extreme cases." But when Lin Xian heard Hu Lushou say this, he felt something was wrong. I don't remember the second half of the night. Anyway, I still have some impression before I met the strange body. The deep blue I mentioned is not the kind of transparent one. It feels like a pure color, like projected onto the retina. TSK, I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, it's weird. Hu Lushou's tone was a little confusing, but when Lin Xian heard it, it immediately reminded him of what Chu Yin had said to him. Don't understand taboos with human eyes. If you see them, don't look at them. If you try to understand them, it must be counterintuitive. Don't describe them. Don't spy on the sky. Don't spy on the sky. In carriage number 12, Lin Xian was the only one sitting here making electromagnetic railguns. He kept thinking about these two sentences, and he felt a chill on his back. Since the apocalypse day, the sky has become synonymous with danger. Whether it is the sky danger band issued by the Federation and the Phoenix Society, the floating giant corpse in Jiang City, the atmospheric mica in Daluo Mountain, the black thorns in the clouds in Shilan City, and the creatures that have never appeared, including the starry eye that Lin Xian saw in a trance when he was testing the mechanical energy cannon after defeating the insect swarm with Dang and the sun-chasing team, just after leaving Hingshan Pass that night. It is chilling. Before all mankind could react, the arrival of the polar night on the day of the apocalypse completely cut off the connection between mankind and the near-Earth orbit of the blue planet. The joint space station disappeared, and global satellites were offline. Lin Xian knew that both the Phoenix Society and the Federation must be carrying out starship projects, including the current Sky City. So far, he has never heard of a successful case or news, so in the eyes of most people, the sky is covered with more desperate dangers than the ground. So far, neither the Phoenix Society nor the Federation can find a truly feasible solution for the survival of human civilization. The Federation is defending the city and frantically building underground cities. The Phoenix Society is saving people while fleeing, trying to find the final answer before the global polar night. But these people, no one knows what the final outcome of this escape will be. It's just that from Lin Xian's current point of view, the power of mankind is too small. Even if they have evolved to the violent level of strength in just 100 days, it is still far from enough to face the darkness. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xian's mechanical heart was running at full power at this time. His left hand was making electromagnetic railguns, and his right hand was constantly taking out the materials converted by the preparation center to supply the arms manufacturing carriage. All other team members were busy at this moment. At 16:40 in the afternoon, less than 2 hours left before dark, the third G3 electromagnetic rail gun of the Infinity was finally successfully manufactured. This was the first time that Lin Xian manufactured 2 heavy weapons in one day. Because carriage number 12 was the center of the train, this weapon station was also the only carriage with 2 long-range and short-range firepower in the same carriage. The purpose was naturally to protect the military train carriage, the material carriage, and the nearby living carriages. At this time, Lin Xian had only about 30% of the materials in the decomposition center. In addition to continuing to manufacture ammunition, he manufactured the Thunder Falcon 2000 drone while walking to enhance his combat capability. This thing was powerful and fast. Even a medium-sized weird body could not withstand dozens of simultaneous firings, so Lin Xian was ready to make a few more. However, the precision of this thing is comparable to that of the PX-05 robot, and the manufacturing speed is not fast. Fortunately, it is small in size, so he does not have to sit in the same place, but comes to the number 3 carriage to find Ding Junyi. Director Ding, what's the situation? As soon as Lin Xian walked in, he saw the hell-black chrysanthemum emitting a faint red light, so he asked. Ding Junyi put down the mobile terminal in his hand and looked at him and said, "A few news. First, from the effective monitoring, the physical toughness of all members from Shilan City to now has improved a lot, but we have not yet obtained the latest detector of the Phoenix Society, but the violent level of our car has definitely increased, and perhaps the destruction level has appeared. Second, my ability has also improved a lot. I am currently learning how to apply it to help the team. The other one is Silver Dragon 10,000 Mistakes." Ding Junyi pointed to another culture chamber. It has grown its first in fluorescence. Lin Xian immediately walked closer to look at it, and found that the top of the flower stem with purple cracks had grown a white flower bud the size of a peppercorn. It looked very ordinary, but the flow of the originally very fine purple light in the dark inside the stem seemed to have become faster, which was obviously different from before. Objectively speaking, after flowering, perhaps this disaster plant will show its characteristics, Ding Junyi said. Lin Xian nodded, and saw a pile of black substances placed in containers on Ding Junyi's laboratory table. It looked like the corpse tissue on the black giant body before. Why are you studying this? This is human tissue. Ding Junyi picked up a piece of it with gloves on, then crushed it into powder with his fingertips, and said solemnly, "It looks like it has been through some special planing and has been separated from the water, but it is easy to analyze the cells and protein tissues inside, and even the DNA can be separated. This is no longer a parasitic situation." Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian and said with a deep expression, "They use human corpses to form their bodies. From this point, it is not difficult to see that the human form is just a mimicry of their biological population." Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he was about to say something when a noise suddenly sounded in the communicator. It seemed to be the same as the one in the radio frequency band. I don't know if it was an illusion. Lin Xian inexplicably felt that the noise in that frequency was more like a mixture of countless sharp cries, which was very similar to the sound they made after they solved the monster and approached the black smoke drilling into the ground. "Zizizi, everyone, there's something going on." The person speaking in the communicator was Shi Diyuan. At this time, in the cockpit of the first car of Longshan No. 1, Shi Diyuan was holding an electronic telescope and looking in a distant direction with a strange expression on his face. Ning Jing and a group of engineering department staff were standing beside him. The alarm information was transmitted through a drone, and when Shi Diyuan found that direction, his whole face changed. "What is that?" Ning Jing, who was standing by, was also a little stunned when she looked at the scene in the electronic telescope. In the Gobi Desert northeast of the train track, a strange white stone sculpture was quietly floating in the wilderness. The stone sculpture was huge and majestic, with a mermaid's tail and a lion's face, which looked very much like a human creation. But the strange thing was that under the scorching sun, the light on the stone sculpture was obviously different from the light in the surrounding environment. It was not only dimmer, but also very abrupt. It looked like that thing was PE'd on the Gobi Desert through poor photo editing technology. But no one could ignore the huge size of the stone sculpture and the strong sense of weirdness floating quietly in the wilderness. Even though CD Yuan was used to seeing big scenes, he felt a weird feeling on his back when he saw the scene. His mind began to spontaneously produce strong negative emotions, making people forget whether to exhale or inhale air. On the Infinity, Lin Xian opened the sunshade of the carriage, and the visual system of the power armor just looked in that direction. In an instant, the entire power armor system crashed and went dark, and then urgently restarted. Black Hawk Silent Hunter Armor 01 starts, and performs program self-check. Lin Xian's heart jumped immediately, and a great sense of terror came over him. He quickly pressed the communicator and shouted, "Don't look, run." Chapter 329. Don't look, run. Lin Xian's words rang out in the earphones of Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing like a huge bell, and the entire Longshan No. 1 cockpit personnel felt that the temperature in the cabin seemed to drop by 10 degrees in an instant. After reacting, Shi Diyuan's face was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately pressed the window closing button on the console and closed all the windows of the cockpit directly. "Speed up, run with drones and car navigation, don't look over there." The moment he saw the statue, Lin Xian recognized it. It was the Merlion of Lion City Coordinates that was swallowed by Star Abyss No. 5 on the day of the apocalypse. So it is impossible for that thing to appear in the uninhabited area of the western Gobi Desert, and in such a weird way. The floating giant statue, the distorted light, the lion's eyes staring at the blood and tears. When the human brain tried to understand this picture for the first time, it seemed as if billions of redundant information bombarded the neurons of the brain, making oneself begin to shake their actual existence, and the spirit seemed to be corroded by vision. This feeling was completely different from the scene when Lin Xian saw the silver bullet. It really seemed like an object from another dimension. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous explosion appeared inexplicably above the vast wilderness of the uninhabited area. It was unknown whether it came from the sky or the ground, which made everyone in the already extremely urgent joint team suddenly feel nervous. The system is detecting the driver's vital signs. The vital signs are in good condition: heart rate, body temperature. The co-occurrence system is turned on, the light curtain flashed in front of my eyes, the system completed the restart, the progress bar was imported, and various subsystems such as movement, defense, radar, situational awareness, and life support appeared one by one in the light curtain interface. Lin Xian immediately closed all the sunshades of the train, his heart pounding. At this moment, the giant seemed to turn around and look at the joint train. It was infinitely far away and infinitely enlarged at the same time, as if the surrounding space was collapsing in its direction. Lin Xian reacted and immediately rushed to the No. 2 carriage while pressing the communicator and shouting, "Everyone, don't look to the left side of the train." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the leaders of the various teams of the joint train were all shocked and hurried to pass the message to the team. No way. In the Fu Lushou RV, Hu Lushou, who had been worried all the time, was pale at this time. He quickly pulled down the curtains next to the window, but after thinking about it, he thought that this was not the right side, so he quickly pulled it up. At this time, he looked to the south of the no man's land and immediately took a breath of cold air. Lin Xian, look. In the information center of the number 2 carriage, Kiki stared at the screen in front of her with wide eyes. The picture inside made her open her mouth and was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan rushed out of the carriage one after the other, only to see a horrifying scene on the monitoring screen. On the left side of the train was the magnificent rusty red desert Gobi under the setting sun, while the skyline on the right side of the south collapsed without any warning. The vast horizon of the Gobi Desert was still immersed in the dazzling gold a second ago, but now there was a night tide that stretched for thousands of miles, like an overturned ink pool. The thick darkness surged up from below the horizon, like a huge wall of liquid asphalt more than 1,000 meters high, pushing towards the entire Gobi Desert at a speed beyond the laws of physics. The darkness was not pure black. The depths of the darkness and the tide seemed to be shimmering with the rainbow of oil spills. The air suddenly became sticky like colloid, and all the light on the horizon was stained by the darkness into a sick emerald green, sweeping the sky and the ground madly. What is that? Chen Sichuan covered her mouth and asked in an unbelievable tone. That's the fucking number 5 Xingyuan. Lin Xian immediately felt his brain explode, and without even thinking about it, he immediately ran the mechanical heart frantically, accelerating the power of the 4 traction locomotives, including the giant Whale 03 heavy gas turbine locomotive, the Dragon class, and the Huanqing 10A, to the extreme. In an instant, all the engine motors of the infinite number 1 roared and roared, and the huge torque made all the driving iron wheels of the train tear out flashing orange sparks. In an instant, a huge impact force pushed Longshan number 1, pulling the train behind to start violent acceleration. Everyone speed up, run. Empty, empty, empty. The huge car structure metal trembling sound came from the carriages of Longshan number 1 being pushed in front, and at this time, all the people in the team also discovered the terrifying black tide in the south. Cold inhalations, scolding, and exclamations sounded one after another in the communication frequency band. For a time, the power of all trains was accelerated to the extreme. At this time, it didn't matter whether the northern track had been maintained for a long time or was damaged. All began to run at the highest power. 250 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 350 kilometers, 400 km. The wind whistled, and the long steel dragon in the wilderness was accelerating violently. The yellow sand on the Gobi Desert was waving, and the 15-kilometer-long joint train was carrying the ultimate power of the industrial behemoth and rushing at high speed. At this time, the Fu Lushou team, the Dawn team, the Oxai Brotherhood and other car teams were yelling inside and outside the car. Run, run! Speed up. Throw away the unnecessary weight, and rush. It's over, it's over. Shut up, drive carefully, and watch the road. At this time, Lu Xiao, the leader of the team, yelled in the communication band, keep the formation, don't mess up, don't drive out and follow the car in front. The Gobi Desert looks flat, but it is actually full of rocks. Only the road that has been compacted by humans along the track is the flattest. In addition, there is a tow truck leading the way, which allows the convoy of hundreds of vehicles to maintain the highest speed. If they lose their position at this time, they will definitely be in chaos and people will die. Lu Zhao's words immediately discouraged those who wanted to drive out of the car formation to overtake. Everyone watched the train speeding away and could only hold their breath and chase along the track. On the train convoy side, the 22 convoys were all tense at this moment. The power of the train had been increased to the maximum. Even the concrete sleepers on the track in the Gobi Desert were shaking, and the darkness in the south was like a tsunami, from the beginning of a black line, gradually becoming wide and tall. The originally clear sky was also swallowed by the darkness, like a huge dark wall covering the sky and earth, constantly advancing towards the train. On the Longshan number 1 side, Shi Diyuan rarely broke out in cold sweat. He looked at the dark sky on the monitor, and the driving radar, and his fists were clenched. So this Xingyuan is such a terrifying scene. Ning Jing also looked very solemn. At this time, including her, everyone in Longshan number 1 felt a huge crisis. It will be dark for more than an hour. Shi Diyuan frowned. It can't be calculated like this. We are very close to Xingyuan number 5. We escaped from Yijin City by the edge of the polar night. Ning Jing said. Then how can this Xingyuan run faster than the polar night? Isn't this? Sure, Yuan was about to say something strange. But what is normal for them now? At this time, Qian Deli's voice came from the communication channel. The darkness is very fast. It will be dark in no more than an hour. Is it called dark in Xingyuan? Monica said coldly. Give up all illusions. It is impossible for us to advance to Quancheng before dark. We haven't seen the edge of the tide yet. In the number 2 carriage of the Infinity, Kiki is calculating with Luo Yang and others in the number 12 carriage. The computer screen shows the picture of the horizon that is taken and recognized by optical information. How is it? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Still calculating. Kiki's fingers kept operating, and at the same time Luo Yang over there also sent a message. Using optical measurement, the expansion speed should be about 220 kilometers. It only takes half an hour to reach us, but the edges on both sides are too fuzzy. Lin Xian remembered that no matter what Chu Yen said, the situation of Weha was an irregular expansion of the number 5 star abyss, that is to say, it was not the entire star abyss with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, but a part of the irregular area. So although the tide looks like the end of the sky, it is not actually the case. If it is advancing in a quasi-circular direction, then the arrival of the tide is not a vertical wall. So if they are escaping along the tangent direction now, as long as the speed and edge of the dark giant wall can be determined, they can calculate whether they can escape. Kiki said at this time, according to our speed and direction of travel, unless the star abyss spans an expansion part that does not exceed 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and the depth area does not exceed 350 kilometers, we may be able to avoid it. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. He synchronized this information to everyone. Even so, it sounded too optimistic. Monica is right. Give up the fantasy. According to the worst-case scenario, we will be swallowed by Xingyuan in half an hour, so we can only fight while running like we did when we entered the sandstorm in the morning. Half an hour is barely good news. At least we have time to prepare. Qian Deli said. Compared to what happened to Lao Mo and Boss Hu before, it's good news that we're on track. Monica said at this time, at least we won't get lost. What about Boss Hu? Have they caught up? The communicator still has a signal, so they shouldn't be far away. Just after he finished speaking, Hu Lushou's intermittent signal came from the communicator. Bosses, if you can't get out, why don't you slow down and wait for us? If we encounter a strange tide, we can concentrate our firepower and not get separated. Who knows what we encounter? If we run a little further, we might be able to get out as soon as possible. Why slow down? Sure, Yuan said immediately. Just drive. At the current speed, you won't fall behind much even if you drive for another half an hour. Hu Lushou's face was bitter when he heard it, and he slapped his thigh and was ready to curse. It's terrible, we're going to be cannon fodder. Sun Chong, who was standing by, advised him calmly. They can't slow down for us, but they are right. Now we can only run as fast as we can on the track. As long as we don't get lost, we were able to get out last time, and we will definitely be able to get out this time. Hearing Sun Chang's words, Hu Lushou's resentful face was filled with righteousness. He looked at the dark giant wall of the skyline outside the car window, gnashing his teeth and saying, damn it, if I were driving a dragon transport ship, I would have rushed out with a boost, and I would have to suffer this. Sun Chong glanced at him coldly. Have you forgotten how your transport ship crashed? Hu Lushou shuddered when he heard this, and held back what he wanted to say. He could only sit there and pray with a sullen look on his face. On the Infinity side, all the personnel who could wear power armor had already put it on. Shu Qin and Delo led people and PX-05 robots to carry ammunition to each carriage one by one. Even Lu Xingchen had a stern look on his face, and was ready for battle. He stood by the carriage in power armor, and watched the darkness approach, with fire in his eyes. Kiki. In carriage number 2, Lin Xian asked Kiki to put on a set of power armor. You may encounter anything in Xingyuan, and your telekinetic shield may not be able to withstand everything. Kiki nodded, obediently put on a set of Lone Wolf's power armor, and said optimistically, in fact, I've wanted to wear it for a long time, but sometimes I find it troublesome. The motion unit is not useful, but at least the radar system and defensive armor are still useful to you. Lin Xian said. That's right. Qin Sichuan walked over and said, raise the weapons, and turn on the fire control radar in advance, the system reacts faster than people. Okay. Kiki immediately operated, raising all the electromagnetic guns, 1130, anti-aircraft guns and automatic Gatling gun turrets from the roof, and at the same time, the arc pulse string vibrator and the electric blade armor on both sides of the train were also turned on, and the entire Infinity entered the full unlimited combat mode. Each car, report the situation. Lin Xian looked at the dark giant wall that was approaching and covering the sky, and pressed the communicator and said, Car number 21, Liang Lei, Dezhou, we are ready, Captain Lin, don't worry. Liang Lei held a weapon in his hand, and his skin turned metallic, ready for battle. Car number 17, everyone is ready. Li Yi's voice came. Car number 15, our people are ready. Li Guangwen, wearing power armor, took a deep breath. Car number 14, Luo Luo and Amin are all here. Car number 12, Luo Yang and Xiao Bai are all okay, and the weapon fire control radar is online. Car number 9, Xu Qin, Miao Lu, and Lu Chong are on standby. Car number 6, Brother Hua and I are here, Brother Xian can rest assured. Car number 3, I'm Xiao Yuan, I'm with Director Ding. Car number 20, Sally is also ready. At this time, in car number 20, Sasha had already sat in the fully armed Sally, and the 6-axis mechanical arm behind her was mounted on the mecha, which could be launched outside the car at any time to fight. In car number 2, Lin Xian, Chen Xishuan, and Kiki were all wearing armor and looked at each other tacitly. Let's go to the cockpit. Yes. Lin Xian called Chen Xishuan, and the two of them still worked together to go to the Infinity cockpit. About 50 kilometers to go. Shi Deyuan's voice came from the communicator, and everyone's expression tensed. At 1729, in the vast Gobi Desert to the south, a huge black wall that penetrated the horizon rolled over the raging dark storm and rushed in rapidly. At this distance, it seemed that all kinds of strange dark distortions could be seen inside. It was not pure black, but more like an annihilation tide from another planetary body, completely occupying the world. At this time, the high-speed United train had an orange-red sunset on the left, and a dark wave like a cosmic beast on the right. The black and sticky storm sky twisted crazily, swallowing the sand dunes, rusty signal towers, and wind-eroded rocks passing by silently. 20 kilometers. Dang 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 dang. The ground, the dust, the tracks, all trembled, the whole sky became dim. In front of Longshan number 1, the Gobi Desert was no longer visible, only a black curtain tied thousands of meters high like a world fault. 10 kilometers. The wind was howling, the iron wheels of the train rolled and collided with countless sparks, and the sky and the earth changed color. When the dark giant wall was only 3 kilometers away from the train, all the frantic sounds suddenly disappeared. The gravel beside the track lost all its shadows the moment it was touched by the darkness, as if the coordinates of the three-dimensional world were taken away and flattened into a two-dimensional ghost like a paper cut. The mercury column of the thermometer in the carriage dropped sharply, and frost condensed on the surface of the stainless steel forks in the dining car, and the temperature dropped sharply. Crack, crack, crack. The frequency bands of the trains that had been in communication were now madly emitting strange noises. The voices of Lin Xian, Shi Deyuan, Monica, Xian Deli and others had become mixed in it, making it difficult to hear anything clearly, as if hundreds of millions of people were crying and howling in the dark. At the same time, all the electronic equipment on the train, including the power armor system, were constantly experiencing strange surges, and the signals were extremely unstable and shaking. Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan stood in the cockpit, watching the terrifying black curtain that covered the sky and the sun outside the porthole swallowing them. Their pupils were frozen. Xingyuan. Here it comes. When the black sky that seemed like a world fault swallowed the entire earth, everything seemed silent. Everyone noticed it at the first moment. It seemed that their senses had been disconnected. Vision, hearing, touch. Everything was directly shattered by a rolling force, as if it was self-disintegrating, and everything no longer existed. Lin Xian tried to open his eyes, but he felt that he had no eyelids and no eyes. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't seem to feel his mouth. He wanted to reach out to find Chen Xishuan, but he forgot where his hand was. So, Lin Xian tried to operate the mechanical heart. Buzz, a mechanical roar gradually deafened in the void, and he heard it. This was the first time he heard the roar of his mechanical heart. Is it true? The vision gradually formed, and Lin Xian felt that the perspective in front of him became extremely wide, as if his eyes protruded from his face and turned into fish eyes, and the vision became extremely strange. At this moment, he was still standing in the cockpit of the Infinity. The darkness had climbed up the window. Outside the glass was no longer the Gobi Desert, but a boiling void. He tried to look into the void, but found that Longshan number 1 in front of the porthole seemed to have disappeared. The carriage was driving into the center of the iris of a giant eye. The pupil was a wormhole that was constantly collapsing and expanding. The iris texture was actually countless inverted Babylon towers, and the tower's spires were pierced with war debris from different historical periods, medieval ironclad ships, atomic bomb mushroom clouds, and the remains of cyborg prostheses. The train was still rushing forward under the action of inertia, like a photon sucked into a black hole, carrying the last stubbornness of the steel civilization, rushing towards the end of the unknown dimension. The second sound he heard was his own breathing. He heard the sound of his nasal cavity panting in the mass cabin of the power armor, like an astronaut drifting towards the abyss of the endless universe, full of despair and loneliness, but he couldn't see his body at all, nor could he see any information about the power armor. This was the first time that Lin Xian had such a strange and detached scene in his mind. At this time, Chuyin told him that if you see it, don't look at it. If you try to understand it, it must be counterintuitive. Don't describe it. He felt cold all over and quickly closed his eyes to feel his senses, so as not to let himself fall into the kind of loss of falling into the abyss of the universe. At this time, he finally felt a force in his limbs and body, and at the same time, all kinds of noisy sounds seemed to come from the depths of darkness from far to near. Ding, ding, hypothermia warning, hypothermia warning. Woo, for a moment, the beep of the watch, the alarm of the power armor, and the roar of the giant whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive brought Lin Xian back to reality. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly came from his brain, accompanied by falling to the ground. Sky. After a loud noise, Lin Xian only felt that the train had completely derailed and seemed to have fallen somewhere, but it was not right. The vast Gobi Desert was a smooth road, so how could there be a sense of weightlessness? But the reality left him no room for doubt. When his senses came back, Lin Xian realized that the cockpit of the Infinity had tilted. The metal connection between the front and Longshan No. 1 made a harsh sound of twisting and breaking, and the carriage roared as if there was an air crash. As the lights of the Jujing 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive flickered, Lin Xian saw the Longshan No. 1 carriage in front of him tilted high, and deafening screams and shouts began to come from the headphones. Ah! What's going on? The carriage is cracked. Ah! Snap! At this time, someone suddenly grabbed Lin Xian from behind. He looked back and found that it was Chen Sichuan, who was holding the guardrail. She shouted, "Lin Xian." Lin Xian grabbed her with his backhand and immediately started the train engine by running the mechanical heart. There was a roaring sound of the motor, but then Lin Xian found that all the driving wheels were idling and the train was not on the track at all. Empty, empty, empty. The metal roaring sound kept coming from the rear carriage. Lin Xian immediately put his hands on the porthole and directly made a small drone outside the car to take off quickly. Finally, as the drone's perspective rose, Lin Xian saw an extremely horrifying scene. The entire joint train was completely derailed at this time. The Longshan No. 1 in front, including the Infinity, and the Queen Mo in the back, and the train carriages of the Joker team were crooked and horizontal on a black ground. There was no overturning, but many carriages were twisted and deformed. The lights in the carriages kept flashing and connected. All the cars were like the Infinity, and the circuit system had surge fluctuations. What was strange was that the combined train was surrounded by dark forests and trees, and many of the trees were even broken by the train. The torn branches stretched out from the windows, and they looked a bit fierce in the dark night. Lin Xian took a breath and immediately controlled the drone to rise vertically. However, as the viewing angle increased, the camera of the drone became dim and turbid. He only saw the train behind him lying crookedly in a dark forest, with lights flickering for several kilometers until the end of the darkness. Looking at the picture in the drone, Lin Xian's expression became serious, and he immediately said, "This is not the Western Gobi." In the forest under the black curtain, there seemed to be strange noises other than the train in the depths of the forest. The piercing roar echoed in the darkness. Terror was coming, and weirdness was coming. Chapter 330. Under the dark forest, a strange train appeared between the trees and mountains. Thousands of trees were crushed and broken, and the metal hissing sounds of various carriages came one after another. This huge modern industrial creation suddenly appeared here without any warning. Lin Xian tried to look at the distance through the drone, but under the black curtain, he could only see the outlines of some mountains. I don't know if it was the visual distortion of the thick black fog. The huge mountains in the distance seemed to be slowly crawling. Those black shadows dissolved and reorganized in the fog. The sky was a strange deep blue, without stars or moon, and the terrain could not be seen clearly, and the southeast could not be distinguished. Lin Xian seemed to be the first to wake up from the state of lost consciousness. When he grabbed Chen Sichuan and checked the current situation through the drone, the others came back to their senses from the horror, or Woke up. A large number of dark fear forces were detected. The alarm of the heterogeneous magic cube kept ringing. Zzz. In the communicator, the internal frequency band of the Infinity finally returned to normal. Kiki had already rushed to the front car and saw Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan, shouting loudly. Are you all okay? How are the others? Lin Xian saw Kiki and immediately contacted the other cars. It's okay. We're all okay. The back car is safe. For a moment, the people in the Infinity cars sent messages one after another, and there was a panic noise in the communicator. Obviously, everyone had just come back to their senses from the fear and loss. Brother Sher, how are you? After confirming the situation of the Infinity, Lin Xian began to ask other trains. After the intermittent signal was broken, Longshan No. 1 finally sent a message, but the first sound in the communicator was a burst of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, other convoys were also constantly hearing gunshots, screams, and roars. Dark mutation. Someone shouted. Old Chun, no. Kill him. The carriage is out of control, close it. Da-da-da, bang, bang, bang. Wake up, it's one of us. In an instant, countless painful howls and shouts spread across the public frequency band. Everyone understood at this moment that the dark mutation had broken out inside. All carriages are blocked, and the problem is solved inside. On the Longshan No. 1 side, Shi Diyuan led Ning Jing and a group of people to quickly rush through the carriages, constantly solving the internal mutations, suppressing panic, and personally shooting and killing those familiar, beloved, and friendly faces. At the same time, he was also leading. He shouted in the channel, Brother Lin, other teams, this damn place has a high spirit value. Hurry up and solve the internal troubles. There must be a strange body approaching. In the Joker team, Qian Deli acted quickly. A golden flash passed through the carriage, and several mutated subordinates were cruelly twisted by him. In this situation, he was the fastest. Everyone looked at their companions, who were killed by their boss with a calm face. In the Joker team, everyone had reached this consensus long ago. Mutation means death, but if the mutation harms their own people, it would be a shame. We have solved it. The problem now is that we seem to have derailed. Qian Deli looked at the dead Chef Lao Zhou on the ground with a cold look and sighed secretly. The Queen Mo also encountered frequent problems, but all of Monica's men were wearing power armor and connected to her control system. As long as one person's vital signs and heart rate information showed abnormalities, an alarm would immediately sound, and Monica would directly lock the power armor program, reverse control to prevent them from using weapons and attacking friendly forces, and then they would be dealt with. But there happened to be a dozen women collected from Lao Xia in one of her carriages. 3 of them had mutated and had bitten 2 others to death before being killed by Monica. Monica looked at the environment around the train in the holographic interface and said quickly, We have found the reason why Boss Hu and his team got lost. Xing Yuan seems to have directly torn us into another space or area. On the Infinity, Lin Xian and Chen Xishuan Kiki ran all the way to the rear carriage. Ding Junyi in carriage number 3 was also shocked by this strange power. She followed Lin Xian all the way to the rear, and saw the world outside the gap of the window visor. She couldn't help but say, Is Xing Yuan some kind of black hole singularity? The nearest forest to the Oxai no man's land is at least 4,000 kilometers away. This is really incredible. Captain Lin. Shu Qin in the front came over at this time, followed by Luo Yang, Lu Cheng, Lao Imo and Sun Yushin. Captain Lin, this is the situation we encountered before. Old Imo, who was still recovering from his injuries, was horrified and shouted, We must leave here quickly, otherwise. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a huge shock came, which seemed to come from other convoys in the back, pulling all the carriages in front back violently, almost making Lin Xian and others unstable. What's wrong? Strange body. Boom boom boom. A huge attack sound came, and all kinds of weird sounds that made people's scalps numb began to sound in the dark forest, as if countless unknown creatures were approaching the joint train quickly. The team behind us fell into the water. Falling into the water? Captain Lin, we and Feng Fan, Great Victory, Iron Fortress, are all stuck in a swamp now, and the ocean and parrot behind us have sunk into the lake. Red Rose Team Captain Zhou Hongqiu stood in the tilted carriage, looking at the countless strange tentacles tumbling in the swamp outside, and the indescribable monsters that had climbed onto the carriages, and reported to the team ahead in panic. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, the internal troubles of hundreds of trains in the joint team have not been cleared, and the outside has been in a mess, and the alarms are blazing. All the heavy weapons, electromagnetic railguns, and 1130s on the Infinity's fire control system have been turned on at this time. All of them are automatically running, and the firepower is violent. From the Red Rose team behind, nearly 1/3 of the trains have been stuck in the muddy swamp, and the ocean and Parrot, with a total of more than 30 carriages, have begun to be flooded, and are sinking madly into an unknown deep water. A huge lake. The location of the joint train is right at the edge of this lake. It's flooded. Help! What to do? Open the doors, everyone swim out. The captain of the ocean made a prompt decision, but at this time, the entire carriage was half submerged and floating on the lake. The black lake water kept pouring in, and even the nuclear-powered carriages were beginning to take in water. The train circuit system flickered, and the automatic valve machines were all stuck. He immediately called on the superpowers to manually open the doors of each carriage, but at this time, a black snake-like giant shadow suddenly passed by outside the carriage. Under the flashing lights, countless dark green scales could be seen, curling and twisting, causing a whirlpool of wild waves. It seemed to be some kind of terrifying creature under the black water. Empty! The second sound came, and it was the last carriage that seemed to be entangled by something, and began to collapse inwards. The whole train tilted forward and backward, and the water kept washing towards the rear carriage and the carriage. People couldn't even stand. Under the huge force, the whole train was constantly moving backwards, as if it was being pulled into the water by the unknown creature under the black water lake. At the same time, in the dark forest, creatures whose shapes were completely unclear began to rush towards the train. The weapon systems of all the teams were roaring at this moment, and the sound of gunfire resounded in this dark and lonely forest. We are retreating. Something is dragging us into the water. Buzz, the traction locomotives of the trains of each team were roaring at this time, but the hard iron wheels could not produce any grip in the swamp and mud. At this time, Sher Diyuan shouted immediately, Sister Emo, you and my all-terrain traction train group will start the traction drive switch immediately, and pull the convoy up first. Okay. In a flash, the only two all-terrain traction locomotives in the joint train immediately switched to the track group and began to roar. For a while, soil and rocks flew everywhere, and wood chips were crushed. They just barely stopped the retreat, but the ground in the forest was all muddy humus soil, soft and deep, and it didn't work at all. No, we must use the track to pull. At this time, Lin Xian shouted in the communicator. It was simply a fantasy to rely on two all-terrain vehicles to drag a train that was more than 10 kilometers long and deeply stuck in the mud swamp. The only way was to rush the carriages one by one into the rails, and use the weight of the train and the friction of the rails to pull the train. If it was not enough, cover more tracks. Only by increasing and decreasing can the power of more traction locomotives be put to use. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he immediately discussed strategies with Kiki and others. If we build tracks and put trains on them one by one, and pull the guides at the back to reset, I wonder if it will work. But this requires building very long tracks, otherwise it will definitely slip if the traction is not enough. Kiki said at this time. Yes, or we can use the method of using a car to mount a trailer hook. Shuqin followed at this time. No, more than 500 trains are stuck. What kind of hook cable can pull tens of thousands of tons? Luo Yang also shook his head. At this time, the situation was extremely urgent. A large number of attacks came suddenly. There was no time for everyone to discuss too much. The situation was critical. Who knew that at this time? Lao Imo suddenly said, Captain Lin, the easiest way to derail a heavy train is to force the track. Do you remember the traction platform of the climbing elevator? If you can make a non-fixed track ladder, and then use the traction platform to pull the train onto the track ladder, you can use the train power to reset it automatically. The track ladder can be driven into simple piles in this area. There is no need to consider stability, but it only needs a length of half a kilometer at most to definitely hold the train. As long as it can move forward, just lay simple steel rails in front. Lin Xian immediately reacted when he heard it. Lao Imo is indeed an old engineer of Xinghua heavy industry. His method is concise, and to the point. To put it bluntly, the Queen Imo and Longshan No. 1 all-terrain tractors are used as traction platforms, and bricks and steel plates are laid in front of the lead vehicle to form a temporary guide slope to pull it into the track with piles made in advance. Although the tractor cannot pull it, Lin Xian and Kiki can directly build the track below. As long as the infinite traction locomotive can be dragged onto the track, the infinite with 4 traction locomotives and 2 nuclear-powered trains can provide a huge torque to pull the rear vehicle. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately told the others about his idea, and Sher Diyuan and Monica also understood his intention and immediately expressed their approval. Let's do it this way, Sister Mo, you and Ning Jing are responsible for the tractor. Lao Qian, you and I are responsible for blocking the monsters and protecting Brother Lin and the others. Okay. Everyone move, quickly. On Lin Xian's side, all personnel are also ready to join the battle. Lei Zi, you protect Captain Lin. Li shouted to Liang Lei at this time. Liang Lei nodded, and immediately followed Lin Xian, with the two people from Delu, Li Guangwen and others. Attack team, mobile team, you suppress and cover me. Teacher Chun, you reconnaissance team, hold the car. Okay. Brother Hua, you know what to do. I understand. Bang bang, in the number 21 carriage, the roof opened, and a Vulcan mecha roared and jumped out of the car. Sasha, who was sitting inside, also shouted, "Look at my power." Fire fist. Boom, Lu Xingchen flew into the sky, and a huge fire blasted down towards the forest with dense creatures. The huge fireball swept all the way, igniting hundreds of trees, burning fiercely, and the flame shot up into the sky. For a moment, all the members of the Infinity wearing power armor, as well as the personnel of Longshan No. 1, Queen Mo, Joker and other teams, went out in full force, and fired fiercely at the creatures sweeping in from the forest on both sides under the firepower of the train. Those indiscernible, distorted, human-shaped, coral-shaped creatures, insects, monsters, and ghosts exude countless strange smells, constantly eroding the survivors' retinal nerves and brain sanity. In the deep forest in front of Longshan No. 1, a translucent worm with a diameter of 1 meter appeared. It was unknown how long it was. In the translucent worm, a corrosive blue-green fluorescent reaction could be vaguely seen. In the distance to the side of Infinity, a black shadow larger than a fog spider swam at a very fast speed and swept away very quickly, silently. No one knew what its purpose was, just like a low-frame rate creature in a silent movie. But every time it appeared, there would be dense spherical spiders gushing out from the woods below like a tide. Qin Sichuan was holding Meteorite 3 and was guarding the roof of Infinity with Niao Lu and other members of the reconnaissance team. They kept firing at the forest. When a strange rustling sound came, she immediately turned around and fired a shot behind her. Under the light of the gunfire, a strange giant snake with human hands was climbing on a tall ancient tree in the forest. In front of the headlights of Longshan No. 1, a strange humanoid creature ran past quickly with a sinister laugh. In the Red Rose convoy behind, countless strange shadows slowly emerged from the mud and water in the swamp outside, and in the ocean carriage that had sunk into the water, there were survivors, who were strangely pulled out directly from the broken window. While rescuing, the teammates saw the terrifying creatures growing on the rotten corpse through the flashing lights inside the car. On the Hell Warrior's side, there were countless bee-like buzzing sounds in the sky. When Daedon's flamethrower ignited the forest, a large number of strange beehives with human corpses appeared in the forest. Except for those dark creatures that looked like insects and beasts, most of them were forms of existence that the survivors could not understand. They only knew that those things were moving, approaching, and devouring humans. From the front to the back of the car, the 15-kilometer front was in chaos, with a large number of deaths and strange events happening frequently. From entering Xingyuan to now, only a few minutes have passed, but it feels like time is extremely slow. Lin Xian and Kiki were both wearing power armor. When the automatic explosion-proof door of the Infinity train opened, they were greeted by an extreme chill. It was not pure temperature, but a kind of space oppression that made people feel extremely confused and conscious in an instant. Lin Xian felt dizzy for a moment, and then without hesitation, he stepped on the black humus in the forest and rushed forward. At this time, Qian Deli Monica and the people of Longshan No. 1 also went out. Queen Mo unhooked from the Infinity and drove forward, and the backup all-terrain motorcycle of Longshan No. 1 in front also drove back. Bang, 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 the carriages at the rear kept moving backwards. The situation was extremely critical. Ugh, hiss, more and more carriages at the rear began to sink into the deep water. Screams and cries for help sounded intermittently in the headphones, accompanied by the strange shouts in the dark forest around, the monsters that were approaching and made people's SN values crazy. The buzzing of the G3 electromagnetic railgun resounded through the night sky, and the firepower of the two 1130s. On the left and right flattened all the trees in the forest. Starting from here, first make the guide slope, then make the rails, and the steel structure in the middle maintains the track gauge to pull the Infinity. Come up! Lao Mo and Sun Yuzhen also rushed out of the car to help. Sun Yuzhen spread her wings and flew directly into the sky. She looked into the distance and quickly said to Lin Xian, "Deploy to the 3 o'clock direction. The terrain over there is a ridge impact zone. There must be hard soil." You can drive into the open area there. Phew, Kiki operated the Silver Blade Torrent to form a storm on one side of the forest to block those monsters, whose shapes could not be seen at all. At the same time, he had to use the telekinesis shield to resist, and lift up the Infinity's lead car, the giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, so that Lin Xian could create a metal guide slope below. Countless materials flew out of Lin Xian's hands, and sections of rails and iron piles continued to form and fall. Liang Lei and the building fought hard while leading the engineering team to smash the iron piles into the ground. On both sides of the joint train, there were thousands of combatants wearing power armor. They either held weapons and guns and fired wildly at both sides, or rushed into the strange formation under the cover of the train's firepower. In less than 5 minutes, Li Guangwen, Luo Luo, Amin, Xu Qin, Miao Lu, Lu Chong and others had inexplicably felt a sense of killing. Lin Xian naturally felt that this strong dark invasion force was constantly bombarding his reason. Even though he was wearing Black Hawk power armor, he was sweating profusely at this moment. All the materials came out frantically to make the track. Buzz, the all-terrain vehicle of Longshan No. 1 came at this time. The two vehicles, together with the Queen Mo, mounted the Infinity on the tractor hook. After Lin had made the rails under the first 3 tractors of the Infinity, he handed the rest of the work to the track-laying vehicle of Longshan No. 1. What he had to do was to make temporary guide plates under the other tractors with power output in the rear with Kiki to increase the ground grip, so that most of the traction locomotives could output power at the same time, so that there would be a chance to pull all the trains forward in one fell swoop. Time passed by minute, and the gap between the Infinity and the Joker team behind was getting bigger and bigger. Qian Deli and Xiao Ming had been killing each other. Dozens of white humanoid monsters rushed into the team quickly, and took away many lives. Qian Deli was shouting frantically at this time, asking everyone to disperse the formation and concentrate firepower. Xiao Ming, there's one hiding behind. Boom! The heavy weapons on the train had almost flattened the forests on both sides. Thousands of trees fell down. In the dark shadow, a white monster ran over with a roar. A large number of bullets set off countless white waves on its body. It seemed that after being shattered, it twisted into a human shape again. It was not until it was covered by a large amount of firepower that it was completely shattered, leaving white maggots all over the ground squirming. Xiao Ming rushed up and picked up a flamethrower to burn the white maggots clean. Be careful. Start the high-voltage curtain wall. The car can withstand it. Back up. The track-laying locomotive of Longshan No. 1 has arrived. At the same time, 2 all-terrain traction locomotives have been connected to the Infinite. It's okay. On Lin Xian's side, there are already about 10 traction locomotives of the train fleet that have been laid on the track. Behind them are swamps and shallow talks. Even if he wants to lay, it won't work. Brother Sher, Monica, Teacher Chen, get ready. Lin Xian. At this moment, Kiki, who was in the middle of the joint train, pointed to the swamp behind and the train carriage section that was about to sink. There, the fire was blazing, and many survivors who fell into the water were fighting with strange bodies. On the vast body of water, there was a giant creature like a mountain range tumbling. Boom! Accompanied by a violent vibration, a dark green giant shadow rushed out of the shallows of the lake and swam across, instantly swallowing dozens of people. At the same time, the huge body hit the train carriage, and several carriages were instantly deformed and twisted. It turned out to be a giant monster in the lake. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted in the communicator. All cars start the engines. Buzz. Woo! Chen Xishuan, who had returned to the Infinity cab, immediately increased the operating power of the 4 traction locomotives step by step. Only the crazy roar of the motor engine was heard, and the entire train, together with the temporary rails, sank several centimeters underground. Then, with a burst of metallic hissing, it finally pulled all the trains behind to stop retreating, and then began to roll forward slowly. For a moment, the 2 all-terrain traction locomotives, together with more than a dozen on-track traction locomotives including the Infinity, exerted force at the same time, pressing the sectional track below and began to move forward. The originally twisted carriages were straightened, and the joints of the carriages rubbed and rubbed. The combined train moved forward. Don't push the power to the highest level at once, otherwise the drive wheels will slip. Lao Mo said to Chen Xishuan in the carriage at this time. I know. Buzz, buzz, countless traction ropes were pulled straight at this time. This joint train made temporary rails under the violent attack in the dark and moved forward. The Red Rose team, sail, great victory, Iron Fortress and other teams trapped in the swamp behind also found that their trains were being forced forward from the muddy swamp by a huge and violent force. Because of the strong friction of the swamp and the lake, the metal structure at the connection between the short carriage and the swamp carriage made crazy noises, and even continuous explosions were heard. Kiki and Lin Xian were one in front and one behind. One used telekinesis to lift several carriages, while the other tightened the connecting hardware, and finally began to speed up the escape speed. And in the swamp and the Black Lake, with the collapse of the front line, countless survivors had died. Lin Xian, in this situation, even if we escape from the lake, we can't speed up and get out of the dark area. There is only one way. At this time, Ding Junyi, wearing a power armor, flew high in the sky under the leadership of Sun Yuzhen to help observe the surrounding terrain, while Brother Hua flew beside to protect the two. Ding Junyi said coldly, "According to the theory of the territory, we can only get a chance to breathe if we stay in place and kill all the people in the surrounding area. The chance of survival is very small if we run into Xingyuan with a mark all the way. Without a track, we can't run at all, and we can't run fast. We can only deal with it on the spot. But this is not the worst situation." At this moment, Ding Junyi looked through the black fog at the outline of the mountains and rivers in the distance. Those moving mountains, in the sky, there is even a broken bay. The bay does not look complete. It is all fan-shaped waves at a certain angle. The deep sea and the shallow sea are intertwined, and the hollow place is a dark empty space. It's like a world in another dimension. Chapter 331. I know, let's pull up the train first. Wow, Lin Xian's drone was spinning above his head, and the red pulse rays were flashing continuously. He watched the train moving forward while rushing back to the direction of infinity with Kiki. The giant snake set off huge waves in the Black Lake. With the speed of the Longshan No. 1 track laying machine, the entire train might be dragged into the water, so he had to go back and continue to make the track for the advance. In the current communication frequency band, Hu Lushou, Lu Xiao, and other car teams could no longer be contacted. I don't know what their situation is. The situation of the teams along the way was extremely tragic. Lin Xian's heart was pounding. He was now worried about the situation of his team members. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart that in extreme cases, he had to abandon some teams in the rear. All the towing hooks of the train teams here were made by him. As long as he wanted, he could directly disconnect any train. The most likely ones here were those carriages that had not yet landed and were still in the lake and swamp. Lin Xian made plans while watching the train moving slowly forward. If the giant snake appeared, he would have to use a gravitational lens to try to strangle it even if he ran out of energy. But his primary goal now was to build tracks for the train. Otherwise no one knew how many giants there were under the Black Lake. Where the hell is this place? Kiki took Lin Xian all the way, and the two of them helped the convoy along the way to strangle some monsters, which relieved some of their pressure. Lin Xian looked at the rapidly rotating compass on his watch, shook his head and said, "I don't know. This place is even weirder than Aijin City in the polar night. Those mountains don't look like mountains, and the water doesn't look like water. I don't know if this is still a blue planet." He had this feeling for a reason. Through the optoelectronic system of the power armor, he could see the floating mountains, the floating bay fragments, the strange deep blue sky, and the starless and moonless sky. If it weren't for the trees and soil in the forest, Lin Xian would have thought he had come to another dimension. Be careful. Suddenly, a group of black shadows came from the black fog in the sky. When Lin Xian's power armor sounded an urgent alarm, Kiki took action immediately. With a slap, Kiki raised his hand, and the silver blade torrent around him rushed up and rushed towards the black shadow. Lin Xian looked up and found that there was a group of twisted flying monster insects above his head. The speed was extremely fast, like the speed of a hummingbird, which caught the defenders of a convoy below off guard. With a chaotic impact, several people were bitten away, and the monster suddenly stabbed the survivor's abdomen with the spikes on its abdomen, as if injecting some unknown substance. Kiki's silver blade storm directly smashed the group of strange insects flying towards the two of them, and sparks flew in the sky. It can be seen that the skin of the strange insects is extremely hard. Woo! Lin Xian's 22 Thunder Falcon drones also flew up at this time, and the pulse beam shot rapidly to suppress the momentum. High-speed object approaching on the left. The Black Hawk power armor reacted immediately, and Lin Xian's heart trembled. Before he saw what was in the dark forest, he had already raised the force field shield reflexively. Ding ding ding. In an instant, dozens of black spikes shot rapidly and stung his force field shield, and a puff of black smoke sprayed out. Kiki saw it at this time, and immediately pushed the telekinesis shield to shake it open. Go back quickly. There were more and more strange attacks, and Lin Xian felt depressed. In this case, the casualties of the entire joint train would be considerable, but all he could do at this time was to speed up the train. Soon, Lin Xian returned to the front of the train again. The Longshan No. 1 and the Infinite Queen Mo area were already burning with flames. I don't know if it was because the energy and firepower here were the greatest, or because it was located deep in the forest. Various strange bodies gathered in this area in large numbers, and even Shi Diyuan, Qian Deli, Monica, Ning Jing and others were a little breathless. The Infinites 1130 had already hit 2 bases and entered the reloading gap. 3 electromagnetic guns and several Gatling guns continued to shoot in all directions. There were enemies everywhere, and there were defensive lines everywhere. Sasha's Sally was firing at full power, with a flamethrower in one hand and a Vulcan cannon in the other. It's another big spider. I hate big spiders the most. Let me tell you to try this. Sasha saw the fast-moving big spider in the woods and pressed a button to activate a device on the chest of the Vulcan. Bang! In an instant, a modified plasma beamer shot out a high-voltage guide cable and hit the abdomen of the big spider directly. The blue plasma beam that exploded immediately detonated the giant spider's abdominal cavity, and a large amount of internal organs and juice fell down. Oh yeah! Seeing the secret weapon was successful, Sasha shouted excitedly. On the other side, the assault team of the building and Liang Lei stood firm in the defensive formation on both sides of the Infinity, with 50 people holding heavy weapons to suppress the dark monsters attacking in the forest. The two rushed to the front and chopped the corpses in blood. The mobile team of Xu Qin, Lu Cheng, Li Guangwen, Luo Amin and more than 20 other agile masters of physical skills wearing power armor constantly shuttled in front of the formation to hunt some fast monsters. Qin Sichuan led the reconnaissance team to guard the roof of the car, using anti-aircraft guns, various sniper weapons, electromagnetic guns, etc. to defend against enemies from the sky. Anti-aircraft guns and arc pulse guns kept rushing into the sky, flashing, and the air was full of the tragic feeling of desperate defense. Several large car groups in front were fighting around the Infinity and the traction locomotive. Brother Lin, we can't run away at this speed. Shi Diyuan, who turned into a tiger, pounced on a bug monster from the air and stomped it to death. Then he said in the communicator, "This damn place has no direction, and I don't know where to run." Swish! A sound whistling sword swept across, and a large area of trees and monsters in the forest were cut off. Monica responded coldly, "This is definitely not the Polar Night. Maybe we are already inside the Xingyuan. Look at the sky. Even the laws of physics have been distorted here. Why are the people in the car convoy gone? Didn't Boss Hu rush out? Can't we just rush in one direction?" Qiandeli said at this time. "What the hell, we are a train, not a car." Shi Diyuan cursed. "Do you think you are still driving a car? It's not like we don't have cars." Qiandeli responded, "We have 2 all-terrain trains and 10 base vehicles and several other vehicles. At least we can carry 300 or 400 people to escape, which is better than dying here." When Shi Diyuan heard this, he frowned and shouted at him, "No, if other convoys hear this, our defense line will collapse in an instant. Let's pull the train out first." Lin Xian and Kiki had already arrived at this time. While he was speeding up to build tracks in front of the 2 all-terrain tractors, he said, "You are right. The current situation is not yet the time to let hundreds of people run away. These thousands of people must work together to reduce casualties. Once the people's hearts are scattered, these team members may be invaded and mutated by the darkness, because of despair before they are killed by the monsters. At that time, they will be defeated and out of control. Just being swallowed by the darkness has already lost a lot of people because of the darkness mutation. The situation of the joint train group is different from that of Lao Imo and Hu Lushou before. The chance of survival is extremely low if all the train protection is abandoned, because those spare vehicles do not have any weapons, and once this happens, each team will definitely have internal strife." So Shi Diyuan immediately pointed out the key point and stopped Qiandeli from saying this in the communication channel. Although he also knew that Qiandeli's words were not unreasonable, when things are in a desperate situation, this may be the best way to keep some people alive. It is better to keep a few hundred people alive than to be wiped out. Lin Xian was making tracks quickly, his mind racing. No one expected that after entering the night, the first trouble they encountered was the disappearance of the train tracks, a suffocating situation that restricted all train groups. So unless everyone could really kill all the weird bodies in this area, as Ding Junyi said, otherwise after killing one wave of weird bodies, the dark marks on their bodies would be marked by the weird bodies behind them, and the cycle would repeat. It was only a matter of time before the joint train group was destroyed. But compared to killing all the weird bodies, Ciandelli's plan was obviously more practical. At least escaping was a way to survive, and there was also the precedent of Boss Lao Mo Hu, so the feasibility was much higher than staying where they were. After all, who knows whether the monster can be killed completely? The firepower of the joint train is limited, and many people were killed in the beginning because of the dark mutation. Now everyone is firing at full power, and it will take at most a few hours for them to run out of ammunition and food. If that happens, despair will cause the mutation to spread, and they will not even have the capital to drive away. At this time, as more traction trains entered the track, this mobile front also continued to move towards the depths of the forest, and the speed increased. The front of the train was changed to infinity, and the original Longshan No. 1 stopped in its original place, relying on the 3-kilometer firepower to support the train coming in from the rear. Several teams such as Red Rose also successfully landed from the muddy swamp. The track wheels were covered with black mud, and the black soil on the ground was rolled into deep gullies by the train. A large number of crushed trees became sleepers, and were run over by the wheels. Ciandelli ran quickly, killing several monsters in front of the caravan formation. His ability is very mobile, so he is very strong in support, but his disadvantage is that his own defense and power are not enough to deal with large monsters, so he usually does not go deep into the monster forest. At this time, he kicked a black monster that was crawling over and landed next to Monica, who was constantly using her ability to kill the fan-shaped monsters. He looked at this old friend with some surprise. At this time, your Queen Mo has a retreat more than us. Do you have any idea about my plan just now? Monica glanced back at him. Why? Do you regret changing the car to a train? Ciandelli smiled. It doesn't matter. I'm not surprised to die anywhere in this terrible world. What's there to regret? But you, if you don't say something, I don't think you are like me. Monica snorted coldly, and suddenly spit out an invisible whistling sword towards a strange flying creature in the sky. In an instant, the ripples in the air shook, and a large piece of broken tissue fell down. Am I so idealistic and selfish in your eyes? No, I just analyzed the situation rationally, and your teammates must have their own ideas. Ciandelli said in a deep voice. Monica said seriously, they are short-sighted, but I am not stupid. Boss Hu and his good luck does not mean that everyone is the same. In this situation, following the large army may still have a glimmer of hope. With the dark mark, running around without a direction will definitely die. I am not a gambler. Even if I am, I would rather bet on that one. Huh? Ciandelli followed Monica's gaze, and looked at Lin Xian, who was making tracks in the distance. He raised his eyebrows and said strangely, Hey, heroism? Although I like that guy very much, you won't really treat him as a savior. Or do you like him? Monica turned back to deal with the strange tide and said, No, this is my intuition. The critical moment in Shilon City, the thrilling escape in Ejin City, although now in another dilemma, it is undeniable that if it were not for Lin Oxai waking everyone up at night, and keeping armed and alert all the way, the situation might be worse than it is now. No one expected that the disaster would happen in the daytime. If it was earlier, or if there was no sandstorm, perhaps the United Train could really escape the swallowing of the Xingyuan mutation. Monica is emotional, but also rational. In addition, she also has her own pride. If she leaves with the whole team now, the morale of the entire United Train group will definitely be in chaos. She doesn't want to be a sinner for that unrealistic fantasy. Is a queen on the run still worthy of being called a queen? But even though Monica thought so, the other teams were already in a panic, and the communicator was filled with despair. What should we do? The dark invasion here is so strong, and the mutation can't be stopped. Too many monsters? Without the track, we can't escape this time. Fight hard, don't be scared. Captain Lin, Captain Sure, save us. Boom boom boom, around the traction train group, the tragic fight intensified. In the dark forest, endless monsters of all kinds constantly refreshed the lower limit of everyone's SAN value. Many people died at the hands of unknown attack methods and sudden mutation teammates. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian knew that the most urgent task at this time was to stabilize people's hearts, so he said to Shi Yuan, Brother Shi, how about we make the track go around the woods, and then let the whole train spiral around to form a temporary defense line? Shi Yuan was sweating. The number of casualties in his Longshan No. 1 was increasing. When he heard Lin Xian's words, he immediately said, What, defend to the death? Lin Xian shook his head. Just now I found a green giant snake in the lake over there. I think it might be the most powerful guy in this area. We are now in an unknown area. Building a defense line can not only reduce casualties, but also take a breath to narrow the battle circle. If the giant snake attacks, we will kill it, maybe we can. The plan mentioned by Lin Xian is really a helpless move, but the current long snake formation is attacked from both sides, and the train cannot be dispersed into a defensive formation as quickly as the car convoy to resist, so he looked at the temporary track being made, thinking that since he couldn't escape, it would be better to make the track into a spiral arc directly, so that the battlefield can be greatly reduced. The firepower density can be increased to reduce casualties, especially to allow those superpowers and strong combat forces to be concentrated. This idea came from the experience of Shilon City in reducing the battle circle before, and the train's defense layer was very high. If they made 2 detours to resist, the entire battle circle could be reduced to less than 2 kilometers, so it might be easier to deal with so many heavy weapons and combatants on the train. As for solving the blue giant snake, Lin Xian had no confidence, not only in solving it, but also in whether he could get the team out of trouble after solving it. He also had no confidence. But now, he has no better plan. He has the same idea as Shi Yuan, and does not support abandoning the train and running away. Almost all people here rely on trains as a shelter for survival. Once abandoned, not to mention life and death, it will cause great trauma to morale and spirit. Since truly feeling the fear brought by the dark invasion, Lin Xian can understand those survivors of the painful mutation very well. Strictly speaking, the dark invasion is the main culprit for the collapse of the entire human society. Shi Yuan nodded solemnly. It can be regarded as a strategy, which is better than now. Seeing Shi Yuan agreed, Lin Xian immediately told Qian Deli and Monica about the plan. Several people agreed with this plan, so Lin Xian informed all the teams of the plan of surrounding the train and killing the giant snake to survive in the communication band. The people of other teams were immediately excited when they heard it. In the current situation, as long as someone takes the lead, it means that the backbone of the team is not panicking, and Lin Xian's 2 plans have properly solved 2 problems. Everyone can recognize and understand that surrounding the vehicles and establishing a defensive line can reduce casualties and increase firepower. At the same time, they can also feel the determination of these powerful convoys to unite everyone, which greatly improves the morale of all survivors. But increasing the momentum cannot completely solve the problem, so there is the plan of killing the giant snake. Regardless of whether this plan is feasible or not, it is a clear hope for these thousands of people. Moreover, these people all came from Shilon City and escaped from the danger of killing the black thorn in the cloud. As long as Lin Xian said it, everyone would habitually agree with this idea. With a plan and a way out, people will have hope, and once people have hope, their fighting spirit will be high. Sure enough, as these 2 plans were passed on, the defenses of each team, which had been gradually weakening, gradually began to heat up. Countless people seemed to have grasped the hope of life and began to burst out with powerful combat power. The leaders of those teams or the commanders of the squads also gritted their teeth and began to constantly adjust the front and firepower configuration. In addition, more and more trains escaped from the swamp and more carriages were driven onto the track. The will to survive that was suppressed by the dark tide was ignited again. God Brahma fire. After entering Xingyuan, Lu Xingchen seemed to have changed. He looked at the thick night and the endless strange tide. The value of his fire ability soared wildly. The infinite ring on his hand spun rapidly. In an instant, a giant white fireball continued to grow in the sky above the dark forest, like a small sun, illuminating a huge area of several kilometers. If I, Lu Xingchen, had not been born, the polar night would never be bright. Lu Xingchen flew in the air, with the wind blowing around him. He once again said the bold words he had said when he first joined the Infinity. With a wave of his hands, he smashed the giant fireball down. Sizzle, the white fireball burned violently, and even a fire-burning fluid appeared on it. The countless team members below were watching this scene at this moment, and their pupils shrank, and they were shocked by this majestic move. Wow! Awesome! Heavenly fire is coming! Cool! Boom! A wave of heat came like a shock wave, instantly submerging an area of half a kilometer. The scorching hot fire sprayed wildly in all directions, instantly throwing countless strange bodies into the high-temperature fire, burning wantonly, and corpse oil gushing out. Swish, swish, swish. On the traction train side, hundreds of silver blades were spinning at Kiki's side, spinning into a sword blade storm at high speed. She wrapped herself in a telekinetic shield, and rushed directly into the strange tide with a hurricane. In an instant, groups of monsters and forest trees were all cut up. The huge transparent worm rolled up its body, and sprayed a large amount of strange green juice at it, which was completely blocked by Kiki's telekinetic shield. The rotating sharp blade cut through its twisted insect body and cut it into 3 sections in an instant. The green liquid in the insect body suddenly exploded, forming a fluorescent fireball in the forest. The sprayed juice covered the surrounding. All the strange bodies were affected, and all kinds of strange cries were heard at once, and the corrosion sound was scorching and piercing. Buzz! Abaya's laser beam swept across a large fan like a windshield wiper. Shooting sword blade shuttled through the jungle to harvest the undead. Li Guangwen's explosive fist punched out a gully area, and Lu Yang's pulse eye exploded in the swarm of insects in the sky. In a short period of time, the original panic of the entire joint train quickly disappeared, and what came instead was order, counterattack, and the courage and belief of Jedi's survival. These thousands of survivors began to explode their potential and twisted together for survival, and Lin Xian took this opportunity to speed up the manufacture of tracks. He directly abandoned the track machine and took the tracks prepared by Longshan No. 1 and various teams in Yijin City to splice and manufacture on site. At the same time, he continued to manufacture new tracks through the mechanical heart. Fortunately, he had swallowed a lot of carriages before, which allowed him to replenish materials. In addition, the difficulty of manufacturing the rails themselves was extremely easy, so Lin Xian's speed was getting faster and faster. The Infinity, which was on the track, began to accelerate, and the Queen Mo began to return to the back of the Infinity. The locomotive of the train behind it began to contribute traction after returning to the track. As the two sides grew, the derailed and chaotic train returned to the track. At this time, the last parrot and ocean also emerged from the lake. In addition to the drowned, a large number of team members had jumped into the water to survive. In the dark lake, hundreds of people swam frantically, and the lake was filled with a terrifying and desperate atmosphere. Because people were dragged into the water by strange creatures every moment, the lake was full of flashlights and gunfire. Countless people began to climb up the mudflats and return to the shore shouting, "There are snakes under the water, big snakes. It must be S-level. Run!" Save people, there are still people who can't swim. At this time, people from the Sail and Red Rose fleet on the shore were covering them to retreat to the shore. At this time, when the last few carriages of the ocean train were dragged up, everyone on the shore saw a horrible scene. I saw a giant python with green scales swiftly winding around the carriage. The giant snake was thicker than the train carriage, and its length was unknown. This scene immediately reminded people of the abyss worms that had been seen in Shilon City. But snakes are naturally fearful of humans, not to mention the huge monsters in the black deep water. At this time, a convoy dragged a white boat out of the carriage. Several people lifted it into the water together, started the engine, and quickly rescued 7 or 8 survivors who were about to drown. Just as they turned around, a superpower flying in the sky shouted at them, "Run! The big snake is coming! Where is it?" The people on the boat responded eagerly. They had already turned the engine to the maximum and drove towards the shore. They ran and looked behind them, but the lake behind the boat was calm and there was no movement at all. But at this time, the superpower in the sky shouted a terrifying word to them. It's under you." Chapter 332. Boom! A huge roar of waves exploded in the direction of the Black Lake. Lin Xian and the others who were rapidly building the railway looked back and saw a huge black shadow rising into the sky from under the black curtain. At the same time, a large number of panic calls came from the communication band. "Big snake! Run! Definitely S-class!" Hearing the countless shouts in the communicator, Lin Xian's heart shuddered. Not only him, but others also saw the shadow of the behemoth. A huge sense of oppression suddenly arose, making people's breathing stagnate. If it was really S-class, Lin Xian obviously didn't think that he could kill it with his gravitational lens alone. There were tens of thousands of people in Shilon City, plus the firepower of the city defense base, the 7th Survey Corps, and a Unit 01, who worked together to kill an S-class scout, and now they only have a few hundred trains and thousands of people. So they only had one way left, which was to quickly gather firepower and defend the front. At the same time, as long as Lin Xian tested the survivors from the rear carriage for the dark mark, he could determine the level of the monster. The more critical the moment, the more we must not make trouble. What a big guy! This time we may be in danger. Standing on a high place, Shi Diyuan's eyes were stern, his tone was low, and he was unusually pessimistic. "Hey!" Ning Jing punched a twisted monster that climbed up from under the car, and a huge fist airflow rushed down. Then she fell to Shi Diyuan's side and said solemnly, "The battle line must be reduced immediately, otherwise we will be eaten along the way." Shi Diyuan nodded, and immediately led a group of men to rush to a tall tree crown, and under the cover of several people, he began to command the personnel of each convoy to retreat. After receiving the command, the retreating and running convoys began to have a clear direction. The temporary track of the traction convoy was getting deeper and deeper. While Lin Xian was building the track, the drone above his head was also automatically responding to the attack and helping him observe the surrounding terrain. He adjusted the curve of the track directly along the large forest that Brother Hua had burned. The mechanical heart was turned to the extreme, and a track fell on each of his left and right hands. Next to him was the guard camp composed of Infinity's Attack Group 1 and Group 2. Kiki and Brother Hua were fighting in the sky. 11:30 on the train had already used up the 4th round of ammunition. As soon as the track fell, Lao Imo, who was still bruised on his face, led a group of people from the engineering team to help lay piles and consolidate the foundation, and then the iron wheels of Infinity rolled forward again. In the dark forest, artillery fire continued, and raging fires were burning on all sides. Various strange bodies kept coming out from the flames and the depths of darkness. On the Infinity car, the light of the hell-black chrysanthemum flickered. With the suppression of the firepower of the entire group, the dark mark was weakened little by little, but as more strange bodies came out, the mark was rushed to hit again, and the pressure of the fierce battle increased step by step. Finally, all the submerged carriages of the ocean and the parrot were on the shore. A large amount of black water continued to flow out of the fallen carriages, accompanied by various water monsters that had drilled into the car, big and small, alien insects, black leeches, and strange centipedes. The few people left in the two teams had already followed the people of the Red Rose, and other teams to retreat to the rear carriages. Use the flamethrower to burn these things to death. It's getting close to the assisted protection circle soon, everyone hold on. Hundreds of people gathered around the train, and kept firing and retreating. Several superpowers who rushed into the jungle to fight with the strange body died after a few rounds. The main combat power of the two teams has been basically lost, with only dozens of living forces left, which is considered to be dead in name only. Brother Hua, Kiki, the loss at the rear of the car is too great. The monster tide may rush over, push out. Understood? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki and Brother Hua began to suppress the rear. The trains behind the joint team continued to collapse. This situation is very likely to lead to a chain reaction. This momentum must be stopped before forming a defensive line. Sure Diyuan also realized this and immediately asked Ning Jing to bring Shao Qing and others to support them. Abai has been standing on the roof of Longshan No. 1, releasing laser beams under a group of guards. Every time the dark red laser beam swept through, the pressure on that line of defense would suddenly decrease. It could be said to be the killer weapon of Longshan No. 1. The two trains of the shrinking convoy at the rear had basically lost power and were paralyzed. The outside of the carriages was full of various aquatic plants and strange tentacles, which looked very scary. Rumble, at this time, a burst of boiling mud and water was heard in the swamp. Everyone saw a giant shadow in the distance, crushing trees and falling forests like a mountain. The green scales flashed with cold light, and the huge twisting body brought great fear and oppression to people. In the dark night, everyone could only see a huge mouth full of countless fangs coming at them under the gunfire. Be careful. It's that snake. Fire at full force. Get the rocket ready. Boom, boom, boom. All the firepower from the convoys behind them was directed angrily at the black giant that was charging at them. Countless explosions and flames blew up, and as the light and shadow intertwined, everyone could see the mouth of the abyss snake. There were hundreds of scarlet eyes arranged in groups, from large to small on the snake's head. Those eyes were so cold that everyone who saw them couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Many people's minds went blank for a moment, and even their minds began to become confused. Don't look at its eyes. Fire fist. Kiki and Brother Hua's voices suddenly rang out in the sky, and in an instant a huge red fire fell from the sky. At the same time, the invisible mind power wave directly wrapped up Lu Xingqian's high-temperature flames and exploded and rotated, and in an instant a raging hurricane was rolled up, and the burning fireball turned into a high-temperature raging flame and merged into the hurricane tornado, forming a red fire tornado, with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a height of hundreds of meters. This move was not the first time that the two of them cooperated, which could increase the range and high temperature of Brother Hua's fire to a terrifying height. In an instant, a huge fire tornado almost illuminated the entire sky above the dark forest, and the intense high temperature engulfed all the trees within a few hundred meters. A large number of strange bodies inside were screaming and twisting. The head of the rushing green giant python was swallowed by the fire tornado. The scorching heat made it feel threatened. Suddenly, its body covered with green scales and strange coral thorns swept across, and a shock wave like an explosion, carrying countless dark air, poured out, and forced the fire tornado to rush back in the direction of the train. Seeing this scene, Kiki immediately put down all the silver blades, and pushed forward with both hands to control the telekinesis, trying to hold back the fire tornado. At this time, Ning Jing and Xiao Qing rushed to the two sides of the fire tornado. Both of them were wearing power armor, one on the left and one on the right. The leg thrusters worked in a cycle, stepping on the trees and leaping all the way, and actually rushed directly in front of the big snake and attacked the snake head-on. Ha! Ning Jing used all her strength, raised her right fist high, and punched directly at the scales under the jaw of the blue giant python. The huge force in an instant directly shattered the hand armor of its power armor. This punch hit the blue giant python, and a dark red blood pit with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared instantly, and the scales burst inch by inch. On the other side, Xiuqing's jet hook was nailed on a twisted coral thorn on the snake's head. The whole person swung over quickly, holding the gun blade in reverse, slashing down from the snake's head with sparks and lightning. The alloy gun blade was vibrated and buzzed, and a piece of scales and flesh was cut on it. But this giant python was too big. The two people's iron-breaking and steel-cutting offensive did not seem to cause too much trouble to the giant snake. Instead, the black mist it continuously ejected carried a lot of invasive power, causing the members of the Longshan team, who came to support, to retreat again and again. Cluster. At this time, Lu Xingchen rushed out of the fire tornado at a high speed like a fire meteor, looking at the blue giant snake that was more than a kilometer long with only a section of the python body exposed below. His eyes were fierce. Monster, take my sky fire. Buzz buzz buzz, the infinite ring rotated at a high speed, and the blue front flame continued to roll into his hand. Lu Xingchen grabbed his right hand with his left hand, and a ball of high-temperature flame condensed in his right hand. God Flaming Sword. Lu Xingchen pointed his right hand into a sword shape, accelerating the jet flame in a spiral shape. In half a breath, a high-temperature fire sword dozens of meters long was blasted out. The flame core was blue and white, and countless mock rings were ejected. Just listen, boom, a huge sonic boom sounded. The fire sword instantly shot at the snake head, and pierced through the giant snake's jaw directly, leaving a burning hole. He immediately controlled the fire sword to move, but the huge reverse thrust pushed him into the sky. At this time, Kiki caught him with his supernatural power. Lu Xingchen immediately stabilized his right wrist, and waved his sword finger. The jet fire sword fiercely cut towards the snake head, who knew that at the moment when the green giant python was injured, dozens of eyes on both sides of it instantly burst into red light, and then the coral thorns on the snake's body sprayed a large amount of red smoke and dust. The smoke and dust were like living things, twisted into a thin shell covering the snake's body. Lu Xingchen's fire sword cut it, and there was no movement at all, and even the temperature disappeared at that moment. What is this? A protective shield? Kiki was also dumbfounded when she saw this scene. No one could understand the strange situation. It didn't look like it was blocked, nor did it look like it was hit. The high-temperature flame seemed to disappear in an instant. At this time, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The green giant python was now wrapped in red fog. Its huge body was winding in the dark forest, looking like a strange evil, which was creepy. Retreat. Seeing that the attack had no effect, Ning Jing immediately called Xiao Qing to retreat. At the same time, Kiki also pulled Brother Hua and retreated quickly. Wawa. At this time, the red giant smoke snake began to wind forward around the track where the joint train passed, and wandered towards the distance of the forest. It seemed that it regarded the entire joint train as a prey that was bound to die, and it was waiting around to prepare for a fatal blow. Seeing this, Kiki knew something was wrong and immediately said to Lin Xian, "That giant snake wants to surround us." I saw it. Lin Xian's drone was watching all directions at this time, and his brain and mechanical heart were running at high speed. As the defensive formation was reduced, the visibility of the black fog was enough to make every situation on the battlefield within his sight. Keep an eye on him, and close the front immediately. At the same time, Qin Sichuan and Sun Yuzhen had already rushed to the subsequent car formation with Hell Black Chrysanthemum. Lin Xian, they are all marked with level 4, so it should not be S level. Qin Sichuan shouted in the communicator. At this time, Qin Sichuan's words undoubtedly brought a slightly relieved message to Lin Xian, Shi Deyuan and others. Human judgment may be wrong, but the concentration of the dark mark will never lie. No matter how this level is defined, it seems that this blue lake python is definitely not as good as the black thorn in the cloud. In this battle, they may really have a chance to survive. At this time, Lin Xian, who had been making tracks all the way, finally circled out a circular track position, but he did not make a complete circle. Instead, he let the Longshan No. 1 track laying machine lay the inner circle in the opposite direction at the beginning. In this way, as long as the joint train was disconnected from the middle and pulled into the inner circle by Longshan No. 1, the double-layer train position could be quickly formed, and it could also save half the time, and at the same time, the entire circular position would not be too large. As expected, it was divided into two sections and moved around the arc in an interlaced manner. A spiral train position was quickly formed. The weaker and more damaged convoys in the rear were all pulled to the inner ring, while the main convoys in the front and the most powerful firepower were in the outer ring. When a large number of people retreated to the center of the train formation, the two trains were like a steel barrier, bringing a huge sense of security to the thousands of survivors behind. After closing, the area inside that had been burned out by the flames became a temporary resting camp in this terrifying night, and all the threats and strange tides surrounded the several kilometers of circular train positions. Because the ocean and Parrot had been completely broken up, the carriages were filled with all kinds of strange bodies. For safety reasons, Lin Xian directly unhooked and abandoned the two trains of more than 30 carriages, the ocean and Parrot, and then began to devour the living carriages for material supplies. When the flooded carriages were devoured, countless water-soaked living supplies and strange bodies hiding in them jumped out, and were quickly strangled by the survivors, who were gathered around and waiting for battle. Immediately, the supplies were picked up and distributed by the remaining personnel of the two convoys, and then moved to the cars of other convoys without hesitation. In this situation, the team members were no longer indistinguishable from each other, and they all put their lives on the same front. Lin Xian also received material supplies at the same time. After the temporary double helix position of the joint train was formed, hundreds of trains were biting head and tail like mechanical dragons, and the advantage of human clusters began to form. All teams are divided into areas for defense. Gene evolutionists and mutants with power armor are in the front, and other combatants are behind. Pay attention to clearing aerial targets. Lin Xian commanded loudly. The internal staff rescued the supplies and hid in the camp. Each team moved the ammunition to the front and loaded the guns crosswise. Liu Yang, take people to lay high-voltage arc walls. Understood. Liu Yang immediately took a team to start the action. We will help too. The technicians in charge of making defense traps in other teams also took action at this time. Swish. Monica's whistling sword directly cut a deep trench in front of a position, and then ordered her subordinates, light the flame trench. Yes. Her subordinates are also quite experienced. Golden flashes rushed to the periphery of the front line. Qian Deli, with some unknown creature's flesh on his face, said coldly, Xiaoming, thermite grenade. Bang! The napalm bombs and thermite iron waterfalls burned into an incandescent purgatory, burning the front of the defense line with dazzling brilliance. The fiercely burning flame trenches greatly weakened the offensive of the monsters in the dark forest. All the roof turrets, machine guns, and missiles turned their firepower to the periphery of the front line. In just over an hour, this group of survivors quickly gathered the front line from the panic fear of death. When hundreds of trains formed a circular front line, with a diameter of about 7 kilometers and 2 kilometers, the survivors had a back to support. The strong fighters fought on the front line under the powerful firepower of the vehicle-mounted weapons. Other support teams climbed onto the roof and operated machine guns and cannons to suppress the strange monsters from the dark forest. The firepower of anti-aircraft guns and various air-launched machine guns was densely fired into the sky. This circular defense line began to stand firm in the defense stronghold, suppressing the strange bodies of all sizes that rushed from the forest with metal storms hundreds of meters away. No matter what your background is, as long as you are carbon-based, there is nothing that I can't smash with 12.7. After the morale was raised, a strong man holding a Gatling gun stood on the roof and shouted angrily. Brothers, hold on, they can't kill in. Hurry up and carry the wounded in. Use the burning tube to ignite the entire hillside to prevent them from climbing up. On the front line of the infinite area, Sha drove the Vulcan and stood at the forefront, while Liang Lei, the backbone of the assault team, led the team to neatly protect all 27 carriages of the Infinite. Kill, kill, kill! The Vulcan cannon roared, and there were continuous explosions. Sha was now more and more adept at operating the mecha. The rough guys in the assault team were all surprised to see this little girl driving the mecha at the front. This girl is great. In the open space inside the front, all the internal staff of dozens of convoys urgently set up the camp transportation line. A large number of wounded and rescued supplies were carried into the carriages for treatment. All convoys carried ammunition to the front. No matter which direction, as long as someone shouted that there was no bullet, someone in the back would send it up. Many younger boys and girls also rushed to help carry supplies and pick up every bullet shell on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Above the circular steel front, anti-aircraft guns, vehicle-mounted howitzers, anti-aircraft guns, rail electromagnetic guns, 1130, rocket launchers and missiles formed a dense crossfire network, tearing the night sky into a tattered silk of red and dark blue. Outside the front, all were wearing eye-jinching power armor and various powerful superpowers. They were either holding heavy machine guns and plasma flamethrowers, or holding high-energy cutting weapons, and using superpowers to head-on resist the strange monsters that were rushing in. Beep! On the Infinity, the roar of 1130 blasted the large number of bat-shaped strange monsters that pounced in the sky into a rain of mincemeat. Lin Xian was constantly decomposing and devouring the carriages of the ocean and parrot at this time. His current purpose was mainly to solve the problem of materials for the manufacture of ammunition. The fully automatic bullet stamping machine was running frantically. The shells that were picked up were gathered in large quantities and quickly put into the manufacturing process. The ears were full of deafening gunfire and roars. On the several kilometers from the lake to the front line, the number of casualties on the joint train has exceeded 500, which happened in less than 2 hours. It can be seen how tragic this encounter was. However, after the train front was formed, the number of casualties began to stop, and the powerful firepower suppressed the strange bodies in the dark night within 100 meters of the train front. At this time, everyone gradually adapted to the fear of the violent dark invasion. The strange bodies in this dark forest are not large in number, but most importantly, they are strange and unpredictable. A large number of unknown large strange bodies and small monsters that are difficult to defend caught the survivors of the joint train off guard. Those strange venom and poison gas, unpredictable means of attack, all the strange bodies here are the first time for Lin Xian and others to encounter them. This is not a problem of level at all. Facing unknown means of attack, even if it was only a sea-level weird body, the threat was still huge. Another reason why casualties did not increase was the 1,000 sets of Lone Wolf's tactical power armor, high-tech battlefield situation awareness system and radar system and defense, so that each team had a group of combatants who could block the first wave of offensives. Because of this, there was no landslide of death. Lin Xian's side, at this time, became the core, production base, of the entire defense line. He was like a mobile spring, supplying thousands of people with firepower output. Countless bullets, materials, explosives, and power grids were manufactured in batches. Li Lao Mo and a group of internal staff and children in the car were constantly transported to the front line. Xiao Tian and Xiela worked very hard, as if they were not frightened by this world full of dark monsters. Even the 5-year-old Duo was crawling on the ground with a group of children to pick up the hot shells that slid off the roof of the car, and put them into the small bucket in his hand with great skill. Lin Xian had a complicated look when he saw this scene. These children were too young. He couldn't bear to let them go out of the carriage to do such things in this environment. Just when Lin Xian was about to ask Li to call these children back, he frowned for no reason. The dark invasion here was so serious, but it seemed that no child had any abnormality. The most serious situation was fainting and vomiting. Could it be that a child's mental strength is stronger than that of an adult? This thought flashed through Lin Xian's mind, and at this moment, Qin Sichuan's voice came from the headset. Lin Xian, the big snake is approaching. Lin Xian stood up in an instant. The reason why he did not directly engage in the battle was that he was making ammunition while waiting for this guy to appear. He immediately called several of the strongest psychics in the team. Kiki, Brother Hua, Qian Deli Monica, Brother Shi, Sister Ning, call a bye, let's work together to stop the big snake. Success or failure depends on this one move. Lin Xian doesn't know whether he can kill all the strange bodies in this endless dark forest. As long as the giant snake covered with red smoke is around, all of them will not escape the fate of being marked as level 4 and destroyed. Chapter 333. Understood. Here I come. I'm here. On the side of the joint convoy's front line close to the Black Lake, several main combat forces appeared on the roof of the train. The 3G3 electromagnetic cannons of the Infinite turned at the same time, and the fire control radar captured the outline of the huge black shadow winding forward on the ground in the distance of the forest. Be careful. The red smoke on its body may be able to resist the attack of weapons like the sea urchin. Ning Jing was the first to remind. Wu! Z! Before the voice fell, the 3 rail electromagnetic cannons had responded immediately. The Azure artillery barrage arrived in an instant, illuminating countless gloomy tree shadows above the dark forest, and directly bombarded the huge green python. However, there was no explosion, no flash, and the huge power of the electromagnetic cannon seemed to disappear in the red smoke, which seemed extremely strange. It doesn't seem to be resisting, but swallowing? Qian Deli frowned immediately. Sure De Yuan clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Cannons are useless. So what on earth is that? Let me try, blow away the red smoke, maybe there will be a way." Kiki immediately proposed a method. "Wait, let Abai take action first." Ning Jing said to Abai at this time. Abai nodded, and immediately raised his sunglasses towards the dark outline approaching in the distance. Buzz! His eyes were covered with black blood veins, and dark red laser beams burst out and shot directly at the head of the big snake. The violent energy fluctuations brought a lot of high temperature. At this time, Lin Xian's Black Shadow Power Armor Combat System suddenly captured that the red smoke around the giant snake was actually heating up, and even became redder. That smoke has an energy-gathering effect, and it can also explode. This scene immediately reminded Kiki of the red smoke released during the battle against the giant sea urchin. At that time, the smoke carried high temperature, melting and swallowing all of Wenju's metal jets, and finally produced a huge explosion. Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately asked everyone to attack together. That thing can definitely be broken, but it must be kept away from us. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, everyone realized something and attacked together. All types of artillery and electromagnetic guns on the train also opened fire at this time. Fire Fist! Lu Xingchen shouted coldly, and flew directly into the sky with a big fire. Boom boom boom. As everyone concentrated their firepower on the attack, the giant snake suddenly began to accelerate and quickly attacked the train position. The red smoke on its body became brighter and even began to emit fluorescence. Woo! At this time, more than 20 Thunder Falcon drones rotated and flew in front of Lin Xian. And dozens of energy beams were shot out at the same time along with the mechanical energy cannons of his fingers. Finally, the red smoke suddenly became brighter, and the energy fluctuations began to violently boom. The next moment, the red smoke and cold air gradually reacted violently, and a large number of cavitation reactions appeared. The cavitation spread rapidly, and eventually formed a violent explosion that shook the air, which exploded in the forest. At this moment, the violent explosion brought a strong shock wave on the strange python, which directly swept the surrounding area of several kilometers, and even all kinds of towering trees rose from the ground, and the whole area raised a spherical dust wave. The huge shock wave also swept the train camp, and the heavy trains made a buzzing tremor, but now these hundreds of trains are all connected end to end and pressed on the track, weighing tens of thousands of tons, so this shock wave did not have much impact on the train formation. As the huge smoke and dust from the explosion, a strong alarm sounded on Lin Xian's holographic vision screen. Alarm! Huge object approaching! Alarm! Huge object approaching! Be careful! Kiki used the telekinesis shield to resist the shock wave for everyone, but at this time, the black fog and dust outside covered the sky and the sun, and the entire area could not see anything. Everyone only heard a sound of shaking the earth and immediately realized that it was the giant snake approaching. Sure enough, just when Kiki was about to use the telekinesis wave to disperse the smoke and dust, a strange giant python covered with scales and green all over had opened its bloody mouth and appeared right above the car formation. In an instant, the bloody mouth with great visual impact made the infinity, and the hundreds of survivors around it seemed to stop beating for a second at the same time, and a cold inhalation sound suddenly sounded. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly condensed. After the huge explosion just now, the red smoke on the blue giant python had completely disappeared. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity. He raised his hand and pointed. The moment all the Thunder Falcon drones fired, the gravitational lens was also activated. Do it! He didn't know what world this was, nor did he know what the result would be if he used the gravitational lens. Lin Xian had no choice. Buzz! A humming sound in space sounded, and all the sounds on the battlefield of the Black Forest seemed to stagnate in an instant, and it was as quiet as before. The joint train was fighting at this time. Everyone felt that the light of the original firepower on the front line suddenly dimmed, as if even the light color was dimmed a lot. A distorted space formed in the bloody mouth of the strange python, like a black water vortex in the air, and the light around was distorted at this moment. At this moment, Lin Xian strangely realized that this gravitational lens was extremely abnormal. It was not just a distorted space ripple like before, but a black hole with a diameter of several meters appeared. The black hole even swallowed light, and a violent hurricane was set off around it. In an instant, everyone in the train felt their bodies lighten, including the train, which also sounded a metallic roar at this moment. The wheels began to derail, and the surrounding forests, trees and soil were also madly sucked towards the black hole. After the black hole was formed, Lin Xian had not had time to expand it. He felt cold all over, and his whole body was swarmed by a large amount of dark invasion force. While his consciousness was shaking wildly, a vague figure appeared in his retina. Chu Yin. He couldn't see where the light and shadow appeared. He only saw Chu Yin's shocked expression flash by, then the light and shadow disappeared, the black hole in the python's mouth in front of him also disappeared, and a huge blood hole appeared. For a moment, countless trees and soil rushed up to the sky and poured into the giant python's mouth under the huge gravitational inertia just now. At this moment, the people around Lin Xian, together with the 21130 and 3G3 electromagnetic railguns on the Infinity car, also shot instantly. Monica's Xiaojian, Qian Deli's golden flash, light, Abaya's laser beam, Shi Diyuan and Ning Jing rushed towards the snake's belly. Kiki and Wugu used all their strength, and the silver blade torrent and the red flame sword rushed up to the sky together. Infinity, carriage number 3, Ding Junyi, who was eagerly observing the hell-black chrysanthemum, suddenly noticed something when Lin Xian used the gravitational lens. She immediately turned her head and looked at the silver dragon Shuanqiu standing quietly in the cultivation cabin next to it. A small silver-white flower in the inflorescence above was blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Outside the carriage, a dark force surged into the sky, and the entire carriage began to shake violently. At this time, Lin Xian could only hear the communicator shouting, "Be careful, it's going to release the red mist again." Outside the train formation, Lin Xian didn't expect that the green scales on the python's body would be so hard. Under the concentrated fire of the crowd, only half of the snake's jaw was blown apart, and the blood hole did not hurt its vital parts. At this time, the coral thorns on the body of the green python, which was hit by a round of concentrated fire, sprayed red smoke crazily, not only wrapping itself, but also spreading to the convoy formation of the joint train. In the ground. Fight it back. You can't detonate it at such a close distance, otherwise it's all over. Kiki gritted her teeth and prepared to fly straight into the sky, but Lin Xian grabbed her and said, "What are you doing? I'm going to drag it away, otherwise the whole team can't stand it." "It won't work," Lin Xian shouted. "The tail of this strange giant python has not been seen yet. Its body has been extending from the Black Lake to here. It is simply a pipe dream for Kiki to move it away with telekinesis." He grabbed Kiki and raised his hand to point at the snake's head, ready to use the gravitational lens again. In Lin Xian's opinion, only this attack might prevent the red smoke from exploding and bring a sudden turnaround for the convoy. Lin Xian didn't know why the gravitational lens had such a strange effect in this area, and he couldn't figure out why the scale and duration of this use were more than half less than before, but at this time he had no other choice but to try his best. But when Lin Xian used the gravitational lens again, he suddenly found that nothing happened, and the state of energy extraction did not appear. He only felt a sharp pain in his spinal nerves, and the whole person almost couldn't stand steadily. Ong hum! The python that spewed out a huge amount of red smoke made a strange sound, like the vibration of scales above its head. It was definitely not made by some kind of mouthparts, but more like a threat from a rattlesnake using part of its body. Everyone watching this scene felt a chill all over their bodies. In the forest below, Ning Jing and Shi Diyuan, who had no time to retreat after attacking, looked up at the huge python and their faces changed drastically. Everyone on the Infinity was still releasing firepower at the python. Sasha's Sally was firing at full power, but except for making the red mist brighter, it did not receive any prejudice. For a while, the suffocating feeling of despair rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. They completed the plan of the defense line, but they were about to fall in front of this dark giant. Lin Xian. Seeing the destruction coming, Kiki, who was standing next to Lin Xian, reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's hand, gritted his teeth, raised one hand and exerted all his strength to open the telekinesis shield, which became larger and wider, trying to cover everyone. Puff! At this critical moment, a subtle sound like a bubble bursting rang in everyone's ears. The sound was extremely strange. It was extremely small, but it seemed to be produced directly in everyone's brain at the same time. The sound was as light as a bubble, and as heavy as a bell. In an instant, The cold current in the hearts of more than 3,800 people on the Joint Train Defense Line stopped instantly, along with their trembling bodies, and then accompanied by a strong light, like a supernova explosion shining between heaven and earth. It was not light, not bright, but more like a ripple of some dimension that broke through the darkness and swept away the smoke. In an instant, everyone felt that the white light in front of them seemed to blind their eyes and tear their retinas. Everyone closed their eyes and covered their eyes reflexively. At the same time, all the automatic fire control weapons of the United Train stopped firing, leaving only the sound of gunfire and artillery shells from some survivors. Lin Xian, Kiki, Huigu, Qian Deli, Monica, Shi Diyuan, Ning Jing. Everyone seemed to be bathed in the bright light like heaven. Instantly, after their eyes gradually adapted, everyone opened their eyes and raised their heads, and then saw a shocking scene. The original dark forest, strange bodies, blue giant snakes, and red fog all disappeared. Everyone only saw a withered forest under the snow-capped mountains trampled by the artillery war. The muddy United Train was entrenched by a large black lake. The surrounding trees had long been destroyed by gunpowder smoke. Countless bodies of survivors appeared on the edge of the previous traction track, and the train left a gully-like trace. Above the sky, the setting sun was dazzling, but strangely, above the sky, there was still a dark blue dome of night above the distant mountains and rivers. The night and the setting sun below seemed to be layered. There were still upside-down bays and broken spaces in the sky. The entire forest and wilderness seemed to be a bright world in a crystal ball, and the direction humans were looking at was the dark world outside the crystal ball. The most terrifying thing was that the huge mountain range that was originally twisted and surging in the direction of the Black Lake disappeared at this moment. Lin Xian only felt a shock in his eyes. Could it be that the mountain was also some kind of dark creature? This strange world wonder made everyone quiet down at this moment. The gunfire stopped completely, and even breathing stagnated. Then, in the next second before everyone had time to react, darkness descended again. The whole world seemed to be turned off in an instant. Lin Xian and the others only felt that their eyes had the night blindness phenomenon that was dark after turning off the lights. They couldn't even see the outlines of the surroundings clearly. A few seconds later, their eyes adjusted again. They were still in the dark forest. The sky was deep blue, and the outline of the distant mountains appeared again. In the vague black fog, the outline kept twisting and surging, like some kind of living creature on the earth. As soon as they entered the darkness, all the stunned people raised their hearts again. The adrenaline of fighting and killing had not subsided, but when Lin Xian and Kiki and others subconsciously prepared to defend, a more bizarre scene appeared. The bodies of the weird bodies that were killed on the ground appeared again, but those weird bodies and the green giant python had all disappeared. The red fog in the air disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the raging fire burning in front of the infinite position, and the fragments of the green python's jaw tissue and flesh that were shattered and fell to the ground, Lin Xian would even think that he had just had a nightmare. What happened? Qian Deli was the first to react. Why did all those disgusting things disappear? It's strange. Shi Diyuan, who was below, jumped onto the roof of the car at this time, and was also puzzled. Monica used the search system of the power armor to search everywhere, but did not find any traces. She said in a puzzled tone, "It doesn't look like an illusion. Those ghost things disappeared in an instant. Brother Lin, did you use some invincible magic just now?" At this time, Lu Xingchen fell from the sky with a look of surprise, and his first reaction was to look at Lin Xian. Disappeared? Lin Xian was also confused at this time, with a look of horror. Impossible, I just. He couldn't use the gravitational lens a second time just now, he could be sure of that, and it was even more impossible for the whole world to be covered by it. It really disappeared. Ning Jing came back to the roof with Abai, looking stern. Abai said that the dark marks on all of us are gone. What? How is this possible? Is it the result of us killing the big snake? No, we shouldn't have killed it. Kiki pointed in a direction, and saw a huge and wide trench in the burning forest, which was obviously the path of the big snake just now. This path was winding towards the direction of the Black Lake. There were also broken trees slowly falling down above the trench along the way, indicating that the strange python had just left. Strange thing. Kiki was surprised. What happened? Lin Xian. Just when everyone was puzzled, a voice came from the communicator. Ding Junyi's face was pale at this time. She held the silver dragon Shiwankyu in her hand. Her chest kept rising and falling, and she was breathing rapidly, as if she had experienced some huge shock. She slowly pressed the communicator. I know the characteristics of the silver dragon Shiwankyu. Lin Xian felt a buzz in his head when he heard it, and immediately opened the roof of the number 2 carriage and said to everyone, "Wait for me." At this moment, in the infinite number 3 carriage, there were still a lot of distorted light spots in the air. As soon as Lin Xian came in, the holographic vision of his black shadow armor kept sending unstable signals, and waves of tingling and weird feelings blew towards Lin Xian. Director Ding. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi, and found that the small flower on Ding Junyi's head was in full bloom. At the same time, there was a hint of green fluorescence in Ding Junyi's eyes, which was obviously a manifestation of her using her supernatural power. What happened? Ding Junyi put down the silver dragon 10,000 errors in her hand, supported her hands on the experimental table, and looked at Lin Xian with an uncertain face. The explosion, just now, was a certain air layer reaction after the explosion of the first flower bud. After Ding Junyi finished speaking, she found that she could not describe the feeling of using supernatural power to perceive the silver dragon 10,000 errors. If the previous regional black chrysanthemum allowed her to connect to the dimensional vision of dark creatures through the dark mark, then this silver dragon 10,000 errors allowed her to see a layered world. That world was like a superposition state parasitic in the sky bubble, so that as a scientist, she could not fully understand everything she perceived in a short time, but there was a key point that she captured. That is, at the moment when the flower bud of the silver dragon Shuanqiu burst, this entire area lost contact with the outside world. In addition to everything that was seen, there were also all invisible things. For example, the dark invasion and the mark. In other words, the explosion of the flower bud instantly caused a slice and fall between this area and Xingyuan, and the marks on the body were also isolated. I'm not sure if there are other consequences, but at present all our marks have been cleared, and it should be in a silent state. Ding Junyi finished her understanding with Lin Xian, but at this time Kiki frowned. The power of the disaster plant? But the problem is that those monsters are obviously around us. Even if the connection is cut off, we should be marked again immediately. The monsters have indeed stopped attacking. Qin Sichuan also came over at this time. Just now, we seem to see another world. It's really strange. That shouldn't be another world, that's our original world. Lin Xian said in a serious tone at this time. The original world? Ding Junyi was surprised by Lin Xian's statement. I remember you said the same thing the night before Heng Shangwen entered the blizzard. Lin Xian nodded. According to the time, it is now the time when the sun sets. What we just saw may be the original world before Xingyuan covered it. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki and Qin Sichuan immediately understood what he meant. So we isolated Xingyuan? I don't know. Lin Xian was also confused at this time. He tried to connect the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, but suddenly a light curtain popped up in front of him. Ding! Non-mechanical force is being used for reflection detection. There is no invasion of dark fear power in the area, and the invasion of dark power has been blocked. Shield. Lin Xian was very surprised. He suddenly had a weird feeling and immediately returned to the roof. At this time, after connecting the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, he could vaguely see a thin film of light covering an area of about 3 kilometers from the infinity as the center. More than half of the circular front of the train was inside this film. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian immediately understood something and hurriedly said to Shi Diyuan and others, "Quick, everyone stop attacking and retreat back to the car." After saying that, Lin Xian immediately returned to the number 1 carriage of the infinity to take down the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, and then quickly ran to the center of the circle of the train front. After seeing the invisible huge film of light covering the entire position, he breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Diyuan, Monica, and others didn't know Lin Xian's intention, but they immediately conveyed it. In an instant, all the combatants who were setting up the front outside retreated back to the car, and the camp personnel began to gather. "Come back quickly," Captain Lin asked everyone not to shoot, and not to disturb the monsters. "Retreat, retreat, retreat, be quiet." Thousands of survivors did not realize the strange change in the situation, and Lin Xian had already installed the heterogeneous cube on a Lei Falcon 2000 drone, and placed the drone in the central position of the joint train position for alert, ready for him to mobilize at any time. For a while, the dark forest around the huge circular train front was completely quiet, leaving only some trees that were still burning in the war, making crackling sounds. But even if there was fire, it seemed to be under a dark filter, and it looked extremely cold. At this time in the front, everyone found that the space became extremely clear, and at the same time, the cold feeling of the previous terrifying dark invasion disappeared without a trace. It seemed like an ordinary cool night in September, and even breathing was much more comfortable. At this time, the leaders of all the trains also gathered towards the center of the camp. Although the fighting had stopped, everyone was still worried. In this strange dark abyss, no one knew what would happen in the next second. So the captains of these teams all turned their attention to Lin Xian, because he was the one who established the position. Not only did he successfully resist the attack, but everyone really entered a state of silence as he said, "Captain Lin, are we really in a state of silence? How do you know those monsters won't attack us again? It was too scary just now. Fortunately you, Captain Lin, took action, otherwise our team would be finished." Yes, it's all thanks to Captain Lin. At this moment, these team leaders even had an impulse to worship Lin Xian. In this desperate night, having such a leader is undoubtedly reassuring. Faced with these people's eager compliments, Lin Xian was helpless. In the danger just now, his only way was to circle the front and hunt the strange python. This can only be said to be the most reliable plan for these trained teams at present, but he also understands that they definitely didn't kill the strange python. The real life-saving thing was the silver dragon 100,000 errors that had been useless all the way. At this time, Lin Xian sighed in his heart. He said that he was unlucky. A silver dragon 100,000 errors became the key to saving his life after entering Xingyuan. But he said that he was lucky. He encountered all kinds of terrible troubles along the way. It was as if he had no dark mark, but was always branded with a permanent mark by some kind of fear. If the other teams were the same as him, they would have died long ago. In the current situation, he combined what Ding Junyi said and guessed that perhaps the explosion of the silver dragon Shiwanquo's empty flower cleared all the dark invasions and marks in the train group area, but at the same time, because of the shielding power of the heterogeneous magic cube, this camp, which was just a circle, suddenly became invisible in this dark forest. So Lin Xian immediately placed the heterogeneous magic cube in the center of the camp to protect the entire train line. In fact, when thinking of this conclusion, Lin Xian felt that it was too incredible, but at this time he obviously had no better explanation. Since there was no attack, everyone certainly could not take the initiative to open fire and bring trouble to themselves. So, the train battlefield, which was just bloody and tense, suddenly became strangely quiet in this dark forest. Chapter 334. Brother Lin, what is going on? Shi Deyuan asked with an embarrassed look on his face. Not only him, but also Monica, Xiandeli and others had just fought side by side. They all knew that the strange python was definitely not dead. If it was not dead, how could the dark mark on its body disappear? Lin Xian took a deep breath and directly told them about the situation where the silver dragon 10,000 errors, a disaster plant, suddenly came down from heaven to help them change the world. I'm not sure about the current situation. If we haven't been attacked for a period of time, it means that those strange bodies can't find us because of our silent state. We are temporarily invisible under the eyes of those monsters. So weird. It's the disaster plant again. Xiandeli immediately became interested when he heard it. It sounds more magical than superpowers. It is said that the disaster plant grows in the abyss of stars and the polar night. I want to get to study. Monica's eyes lit up at this time, and she also said, I saw a car team in Shilon City before. There is a kind of disaster plant that is very powerful. It can accelerate the division of biological cells within a range, which greatly speeds up the recovery of injuries and the improvement of superpowers. Because of this thing, this car team was targeted by the organization of the Advent sect and encountered a lot of trouble. Now it seems that the whole group has been taken over by the Phoenix Society. The Phoenix Society also took away the disaster plant, right? Ning Jing said. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and also looked at Monica. Monica shrugged, that's for sure. The Order of Phoenix is also paying great attention to the research of disaster plants, but they certainly won't take them away unconditionally. The entire convoy was taken to the Phoenix headquarters with Nightwalker. At least before the end of the world, they don't have to run around like us. Lin Xian said frankly, this disaster plant was given to me by a friend's convoy. It was useless along the way, but I didn't expect it to save my life at the critical moment. Shi Deyuan looked at Lin Xian and said, Brother Lin, the disaster plant that can eliminate the dark mark, this kind of thing, the official will definitely want to study it if they know it. Shi Deyuan's words were not concealed, and Lin Xian naturally understood what he meant, but just said, Oh, if someone from the official rescued us from here now, I would be more than happy. If we can study a way to solve the dark mark, like my pot of hell black chrysanthemum, it will benefit all mankind. In fact, when he was in Shilon City, he was also worried about this problem. For the Phoenix Society, the research on hell black chrysanthemum is of great significance, but because it is related to the importance of the dark mark, and it is his old friend Wei Kishua, Lin Xian did not keep it to himself. Qin Sichuan said that after the Battle of Shilin City, Zhao Yu, Wen Zhua and other members of the Phoenix Society did not mention this matter. Lin Xian guessed that from the perspective of the Phoenix Society's scientific research team, the characteristics of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum had been discovered and there was no need to study it. If they knew that the Hell Black Chrysanthemum could also transform dark energy to help enhance and stimulate superpowers, perhaps Lin Xian would inevitably have some negotiations with the Phoenix Society officials. But this is all later. From Monica's words, it can be seen that the disaster plants with strange characteristics are not only Lin Xian, but also other teams, including the Federation and the Phoenix Society. After so long, the Silver Dragon 10,000 Errors only opened a bud, and it is not even known whether there is a chance to open a second flower, so the true value of the Silver Dragon 10,000 Errors remains to be seen, but he was also surprised by this life-saving artifact at the critical moment. If he could master it, then combined with his own heterogeneous magic cube, it would be equivalent to having a gold medal of immunity from death, which is definitely a great treasure. Captain Lin, are we trapped here now? Zhou Hongqiu of the Red Rose team had a nervous look on her face. She understood that the whole team might be safe for the time being, but at the same time, so many people were trapped in this dark forest. There was no track, and it seemed that there would be no dawn. So this situation would sooner or later be a dead end. Yes. Lin Xian did not hide that he was exhausted physically and mentally at this time. Just now, he almost fell apart when he tried to use the gravitational lens for the second time. Now he could still stand here and discuss with everyone, all thanks to his personal willpower. I don't know how long this state can last. Anyway, let's quickly clean up the battlefield and wait and see. We can take a few minutes to breathe. The big snake must be around and may attack us at any time. Lin Xian had no grasp of the current situation. He was not sure how long this subtle silence would last, so he couldn't let go of his tense heart. Upon hearing this, Shi Diyuan said with a gloomy face, "Everyone, go back to your team and rest. We have suffered a lot of casualties this time. It is better to have a chance to breathe. In short, be ready to fight at any time." In this dark forest environment, no one feels safe, so after a brief meeting, the captains of the joint team immediately returned to their own trains and seized this perfect opportunity to clean up the mess. All communications were made through communicators. As the large force began to move, Lin Xian looked around the entire train line. Under the light curtain of the carriage, there were scattered figures, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt smells. There were many dead bodies lying outside the camp. The worst was on a temporary track escape route from the Black Lake to the position. Hundreds of faces that were still vivid 2 hours ago had lost their vitality. In the dark swamp, the dead slowly sank into the mud. In the forest, strange black shadows dragged the cold bodies away. No one dared to leave the camp to pick up weapons and supplies from their companions. Everyone gathered in the train camp to get a respite from the fear just now. On the outer train, the survivors looked through the window at the dark deadwood forest outside the camp. They could vaguely hear countless strange whispers. The mountains in the distance were still twisting and surging, and the sky was a strange deep blue. At this time, the people in each team were quietly cleaning up the battlefield. The teams with medical equipment lined up to rescue the wounded. The backbones of the team were busy counting the number of people and ammunition. The engineering team responsible for maintenance was urgently repairing the train. The combatants quickly replenished the ammunition for various types of vehicle-mounted weapons. Some people whispered, and some were sad and silent. The fate of more than 3,000 people in the entire team camp was linked together at this moment, hugging tightly in the dark forest. At the beginning, the Infinity with the heterogeneous magic cube was the team that was least invaded by the darkness, and also the first to react. Lin Xian didn't understand why the heterogeneous magic cube originally acting on the carriage would expand such a large shielding range, but with this artifact, the Infinity did not mutate. With the automated firepower of the Infinity, Lin Xian's team became the only team without casualties. Lin Xian returned to the Infinity. At this time, in the number 2 carriage, the team members were reporting the situation of each carriage. Lin Xian removed the power armor, sat in the corner of the carriage, opened the sunshade and looked at the dark forest outside, with a cold face. "We have 7 injured, not serious. I have about 10 people here, all injured. Lao Li's I was damaged by the flying insect, the others are fine. Lian Lei and the building assault team are the core personnel firepower of the Infinity. The 100 people are using the most sophisticated weapons made by Lin Xian, and they also have power armor for protection. Under such circumstances, 4 sets of armor were damaged, and a large number of power armors were facing some fault repairs. 1130's bullets are all gone, and even several arc pulse string vibrators are burned out. Fortunately, our armor is thick and can withstand it. Luo Yang, who is wearing a power armor, said at this time, I have deployed monitoring sensors outside. Combined with our sentry system, we will know immediately if there is any movement. We can only watch, we can't fire now. Kiki quickly operated on the keyboard, checking the situation of the train while saying, now only the rail electromagnetic gun can be used, and the others are basically empty. Shu Qin, who had fought all night, saw that the atmosphere was a little depressed, so she said comfortingly, we are very lucky to have held on until now. In the previous situation, we could still run away. This time, even the track disappeared. If it weren't for Captain Lin's action, we would definitely not have survived these 2 hours. Yes, think about it in a positive way. Our current situation is equivalent to surviving the polar night. As long as people are still there, there must be a way out. Li also responded positively at this time. Hey, what are we going to do next? Kiki turned around from the swivel chair and looked at Lin Xian. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, there is no idea yet, mainly because we don't even know where this place is. He looked at the compass on his watch that was spinning randomly, and said in a deep voice, not only the direction, but also the communication pressure is great. If there is no train repeater, the communicator will lose contact after 1 kilometer, and the radio station will be paralyzed. The current situation can be said to be the most unsolvable situation that Lin Xian's infinite train plan has encountered since it set out from Jiang City. This is no longer a problem of broken tracks or derailment, but the whole train has inexplicably come to this deep mountain forest. In this case, even if Lin Xian can make tracks, he has no way to start. At this time, all he could think of was the plan proposed by Qian Deli before. Through 2 all-terrain trains and other cars, Lin Xian swallowed the train to make some car vehicles, and perhaps he could carry more people away. But this idea was really a bad idea in his opinion. Without 1130 and electromagnetic guns, so many people running around in the deep mountains and forests was tantamount to seeking death. So Lin Xian had no idea for a while. Shu Qin frowned when she heard Lin Xian's words. Before, when we were in the polar night, we were still able to tell the direction, but here there are no road signs around, and no one has ever seen this lake or mountain. We don't even know where we are. In this case, are we really in the star abyss? Wait! Kiki turned around and said to Lin Xian, just now, when it was dawn, didn't we see the direction of the sunset? At least we can tell the east, south, west and north. Then, in which direction? Lin Xian looked at her and said, if we don't know the exact direction, how can we know which direction is away from the center of the star abyss? As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. Who knew that at this time, Qin Sichuan suddenly walked in and said to Lin Xian with a serious look, it's not difficult to know where this is. She had just packed up the trunk with Miao Lu, Xiao Yuan and others, and now she said directly to Kiki and Lin Xian, Kiki, you forgot that our Sentinel system has surveillance video. You should call it up immediately. First determine the direction by combining the sunset point and time, and then match the mountain terrain features scanned by radar with our global terrain map. Can't you know our position? Qin Sichuan's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian's expression was shocked, and he couldn't help but say, smart, Teacher Qin. But this terrain looks very ordinary. It's not so easy to compare it globally, right? Li raised a question at this time. Not difficult. At this time, Ding Junyi followed into car number 2 with his hands in his pockets, and said coldly, there are many ways to assist in positioning. For example, under the influence of the Coriolis force, the erosion on the south bank of the river in the northern hemisphere will be more serious. Although the trees in this forest have withered, they can still be identified as red eucalyptus, myrtaceae, eucalyptus, and large trees. There are 3 areas in the world where this kind of tree is most widely distributed: North America, Australia, and Hengguan Mountains. Hengguan Mountains? Luling Great Forest? Luo Yang's eyes lit up when he heard it. We are indeed in Star Abyss number 5. That's easy. Kiki immediately understood the intentions of Qin Sichuan and Ding Junyi, and began to review the regional topographic maps recorded by the Sentinel system and the radar scans, and then compared them with the topographic maps of the original map. Pay attention to the mountain range in the west. Lu Xingchen crossed his arms and said mysteriously, I have noticed that there is nothing there at dawn. I saw it too. Qin Sichuan said at this time, it is definitely not a mountain. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. Everyone understood what Qin Sichuan meant. Sasha quietly pushed open the gap of the sunshade and looked at the outline of the mountain in the distance to the west. Her face was full of worry. It can't be a super monster. Lin Xian pressed her head and said, "It's covered." 2100 hours. The night was like a pool of muddied liquid asphalt, pouring down from the gaps between the treetops, immersing the entire forest in sticky darkness, except that the sky solidified into a kind of sickly dark blue. The fragments of the bay above the western sky floated in the dark and deep void. It seemed that the area over there was no longer like the real world. After more than an hour of continuous comparison by Kiki and others, Lin Xian's team finally determined their current position. Located in the southwest corner of the Hengduan Mountains, about 800 kilometers northeast of the center of the number 5-star abyss, on the edge of a swamp lake called Butuo Lake. After learning the name, Lin Xian immediately remembered that he had heard this name before, in an exploration column, and specifically visited this primeval forest deep water lake known as the Bottomless Lake. Lin Xian didn't know how the joint train appeared in a primeval forest at least 4,600 kilometers away from the Oxai no man's land, but it did confirm the strange encounter between Lao Imo and Hu Lushou before. After determining the location, Chen Xishuan found the nearest place with a railway track through the map. Baicheng, a mountain city about 85 kilometers away from the position of the joint convoy, which was swallowed up by Xingyuan as early as the beginning of the apocalypse. There is a track from there directly to hike, and it is about 1,000 kilometers away from Luling. Lin Xian stood in front of the information center and looked at the map with a complicated expression. The good news is that 85 kilometers is not far, and it is still east of Xingyuan. There is mainly a forest in the middle, and the terrain is not too rugged. By building a simple track, there is a chance to drive the joint train into Baicheng. Now the ocean and parrot convoys have been broken up, and even the captain has died. Lin Xian asked Shi Diyuan to arrange for these people to be added to other convoys, and the original supplies were taken away. Then Lin Xian is ready to receive these 2 trains for material swallowing. If they are recycled while walking, the material problem can also be solved. But the bad news is that they can't get out now. Lin Xian knows the shielding mechanism of the heterogeneous cube. It can block the dark invasion force, but it can't resist the dark mark issued by the weird body. So now they can live in peace because they are in a silent state, and the heterogeneous cube isolates the dark invasion force in this area, which temporarily maintains safety. But if you start to build a track, you must take the initiative to enter the dark forest, which is not small, and the speed is not fast. Once you are marked with a dark mark, even if it is only level 1, it is equivalent to a death sentence in this Xingyuan. The circular track line that was desperately built just now for emergency response took 2 hours to complete the more than 10 kilometers of train line under the premise of the 2-way operation of the track machine. Moreover, these tracks are very rough. The tracks in most areas have begun to sink into the uncompacted humus soil. The only function is to keep the status quo and prevent the train from overturning. So if Lin Xian wants to take the Infinity and the United Train out of this forest, the difficulty can be imagined. In the number 2 carriage, Lin Xian turned on the intercom on the table and discussed with the backbones of other trains. When Shi Diyuan heard what Lin Xian said, he immediately said, 85 kilometers, and it's all deep mountains and old forests. It's impossible not to be attacked by strange bodies. This is too difficult. We are only more than 20 kilometers in Yijin City, and that's still the hardened road surface in the city. Captain Lin, with your mechanical ability, can't you replace the iron wheels of the train with tracks? Qian Deli said bluntly. No. Lin Xian immediately responded, this is more difficult than making railroad tracks. Lin Xian has thought about this idea. Queen Imo and Longshan No. 1 both have all-terrain drive modules, and he has scanned the drawings a long time ago. But the problem is that making an all-terrain drive module is almost equivalent to rebuilding the train. Because the core of the train is the traction power carriage, and the track drive wheel, the carriage above is nothing more than an iron box. In other words, if Lin Xian wants to convert the Infinity into an all-terrain train set, then except for the iron carriages and nuclear power kits, everything must be replaced, including the Dragon class, Wanqing 10A, and the Giant Whale 03 heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive. This amount of work is not to mention the difficulty of manufacturing and drawings. The materials alone are enough to make him drink a pot. So Lin Xian's plan is to prepare to enter Jihai, where there is the Dragon Country CRRC group and a large number of train loading lines, which will have the opportunity to meet Lin Xian's full upgrade of the train to the Eternal Class train with all-terrain standards. Ningjing also said at this time, there is another problem. Baicheng is a city covered by Xingyuan on the day of the apocalypse, so even if we can get there, it is still a question whether the track there can be used. Yes, No one knows what's going on in this Xingyuan. It's a miracle that we're still alive. The captains of other teams also said at this time. Do we really have to abandon the train and drive out by car? We have too many people, and not enough cars. We can't even take 1/3 of the people away. Why are we here? Has anyone seen anything? At this time, someone found the root of the problem. It should be related to the statue in the Oxai no man's land. Sure, Yuan said at this time. Didn't you say there was a taboo before? I guess that thing swallowed us in. Then can we find this thing and take us out? Don't fantasize. On the Queen Mo, Monica also looked tired at this time. She looked at the strange night outside and said, It's too late to escape, and you still want to find it. So we can only be trapped here to death? Sure, Yuan said in a solemn voice. On the Infinity side, the atmosphere in the carriage was also a little silent. Some of the backbones were sitting, and some were standing. At this time, none of them could think of any way. Everyone, don't worry. Lin Xian picked up the communicator and whispered, We have just encountered a worse situation than now. It can't be much worse, so there is no point in getting anxious. In Xingyuan, every minute you can live is a gain. As long as people are not dead and bullets are not used up, there is always a way. So the most urgent task is for each team to clean up the mess and organize ammunition and weapons. Since those monsters didn't come to provoke us, we can take a break and save our energy to rest. It is also a strategy. After hearing Lin Xian's words, the rapid arguments of the teams in the frequency band slowed down, and Shi Yuan responded immediately. Well, Brother Lin is right. It won't be worse than before. We have died many times. It's a blessing to be able to survive in this situation. Let's do whatever we can. I want to see if people can survive in Xingyuan. Okay, let's brainstorm and say whatever ideas we have. It seems that we can't get out for a while. Qian Deli said in an open-minded tone. Monica said, In this case, do we need to turn off the lights and keep silent? Lin Xian responded, Try your best. Anyway, don't leave the range of the train. The lights of the train have been on since the beginning. If there is a problem, it will have happened a long time ago. Lin Xian now doesn't need common sense to consider the biological logic from the dark world. A flower can explode into a space bubble, and the heterogeneous magic cube can isolate the invasion of darkness. Compared with lights and sounds, the dark mark is the most direct and fatal. Now there is no mark in the entire team, which is the most critical. After speaking, he stood up, and Chen Xishuan called him and said, Lin Xian, how should we arrange it? Each car should remain alert and stand by. After arranging each group to go back, Lin Xian came to car number 3. Ding Junyi knew that Lin Xian would come to him, and had prepared all the observation changes of Silver Dragon 10,000 errors in advance. It grew faster after entering the polar night, and it also grew faster after we were swallowed by the abyss. However, when you were fighting just now, the opening of the flower bud showed a strange growth curve. It seems that it may be affected by some kind of energy. Ding Junyi introduced, but strangely, there was no such obvious change when we were in Shilon City. Lin Xian frowned. When I used the gravitational lens? Ding Junyi looked at him. Your guess is very constructive. Your ability can indeed cause space changes in a certain sense. This is similar to the space bubble of the Silver Dragon Shiwankyu explosion. Lin Xian looked at the plant with purple light in its rhizome, and said with a gloomy face, Swallowed by the tide, the whole train appeared in the Xingyuan area 4,600 kilometers away. Disaster plants, taboos, this. The things in the dark world are really going to kill us humans. He said, looking at Ding Junyi. By the way, you have affinity induction with the disaster plant again. Have you gained power with similar characteristics? Ding Junyi's face was a little pale, and she said, It's not clear yet. This kind of synesthesia is a great burden on my body. I can't call on the power of that supernatural power now. The small flower seedling on her head has curled up and hidden in her black hair. The last time she did this, she fainted directly. This time she can still stand. It is not clear whether her supernatural power has improved or it is because of the problem of the disaster plant. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly popped up the conversion information from the heterogeneous magic cube. After the battle, a large amount of black mist was absorbed by the hell-black chrysanthemum and converted into mechanical source points through the heterogeneous magic cube. Lin Xian opened the mechanical heart panel at this time, only to find that from Axe to now, his mechanical heart, including swallowing and construction, has improved a lot, but after this anxious escape and battle, he has no time to check his panel. Current mechanical heart level LV.5, 6340/20,000, Mechanical devouring. 4. 1960/2000. Improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing. 5. 1210/3000. Improved construction efficiency. Mechanical devouring is about to be upgraded. Manufacturing has also been upgraded so much, it was only 510 last time. My physical strength has also recovered a little. Since I'm trapped here, I take this opportunity to devour those trains and nuclear-powered locomotives, and upgrade the materials and levels first. In this difficult situation, Lin Xian forced himself to find a direction to act. After all, he needed a lot of materials to upgrade trains and manufacture ammunition. Chapter 335. After obtaining the mechanical source point of the heterogeneous cube transformation, Lin Xian felt that his energy had been replenished with an extremely pure energy. This power transformed from the hell-black chrysanthemum was madly filling the infinity, and even some nearby convoys, which invisibly brought many people the improvement of their superpowers and physical evolution, and even restored a lot of physical strength. For the survivors who had experienced a tragic battle, it was undoubtedly a timely help. Seeing the panel of the mechanical heart, Lin Xian sighed that he finally had good news. The battle in the Star Abyss helped him, and everyone else to improve their superpowers. At the same time, if he swallowed the remaining carriages of the ocean and the parrot, his mechanical swallowing would definitely be faster and more efficient after reaching level 5. That's right. Lin Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he thought of this. The engineering-level nuclear-powered locomotive group of the ocean has a thermal power of 170 megawatts, and the parrot has 140 megawatts. The total is more than 300 megawatts. Then can his surge be upgraded? Thinking of this, Lin Xian immediately opened the skill panel. Surge, Rare, Level 3, Max can be amplified to Superstring Reactor Phase Rainbow Ring, Amplification Condition. Complete the engulfment of a nuclear power unit with a thermal power of more than 300 megawatts. Amplification time, 24 hours. Good fellow, let's not talk about how many mechanical source points can be obtained by engulfing 2 nuclear power locomotives. But if this new skill is used, he will have the potential to have a force field shield that can withstand S's attack. When in Shilin City, Lin Xian inexplicably borrowed this skill in advance to transform the nuclear power energy of Unit 01 and expand the force field shield, and then block the ray attack of the black thorn in the cloud. Although he didn't know why he used this skill in advance, Lin Xian already knew the amazingness of this skill. In simple terms, Lin Xian's mechanical heart was originally used to output power to drive the train, and all the energy came from his energy conversion, but this skill is the opposite. Lin Xian can gather the electrical energy within the controllable range to himself. As long as the infinity is there, Lin Xian is equivalent to having a 290 megawatt nuclear power reactor behind him. This is definitely good news. Thinking of this, Lin Xian came to life and went back to car number 1 to start the action. At this time, some of the remaining members of the ocean and parrot trains were dismantling the weapons and supplies in the carriages with the help of other teams. Lin Xian notified them in advance, and these people also knew that Lin's team needed to use mechanical energy conversion materials, so no one had any objections and came to help. These carriages are not too important for other trains. Now the joint train has many cars and few people, and the core is still the power locomotive group. Not long after, both trains were emptied, and Lin Xian stayed in the number 13 weapon carriage, and began to devour the train carriages outside through the air, while constantly taking out the converted materials to make ammunition. In the current situation, he had to supply all the convoys. Lin Xian directly transformed himself into a mechanical manufacturing center, and found the state of selfless manufacturing that he had in the snowy night of Shilin City before. Swallowing progress 65%. Swallowing success, mechanical source points plus 50, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 10, successful manufacturing Growler K-23 electric rotary machine gun. Manufacturing proficiency plus 10. The entire arc line of the joint train was now covered by the glimmering film of the heterogeneous magic cube. The darkness here seemed to be very different from the outside of the film, just like clarity and thick fog were separated. All the survivors, except for Worry, did not feel the cold feeling of being in the darkness. The dark forest on all sides seemed to be completely covered by the dense black fog of space, and even the trees and rocks were distorted in the vision, but when you look closely, it returns to normal, as if you have some kind of visual poisoning. Sasha lay by the window and looked out through the gap, frowning on her face, muttering, "Sister Kiki, do you think we can still escape this time?" "Of course we can, believe your brother Lin, Sister Kiki, Sister Chun, and your brother." Kiki was operating the computer seriously at this time, and said, We can survive the desperate situation just now, which shows that we all have the physique to survive a disaster. Sasha went back to bed and lay down. The bullets of the Sally are all empty. If Brother Lin can make a large mecha like the one in Shilin City, it would be great. All of us can live in it, and even an S-level monster can be knocked down with one punch. Kiki rolled his eyes and nodded. Your Brother Lin is indeed. I have such a plan, but it will definitely be difficult. Sasha touched her belly. When I was first drawn into the abyss, I almost vomited my stomach. It was so disgusting. I will definitely have a nightmare tonight. She looked up at Kiki. Sister, what are you busy with? That robot, the system analysis is almost complete. Kiki smacked her lips. You won't understand even if I tell you. Why don't I understand? Sasha sat up immediately after hearing this and said proudly, Isn't it just an artificial intelligence robot butler? I heard that thing can fight, and it's very powerful. At that time, those dangerous jobs can be done by robots, and Brother Lin will be much more relaxed, right? When Kiki heard this, her fingers that were typing on the keyboard suddenly stopped in the air, and she slowly turned her head to look at Shasha. Why are you looking at me? Shasha looked stunned and turned her head back. Is there a ghost behind me? Who knew that at this time, Kiki's eyes suddenly lit up, and she suddenly flew over and pinched her little face, and then said excitedly, You are so smart, I will reward you with candy later. Before she finished her voice, she flew quickly towards the number 13 carriage. At this time, Lin Xian was concentrating on making ammunition and weapons while devouring the carriages outside. Dasha and Shuqin led people to continuously sort out various types of bullets made by the fully automatic bullet stamping machine, and then use them to replenish the various teams. Under Lin Xian's operation, the entire Infinity was like an automatic logistics supply mothership, constantly bringing hope to the various teams. At this time, Kiki quickly passed the carriage, came to Lin Xian, patted him on the shoulder, and said in an anxious tone, Hey Lin Xian, I have an idea, do you want to hear it? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Go ahead. Kiki pointed to the rear carriage. The override program of Grace will be completed soon. If we let this intelligent robot and the PX-05 maintenance robot use the Longshan No. 1 track laying machine to lay the track all the way to Baicheng, do you think it will work? The robot should not be marked with the dark mark, right? When Lin Xian heard her words, his eyes flickered, and he thought for a moment and said, I have never thought about this question, but it seems to be true. I have never seen a weird body attacking a non-living body. Kiki nodded fiercely. It is impossible to lay tracks in such a complex area with maintenance robots alone, but this intelligent quantum volume has a computing power of 8,192. You only need to build tracks in the camp, and let her lay them. After they are built, we can rush out directly. Lin Xian's eyes floated, and he became more energetic. He immediately said, It is not that easy to build bridges and roads, unless the terrain is completely ideal, but... At this point, Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. But this is indeed a way, it is worth a try, but for the sake of caution, after you overwrite Grace, I will take a drone out of the camp to test it alone. Having said that, Lin Xian was still worried that this active attack would trigger a chain reaction in the dark forest, so he was going to take a flying drone for a test. Although it was impossible to control the signal at a distance, Lin Xian only needed to set up an automatic flight program to let the aircraft fly to a specific area. If there was no movement, then this plan would indeed work. Lin Xian didn't have much hope for this plan, but now he had to try his best. Even if it didn't work, he could let Grace conduct external reconnaissance, which was better than trapping everyone here. Moreover, he had already had an idea about this Grace. As a deep red intelligent brain, it could provide him with a lot of help. Moreover, the material of the robot was extremely special, and it was also a powerful weapon in battle. You know, when they were at the Zero Element Center, Ningjing, the powerful queen, didn't break its alloy panel with one punch, which showed its defensive power. Even if it doesn't work, this intelligent brain can help share some of the decision-making pressure. Kiki also became alert at this time. She held her chin and suddenly had a strange idea. Lin Xian, do you think that those Adventists who want to create digital life will also plan to upload their consciousness to the computer and become a robot so that they are not afraid of the dark? Maybe, although the original intention is not for this, but the purpose is the same. Lin Xian said, There will not be too many robots of Grace's level in the world, even if they are only offline versions. The best way to improve digital life is to use cloud storage and calculation, but now the information network in the world is paralyzed. Uploading a person's consciousness to the intelligent brain alone will not solve any problems. Of course, the words cannot be absolute. Who knows what extreme things those Adventists will do? But there is another problem. Lin Xian thought of what Ning Jing said just now. White City was swallowed by Xingyuan on the day of the apocalypse, and the orbital situation there is not clear. If some complex problems arise, Grace may not be able to solve them. Grace is just an artificial intelligence, without the ability of telekinesis and mechanical manufacturing. If she encounters special situations, even if she has extremely high computing power, it will be futile without engineering capabilities. Kiki nodded and said, then we can send Grace to White City to investigate first. After we understand the specific situation, we can take action. That's fine. Lin Xian looked at her. How long will it take? It has been analyzed, but not much useful information has been found. The Crimson World is very cautious. This intelligent computer is specially made to protect the zero elements in her. After I export her movement module and thinking model, I will delete all other irrelevant ones and overwrite the system. It will take about 2 hours. Okay. Lin Xian responded, then let's hurry up. Kiki nodded and immediately ran back to start operating. Lin Xian raced against time to make ammunition and devour carriages. The Ocean and Parrot had a total of 32 carriages. In addition to 2 nuclear-powered locomotives and 2 traction electric locomotives, the remaining 28 carriages were ordinary carriages with thick armor, which were devoured by Lin Xian one by one. Each ordinary carriage still has more mechanical source points than a flatbed trailer. After all, it contains a lot of carriage electrical systems. Devouring one carriage can obtain about 50 mechanical source points and a large amount of metal materials. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 50, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 10. Congratulations, mechanical swallowing is upgraded to level 5, and swallowing efficiency is improved. After swallowing 4 carriages, Lin Xian's mechanical swallowing proficiency finally reached 2000 and completed the upgrade. In an instant, he felt that his swallowing progress had been greatly improved again. It used to take about 20 minutes to swallow an empty carriage, but now it only takes 13 minutes to complete the swallowing, and the efficiency has been greatly improved. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 30, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 5. After the swallowing upgrade, Lin Xian swallowed another carriage. As expected, after the level was upgraded, the effects of low-precision machinery and batch swallowing were discounted again. Lin Xian has become accustomed to this change. It's as if this mechanical source point is a kind of learning of technology by his mechanical heart. The higher the level, the higher the demand for precision technology. It is obviously not feasible to take industrial products in batches for unlimited upgrades. Now Lin Xian has only a few mechanical source points when swallowing a car. In addition to materials, it is better than nothing for upgrading. After a while, Kiki's voice came from the communicator. Lin Xian, it's done. Lin Xian immediately stopped what he was doing and ran to carriage 21. There was only one 1130 in the weapon station here, and the rest was empty. Some sundries and tools were placed there. Grace, sealed by Lin Xian in a metal cabinet, was also here. At this time, Kiki had opened the metal cabinet and sat on the ground with a computer. Several infinite data cables were connected to the back of Grace's head. I have deployed it, and am waiting for you. Where is Liu Yang? He led people to set up isolation power grids and monitoring sensors along the front line. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. You can operate it directly. I have already controlled her mechanical unit. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Lin Xian is not at all confident about this crimson intelligent brain that has not been overwritten. Fortunately, although his mechanical ability cannot handle her quantum processor for the time being, it can at least control her motion unit, which prevents the robot from showing aggressive behavior. Data, Kiki quickly operated the computer. Okay, the override has started. It will take about 20 minutes. I completely erased her system logic protocol, and then added a new one, only one. What protocol? Lin Xian asked. Kiki looked back at him, and said very seriously, Basic protocol. Fully obey all instructions of Lin Xian. In addition, do you want to add anything else? Lin Xian smiled and said, This one is enough. I haven't thought of other ones for the time being. That's fine. Ding, at this time, under Kiki's operation, the full rewrite of Grace officially began. Grace's secondary energy began to start, the quantum core processor began to operate, and the superconducting quantum bit array on the back of her neck lit up dense red diagnostic lights. At the moment, the system rewrite command arrived, breaking up and reconstructing the synaptic weights of the 3 million bionic neurons in her humanoid body, and a very strong computing state began to appear. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a slightly stern look. He knew that the level of intelligent brain of Grace was definitely not an ordinary robot. Even if it was the Phoenix Society and Xinhua Heavy Industry, according to Kiki, there would be no more than 10 intelligent brains of this computing power, and they were mainly used for the construction and control of large space stations, aircraft, or super-large bases. Lin Xian guessed that in the Phoenix Society, there must be a higher-level intelligent brain than Grace, used as a central decision-making unit for global strategic coordination, and in the Crimson World, an Adventist organization, it was actually used as an offline management of an underground base. Combined with Chu Yan's team's consciousness investigation of Julius Litt at the Zero Element Center, Lin Xian concluded that the importance of the Zero Element Center was much higher than he had imagined before. Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian and Kiki were waiting for Grace as system overwrite to be completed, suddenly Grace as facial holographic face began to flicker, and Chu Yan's face appeared again. This sudden scene made Lin Xian and the others change their faces. "What's going on?" Lin Xian shouted. "It's a hidden program that terminated the overwrite of the underlying operating system," Kiki said in surprise. "I erase it immediately." At this moment, Grace, with Chu Yan's face, slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xian standing in front of her. The holographic face kept flashing, and she spoke with a broken audio system. "Lin Xian in the transcendent dimension. No. Don't understand it from your own dimension. The power of the dark world must have a frequency effect, and it may be possible to communicate through the same substance." "Who are you?" Lin Xian immediately asked loudly. "This is easy." The holographic face flashed and disappeared. The message was over, and at this time, Grace's operating system was completely overridden. Kiki looked at this scene in surprise and said, "Was she talking to you?" Lin Xian immediately looked at Kiki. "Kiki, can you still find the program document of the message just now?" Kiki shook her head and frowned. "No, it has been overridden. The background system seems to have deliberately arranged it to take over the system before detecting the program deletion, but as if it knew we were going to do this in advance?" Lin Xian's face sank. At this time, looking at Grace, who was starting the system, a storm wrinkled in his heart. Who is talking to him, and what does the words just now mean? Reminder. Warning. Why does Grace know his current situation? Why does this robot know that he is going to overwrite her program? The confusing mystery is like thick asphalt constantly entangled in Lin Xian's heart. Since contacting Chu Yan and the Crimson World, Lin Xian began to feel that a mysterious existence seemed to be watching him, but at the same time, the reminder at the Zero Element Center was indeed well-intentioned for Lin Xian, which made Lin Xian even more confused. If it wasn't Chu Yan, why would the Crimson World help him? In car number 21, Lin Xian and Kiki were both in a state of shock. The scene just now was too weird. Even Kiki was a little caught off guard. Beyond the dimension, the same frequency effect. "Is she telling us something?" Kiki said. Lin Xian shook his head. "I didn't quite understand, but my intuition tells me that this information is very critical." "Then, should I tell others?" Kiki asked. Lin Xian's face was slightly gloomy, and he repeated Grace's words in a low voice. "In the transcendent dimension, don't understand it from your own dimension. The power of the dark world must have a same frequency effect." "What does it mean? Does this mean that the power of the dark world uses the existence of its own dark dimension to interfere?" Kiki quickly reacted. "For example, the hell-black chrysanthemum senses the existence of S-level, the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube shields the invasion of darkness, and the silver dragon 10,000 mistakes clears the stratification of the dark space." Lin Xian. He stared at the dark dimension. Both the calamity plant and the taboo object exist in the dark dimension. Now the Federation and the Phoenix Society are studying the dark existence to deal with disasters. Your idea is correct. Counting the dark dimension existences at this time, Lin Xian has 2 calamity plants and 2 taboo objects, and Brother Hua has a gold bracelet. Lin Xian thought of the silver bullet that Hu Lushou gave him, but the problem is that he knows too little about the information about the taboo objects. Why didn't Brother Hua's gold necklace and the silver bullet bring a fear disaster, but the fish-lion giant encountered in the Oxai no man's land dragged everyone into the star abyss? Director Ding may have to figure out a solution to these problems. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Kiki. Back to the present, can you be sure that this intelligent brain is fine now? This question also stumped Kiki. She frowned, and was unusually unsure. Logically speaking, the underlying operating system has been overridden, and you did not find other intelligent cores through mechanical scanning. so in principle it must be clean, but if there is a force beyond the machine to affect it. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "It's hard to say." Grace's sudden change made the always confident Kiki a little bit unsure, and they encountered so many strange things along the way. Kiki also had some doubts about the reliability of computers. This situation also happened last time. Grace's self-check was program embedded. Since it has been overwritten, let's start it. If someone can really control the intelligent brain directly, then this ability is several levels higher than Lin Xian's mechanical heart. After finally getting a smart brain back and waiting for so long, Lin Xian decided to start it directly. At least, Grace's abnormal reminder seems to be well-intentioned for Lin Xian at the moment. He has to use Grace to solve the problem, so he can only put aside the strange situation and start Grace. Okay. Kiki nodded. Then I started. Lin Xian looked up at the exquisite mechanical face, and suddenly reached out to take off the beautiful mask used as facial decoration by Grace. Anyway, it had been smashed by Ning Jing, so he just used it to devour, and obtain this new material for research. Successful swallowing, mechanical source points plus 20, mechanical swallowing proficiency plus 5. Obtain super solid carbon condensed alloy *2, the new material is in hand. Lin Xian guessed correctly, the level is indeed level 5, higher than the super carbon acetylene alloy of the previous Unit 01. It is indeed a rare item. This is also the first time that Lin Xian has obtained level 5 material. If this material is used to make armor or train armor, Lin Xian estimates that he can completely resist the snow demon tide head-on, but Lin Xian is just thinking about it. With the scarcity of level 5 materials, even if Lin Xian swallows all the infinity to prepare it, it is estimated that he cannot transform the material of a carriage. Now the latest armor plate of the infinity is only level 3 tungsten titanium alloy plus an inner lining, but it uses the armor structure design of Unit 01, which is already more awesome than the outer shell material of the Interstellar Army's tanks and aerial gunboats. After taking off the mask, Grace's face is in a faceless state with the same metallic luster as her body, which looks much more pleasing to the eye, at least without that weird feeling. Hey, this looks much better, Kiki couldn't help but say. Lin Xian weighed the mask in his hand. Let's keep talking like this from now on, and cancel the holographic face. Yeah. Kiki pressed the restart button at this time, and in an instant, the core of Grace's chest began to light up, and then all the motor units in the body resonated and began to move smoothly. Under Kiki's control, Grace, her faceless face looked at Lin Xian at this time, and a light curtain scanned Lin Xian. System startup, current version, Crimson number 3 intelligent brain offline version. Scanning the protocol commander. Physical signs, iris scan completed. Hello Lin Xian, please issue the first command to me to help me identify your voiceprint information. Grace walked out of the metal box at this time, with her hands behind her back, standing on tiptoes. Still using the previous elegant movement mode, she looked at Lin Xian, like a proud ballet housekeeper. Lin Xian looked at the intelligent robot and said immediately, "From today on, your name is Grace, not Crimson 3. Voiceprint recognition successful. Understood, my name will be Grace from now on." Kiki was typing on the keyboard at this time, and said to Lin Xian, "I have also entered the information of other team members. She will identify them as friendly forces one by one. Now she needs some time to learn deeply." "Learn what?" Lin Xian asked. "Infinity, Apocalypse Day, Escape to the East, Interstellar Train Plan, all members' abilities, superpowers, including our current environmental situation." Kiki finished in one breath. In this way, she will understand the situation of your arrangement. How long will it take? Kiki smiled when she heard it. If our computer or mecha system wants to understand and train such an AI, it will take at least 30 days, but for her, she said, looking at Grace, standing quietly in front of her, and said very proudly, "It only takes 1 second. Chapter 336. It only takes 1 second. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at the elegant intelligent robot in front of him. The superconducting quantum bit array in its brain was performing superfast simulation calculations. What does the quantum bit volume of 8192 mean? It only takes 0.008 seconds to process 1 million event possibilities. It takes more time than the age of the universe, 13.8 billion years, for an ordinary computer to crack a 128-bit encryption key, but for a quantum computer, using the Shor algorithm to instantly decompose large prime numbers, it can be easily cracked. It's like a maze with 8,192 forks. Ordinary computers must try and fail one by one until they find the exit. But Grace can step into all 8192 forks at the same time and instantly know which path can reach the end the fastest. The parallelism of quantum computing allows it to skip invalid paths and directly hit the optimal solution. So when Kiki imported all the experiences of their group from the Apocalypse Day and Jiang City, plus all the federal technology data she stored, into Grace, it took only 1 second for Grace to respond immediately. Captain Lin Xian, I have completed my study, but I do not have the human thinking mode at present. I suggest that you add constructive opinions from humans to my communication to help me upgrade through intelligent iteration through the man in the loop. Lin Xian looked at Kiki and then at Grace, and asked tentatively, in our current situation, do you have any way to help us get out of trouble? Grace looked at Lin Xian. Based on the current situation, the possibility of your survival is about 3 by 1012, which is almost equal to 0. But the variables include but are not limited to Hell Black Chrysanthemum, Silver Dragon 10,000 mistakes, already possessing taboos, as well as your mechanical ability, Kiki's telekinesis ability, Lu Xingchen's fire ability, and more than a dozen other people with abilities. These variables are currently under development, and have unknown scalability. Theoretically, any ability can solve the current dilemma through exponential improvement, or the emergence of new characteristics. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Isn't this artificial idiocy? This is the initial state without human-in-the-loop learning. Kiki crossed his arms and shrugged. She already knows everything. But even our research on these dark worlds is still blank, and the intelligent brain cannot directly come up with the answer, so what she said is also right. There are too many unknowns about these disaster plants and taboos in our car. Unless you tell her directly, these plans will not work. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, she took all the unknown variables into consideration. Grace, all the original programs of the Crimson World have been deleted, leaving only the motion module. In addition, the unknowns of the current world make even Lin Xian himself very confused, so from the perspective of the intelligent brain, there are very few feasible options. Kiki. Lin Xian said to her, how about this, you go and take a rest first, I will devour those motorcycles first, and teach Grace by the way. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to first check the progress of the devouring upgrade on hand, and at the same time conduct circuit learning with Grace about his own ideas, so that he could have a correct and effective conversation. Kiki shrugged, that's fine, but... She looked out the window. How can I sleep like this? You must sleep. Lin Xian said seriously, you have to sleep every minute. Okay, Kiki sighed. She understood Lin Xian's original intention. She must maintain a good physical condition to deal with the crisis later. When leaving, Kiki looked at Lin Xian and sighed in her heart. This guy, he is obviously more tired than herself. Lin Xian sat down directly at this time, while continuing to mechanically devour the ocean carriage outside and making ammunition here. During this process, Lin Xian maintained communication with Grace's intelligent brain. By the way, Lin Xian used his mechanical ability to make some modifications to Grace. All of Grace's data transmission interfaces were erased by Lin Xian, and a seamless cover was installed on the defense cover. In this way, other people cannot easily overwrite Grace's data, because although Lin Xian's modification looks simple, it is because Lin Xian has a mechanical heart. Therefore, unless it is a manufacturing center or a large organization with precise industrial manufacturing capabilities in the Crimson World, it is impossible to easily make a transmission interface with extremely high processing precision. At the same time, Lin Xian inputted extreme defense instructions to Grace, and will resist with all his strength in case of emergency. These are basically the ways that Lin Xian can think of to protect his property, and at the same time, they are also prepared for some unexpected situations. 22:00. Your ability to devour and create items is contradictory to my basic physical logic. Now, I need to unify the level of transcending the initial physical logic, and use the world architecture of ability for calculation. Lin Xian sat on the ground, and made ammunition seriously. Grace stood behind him at this time, standing tall like a loyal guard. What I just said is my understanding of dark creatures and superpowers. Of course, it is also the understanding of most humans. So under this premise, what variables are left? Some contents, including the situation of the Silver Dragon 10,000 errors, the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, and the Silver Bullet, were joined in the conversation with Grace. Not long after, what Grace said became clearer, and he could understand the meaning that Lin Xian wanted to understand. But Grace did not answer his question directly, but asked, I can see that you seem to be a little anxious? Isn't it normal for me to be anxious? Lin Xian responded, Captain Lin Xian, from my analysis of you, you seem to be a person who likes to control the situation and is very cautious in dealing with dangers. However, with the current changes in the world, crises are often far beyond your control. Coupled with your responsibility to the team, this anxiety becomes even heavier. I monitored your emotions, breathing, and sweat secretion, which shows that your physical and mental state are in an unhealthy state, which is very dangerous. Lin Xian frowned. Didn't I ask you what variables are left? Your state is also a kind of variable. Looking back at the past history, you have solved many crises with survival rates close to zero through your mechanical abilities, Hell Black Chrysanthemum, Silver Dragon 10,000 mistakes, heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, team capabilities, and the trust and support of other teams. These are all due to your wisdom and actions. So from my analysis, your decision-making effectiveness is very important, and your ability and wisdom are the biggest variables. Lin Xian paused after hearing this, and could not help but stop his work, looking back at the silver-black robot brain, and then said in a deep voice, "But this time, I have no way, and I even doubt whether a robot that has completed the system overwrite can be trusted. Through your description of the previous events, I fully understand your suspicion of Grace, but from the analysis conclusion, the two unknown reminders are constructive, and through the first unknown reminder, you and your team successfully escaped from Mijin City. So no matter from the perspective of human rationality and sensibility, you can choose to believe Grace, and you have already done so, right? I really don't know how I feel about you now." Lin Xian smiled with complicated eyes. The intelligence of this intelligent brain was too terrifying. She clearly judged all of Lin Xian's thoughts. Indeed, Lin Xian used the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, the silver bullet, and even the situation of his own mechanical manufacturing and swallowing to communicate with Grace, all for the purpose of letting her calculate some constructive escape plans. If a robot that only obeys its basic protocol is kept secret, then this intelligent brain will lose its meaning and can only be used as an ordinary laborer. You can always trust Grace. Unless Grace's system is formatted and rewritten, Grace will always obey your instructions. Lin Xian nodded. "Okay, let's regenerate the plan now." "Okay," Grace put her hands behind her back and said slowly in a mechanical female voice. "The first plan is Silver Dragon 10,000 errors. This disaster plant has the ability to eliminate this danger, so the cultivation of this plant is naturally one of the solutions. Dr. Ding Junyi, who has natural superpowers, is obviously the best candidate, but this is limited by several points. 1. Dr. Ding Junyi's superpower development. 2. Whether your space superpowers have an impact on its growth. 3. Whether Silver Dragon 10,000 errors have the possibility of opening multiple inflorescences. 4. It is limited by the survival time of the team." That's right, Director Ding also knows it, so she is now using her current situation in Xingyuan to study this disaster plant without sleep. When she recovers some of her physical strength, she will try to redo the affinity synesthesia. Lin Xian nodded. Continue. "The second plan is the expansion potential of your mechanical ability. According to calculations, you can devour all the joint trains within 23 days, combine the Queenimo and Longshan No. 1 all-terrain trains, and then make 13 all-terrain train carriages by yourself, which can load all 3,800 people here and escape. This plan combines the cases of other car teams that you mentioned that successfully escaped before, and it is more feasible. Moreover, your mechanical ability can obtain more advanced unknown characteristics after devouring and upgrading, and there is a chance to derive other escape plans. This is too extreme. I can't devour all the trains, and I don't have that much time." The third plan. Grace stood quietly behind Lin Xian. You upload your consciousness to Grace and escape your body with digital life. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Grace. "I won't do that. Except for these 3 plans, there is only the track-laying plan. I calculated and analyzed the topographic map of this area and found that the success rate of track-laying is only 0.3%. Even if you choose to detour on a flat road, the success rate is only 2.6%. Unless you lead the engineering teams and special ability personnel to build together, the success rate can be as high as 85.6%, but this is contrary to the original crisis basis. Car plan, aircraft plan, silver bullet, none of these work?" Grace replied, "According to the current number of survivors, you need to manufacture 52 additional large transport vehicles, and without heavy armor and anti-firepower, the success rate is 0.002%. In addition, my understanding of taboos is limited by the current world's research progress. Without preset conditions, I cannot tell you whether the silver bullet can be used as a backup plan." Lin Xian heard this. Grace had basically analyzed all the situations he thought of or didn't think of. After thinking about it, he could only use Kiki's plan first, and let Grace go to White City along the path points to explore. Even if the track-laying plan doesn't work, If Grace carries the communication repeater to Lay all the way and find White City, at least it can be confirmed that the map and path points are correct. They are still on the blue planet, and the world is not broken like the upside-down bay in the sky. In that case, perhaps some breakthroughs can be found. Let's arrange for you to explore Baicheng. I arrange a drone to test it first. Okay, but I don't recommend wasting this time, because if this is the only solution at present, other drone tests are meaningless. Whether or not the strange body is alarmed, it will not affect the final result. If I go out, I can judge whether to return based on the actual situation, Grace said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this, and was instantly shocked by Grace's analysis. This rigorous logic left Lin Xian speechless. Indeed, whether the drone alarmed the strange body was not the most important thing at all. Unless there is another solution, it is better to let Grace go directly. She will make the next choice based on the actual situation. Lin Xian is worried about nothing more than losing an intelligent computer. But if there is no other solution, he did not choose. You can make a certain number of signal repeaters, and I will deploy them along the way to maintain the signal connection with the infinite number. I will take the next step according to your instructions. Hearing Grace's words, Lin Xian nodded. That's what I planned too. After that, he immediately stopped making ammunition and started making small signal repeaters. According to the distance to Baicheng, Lin Xian had to make at least 100 of this device. So, Grace either used a vehicle or carried a few PX-05 robots for transportation. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to use the latter solution, which was relatively more flexible. Grace, what do you think is the reason for the two unknown reminders appearing on you? In the dark carriage number 21, Lin Xian was making signal repeaters alone. In the process, he analyzed the issue of Grace's inexplicable information to him through the intelligent brain. First, to be able to add such a program to my operating system, I must have management authority above Grace's original agreement, such as your current management authority over Grace. So if I can remind you based on the current situation, I think there are three possibilities. First, the target has management authority, and has some kind of cross-space observation or cross-time ability. From the analysis of all the supernatural power displays in the current world, the feasibility of time ability is relatively small, and this is a time paradox. Second, Chu Yin herself lied. From the perspective of this kind of consciousness connection between the other party and you, she is most likely to have the ability to monitor your current state. At the same time, the holographic facial projection of Chu Yin used by Grace is obviously not a coincidence. Overall, Chu Yin must have some special connection with the Crimson World. Third, there is a monitor in the team who monitors your every move. All of Grace's orders and instructions are initiated by this person. Lin Xian's expression darkened when he heard this. The second and third points don't make sense logically. Chu Yin didn't deny all the communication with me. Why did she, who is in the Zero Element Center, deny it? Moreover, all these consciousness connections were after I entered the dream, and the situation at that time, and just now was obviously when I was awake, and there were witnesses. The problem with the third point is that it was my first time to meet Grace, and so were the others. At that time, only Ding Junyi was with me. She wouldn't have operated on you under my nose, right? Who knew that Grace responded directly? If you have my management authority, of course you can. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Ding Junyi. If you insist, Ding Junyi was wearing black hot power armor at the time, which did have remote intelligent control functions, and Ding Junyi was in the car on weekdays, so she was indeed one of the people who had the best chance of contacting Grace. But thinking of this, Lin Xian suppressed this idea again. What did she have to tell Lin Xian through Grace? This was meaningless to Ding Junyi. Ding Junyi knew about all the supernatural research and planning on the car, including the situation of taboos. If she knew anything, she could tell Lin Xian directly. Isn't this very contradictory? And the first point was too vague. After thinking about it, Lin Xian still felt that Chu Yin had a big problem. First of all, her appearance in the shelter in Jiang City was a suspicious point that Lin Xian could not avoid. When he used the gravitational lens, he could clearly feel that he had a consciousness connection with this woman. In addition, the housekeeper robot of the Crimson World used Chu Yin's face, which was even more strange. Chu Yin obviously knew this problem. She said that her organization was called the North American United Front, NAUF, but did not tell Lin Xian the specific reason why the Crimson World had her face. She just said that he would know it later. Oh, forget it. Lin Xian rubbed his eyebrows. Thinking too much about these problems was a complete waste of time. It was still the main thing to solve the current dilemma. At least Grace's two previous messages were well-intentioned from Yijin City. Then Lin Xian could also consider the previous message carefully. At this time, Lin Xian picked up the communicator and discussed the plan to send robots to Baicheng for reconnaissance along the way with the various teams. In this situation, everyone was at a loss, so Lin Xian's plan was quickly recognized by everyone. The intelligent robot leads the way to lay the track. You are so smart, Brother Lin. Shi Diyuan was shocked when he heard it. It sounds like a solution, but it's not that easy to lay dozens of kilometers of road in this deep forest. At least it's a plan. Ning Jing also said at this time, first of all, if we can make sure that the robot will not alarm the strange body, this may be a way for us to contact the outside world. Contact the outside world? Will the Phoenix Society? Qian Deli said bluntly. Even the Interstellar Army dare not advance into Xingyuan. They all dispatched the Nightwalker Division too, and the death rate is particularly high. I don't think anyone will come to rescue us. After that, he added, it's not that I am pouring cold water on you. I still support Lin Xian's suggestion. If necessary, I have a lot of drones that can be used or let. I can go explore the way. My ability is more suitable for running, Qian Deli looked happy at this time, and immediately said, so you can arrange any instructions. It's such an interesting journey, but I died. I just think of it as a great adventure with you. On the Queen Mo, Monica was training the dozen women. Listening to the discussion in the communicator, she couldn't help but raise her lips slightly. She just responded in the communicator, Handsome Lin, no matter what you do, I, Monica, will follow your arrangements. In fact, I also had a plan before, which is to transport people out through the Queen Mo. 300 or 400 people at a time is no problem. If I'm lucky, maybe a lot of people can survive before my train is scrapped. Yes, my Lanshan No. 1 all-terrain vehicle group can also carry 100 or 200 people. Maybe it's a way to rush. Shi Diyuan also responded. Lin Xian's eyes flickered when he heard this. The plans proposed by everyone showed the determination to work together, which made him feel more at ease. So he said, all these plans can be considered. I will speed up the production now. Whether it is tracks or tracks, as long as there is enough time, I am sure to take all of you out. So it is better to arrange Grace to explore the way first. Otherwise, there are broken mountains and rivers everywhere in the Xingyuan. Even if you run away, you may not be able to find the way. Everyone should continue to be vigilant. This is the treatment of improving superpowers in Xingyuan, which others do not have. Haha, Brother Lin is bold and right. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Now that all of us have improved superpowers, it is still unclear whether it is a blessing or a curse, said Shi Diyuan. Qian Deli also said that's right. Xiaoming and the others are obviously much stronger. It is good news. At this time, people from other teams also echoed, and in the communication band, the confidence of the team leaders quietly increased a few points. When Monica heard Lin Xian's words, her eyes sparkled with a smile. She then looked at the miserable women who had been enslaved by the old scorpion in the carriage, and her expression suddenly became cold. Did you hear that? Ability, wisdom, courage, and leadership charm are what men should be. Men who only bully women are just beastly scum. I know that many of you have become numb to the world. You either have the courage to survive, or just want to die. Now I, Monica, will give you the courage to live again. This time, just for yourself. After that, she clapped her hands gently, and the weapon hangers in the carriage opened row by row. Inside were all brand new Lone Wolf as tactical level power armors, and various types of weapons. At the same time, there was also a row of precious cold and dark reagents. She picked up a bottle and said calmly, if you drink this in the dark and without vegetable juice to neutralize it, it will be several times more painful than being gang raped, but after that, you will be stronger than before. What do you think? Do you have the courage to drink it? Monica's words are undoubtedly very tempting and inciting. The dozen women in front of them looked at this scene timidly and complicatedly. Then someone's eyes began to become wooden and cold. They gritted their teeth and walked forward to pick up a bottle and gulped it down. Soon, others followed suit. Watching this scene, Monica smiled slightly. From her observations along the way, in extreme cases, young people, especially young women, evolve faster than men under the influence of the night, and these women who have suffered a lot and have a strong sense of survival are even more so. As long as they break the shackles of pain in their hearts, she will soon have a group of women who are extremely fierce. On the joint team side, several kilometers of high-voltage power grids and trench traps have been laid out by Luo Yang and other engineering and technical personnel of each team. With the continuous supply of ammunition from the Infinite, the confidence of the personnel of the 20 teams has gradually recovered. The so-called ammunition is the confidence. After various heavy weapons are loaded with a new round of base ammunition, The firepower deterrence of this steel defense line is once again built by Lin Xian. At the same time, the personnel of each team also obviously discovered a problem. All the wounded and the superpowers recovered faster than usual. In addition to the dark energy absorbed by them from killing a large number of weird bodies, the most important thing is that the heterogeneous magic cube shielded the negative effects of the dark invasion. Some people have awakened their special powers, and some people's genetic evolution has exploded. Their physical strength, power, acuity, and adaptability to the environment have all grown rapidly and quietly. That was the after effect of the huge firepower output of the previous war. By killing a large number of strange night bodies, and the extremely rich dark energy in the star abyss, everyone on the joint train front seemed to be evolving comprehensively. Chapter 337. On the Infinity, after tidying up the bed and treating the wounds, Lao Mo's family got a place to live. For convenience, Lao Mo lived directly in the carriage of Liang Lei's engineering team, and let Sun Yuzhen live in Li Yi's living carriage with her 2 children. Because there were many things to do, Lin Xian had not asked Lao Mo and others, and had not arranged for them to do anything. However, Lao Mo himself was an old man with personality. He was straightforward in words and deeds, and did not like soft-hearted people. In addition, he was originally a senior engineer of Xinghua Heavy Industry. In terms of mechanical level, he was richer than Liang Lei, Lu Yang and others. Therefore, before Lin Xian arranged, he took the initiative to join the work of helping to repair the train. On the living carriage, Sun Yuzhen looked at the safe compartment that Qin Xishuan arranged for her family alone. Even in the dark forest, she was full of tears. Survival was more important than anything else. She knew this best. Whether in the hands of the sand bandits, or in the dark night, she faced disasters. No matter whether life or death in the next moment was unpredictable, at this moment, she firmly believed that she could survive. So she was very grateful to Lin Xian for taking her in. She had just experienced a big battle, and now she was following Shu Qin and Li Yi to help with the munitions and internal affairs. But Shu Qin told her that Team Lin had already assigned the tasks, and the munitions and internal affairs were arranged in groups, so Sun Yuzhen immediately found Lin Xian, hoping that Lin Xian could assign her a task. Lin Xian was making a relay communicator for Grace at this time. Looking at Sun Yuzhen, he remembered that she had just taken Qin Xishuan and Ding Junyi to the sky for reconnaissance, so he said, "You can join the reconnaissance team with Teacher Chen later. Your flying ability is very useful to us." "Hey! Okay." Sun Yuzhen's eyes were shining, and she nodded repeatedly, and then she immediately ran to find Qin Xishuan again. Lin Xian looked at her back and knew that Sun Yuzhen urgently needed his approval, so he didn't hesitate to point out the importance of her special ability. Because she had 2 children with her, she would definitely feel bad if she didn't make a contribution, so Lin Xian didn't say much. On the other side, in carriage number 13, Mo Xiaoyan brought his sister Mo Xiaola and a group of children in carriage number 10 to help bring back the shells they picked up. The people in Shu Qin's group sorted them. The usable ones would be used to directly reload the primer ammunition, and the unusable ones would be kept aside for Team Lin to use to devour the transformation materials. Mo Xiaoyan's movements were neat and hard. At such a young age, he could hold a 50 to 60 kilograms iron box of ammunition without any effort. Because the demand for ammunition was so great, carriage number 13 was crowded. Suddenly, a slight bullet explosion sounded, scaring everyone, and they stopped their actions immediately. Delu and Shu Qin rushed over and found that Mo Xiaotian, who was picking bullets, had blood on his hands. He looked at Shu Qin and Delu with one trembling hand, and said nervously, "And Shu Qin, this bullet exploded." He protected his sister behind him. His face was not the pain of bleeding fingers, but the regret and tension after doing something wrong. "Don't be afraid." Shu Qin held Mo Xiaotian's hand and shouted to Miao Lu, "Miao Lu, stop bleeding bandage." "Okay." Miao Lu acted quickly. Delu, who was standing by, was afraid that he would be nervous, so he whispered to him, "Boy, how did this bullet explode?" It suddenly exploded. Mo Xiaola, who was behind him, spoke for his brother. As if he was afraid that his brother would be punished, he carefully explained, "My brother picked them up one by one, very carefully." "Yes, that's what I did." In order to explain, Mo Xiaotian hurriedly and nervously picked up a 7.62 automatic rifle bullet, but as soon as he picked it up, a very difficult-to-detect static arc suddenly burst out from his fingertips, instantly piercing the bullet, and then there was a bang, and it exploded again. This time, the people around were frightened, and Shu Qin, who saw the scene clearly, immediately grabbed Mo Xiaotian's bleeding hands and said in a stern voice, Don't touch these bullets, hurry up, go to the medical cabin. After saying that, Shu Qin immediately asked Miao Lu to take Mo Xiaoyan away, and then she looked at the equally shocked building and said, that seems to be a supernatural power. Hurry up and notify Captain Lin. On Lin Xian's side, 100 sets of small signal repeaters have been made, using the technology of the Phoenix Society scanned in Shilin City, carrying high-energy lithium batteries, and a very long battery life. He made a metal box, which was lifted by 4 PX-05 robots. After Kiki edited the task module, he prepared to let Grace start to explore the way. Chen Sichuan and Kiki followed with a group of people. Everyone looked at the robot that was about to carry out the exploration plan with complicated expressions. At the same time, everyone was ready to fight. If the weird body was disturbed, the battle would start again. Grace gracefully stepped down from the carriage and said to Lin Xian, I will survey the road conditions according to the lowest track standard you can make, and follow up your orders in real time through the signal repeater. If you disturb the strange body, you will find a shelter and wait. Understood. Grace responded in a clear female voice. I will not bring the threat back to the camp, but I still hope that those ugly things are not interested in my plutonium-238 isotope nuclear battery array and motor neuron device. Lin Xian was surprised to hear this, but he didn't expect Grace to respond. A robot joke, I hope it can relieve some of your emotional anxiety. Okay, thank you. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. You're welcome. Given that I have learned patterns from humans known to the joint train, you can set me to imitate a specific personality pattern or voice to communicate with you, which may make you feel more comfortable. Wow, can men and women be used? Kiki was interested when she heard this. No, let's just leave it like this, Lin Xian said directly. He didn't have the mood to do DIY now. As soon as this intelligent brain robot was put to use, he had to use it to perform a reconnaissance mission that might not return. It was a bit painful for Lin Xian. He originally wanted to use it to solve many planning problems on the train. But in the current situation, there is nothing more important than escaping Xingyuan. This plan is also the safest plan that can be thought of at present, so he has to try it. Received. The upcoming mission is to explore the orbital path of Baicheng. The current time is 23:15. While maintaining signal transmission, Grace will transmit an information node to you every 5 minutes. Okay. After saying that, Grace turned around and slowly walked out of the position. At this time, all weapons on the Infinity have activated the fire control program, and if there is any abnormality, they will open fire immediately. As Grace gradually walked into the darkness until she disappeared, Lin Xian's heart could not help but lift up. Ding! 5 minutes later, the first information node began to be transmitted on Lin Xian's mobile terminal. When he saw the first red light flashing with the train position as the reference point on the foggy and dark map, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Got it! Kiki also held a mobile terminal. Although it cannot be observed, the signal is indeed unobstructed. All repeaters are fixed with 1 kilometer as the anchor point. This distance should be relatively safe, Lin Xian said. Chen Sichuan, who was standing by, kept observing the depths of the forest with Meteorite 3, and said, no abnormal noise was found. Don't be too happy yet. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Finding the direction is one thing, and whether the road can be passed is another. If you encounter a larger gully in the deep mountains and old forests, it is not something that the track-laying machine can handle, and people must go out in person. Although Lin Xian has the manufacturing ability, even if it is a simple bridge, it can be solved through the efforts of him, Kiki, and a group of engineering teams. But the problem is the same. If a large number of people are needed, then Grace's exploration will not be meaningful. I just think that if Grace reaches White City, at least it means we are still on the blue planet. Chen Sichuan looked up at the deep blue night sky and the bay fragments floating on the dome, and said in a comforting tone, Captain Lin. At this time, Shu Qin's voice rang in the intercom. In the medical cabin of carriage number 4, Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan and others were surrounding Mo Xiaoyan. Old Mo Sun Yuzhen also rushed over anxiously. Mo Xiaola lay on the transparent hatch of the medical cabin, looking at Mo Xiaoyan lying inside, with a nervous look on his face, and waved. Is my brother sick? No, don't worry, Xiaola. Sun Yuzhen pulled her daughter over. At this time, Shu Qin picked up a broken shell and handed it to Lin Xian and said, it may be a superpower. Xiaotian is not very good at controlling it yet. Wow, what superpower? Detonated the bullet? Kiki was surprised. Xiaotian? Lao Mo also looked at the bullet in astonishment and then looked at his grandson. No, Xiaotian is the same as other children. His genes are evolving. His strength has increased a lot, but he has never been found to have superpowers? Sun Yuzhen also nodded. Could it be a mistake? Probably not. At this time, the usually taciturn Delu said, I saw with my own eyes that when he pinched the bullet, his fingers emitted arcs. He said, and looked at Lin Xian. It's very similar to the arc superpower that Brother Xian used before. Lin Xian's eyes flashed when he heard this. Electrical superpower? Sasha in the crowd heard this, and suddenly widened her eyes with envy. He closed his eyes. No way, such a powerful ability can discharge electricity. Is it true? We know after testing it. At this time, Mo Xiaotian's finger injury had been repaired by the school's medical cabin, but it was still a little red. Lin Xian opened the medical cabin, stretched out his hand to Mo Xiaotian to pull him up, and said, by the way, Xiaotian, follow the feeling just now and discharge electricity at me. Don't be nervous. I'm not nervous, but I'm afraid of hurting you. Sun Yuzhen on the side looked at Lin Xian and hurriedly said, Captain Lin, why don't you let me try it? Electric arc? Lin Xian smiled slightly. Don't worry, I also have electrical abilities. For Lin Xian, it was easy to launch electric surges and control mechanical currents. Mo Xiaotian looked at Lin Xian with some fear, then slowly raised his hand and grabbed Lin Xian's fingers. Lin Xian encouraged him, try it. Ordinary electric shock shouldn't hurt me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a bright arc suddenly burst at Lin Xian's fingertips. With amazing power, Lin Xian felt a sudden numbness in his fingertips, and even the force field shield almost responded spontaneously. In an instant, Lin Xian felt pain in his fingers and couldn't help frowning. Your superpower is quite strong. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Xian took back his hand and blew on his fingertips, then said to Sun Yuzhen, it seems to be some kind of electrical superpower, but the specific nature remains to be seen. After saying that, he turned around and looked around, as if looking for something. Where is Brother Hua? Oh, he is. Delu scratched his head, and before he finished speaking, Lin Xian said, lead him to Brother Hua, and learn from Brother Hua when you have time in your spare time. Develop this superpower, maybe it will be very powerful. Really? Mo Xiaotian immediately widened his eyes when he heard this, and said with an incredible expression. At this moment, Lao Mo and Sun Yuzhen were a little confused. How come the superpower only came out after so long after the apocalypse day? But in Lin Xian's view, this is a good thing. After the war, under the influence of the regional black chrysanthemum and the dark power, everyone in the car benefited from the evolution. It is not uncommon for someone to have superpowers, such as Ding Junyi, who is a perfect example. Wow, great! My brother has superpowers. Mo Xiala said in surprise. For a while, the news that Mo Xiaotian had developed powerful superpowers spread throughout the carriages of the Infinity Train, and soon spread to other teams of the United Train. At this time, Lin Xian discovered that 5 or 6 people in the entire United Team had awakened new superpowers. Not only that, many superpowers and gene evolvers had undergone tremendous changes. His original expectations were too conservative. This was even more obvious than after the Battle of Shilin City. Many people noticed that this must be related to their current location in Qingyuan. This includes the building, Xu Qin, Chen Xishuan, Lu Chang, Miao Lu and others, whose strengths have evolved rapidly. Xu Qin accidentally crushed the handle of a rifle, and then found that her skin and bones could break steel. This was incredible. As a result, the joy and novelty of evolution and strength improvement eliminated some of the suppressed fear in the dark night. The people in the train teams began to relax a lot in the camp, especially after the camp remained safe for so long. Many people's hanging hearts were reduced by half, and the captains of each team also began to arrange personnel to rest in batches to cope with possible changes in the situation. However, Lin Xian did not plan to rest because the heterogeneous magic cube was still transforming. Non-mechanical energy has been transformed, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. After his energy was replenished to a certain extent, Lin Xian was ready to continue to devour the remaining train carriages. There were still 2 nuclear-powered carriages waiting for him to solve. How could he be in the mood to sleep? In this environment, once he fell asleep, the camp might explode when he woke up. Grace was right. Lin Xian was very anxious and cautious. He had hardly slept well in the past period of time. He was either devouring, creating, or fighting. He was always eager to improve his strength and ensure safety. Although there were many people in the team now, fortunately, he had Chen Xishuan, Delu, Xu Qin, Liu Yang, Li Yi and others to help him. Now the engineering team also had a senior engineer Lao Mo, who could directly help him solve many train problems. With Grace, Lin Xian could free up a lot of energy. Of course, the premise is to survive from the Xingyuan. Kiki knew that Lin Xian did not intend to rest, so she also ran to the number 21 carriage, holding a mobile terminal to help him observe Grace's progress and movements, and take a rest by the way. However, Lin Xian knew that this little girl said so. In fact, she just wanted to stay beside him to rest. Because at this time Kiki was already curled up in his lap, and almost fell asleep. The light in the number 21 carriage was dark. Lin Xian planned to start making 66 Malawang Quach's roll-on cantilever missile launchers, and Guardian 86 air defense missiles, and large Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missiles here while devouring. This was a bold attempt. With this thing, the Infinity has large-scale air-to-ground explosive weapons, like the Warhawk-class aerial gunboat or the Dreadnought-class aerospace carrier. Especially when facing some tricky weird bodies, this thing may help Kiki Fire Brother solve the problem of fire suppression. Kiki now likes to stick with Lin Xian, especially in such an empty corner, listening to his heartbeat as he makes and devours objects, which makes her feel at peace. So when Lin Xian asked her to sleep, she simply slept on him. Successful devouring, mechanical source points increased by 30, mechanical devouring skill proficiency increased by 5. In the carriage, Lin Xian leaned against the corner and devoured another empty carriage of the ocean. Seeing the materials entering the decomposition center, he felt more confident. Lin Xian, Kiki, who was half asleep, murmured, "Yeah. You said, if you could devour from a distance at the beginning, then when those thugs attacked us, could we make all their cars disappear at once?" Lin Xian replied without hesitation, "It can be done." Puff, who knew that Kiki, who was nestling on Lin Xian's legs like a cat, suddenly giggled. Lin Xian asked her what she was laughing at, and she said, "I just thought of those bad guys, driving the car and then disappearing, and a group of people rolling on the ground. It's so funny to think about it." Lin Xian smiled. "I really want to do this if I have the chance." Lin Xian Kiki took a breath in his arms, and continued, "We can definitely survive, don't worry." Somehow, after hearing Kiki's words, Lin Xian's originally troubled emotions calmed down a little. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay." After that, he was ready to continue swallowing the carriage, but suddenly remembered that Luo Yang told him that several arc pulse string vibrators on the car had burned out, so Lin Xian simply swallowed them, and made new ones for Luo Yang to install. Who knew that just after he devoured one of the arc pulse string vibrators, the light curtain of the mechanical heart actually lit up after a long absence. A flash of purple light. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 10, mechanical devouring skill proficiency increased by 3. Congratulations on obtaining the Magnetic Storm Shock skill. Magnetic Storm Shock. Release a megavolt magnetic storm discharge field with a diameter of 6 meters from itself. The skill level and the energy level of the mechanical heart directly affect the discharge field range and instantaneous voltage. Fuck. Looking at the light curtain, Lin Xian cursed silently. He didn't expect that after such a long time and devouring so many machines, he finally got a new skill again. Although it is not a golden super characteristic skill like the gravitational lens, this purple skill is also very powerful. If it is amplified by machinery in the later stage, it is simply unimaginable. Magnetic Storm. Looks like there's finally a skill with a large range. Lin Xian's heart surged. In addition to the gravitational lens, his most powerful skill was the mechanical energy cannon. Although it was powerful, the monsters he encountered along the way were either large-scale monsters, or S-level, or special-level weird bodies. This move was no longer useful. He was originally planning to focus on developing his drone cluster combat capabilities, but he didn't expect that because of an arc pulse string vibrator, he would have a new skill. Skill level affects the range. What does the mechanical heart energy level mean? My output power? At this time, Lin Xian couldn't help but think of his force field shield. As long as the power is enough, the force field can be amplified. This sounds like the same thing. Hey, if my superstring reactor phase rainbow ring is successfully upgraded, then wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Lin Xian found that the development of his mechanical heart was becoming more and more large-scale and high-powered, which was much stronger than the initial launch of wind cannons and driving engines to run away. Lin Xian wanted to test this skill, but thought it was better to forget it. It was not suitable to make such a big noise now. So he suppressed his excitement and continued to devour the train carriages of the ocean, and at the same time began to make missile launchers and carriage number 21. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 30, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 5. An empty carriage was swallowed by Lin Xian. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 200. Mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 50. An hour later, the traction locomotive of the ocean was swallowed by Lin Xian. At 1 a.m., all the empty carriages and traction locomotives of the ocean and Parrot had been devoured, leaving only the last two nuclear-powered locomotives. At this time, on the mobile terminal, Grace's path point appeared in the predetermined area. In the treacherous and dark forest, a small signal repeater would appear on the ground or trees every kilometer, and the signal light would flicker for more than 80 kilometers. Grace also entered an unknown area under everyone's waiting. Beep. At this time, the signal base point sent back by Grace flickered again, but Lin Xian immediately noticed something was wrong. Because Grace's signal base point time was getting slower from the 6th base point, which was 30 minutes later. At first, it was only a few seconds, and Lin Xian thought that Grace might have encountered some kind of situation. But the problem was that as a highly intelligent brain, Grace could not make such a mistake. Until now, after nearly 2 hours, the time for Grace to send back the signal base point has changed from 5 minutes to 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Grace reconfirmed the synchronization time and sent back the signal base point every 5 minutes. At this time, Grace's voice came from the headset, but Grace's voice was obviously accompanied by a lot of signal noise. ZZ. My timer shows that it sends you a confirmation signal through the signal repeater every 5 minutes, which is not wrong. But the signal you sent back just now is 5 minutes and 11 seconds from the last time? ZZ. Judging from my mobile radar, my current distance from you is 21,665 meters. In principle, the theoretical delay of information transmission between my moving speed and your distance is 0.067 microseconds. Then how could this happen? ZZ. Two possibilities. One is that the signal is interfered by some strange body. Judging from the universality of the dark invasion affecting global radio waves, this possibility is greater. The second possibility is redshift, that is, the gravitational redshift phenomenon. When the gravitational potential energy of my location is higher than your location, my current time flow will slow down. So when I send a signal every 5 minutes according to my own clock, because the time flow in your area is faster, the reception time will be extended. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. Gravitational redshift occurs at a distance of 20 kilometers? Wouldn't the gravitational time dilation formula of general relativity explode directly? So he immediately issued an order to Grace. Don't add this kind of analysis that is obviously contrary to the logic of reality to the answer sequence. Gravitational redshift occurs at a distance of only 20 kilometers. Is there a small black hole in your direction? And Grace replied, within the limited information I have obtained, the dark influence information infection has not yet seen a short distance, high delay phenomenon. Excluding the consideration of weird bodies or superpowers, the results I obtained through information science and physics analysis can be used as one of the references. It is recommended that you can also choose to observe this phenomenon in the future. Lin Xian took a deep breath. You keep going. As long as the signal can be connected, I will calibrate the time with you. Well, what's wrong? Hearing the voice in the communicator, Kiki, who had just slept, woke up from Lin Xian's legs in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lin Xian's expression was weird and a little nervous. After disconnecting the communicator, Lin Xian looked at Kiki and told her what had just happened. The dark invasion affecting the signal band is an old problem, but this short distance delay is a little confusing to me. After saying that, he looked at Kiki with an inexplicable bitter smile on his face and said, Am I too sensitive? I think. Kiki sat up at this time, crossed his arms, and said carelessly, Nothing in this Xingyuan can be viewed with our original logic. In fact, there is nothing wrong with your caution. Many times, we escape danger from danger because of your judgment. So maybe there is really a black hole in the Xingyuan? Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes darkened. You are right, the bay has flown to the sky. What common sense is there to look at it? Sister Ding also said that experimental data without a certain base number is of no reference value. Since Grace has not been attacked now, and the signal can still be connected, why not wait until it reaches Baiqing to verify it? Lin Xian nodded when he heard this. But if Grace's analysis is correct, that star abyss is already a natural disaster far beyond human imagination. Kiki looked at Lin Xian with a complicated look, then took a deep breath, raised her hand to hold Lin Xian's neck, and said to him with a bright face, If you think about it this way, time is slow here and fast outside, and the Phoenix Society predicts that the global polar night will last for a year. So isn't it longer for us? You are so stupid. Lin Xian poked a finger on Kiki's smooth forehead. We have been swallowed by the star abyss. What's the use of long time? Even one night is a great pressure on us now, and water and food supplies are limited. That's right. Kiki wrinkled her nose awkwardly, and then snorted and said, "Hey, if the problem of dark invasion can be solved, we can upgrade the train to fly into the sky when we go out, transform the starship body, and install star thrusters. It's too troublesome to have tracks." "That's a good idea." Lin Xian nodded. The biggest drawback of the infinite train plan lies here, so Lin Xian is always thinking about improving his mechanical ability and transforming the vehicle to make the train soar into the sky as soon as possible. So, he no longer hesitated and began to devour the 140 megawatt nuclear power generator of the Parrot, and at the same time, he and Kiki kept paying attention to Grace's information. Grace's speed is not slow, it is a fast rate, and she can travel about 20 kilometers per hour on average, but as the distance increases, the information noise and signal frequency are also changing. At 50 kilometers, the base point of Lin Xian's information received from Grace has changed from 5 minutes and 11 seconds to 5 minutes and 29 seconds. 3 o'clock in the morning. The situation gradually moved in the direction that Lin Xian and Kiki least wanted to see. "ZZ. I have arrived in the northwest of Baiqing and observed the building cluster through the visual state." Grace's voice sounded in the communicator. At this time, several people including Ding Junyi, Chen Sichuan, Xu Qin, Luo Yang, etc., all gathered in carriage 21. Everyone looked at the counter on the mobile terminal, with complicated and solemn expressions. 5 minutes and 50 seconds. 5 minutes and 50 seconds, assuming that there is a time dilation effect and redshift phenomenon in the Xingyuan environment, by calculating the distance attenuation year on year, then the time flow rate difference between the position of the front and the outside of Xingyuan is 14.02 times, that is, 1 day outside Xingyuan is equal to 14.02 days at your location and 12 days at my location. Grace's words came out of the communicator, and everyone's face changed drastically. "Time is speeding up? How could this happen?" Chen Sichuan asked. Xu Qin said, "Could it be that the signal delay is caused by the special environment here?" "Impossible." Luo Yang scratched his head. "Even if a super-large dense celestial body, such as a black hole, causes time distortion, the direction is wrong. How can time be slower the closer to the Xingyuan? Shouldn't it be faster?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Ding Junyi, who was the most knowledgeable person in the car. At this time, Ding Junyi just shrugged and said, "He is right. From the perspective of the gravitational time dilation effect of general relativity, it is difficult to explain this phenomenon unless there is a black hole outside the Xingyuan." Hearing Ding Junyi's words, Lin Xian opened the sunshade and looked at the deep blue sky in the west in the direction of the center of the Xingyuan and the bay floating on the sky. He felt a chill on his back. At this moment, everyone had only one feeling of weirdness in their hearts. Oh, no wonder Lao Imo and Boss who thought they had crossed the Xingyuan overnight, but it wasn't overnight at all. Kiki said with a look of surprise. According to this calculation, they may have run for several days. And Lao Imo and Hu Lushou's team are powered by high-energy batteries, which means that the other oil cars can't run out at all because they don't have enough energy. Luo Yang said. Ding Junyi shook her head and took a deep breath. Not completely. If this expansion effect increases exponentially, the closer to the center of the Xingyuan, the slower the flow of time, and the farther out, the smaller the impact. But this is too unbelievable. No matter what, we have to leave here quickly. Lin Xian frowned and ordered Grace immediately. Grace, quickly conduct a reconnaissance of the original station track in Baiqing, and then return. Grace received, now ready to enter the Baiqing area. Are you still preparing a plan to lay the track? Kiki asked Lin Xian at this time. There is no other plan. Lin Xian said sternly. The topographic map returned by Grace's reconnaissance is basically consistent with the topographic map of the original area, and now the location of Baiqing has been confirmed, so the direction and positioning must be correct. He took out a mobile terminal and opened the topographic map of this forest and mountain range and said, it seems that we need to reorganize the entire front, two-pronged approach, abandon some carriages to gather people, and then some people use car vehicles, covered by train firepower, so that the length of the train can be greatly reduced, so that the pressure of the track problem can be reduced. Chen Sichuan said immediately. But this can only solve the length problem. Those mountain valleys must build bridges across water, and open roads across mountains. In addition to us, all the engineers and engineering machinery of the fleet must be dispatched. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. So we can only fight, and this must wait for Grace's investigation. If the track in Baiqing is not feasible, then we can only drag the boxes. The so-called dragging boxes is the simplest plan that Lin Xian discussed with other teams before, that is, through the all-terrain train group of Queen Imo and Longshan No. 1, and then Lin Xian temporarily made some crawler truck carriages to carry people, and used them for towing. All other trains were abandoned, and all the other trains were completely desperate. In any case, the firepower configuration is ready first. Just as Lin Xian was swallowing and communicating with everyone, Grace's voice came from the communicator. I have entered the White City area. My sensor detected a high-intensity magnetic field effect here. I am approaching for investigation. ZZ. No life was found near the central block. ZZ. I found a special wonder above the site of an old sewage treatment plant. The object is a man-made statue, about 13 meters high. The appearance search determined that it was the Merlion, the landmark of the original Lion City. However, there is extremely strong electromagnetic interference and light distortion around it, which may be similar to the oxide taboo you mentioned. Due to information transmission restrictions, I have sent back the real-time picture. Everyone heard the message transmitted by Grace at this time. After a few minutes, a blurred picture compressed several times on the mobile terminal finally slowly appeared. It was a picture taken in infrared night vision mode. In the dark night, above a factory in a dilapidated abandoned city, a Merlion statue was strangely floating. The space around the picture was full of white distorted noise. Although it was not clear, Lin Xian recognized the strange statue at first sight. It was the thing they encountered when they were rushing in the Oxai No Man's Land. Isn't this thing in the Oxai No Man's Land? How come it appears here again? Lin Xian remembered that Chu Yan said that the Crimson World spent a huge price just to get this thing out of the Xingyuan. Could it be that this thing was teleported with them? ZZ. Found a dangerous target, about 700 meters away. Soon, the second blurred photo was sent back, and Lin Xian and Kiki were surprised to see that in the night vision mode, a human-shaped black shadow appeared at the abandoned gate of the sewage treatment plant. Kiki immediately enlarged the picture, and saw that under the dense noise, the black shadow was wearing a strange windbreaker robe and a strange bowler hat. With such a dress, it was obvious that he was not a zombie or a weird body, but he did not look like a fully armed survivor. It looked like he deliberately covered his whole body, which was extremely weird. Is this a person? Kiki murmured. It was hard to imagine that in such a deserted city covered by the abyss of stars, even under the indescribable taboo statue, a person actually appeared. This weird scene immediately gave people a creepy feeling. White City, 3:35 in the morning. Since the day of the apocalypse, the abyss of stars has swallowed this city for a full 100 days. There is no sunrise, no dusk, only eternal night. The lee-gray clouds and the dark blue sky are like a rotten shroud, hanging down on the remains of the original mountain city buildings. The once bustling streets and buildings are now only empty frames, like a skull with its eyes dug out, staring at the street silently. The wind passed through the ruins, rolling up dust and scraps of paper, making a low whimper. The street lights have long been rusted and extinguished. The thick darkness is constantly producing some kind of unstable distortion due to spatial changes, like the gasp of some dying creature. On the street, abandoned vehicles rusted into iron coffins, with the doors open, as if the people inside suddenly evaporated one day. In the shops with broken windows, the shelves collapsed, the goods were scattered all over the ground, and the plastic packaging became brittle in time, and turned into powder with a slight touch. Dong. A tilted apartment building was crumbling, and the clothes drying on the balcony had long been weathered. Grace landed lightly from a height. Her athletic performance completely surpassed that of most genetic evolvers, and she was not affected by the invasion of the night in this strange dark world. The optoelectronic vision module and radar system continued to lock onto the shadow passing through the sewage treatment plant ahead. The heat source detector could not capture it, and the action characteristics were observed and evaluated, possibly human. Grace sent a signal to the train camp by the bottomless lake through the signal relay, but the signal sent at this time had a significant delay in time calibration. At this time, Grace found that the mysterious shadow had disappeared. At the same time, Lin Xian's instructions also came. After completing the terrain reconnaissance of Baiqing train station, return immediately. Understood. After setting up a new base point repeater on the roof, Grace began to head to Baiqing train station according to the positioning direction. Her tasks included terrain and obstacle identification, as well as checking the integrity of the track. She compressed all the moving images, and continuously sent them back to Lin Xian. After seeing the pictures sent back one by one, a dark, abandoned and dilapidated strange mountain city gradually appeared in front of Lin Xian. Unlike the cities I had passed by before, The white city in the picture did not look like the dilapidated city of the 100th day of the apocalypse. It seemed to have been abandoned for 30 years, and all traces of human activity had decayed and melted away, as if the entire planet had been forgotten, with no signs of life. The dark shadows of the lonely buildings were obscured by thick black fog, and on the walls of the streets, whether it was signs, posters, or anything with color, they had all peeled and faded, like a city in an old black and white silent film with characters stripped away. Grace quickly rushed over the buildings and streets. 3 million motor nerves gave her super flexibility and explosive power. Although her entire body weighed almost half a ton, she was like a dark night warrior dancing on her toes, moving lightly and swiftly through the black fog city. All of Grace's radars and senses were performing trillion-level calculations every second. The next second, she suddenly stopped on the roof of a building next to the central square of the White City Station, standing behind a clock tower whose time had stopped on the day of the apocalypse. At this time, her radar discovered an abandoned car defense position in the square. More than 20 damaged and abandoned vehicles were scattered in the square, many of which were high-level all-terrain tracked vehicles and heavy trucks. From the formation, it can be seen that a defense line was once formed here, and the surrounding area was full of dried dark red bloodstains. These vehicles were parked in the huge square in front of the station in silence. The surrounding buildings and streets were full of scenes after a tragic battle, with tunnels of explosives and scattered weapons. But strangely, there was no one else, not even a corpse. Grace did not find any living people here through visual scanning and dynamic radar monitoring, so she jumped directly from the tall building and landed crisply on the ground, then scanned these vehicles for effective information and sent it back to Lin Xian. After identifying some of the characteristics of the items and the graffiti on the vehicles, the convoys here include the Fu Lu Shou Convoy, the Dawn Convoy, the Axe Brotherhood, the Wind Walker Convoy. Others are unknown. Number of survivors 0, corpse search 0. Battle time, 13 to 15 hours ago, calculating the time expansion ratio, it should be around 17:35 yesterday, which coincides with the time of Xingyuan swallowing. Lin Xian didn't expect that Hu Lushou and his team would appear in Baiqing. Looking at the video information sent back, they also encountered a big battle, but the strange thing is that there are only about 20 cars in the whole team of at least hundreds of cars in the square, and there is not even a corpse. It is really strange. At this time, Grace, who was located in the square of Baiqing railway station, began to sprint at high speed and directly entered the track station behind. The track line of Baiqing passed through the edge of the city and meandered along the mountain road to the distant mountains. Grace jumped on the rails and found that the steel structure building of the track station and the track had large-scale rust and collapse after scanning. Some roadbeds were directly cracked. The situation was much worse than expected. The track condition is not ideal. At least more than 30% needs further repair. Otherwise, it will bring great safety hazards to the operation of heavy trains. Bad news came one after another. The number 21 carriage of the Infinity was terribly quiet. Everyone was holding their breath and waiting for the news from Grace. According to the current situation, the track problem has exceeded 100 kilometers, and it is not just a track problem. The weird floating fish lion statue makes people's backs cold. According to Grace's measurement, from the perspective of track-laying engineering, there are at least more than 195 problem sections that cannot be solved by track-laying machines. It is recommended to change other feasible solutions. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone felt a mountain-like pressure. Just when Lin Xian felt helpless, Grace's voice sounded again, "ZZ. My radar reflected the existence of a super-large man-made mechanical body at the azimuth of 043 degrees at the Baiqing orbital station coordinate point. More than 15 kilometers away, Grace started quickly and rushed along the track towards a valley area outside Baiqing. As the distance gradually approached, Grace's radar system gradually showed a larger echo response, and in the night vision observation system, a super-large mechanical creation like a city in the sky appeared in the observation angle. The darkness was like sticky ink, flooding the entire valley. At first, it looked like just a shadow on the horizon, and the huge outline was so blurred that it looked like an extension of the mountains. It was not until Grace kept approaching that the rectangular behemoth revealed its true appearance. A mobile city that looked dead and fallen. The huge body of the space city stretched for several kilometers, and the 2 rows of engine arrays, like skyscrapers, looked like a deep black hole in the night. On both sides of the space city, there were 4 circular floating cities, like giant space stations. The entire mobile city was dragging across the valley, blocking out the sky and the sun. If it weren't for the sharp outline of the man-made objects, you would even think it was a peak integrated with the mountains. Although there was an array of flying engines, there were 2 rows of tracks like giant wheels at the bottom that were deeply sunken into the entire mountain stream. Each track plate was the size of a house, showing a majestic power of human industrial manufacturing. But at this moment, the mobile city was completely hidden in darkness. There was no humming of engines, no scanning of searchlights, and even no groaning of metal expansion and contraction. The ship's hulls and buildings on the upper decks, which should have been brightly lit, were completely dark. On the edge of the city deck, there were 3 huge characters covered by shadows. Silent City. Chapter 338. Is this the Silent City? Why is it paralyzed here? Did it suffer an S-level attack, or did something go wrong? Looking at the blurry photos sent back by Grace in the dark night, Lin Xian and other members of the team discussed it together. The repeater has been used up, and Grace is currently on standby. Lin Xian said. If Grace continues to move forward, all signals will be cut off, and we can only rely on Grace's intelligent brain to explore the unknown. Ning Jing of Longshan No. 1 said at this time, that taboo appeared in Baiqing, and there are people who come and go. This is all too strange. There is also the problem of the speed of time. On the Joker team side, Xian Deli leaned back in his chair and said with a half smile, we have learned a lot this time. It takes more than 10 days inside, and only 1 day outside. It's really interesting. Monica analyzed at this time. If that's the case, since Boss Hu and his team escaped from Xingyuan, hasn't this Silent City been stranded here for more than 100 days? As soon as this was said, everyone immediately reacted. It took Hu Lushou about 2 weeks to escape from the Oxai no man's land, plus 1 day to eliminate the sand bandits. If compared and calculated, Silent City has indeed been here for nearly 3 or 4 months. Since the day of the apocalypse, 100 days is equivalent to 1,200 days. With the accelerated erosion of darkness, the corrupt and desolate appearance of Baiqing seems to be explained. Rugged terrain, track decay, time dilation, fish-lying colossi, paralyzed Silent City. Although the joint team has a clearer understanding of the current situation through Grace's exploration, all these situations are developing towards a more troublesome situation. Boss Hu and his men must have been attacked like us, but from the scene, they were not completely wiped out. The rest of them may have escaped. Sure, Yuan analyzed at this time. Qian Deli also said, looking at it this way, the method of laying tracks is too risky. If you want to survive, I suggest that you run away with light equipment and abandon most of the trains. As long as you run to Baiqing, you can run out through the hardened road. Boss Hu may have run away in this way. They are in Baiqing, which makes it easier for them to find their location than us, and the success rate will be much higher. Monica did not speak. If they wanted to run away with light equipment, her Queen Mo could almost be said to be the biggest reliance here. It could accommodate at least 500 to 600 people. However, she did not want to express her opinion in this situation, but listened quietly to the discussion of the crowd. On Lin Xian's side, the progress of devouring the Parrot nuclear-powered locomotive in the mechanical heart panel has reached 36%, and the 66 Malawin Quach's roll-on cantilever missile launcher has also been manufactured. While devouring, Lin Xian also manufactured the Guardian 86 air defense missile. At the same time, he had to discuss and think about the current predicament with everyone. It can be said that he was doing 3 things at once, and he felt that his head was burning. Lao Mo, you have been in contact with Silent City. What do you think of this situation? Hearing what Shi Yuan and others said, Lin Xian first looked at Lao Mo in the team. The cool old man Lao Mo leaned on the missile launcher made by Lin Xian, his face solemn, and said, the scale of Silent City is larger than the Qingwan Sky City that fell before. This thing is the largest man-made airship besides Phoenix City, and the South Gate, and the Moon Planetary Ring, that have lost contact with the synchronous orbit. The Moon Group spent 14 years just to build it. Xinhua, Finger, and General Aerospace all participated in it. The current head of the Moon Group, Shinji Mochizuki, is not only a person at the top of the global rich list, but also a genius in physical engineering. You should have heard of this person. Oh, I know. Kiki crossed his arms and said with some disdain, it's the one whose IQ was evaluated by the Alpha High IQ Association as about 270, and described as a top genius far beyond the real world, right? At the age of 15, he completed a double degree in physics and engineering at Kahua University of Science and Technology, and at the age of 17, he participated in Galaxy Brain No. 1 at the Galaxy Research Institute. Qin Sichuan also said, I remember that in the news before, this person once led the wave of the Digital Life Act and was a world-class figure. Lao Mo nodded, although the design of Silent City's amphibious operation is a bit weird, since it has a floating engine, It stands to reason that if our fleet could run out that night, Silent City should not have fallen so easily with its firepower scale. I don't understand. This Silent City has the same floating engine as Phoenix City. Why does it use giant track wheels to move on the ground? Shuqin was very confused. Lao Mo said, now all aircraft cannot fly above 10,000 meters in the airspace. Even Phoenix can only cruise at an altitude of about 9,000 meters. Other aircraft will be attacked by atmospheric creatures if they fly above 5,000 meters. Those monsters are at least A-level behemoths. So that's how it is. Lao Mo sighed. According to the news from Dawn City, in addition to the strange bodies, it is said that there is a huge sky curtain covering the entire planet above 10,000 meters in the airspace, so all our satellite communications, space stations, Nanchunman, and Wanhua planetary rings have lost contact, and the Federation's original plan for the starship to escape with the fire of civilization has also failed. So Silent City's choice of the ground is actually a safer option. It stands to reason that they can take off at any time. Sky curtain? Lao Mo nodded. Perhaps the target is too big, which is a problem. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. Large-scale guided weapons failed. More than 70% of major cities were directly swallowed by Xingyuan on the day of the apocalypse. The population changed, and the communication was interrupted. The use of nuclear weapons not only failed to destroy Xingyuan, but also caused Xingyuan to expand rapidly. Many people don't understand why humans fell so quickly and powerful technological weapons could not play the expected effect. Hearing this news at this time, Lin Xian, who was in Xingyuan, remembered the huge eyes like galaxies that he saw when he looked up at the starry sky outside Hingshan Pass. In addition, he remembered two people. One was Wei Kexue. When the city-building plan was launched, Wei Kexue told Lin Xian that the original intention of the Phoenix Society to carry out the Emperor plan was because the destructive effect of the nuclear fusion chain reaction did not achieve the expected effect, so the vigorous development of super-large mechanical weapons and swarm weapons was to enter Xingyuan. The second one was Professor Wang on the radio station when he was in Jiang City. Lin Xian recalled his cry on the radio. Physics is so ridiculous, no one can escape, no one can escape. Now Lin Xian guessed that it might be because the horror witnessed by the Xingyuan exploration team from Luqing Dingzhou after entering Xingyuan No. 3 completely overturned the physics that humans can understand, causing the faith and worldview of those scientists who survived the apocalypse day and polar night to collapse, and thus fall into despair. The current situation is that we can't go to Baiqing, and the orbital plan can't be carried out. If even a large-scale body like Silent City falls, then do we only have the plan of escaping by car and all-terrain train? Qin Sichuan said seriously at this time. Lin Xian. Kiki crossed his arms, with an expression that life and death are determined by fate, and all depends on your opinion. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, except for Lu Xingchen who was silent, everyone else looked heavy-hearted. Lin Xian fell silent after hearing this. It was almost impossible for him to give up the infinity. This was the life-saving fortress that his mechanical heart had built all the way to the present. If he lost this fortress, even if he escaped from Xingyuan, it would be questionable whether he could survive the next dark night. What's more, without the protection of the fortress, more than 70% to 80% of the more than 180 people on the Infinity might die. At this time, Lin Xian looked at his Black Hawk armor beside him. At the same time, the Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile he made in his hand gradually took shape. At this time, he suddenly had a crazy idea. He was silent for a long time before he raised his head and looked at everyone solemnly. If the track doesn't work, then we let the train fly to Baiqing. Isn't it more convenient? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Kiki looked at Lin Xian. How to fly? Lin Xian's eyes became more and more energetic, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He turned to look at Lao Mo. Lao Mo, if I'm not mistaken, large aerospace aircraft will be equipped with a superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array device for hovering over the horizon, right? Yes. Lao Mo nodded. This technology will be used for hovering on special terrain, but it is usually for emergency purposes, such as overload or malfunction of the floating engine. Kiki's eyes lit up when she heard this. She seemed to understand Lin Xian's idea in an instant, and then she looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Hey Lin Xian, you don't want to use the magnetic anchor array to shoot the joint train out? Luo Yan also reacted instantly. Magnetic levitation? Our train does not have an EDS stabilization system. This super strong magnetic field will crush all our carriages. But Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, and his voice began to become calm. It is much easier to make distributed electromagnetic wire coils outside the carriage than to make tracks in the dark forest of Xingyuan, isn't it? This? Luo Yan was stunned by the question. Lao Emo looked at Lin Xian with a strange face. This device is used in this way in your eyes? Oh my god, this is too exciting. Kiki opened her mouth slightly. The others watched the discussion of several people. Those who were not familiar with machinery were completely confused. Lu Xingchen suddenly stood up with a heroic face. This is a great plan, I fully support it. Do you know what they said, you support it? Sha rolled her eyes at him, and pointed to the rail electromagnetic gun on the roof. Brother Lin wants to launch the 15-kilometer long joint train like an electromagnetic gun. Who knew that Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up immediately after hearing it? Isn't it more unrestrained and wild to fly a steel train into the sky? He said heroically, holding the sun and the moon in my hands and picking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Brother Lin, this plan is unstoppable. Lao Emo was shocked at this time. As a senior engineer of Xinghua Heavy Industry, how could he not understand Lin Xian's almost crazy proposal? He couldn't help but said in surprise and doubt, it is indeed a crazy plan, but the problem is... Lao Emo, what does this plan mean specifically? Is it really an electromagnetic gun? Shuqin asked. Lao Emo looked at the confusion of the others and explained, the principle is very simple. Large aircraft such as Silent City will be equipped with a superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array device. By launching it to the predetermined area and generating a strong magnetic field, it can generate a suspension repulsion with a high-energy magnetic field at the bottom of the aircraft, so that the aircraft can be suspended in the air 5 to 20 meters without engine lift. It is the same principle as the maglev train, which is equivalent to the roll of electromagnetic landing gear, and this device can be accurately projected at a long distance. Lin Xian's intention is to use the system of Silent City to launch it here, and lay a magnetic suspension aerial track for us, and then our train will really use the coil acceleration force to float and rush out like an electromagnetic gun. Lao Emo explained this way. Not only did everyone immediately understand Lin Xian's amazing idea, but even Shi Yuan, Qian Deli, Monica, and others in the communication band at this time also changed their faces. These teams also gathered the technical and engineering backbones of the team at this time. After hearing Lin Xian's intention, the frequency bands of each team exploded. All fronts train launch? Fuck, isn't Captain Lin's idea too big? Oh my god. It sounds like it's feasible. It's safer to fly out? Safe? Engineer Chen, you only consider flying, have you considered landing? We are a train, not a plane, we don't have lift components and flight engines. It's quite romantic to accelerate and fly in an electromagnetic coil, breaking through the darkness. Stop being so immature, you disintegrated on the spot at 20 G, and you broke through the light. Captain Lin's idea will work, it will work. Quick, get a computer to calculate the feasibility. The public channel was roaring, but the captain's channel was a little quiet at this time. Shi Yuan couldn't sit still at this time, and his eyes kept paying attention to the noisy engineering team. Qian Deli was in a similar situation, but he was not bothered at all. On the contrary, he was smiling. Every time Lin Xian proposed an idea, in addition to making him feel unrestrained, he also felt a sense of pleasure of seeing a genius flash. On the Queen Mo, a group of engineers, including the AI intelligence on board, were constantly calculating Lin Xian's plan. Monica stood quietly in the number 1 carriage, looking at the communicator on the table, with a faint smile on her face. These captains did not speak at the first time, but waited for Lin Xian to finish his idea. Rubbing. In carriage number 21, a Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile was manufactured by Lin Xian at this time. This missile is 2.5 m long, 0.18 m in diameter, weighs 100 kilograms, and has a warhead of 30 kilograms. It is a small missile type, and can be manufactured very quickly. Lin Xian also came up with this crazy idea when he was manufacturing the missile. Each array of the superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array device of this large spacecraft can construct a field of at least 200 meters. It is 85 kilometers from here to Baicheng, so only 425 arrays are needed to complete the suspension passage. In order to stabilize the EDS of the joint train, Grace's intelligent brain can be used to scan the entire train to plan and design distributed magnetic suspension coils, and then I will manufacture them, and all team engineers will cooperate to install them. This plan has a total of 3 problems. These are the first 2, which are theoretically feasible. The third key problem is that I must go to Silent City in person to find this device, and realize the path launch. Lin Xian's tone was steady. He listened to the chaotic quarrels in the public frequency band under the gaze of everyone, and his brain kept repeating the feasibility of this idea. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that although it sounded crazy, it was indeed a plan with a great success rate. First of all, the superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array device was originally a mature technology for the current world's aircraft. As long as the subsystem of Silent City can be activated and the launch path is planned according to the terrain explored by Grace, the first problem is solved. The second seemingly most difficult technical problem, as long as Grace's intelligent brain and Lin Xian's mechanical manufacturing are combined, it will become possible from impossible. What's more, the All-Union train has a large number of engineers to provide detailed solutions, so this problem can be solved in a short time. Only the third problem is extremely risky. But compared to the more than 3,000 people who slowly laid tracks in the dark forest and moved forward with difficulty, Lin Xian led a team of elite personnel to Silent City, and the risk was obviously much smaller. Even if they encountered trouble, Kiki, Huigu, Qiandeli, and other highly mobile personnel would have no problem getting out in a short time. Another point is that if there are people in Baiqing, then in Lin Xian's view, they are either from Silent City or from the Crimson World. Lin Xian remembered that Chu Yin had mentioned that the Merlion statue that appeared in the Oxai No Man's Land was created by the Crimson World people at the Bilitten Star Observation Base, which means that it is not only the Oxai No Man's Land, but also the abnormal expansion of the old Mohulishu and the Silent City Star Abyss caused by the Wei River. Now Grace has discovered the strange statue in Baiqing, and also detected signs of human existence. Therefore, Lin Xian speculated that there must be many secrets in the area of Baiqing and Silent City. There may be dangers here, or there may be other opportunities. But no matter what, as long as Lin Xian can enter Silent City, it is impossible to start this giant city. But Lin Xian is still very confident that he can use the mechanical heart to get the superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array device. Grace lost the signal after more than 100 kilometers, so I have asked it to return. This time I will arrange for Grace to conduct targeted path scanning. After Grace comes back, we can use this time to completely improve this engineering plan, and then we can organize a team to go to Silent City. In the train front, as long as the current security balance is not broken, and with the protection of the heterogeneous magic cube, they still have a lot of time to prepare. Lin Xian had to take advantage of this time to complete the engulfment of the two nuclear-powered locomotives. He had a hunch that no matter whether the plan went smoothly or not, the superstring reactor phase iris ring was a skill he urgently needed. Lin Xian's idea is very much to my liking. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Qiandeli said very supportively at this time, there is a main plan, and we can also explore unknown situations and seek other opportunities. Although it sounds a bit risky, it is better than us all hiding in this ghost place and racking our brains. If you want to survive, you have to be brave. There is no 100% safe strategy. On launch on number 1, Ning Jing looked at Shi Diyuan. I agree. If we don't go into the dark to explore the situation, all the methods we think of may be wrong. Shi Diyuan nodded. He certainly understood this truth. If Lin Xian hadn't sent Grace to explore Baiqing, they wouldn't even know that the Xingyuan area had experienced time dilation and information redshift effects, nor would they have discovered that the giant mobile city was paralyzed above the Baiqing Valley. He thought about it, and said in the communicator, the Colossus is also a problem. We were all dragged into it. We still don't know what secrets it has. If we want to go, we must also consider this point. Lin Xian responded in the communicator. The main reason is that the signal delay has a great impact, so if we go to Baiqing, I will let Grace investigate the sewage treatment plant area. Our goal is to go straight to Silent City. One more thing, if we are marked with the dark mark, how can we get back? Monica also said at this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said with a stern look, after the train suspension coil and the car are fixed in advance, the remaining problem is the internal high magnetic field human body protection. As for the dark mark, we must consider the worst plan, so if the plan succeeds, we must prepare for a grand escape and rush out of Xingyuan. Grand escape? It sounds exciting. Monica smiled slightly. Captain Lin, can I join your adventure plan? I want to go too. Qiandeli also followed up at this time and said, this opportunity is too rare. If he brings the whole team, Qiandeli may have a lot of pressure, but he is originally free and casual, and he doesn't want to miss this opportunity to experience life and death in Xingyuan. But that being said, the essential reason is that the Joker team needs him. Okay, that's it. It's 4 a.m. now. I've asked Grace to generate a first stage plan while she's on her way back. I synchronize it with you later. All the engineering teams will get involved. After the plan is perfected, I manufacture it, and then the exploration team will set off. The rest of us will do the internal and external modifications of the train. We try to save time, and do it simultaneously. Okay. Sure, Yuen clapped his hands. That's it. On the Infinity side, as all the major fleets approved Lin Xian's crazy plan, the atmosphere in the car seemed a little strange. Kiki, Chen Sichuan, Sasha, and several girls smiled. Delu, Shuqin looked serious and determined. Li Yi, Luoyang, Liang Lei, Lao Imo, and other new members were still a little hesitant, but they didn't have any opinions. They all took a deep breath and thought seriously. However, Lu Xingchen looked proud and eager to try. What's there to fear about the dark sky? We should burn it with fire. He still spoke in a middle school second-year manner, but for some reason, in this situation, everyone felt a sense of excitement from his words. Hearing brother was words, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Everyone went from panic and despair to being at a loss after being safe. This kind of courage to step into the darkness is exactly what they need. Lin Xian. Chen Sichuan looked at him. Lin Xian saw Chen Sichuan's intention and spoke. You go with me this time, and Kiki Huiga, the others will escort the train as usual. Chen Sichuan's eyes lit up, and she nodded seriously. Understood. At the same time, everyone responded. At this moment, the various teams' discussions gradually turned into serious plans. It is not as simple as a maglev train to launch a joint train through a superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array. It is equivalent to building an electromagnetic tunnel in the air, so the entire structure of each train carriage will be greatly tested, and a large number of external devices need to be removed, so this is an escape plan that requires all team engineers to act together. On the Infinity side, Lin Xian has already manufactured 6 missiles including launchers and anti-aircraft missiles, and is preparing to actually manufacture a large Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile as a powerful backup. The Storm IF-12 missile is 6.86 m long, 0.36 m in diameter, weighs 850 kilograms, and has a warhead of 200 kilograms. This is the first time that Lin Xian has made such a large explosive. A large amount of materials are transformed in the decomposition center and the preparation center, and the missile's dual-pulse engine is gradually taking shape in the compartment space. At the same time, the Parrot's engineering-level nuclear-powered locomotive is about to be swallowed up. Swallowing progress 99%. Swallowing success, mechanical source points plus 700, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 300. Electric surge, mechanical amplification upgrade prerequisite, complete 140 megawatts. Sure enough. Looking at the light curtain of the mechanical heart in front of him, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not asked to swallow a 300 megawatt nuclear power reactor at one time. In this way, as long as he completes the swallowing of the ocean, the upgrade prerequisites for the superstring reactor phase Rainbow Ring will be completed. Continue. Lin Xian looked at the time. Grace's node reporting time was gradually shortened, indicating that Grace was approaching the train camp quickly. Correct the route, and complete the environmental scan. Grace, who was scanning the magnetic anchor array plan along the way, sent a message at this time. According to my preliminary observation, the outer main structure of Silent City has not suffered major damage. The reason for the extinguishing of the aerospace city remains to be proven, but after judgment, your plan of escaping by modifying the train and using the superconducting suspension magnetic anchor array has a feasibility calculation of up to 23.1%, which exceeds the track-laying plan. The biggest risk comes from the darkness. The biggest constraint is to move forward slowly, with thousands of people in the darkness. Technical problems are the simplest. Lin Xian said. I admire the way you think about problems. Please allow me to praise you. Lin Xian frowned, feeling a little strange. Are you complimenting me? Yes, your mental pressure is an important variable that affects decision-making. By observing your interactions with multiple women in the team, I think that praising and recognizing you from the perspective of a human woman will increase your sex hormones and excitement levels, which will help you think about decision-making. Lin Xian, At 6 a.m., the nuclear-powered locomotive of the ocean had devoured half of the progress, and at the same time, a White Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile gradually took shape in the number 21 carriage. This is definitely the highest intensity operation, since Lin Xian had mechanical superpowers. You must know that when he was in Qinshui town, he devoured the nuclear-powered engine of the Dragon-type transport ship, and was directly exhausted. But now that the mechanical heart and mechanical devouring have been upgraded to level 5, this pressure is much smaller. Of course, there are 2 other factors. One is that the nuclear-powered engines of the ocean and the Parrot are not as large as the Dragon-type transport ship. Second, the infinite heterogeneous cube was still continuously transforming mechanical source points to provide to Lin Xian, allowing him to recover his energy. At this time, Lin Xian felt like a nuclear-powered cow. He made ammunition and missiles all night, and swallowed 2 Doomsday trains. The material transformation of the decomposition center and the preparation factory was non-stop, and even the fully automatic bullet-punching machine in carriage number 13 was working at full capacity. At this time, after being inspected and monitored by Longshan No. 1 Abai, Director Ding and Chen Xishuan, Grace, carrying 4 PX-05 robots, returned to the camp. Liang Lei and others who were responsible for guarding the building also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. As long as the camp line was safe, their plan would not be disrupted. As soon as Grace came back, Lin Xian immediately arranged for her to scan the entire front line of trains. At the same time, combined with the parameters of the Federal Aircraft Superconducting Suspension Magnetic Anchor Array, she began to automatically generate a plan for the transformation of the train's external structure. Train Air Resistance Solution. Plasma Deflector. The front of the train releases low-temperature plasma, ionizes the air in front to form a low-resistance channel. Propulsion and Stability System. Distributed electromagnetic coils. Provide propulsion and maintain suspension balance, and resonate synchronously with the channel magnetic field. Member Protection System. Reverse Helmholtz coils. Generate offsetting weak magnetic fields, and prevent strong magnetic fields from causing neural disorders. Emergency Safety Device. Grace, who has powerful computing power, quickly generated a large number of applicable solutions at this time, and transmitted them to the engineering teams of each train team synchronously. After multiple rounds of repeated verification, Grace generated blueprints for various devices that need to be manufactured. These devices sound complicated, but the manufacturing difficulty is not high. It is more like giving the train a protective shell that is stable in a strong electromagnetic field. At the same time, Lin Xian also had to consider speed control and the buffering of connecting with the track after arriving in Baicheng. In addition to being designed, these also required Lin Xian to manufacture them in advance after arriving in Baicheng. The joint train position, shrouded in the twisted and thick darkness, was like a round fortress covered with a glimmering film, which was extremely abrupt in the dark forest beside the bottomless lake. The outline of the mountains in the distance was as huge as the creeping black shadows of the mountains, which dissolved and reorganized in the fog. It seemed that some huge creatures could be seen moving and passing in the black fog. The survivors in the train line did not dare to look directly at the dark forest outside for too long. It was not only fear, but as long as they looked at it, their retinas would burn like pain, as if countless rusty steel needles were piercing into the cerebral cortex along the optic nerve. It was a strong, suffocating environmental pressure. Without the protection of the glimmering film of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, the infection and environmental pressure caused by the dark invasion would have caused mutations and deaths in the joint train team. Lin Xian began to manufacture distributed electromagnetic wire coils at this moment. All the train engineering team members were busy at this moment. A large number of devices were lifted out of the infinity, and the installation of each carriage was also in progress. The arc wire coil support structure was installed on the outside of the steel carriage like the exoskeleton of an insect, and the welding light kept flashing. While manufacturing, Lin Xian observed the changes of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. The mechanical source points were still being transformed, but the amount had decreased. Non-mechanical energy has been transformed, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. It is said that there are 90,000 people in Silent City. It should be impossible to survive in it for such a long time. Lin Xian thought to himself at this moment. With the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, which is a heaven-defying artifact, it is not clear how many days the joint train line can last. He really can't think of how to keep 90,000 people alive. The biggest possibility is that after the Silent City is extinguished, most people have fled. However, when he was in Axe, Lin Xian did not receive the global broadcast information, and could not know the situation of Silent City, so he could only guess. However, Lin Xian was quite interested in the top genius in physics and engineering. Before the apocalypse day, he could only follow such people on TV news. Mochizuki Technology, a subsidiary of the Mochizuki Foundation, accounts for nearly 1/3 of the world's prosthetics, artificial mechanical limbs, and robot production. It is also one of the main suppliers of exoskeleton armor for the Interstellar Army. The earliest Phantom Wolf/Iron Hunter class was named by Mochizuki Technology, and the concept of the world's first set of interstellar-level armor was led by Shinji Mochizuki. This person can be said to be a true mechanical genius. Wanghua Technology is different from Xinhua Heavy Industry. Wanghua Technology is a top-tier private technology company, while Xinhua Heavy Industry is a super giant headed by Longhua Yuanhua, which has merged dozens of global technology manufacturing companies. Therefore, the Wanghua Consortium is the only family that owns an aerospace city that is not under the jurisdiction of the Federation. When Lin Xian first learned about the existence of Silent City, he was extremely shocked, because this city is different from Phoenix City in Starship, and it seems to have built a huge independent mechanical mobile city. Such a mobile city should have become the most valuable asset of the Wanghua Consortium after the end of the world, but what Lin Xian did not expect was that such a huge monster would be extinguished in the Xingyuan. It is very sad. Swallowing progress 98%. At this time, the time came to 9 o'clock, and the nuclear-powered locomotive of the ocean was about to be swallowed by Lin Xian, and his mechanical amplification skill could also enter the upgrade countdown immediately. Swallowing success, mechanical source points plus 800, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency plus 400. Electric surge. Mechanical amplification upgrade prerequisites have been completed. Whether to enter mechanical amplification. Electric surge. Normal, level 3, full level can be amplified as superstring reactor phase rainbow ring, amplification materials, super carbon iron alloy asterisk 10, tungsten titanium alloy type 1 by 50. The light screen flickered. Lin Xian only felt a shock in his heart, and immediately confirmed. Amplification. Mechanical amplification starts. Electric surge 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he opened his mechanical heart panel. After only one night in this abyss, his mechanical heart has been greatly improved. Current mechanical heart level LV.5, 8640/20,000. Mechanical devouring, 5, 965/3000. Improved devouring efficiency. Mechanical manufacturing, 5, 1560/3000. Improved construction efficiency. T8Z Vulcan offensive type. Blueprint, development time, 25 days 22 hours 36 minutes. Lin Xian stood up and stretched his waist. He had been running at full capacity all night. If it weren't for the energy brought by the black gas before the transformation of the heterogeneous cube, he would not be able to support it at all. It would be great if there was a device to convert blood essence into cold dark reagents. Lin Xian thought about the fact that there were so many blood essences in the car, but they had not been put to use yet. If there were cold dark reagents, the confidence of several psychics in fighting would be greatly improved. Looking at the missile launcher in front of him, 6 Guardian 86 air defense missiles, and 1 Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile, Lin Xian was shocked. Infinity has added another killer weapon. If I had this thing when I fought the strange python. Lin Xian's face was stern. It must be very powerful. Everything is ready. All distributed electromagnetic wire coils have been manufactured and piled in the middle of the circular camp. With various stabilization devices and plasma deflectors, the rest will be handed over to engineers from each team for installation. On the Infinity side, Liu Yang, Lao Imo, Liang Lei, and other engineering teams are also preparing with PX-05 robots. This time, Infinity will be the lead vehicle, and the plasma deflector is installed in front of the giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. Fortunately, when Lin Xian designed all the weapon stations before, he considered the lifting and sealing issues, so no other demolition work is required. Lin Xian took the time to drink a large bottle of water and eat some food. After completing the charging of the Black Hawk armor and all the Thunder Falcon drones, he prepared to assemble the team and start the movement. At this time, Kiki called him. Lin Xian, do you want to consider taking the Hell Black Chrysanthemum or the Silver Dragon 100,000 wrong? Kiki thought between his eyebrows. The previous grace. Reminder, I think if it is something in Xingyuan, it may play a role. It has worked. Lin Xian said directly. The Hell Black Chrysanthemum will attract strange bodies, and the Silver Dragon 10,000 errors. I just went to see it. No new buds have opened, which shows that the characteristics are very precious, and it is also a disaster plant. It will definitely attract strange bodies. Lin Xian knows what Kiki means, but if there is really something that can work, it must be the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Lu Xingchen's Infinity Ring currently shows only anti-gravity and the energy density of accelerated flame plasma, plus the horrible natural disaster caused by the fish lion giant, which is enough to show that the characteristics and effects of the taboos are very different. Maybe as Chu Yin said, the taboos are not treasures, they are just some kind of power in the dark world, and the taboos are the nodes connecting the two worlds, reflecting very different characteristics. Some can be used by humans, but some may be pure disasters. Going to Baicheng, Lin Xian couldn't take the heterogeneous cube with him. This team could only rely on their own strength to resist the invasion of darkness, so they were all elites among the elites of the team. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, his eyelids twitched for no reason, and he suddenly remembered something else. So he came to the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered carriage, and took out a metal box from the lead sealed box. It was the silver-black bullet that Hu Lushou gave him. He had this idea because he remembered that Hu Lushou told him that it was obtained by other teams in exchange for supplies after being involved in the Xingyuan. But Lin Xian obviously didn't believe this statement, so he had a hunch that this thing might be related to the strange things that happened in the Xingyuan. In addition, Hu Lushou didn't have any abnormalities when he brought this thing with him, so Lin Xian thought about it for a while and took it with him. A 12.7 bullet, Lin Xian can load it into a bullet immediately by using mechanical manufacturing. What if it is used to fight against strange bodies? It will be effective. Lin Xian thought so. On the open space outside the Infinity, the people of the Silent City Exploration Team have assembled. On launch on number 1, Ningjing, Shaoqing, and Abai were still the three of them, all wearing full coverage power armor. Shaoqing held a gun blade, and the rest of the power armor was equipped with a hook gun, while Abai wore power armor only for protection and follow-up actions. On the Joker team and Queen Emo, there were only Qian Deli and Monica. There were not many people in their team. Qian Deli also had Xiaoming on the Joker team, and Monica had even fewer people, so there was no need to mobilize. On Lin Xian's side, Chen Sichuan, who was also wearing Black Hawk power armor, followed, and then Kiki and Huigu, led by Grace, and the others were responsible for guarding the train. Except for Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan, and Monica, who were wearing Phantom Wolf level power armor, the others all wore Lone Wolf as tactical power armor for safety reasons, and all kinds of equipment were also fully prepared. At this time, Shi Diyuan, with a large number of combatants and members of the Infinity, was fully armed and on alert. The situation this time was obviously different from the previous departure of Grace. These people were all humans who would be marked with the Dark Mark, and were very likely to directly break the dangerous balance of the train position. So Lin Xian arranged for Kiki to take everyone with him, and fly out of the camp quickly. "Brother Lin, be careful, I wait for your news." Shi Diyuan's face was as gloomy as water. His ability was not suitable for rapid maneuvers, and the entire train regiment needed to be commanded by him. So Lin Xian would not call him for such a mission, and with Shi Diyuan here, Lin Xian would feel more at ease. Okay, check the time. Lin Xian adjusted the communication frequency band of the team in the power armor. Remember, we should not leave more than 1 kilometer. There will be time dilation differences in short distances, so vision will be severely obstructed, and we can only rely mainly on the radar and situation system of the power armor to judge. It's 9:15 now, Chen Sichuan said. Received. Huigu clenched his fists, and even he couldn't help but breathe faster. Monica and Qian Deli both nodded in response, and everyone was ready. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Kiki. "Are you ready?" Kiki nodded, and then her eyes flashed. She raised her hand, and all 9 people plus Grace floated into the air, and then looked at the dark forest in front of her, and said with a stern look, "Everyone, let's go!" Wow! In an instant, the team, wrapped in an invisible telekinetic barrier, burst into a wave of wind and rushed directly into the sky, and quickly flew towards the direction of White City over the dark forest. For a while, the ground trembled strangely, and in the dark forest around, strange whispers frequently sounded. In the joint train position, everyone felt that even the light coming through the window was a little darker, and a strong crisis suddenly came. "Everyone be quiet, don't make any noise," Steward shouted in the communicator. The hearts of more than 3,000 people seemed to be lifted up at this moment. Chapter 339. Although he had made preparations, the scene of the dark movement at this moment still made Shi Diyuan's face darken. He looked in the direction where Lin Xian and the others left, and the figures of several people quickly disappeared in the darkness. At first, the twisted darkness was regarded as a kind of black fog by them. Now everyone understands that it is the visual blur caused by the expansion of time and space in a short distance. In such a place, the huge distortion of time and space can be felt with the naked eye within a radius of several kilometers, which makes people feel that the whole world is extremely unreal. Firepower preparation. On the Infinity side, Liu Yang, Shu Qin and others all stood on the roof of the train, and the G3 electromagnetic railgun and 1130 were all raised. Sasha drove the Sally with ammunition loaded, and also stood in front of the train line. Everyone was ready. The dark forest around was constantly earthquake-stricken and surging, but the view was obscured by the twisted black fog, which made people nervous. The only thing they could see was the huge ridgeline in the distance. "Look!" At this time, someone shouted, "That mountain!" Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to the strange huge mountain range in the west, and found that the mountain had been twisted into a solid body, and the edges and corners were completely separated from the outline of the surrounding mountains. At this time, the mountain was obviously not a mountain, especially after seeing several huge spikes like ridges twisted up into the air. Everyone realized that it was an unknown huge dark creature. In an instant, the train line was quiet, and everyone seemed to hold their breath at this moment. Yuan turned into a tiger body, and the tiger's pupils slowly condensed at this time, and a great sense of oppression invaded everyone. More and more spikes began to appear, and then the outline of the huge mountain range gradually rose, showing a giant insect with thousands of long legs, and began to move slowly in a certain direction. "Fuck him, this insect is bigger than the mountain." For a moment, someone in the joint convoy exclaimed, "Did it find us? It's not moving in our direction. Is that the center of Xingyuan? Oh my god, it's too scary." Beep beep. Shuqin's power armor radar detected a circle, and then quickly said in the channel, "Everyone calm down. No creatures are found around for the time being. Don't fire." The two assault teams led by Delu and Liang Lei also suppressed the anxious atmosphere of the crowd at this time. Under such extreme pressure, once someone is afraid and opens fire first, it may be bad. For a moment, panic spread rapidly in the camps of the convoys on the train line. Shi Diyuan's voice sounded on the public channel at this time. "Everyone calm down, our front is safe, don't be impulsive, wait patiently." The captains of more than a dozen teams came to their senses at this time, and began to control their panic. "Don't be afraid. Stay calm. We are safe now. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath." After more than 10 minutes, the panic of the entire front was finally suppressed, and after the train front was not attacked for a period of time, Shi Diyuan and other core leaders of the team breathed a sigh of relief. "The team is safe for the time being, Brother Lin, how are you?" Shi Diyuan immediately contacted Lin Xian, and after a slight delay, Lin Xian's voice sounded in the captain's channel. "Currently, it's going well." On the other side, the exploration team flew quickly over the dark forest under Kiki's supernatural power. The spatial distortion caused by time expansion seemed to make people inhale the sticky world into their nasal cavity, tearing their heads and hurting. In the vital signs of the power armor, everyone's heart rate has exploded. Without the protection of the heterogeneous magic cube, the strong environmental pressure, and the invasion of darkness made several people a little breathless. In addition, in the desolate forest and terrain below, there were constantly surging black shadows. Abai, who was surrounded in the middle, kept breathing rapidly in the channel. 13 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 16 o'clock. A lot. Have we been marked? No. Speed up. Kiki's telekinesis was running to the extreme, taking everyone to fly quickly. Ning Jing and others were concentrating and holding their breath. The distance of 85 kilometers was not far for flying, but the faster the speed, the stronger the discomfort. Except Grace. The current environment will continue to pose a fatal threat to the human body. The outer armor cannot resist it. It is not recommended to stay for too many missions. Lin Xian also noticed this problem in the darkness. The horror feeling after Oxai was caught in the dark tide continued to oppress the nerves of his whole body. He knew that other people must feel the same as him. After hearing Grace's reminder, Lin Xian's mind was calculating rapidly. The most important part of the current plan is the connection design between the superconducting suspended magnetic anchor array device in Silent City and the White City track line. As long as these 2 points are solved, the joint train front can be started immediately. So Lin Xian wanted to go straight to Baiqing Orbital Station, and while investigating the terrain, he also checked the clues of Hu Lusho's group. Only when the connection plan of Baiqing Orbital Station was solved could it be considered 1/3 successful. As for the strange giant, Lin Xian planned to avoid it. If necessary, he would arrange non-living things like Grace to investigate. The elite team was already the ones with the highest peak power index among the thousands of people, but even so, Monica Qian Deli, Ning Jing and others all looked solemn. Obviously, the heavy load on their bodies also caused them pressure. Grace scanned this path, and did not capture any dark creatures. We are also in a silent state. As long as we don't meet them head-on, we should. Lin Xian spoke within the frequency band, trying to relieve the dull atmosphere. Ning Jing responded, "Abai is keeping an eye on our situation. If a mark appears, We must stop immediately and deal with the strange body to avoid snowballing. That makes sense. If thousands of people trigger a strange tide like before, we won't even have anywhere to run, Chiandeli said. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 25 Lay Falcon 2000 drones rotated in a ring behind Lin Xian, like a circle of red arcs under the black night sky. Lin Xian was wearing a Black Eagle armor, and the holographic vision in front of him showed various parameters. We're almost there. We're now more than 40 seconds behind the train position. While flying, Lin Xian made relay signalers and drones for transportation and delivery, which were used to connect the distance between White City and Silent City, and also for emergency situations. Kiki held up the telekinetic shield and flew quickly with a group of people. Among all the people, her mental power can be said to be the strongest, but her face was pale. She led everyone to cross several mountains. At this time, the surroundings began to become flat, and there were mountain roads and scattered buildings. In the sight of everyone's power armor radar, far ahead, a small city with many buildings was located in the valley. We have arrived at Baicheng. Wait! At this time, Ning Jing suddenly called Kiki. Abai felt something was going on ahead. Let's stop first, Lin Xian said. The black fog in front was obscured, and a row of abandoned and dilapidated houses appeared in front of him. Kiki heard this, and immediately controlled everyone to slow down, and then landed slowly. The black asphalt road was not as messy as the dilapidated cities that everyone had experienced in the past. On the contrary, the ground was relatively cleaner than other Doomsday cities. There was nothing except dust, and the mist that seemed to be seeping from the ground. The abandoned vehicles that fled, the scattered suitcases, and the dead bodies did not exist. The whole city seemed to be frozen at the moment when Xingyuan appeared. All the green plants and trees were dead and decayed. Lin Xian stood on the ground and felt a cold feeling rising from the ground. He looked at the dark street in front of him and felt that something was there. What did you find? Where is it? Lin Xian asked. Abai pointed to the sky. It disappeared again just now in the sky. My observation system did not find any abnormal creatures. Do you need me to go and investigate? Grace said at this time. Lin Xian shook his head. If he wanted to investigate, Grace had already investigated when she came just now. Although Grace had extremely high computing power, it did not mean that she could capture the strange body and the dark breath. Be careful, we are not robots. Those ghosts can see us, Monica said seriously at this time. Chen Xishuan picked up the Meteorite 3 and looked at the high ground of the street, then shook her head. I didn't see anything, but it would be a bit risky for us to go in directly like this. But if we don't go in, it's useless to stay here. Kiki crossed her arms. Do we have any other options now? Xiaoqing, who usually doesn't talk much, stood up and said, Listen. To Abai. Everyone heard this, and looked at Abai wearing power armor. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly stern. He nodded, walked towards Abai and said, Okay, from now on, all of us will use Abai as the perspective, unless the radar can directly capture it, otherwise we will pretend not to see it. Abai's role, as a humanoid dark breath detector, is even greater than that of Hell Black Chrysanthemum. Hell Black Chrysanthemum only senses the marks that have been marked on its body, while Abai can observe the situation in a certain area in advance. Abai has made a great contribution to the high survival rate of more than 1,000 people on Longshan No. 1. So Lin Xian chose to act with Abai as the center at this time. Abai nodded. Some strange things suddenly appeared and disappeared, not like they were moving, but... He thought about it, and found an adjective, flickering. Lin Xian gave Grace an order at this time. Grace, you lead the way. Okay, we will follow behind, as long as they are not marked, don't worry, and get to Baicheng Orbit Station first. Okay. Understood. Everyone understood at this moment. After Grace started, she tiptoed and began to walk towards the darkness ahead. Everyone surrounded Abai in the middle and followed Grace, and began to enter the streets of Baicheng. Lin Xian controlled 25 Thunder Falcon drones to follow and wait outside the team. As the footsteps of several people sounded, echoes continued to appear in the empty streets in the darkness. It was so quiet that it seemed that only they were left in the whole world. The light swept over, and many shops on the street were still open, but all the signs had decayed, the paint had fallen off, and the content could not be seen clearly. The things in the street shops, including clothes, were rapidly decaying into some kind of gray silk. This situation is extremely unusual. Even if more than 10 years have passed here, textiles should not decay like this. Ning Jing swept a flashlight across a clothing store. The rows of women's clothing inside were almost all left with gray-brown pieces of cloth hanging. This gave her an illusion that even if she was holding a flashlight, The world was colorless. So, she immediately looked at herself and found that her judgment was wrong. It is definitely not okay to use common sense to understand what is going on here. Qian Deli said in the communicator, no matter what you see next, you must look at it with a perspective that breaks your cognition. Lu Xingchen, who was standing aside, followed Lin Xian and Kiki with a stern face. He looked at the darkness around him warily, and then felt the infinite ring on his wrist. For some reason, after wearing this thing, he could inexplicably hear many strange sounds. It was like sticky blood flowing, like a rotten esophagus breathing. Everything made him uneasy. Brother Lin. Lu Xingchen was about to tell Lin Xian about the abnormality he felt, but at this time, Abai suddenly stopped, and everyone else stopped. What's wrong, Abai? Lin Xian asked. Abai stood there, looking around in panic, and then said nervously, be careful, there are monsters. Where? As they spoke, everyone had begun to gather their formations and looked at the streets around them. But no matter how they looked, there was only a dark and empty street around, nothing. There was not even the sound of the wind, everything was like time had stopped. Lin Xian stood there, wondering why he had such an idea, and then he looked at the timing system under the holographic panel of the Black Shadow armor. 10:34. I don't know if he was dazzled. Lin Xian inexplicably felt that the second 59 seconds after 34 minutes seemed to have passed a long time. He stared at the number 59, which had not moved, and his pupils shrank slightly. An extremely terrifying and bizarre feeling suddenly came over him. In an instant, Lin Xian took a deep breath, and other people's voices rang in the communicator beside his ear, but these voices seemed to be stretched out in this second. 59. 59. 00. Suddenly, the number finally jumped, and the time came to 10:35. Ha! Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, but at this time, everyone, including him, felt their hair stand on end, and a strong sense of fear came over them. Because at this time, the empty and dark street where they were originally was suddenly full of people. Lin Xian, Kiki, Huige, Chen Xishuan, Ningjing, Xiaoqing, Abai, Monica, Qian Deli, all of them had their pupils shrink immediately, and countless figures strangely appeared around them at this moment. In front of them, beside them, behind them, in the middle, all around them, there were people. It was as if all the people who died in Xingyuan in Baiqing appeared on the street. These people were emaciated, as if all the blood plasma had been sucked dry, with black holes in their eyes, and their mouths wide open and extremely torn. Standing beside them with an extremely terrifying face, and a woman with a rotten face stood directly in front of Lin Xian. Through the mask of the Black Shadow power armor, he could even see the dry flesh and blood tissue in the empty eyes of the female corpse. Everyone in the team was shocked by this scene, and they all held their breath at the same time. Suddenly, the empty streets were crowded with people. Their clothes were almost completely discolored. They just stood there quietly motionless. They didn't attack Lin Xian and his men, nor did they make any sound. At this time, Lin Xian looked down and found that many black blood vessel networks had appeared on the ground at some point, connecting each corpse. At the same time, many brown-red tissues similar to tumors appeared in the streets and alleys on all sides. This immediately reminded him of what he had seen in the number 9 underground city, and he immediately thought it was not good. Abai. Lin Xian asked Abai, are we marked? No. Abai responded immediately, his tone trembling, with a bit of fear. Kiki whispered, what should we do now? These things don't seem to attack us? Burn them? Asked Brother Hua. Lin Xian remembered something at this time. Grace. Plan a new path point, let's bypass this street. Obviously, the current situation was a new situation that was triggered after Lin Xian and his group came. This must be related to the fact that they are alive. At this time, Lin Xian's first concern is the dark mark. 150 meters ahead, turn right. Action. At Lin Xian's command, everyone quickly started to rush out of the strange crowd under the route information synchronized to the holographic panel of the power armor by Grace. At this time, as they left, those who were standing in place all began to turn their directions in unison, facing the direction where everyone left. It must be some strange body that controls these corpses. This may be the territory of a high-level strange body. Lin Xian rushed directly to a building, and then ran at high speed on the roof with a group of people. At the same time, he observed the situation on the streets around him and expressed his judgment. I was shocked just now. These things suddenly appeared, just like it was dark. Qian Deli said with some fear. Ning Jing heard this and immediately responded, dark tide, but it's always dark inside. Are dark tides and night not the same thing? Kiki said nervously while flying in the air. It's possible. Monica gave a guess at this time. I guess, maybe combined with the current expansion range of Star Abyss number 5, and the time of the tide, can we calculate some connections? Lin Xian shook his head. We don't know the situation outside now, but this is also an explanation. Squeeze. The propulsion device of the Black Hawk armor was working frequently, carrying Lin Xian all the way to a tall building. He looked at the street below. The densely packed black corpses all raised their heads at this moment, watching their movements with their black hole-like eyes. Lin Xian felt horrified. There was no way out at this time, so he could only speed up to escape. At this time, Lu Xingchen, who was flying in the air, hovered in front and pointed to the street in another direction and said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, I noticed that there seemed to be someone staring at us. I wonder if it was my illusion." Lin Xian and everyone immediately stopped on the roof of a building and looked in the direction Lu Xingchen pointed. It was found that there was a highway tunnel over there. In a mountain city like Baiqing, such tunnels are not uncommon. But after hearing what brother was said, Lin Xian immediately became alert. Abai? Who would have thought that at this time? Abai shook his head. I feel danger, but there is no dark breath. Everyone looked at the dark and empty dark tunnel, which seemed like a semicircular abyss. Lin Xian's eyes darkened, and he immediately picked up the flashlight and increased the power to shine it over, but it was still just darkness. He moved the flashlight away and said, "This place is too weird, we should." Lin Xian. At this time, Kiki suddenly shouted and interrupted Lin Xian. Immediately, her flashlight also shone over. In an instant, a huge white humanoid creature appeared in the tunnel, its entire body almost filling the tunnel, and its terrifying face was twisted like the night. Pakaka, as if it had made some kind of terrifying laugh, the humanoid creature quickly retracted into the tunnel. This scene instantly made everyone feel cold all over. Chapter 340. The moment he saw the humanoid creature, Lin Xian's first reaction was to attack immediately. He raised his hand and pointed, and the mechanical energy cannon and 25 Thunder Falcon drones simultaneously burst out pulse beams and shot directly at the monster's twisted face. Swoosh! Who knew that the white shadow was so fast that it retracted into the tunnel in the blink of an eye? Dozens of pulse beams seemed to hit something, making a burst of sound and smoke and dust. Afterwards, the strange laughter sounded from the depths of the tunnel with echoes, as if attracting everyone to follow in. Ning Jing saw the monster disappear and immediately looked at Abai. Abai shook his head strangely. It's so strange, I feel like we are being targeted, but there is no particularly obvious mark on our body. Maybe in a place like this, there is no need for marking at all. Monica said at this time. What do you mean? Ning Jing looked at her. Are you trying to say that this is the world of dark creatures? How is that possible? Xian Deli immediately retorted. If there is no need for marking, wouldn't our position have been gone long ago? This is our world. Lin Xian looked at the tunnel with a solemn expression and said, "It's just polluted by Xingyuan. Why didn't this monster attack us and just ran away?" Kiki was suspicious at this time. It was the first time they encountered a strange body running away, and there was no mark on it. Let's go first. Without much thought, Lin Xian immediately set off and rushed towards the direction of Baiqing railway station. The strangeness of Baiqing was beginning to show. All they could do was to hurry up and solve the problem, and then get back on the train and rush out of Xingyuan Zizi. As soon as the few people started to move, the signal frequency in the mecha began to become unstable. Even though Kiki Huiga and others were in front and behind him, the communicator was full of sharp noises. Lin Xian in the holographic armor adjusted his breathing and tightened his nerves. As he walked through the darkness, the number of people on the street became more and more dense. Lin Xian noticed that these people seemed to be gathering in a certain central area. Realizing this, he immediately stopped and unfolded the original map of Baiqing, and found that the direction of the gathering was the area in the center of the city. Baiqing is a mountain city. The city layout is a narrow and long terrain, with mountains in the north and south, and wide in the east and west. Except for the city center, most of the buildings are relatively low and old. From the map, it looks like an eye in the mountains, and the Baiqing rail station is located in the east suburbs. But the more Lin Xian ran, the more he felt something was wrong. When Grace came to investigate before, the journey was relatively smooth. Now they came here, deliberately preparing to avoid the sewage treatment plant in the north of the city, and go around directly, but the current situation vaguely made him feel something was wrong. Everyone. Monica rushed after Lin Xian and said at this time, "There are many sounds getting closer and closer to us. This is not good." Hearing this, Lin Xian looked at the densely packed mummies on the street below who looked up at them, and immediately said, Hide in the building? Don't let these things look at us. Swish. While speaking, Lin Xian jumped directly onto the outer wall of a tall building, and went vertically upwards under the acceleration of the booster, and then went directly into the top floor. All the glass in the building had been shattered and disappeared, standing on the ground like a rotten fish bone. Others followed, and all got into the corridor. Clang. For a moment, several heavy footsteps broke the silence in the corridor. It was pitch black all around. Under the night vision goggles and searchlights, the ground was covered with broken bricks, walls, and rubble. It seemed to be an apartment building, only a dozen stories high. The house numbers on the apartment doors in the corridor were completely rotten and could not be seen clearly. The footsteps echoed. Grace, go explore the way. The situation outside was really weird. The more people ran, the more people there were. With the investigation of Abai and Monica, Lin Xian planned to let Grace go first for safety. They hid in the apartment building to observe the situation. Understood, you can trust Grace. Clang, clang, clang. Grace instantly made a rushing gesture, and with a few crisp toe sounds, she quickly disappeared in the dark corridor and ran towards the street outside. Lin Xian and others directly found an apartment to hide in. The security door of the apartment had rusted. With a slight push, the door hinge broke and fell in with a plop. Lin Xian made an alloy door to seal it, and then said, "Wait a few minutes. Let's see the situation before taking action." Ning Jing nodded, and then signaled to Xiao Qing, who immediately entered several rooms with a knife to check. At this time, Lin Xian made several completely sealed iron windows to seal all the windows in the house, and then turned on a lamp in the living room. Instantly, the light drove away the darkness, and the first thing that came into view was a completely gray living room, sofa, coffee table, TV cabinet, wooden floor. Except for the shape that could be seen, it was all gray, and all the walls and floors were covered together. It was so scary just now. How could so many people suddenly appear on the street without even time to react? Kiki said, as she reached out and patted a bookshelf beside her. Unexpectedly, the bookshelf fell into pieces of decay, stirring up dust all over the floor. Xian Deli was also looking at the situation in the apartment at this time, and then looked at Lin Xian and said, "Is it because there were no marks that you didn't attack those people?" Lin Xian paid attention to Grace's information and said, "Those are obviously human corpses. Zombies won't mark us, but why can the monster in the tunnel? Anyway, it's weird." Lu Xingchen gathered fire with one hand, releasing a warm ray to cleanse the coldness in the space, and said seriously, "We humans still like places with light." Qin Sichuan came back with Xiao Qing after checking around with a gun, and gathered with everyone. Discussed together. "Lin Xian, do you think those flesh tissues are very similar to those under the number 9 underground city?" Lin Xian nodded. "That's why I'm worried that there may be a big monster in this city." Kiki frowned. "It wasn't there when Grace came a few hours ago. How did it appear?" "We are now 8 kilometers away from the Baicheng orbital station in a straight line. If the city is impassable, should we see if we can go around the mountain?" Ning Jing said at this time, "Or use Kiki's flying ability." "Captain Lin?" Ning Jing finished speaking, but found that Lin Xian did not respond, and then spoke again. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly said, "Abai is right. Fortunately, we did not fly into the air." At this moment, Grace had sent back the picture. Because the distance was not far, the information was not compressed and delayed seriously. He immediately synchronized the retrieved picture to others. Now outside, there are all strange bodies. I am currently moving eastward on Elm Street. There are many corpses hanging on cables. At the same time, I am being followed and observed by several humans. Through the biological detector, there is no sign of life. On the screen, a large number of corpses like puppets are hanging above the street, and in front of Grace, there are several people who look like human children. They are staring at Grace. Some of them are squatting on the car, and some are running. But when Grace moves forward, these strange children all quickly shrink back into various car bottoms or gaps. In the communicator, Grace's voice is crisp and cold, as if she has no feeling of being in a dark and terrifying gloomy street. When Lin Xian saw this picture, he began to feel more and more that something was wrong. Check the light ahead. If attacked, fight back. Grace understands. In the dilapidated apartment, the exploration team gathered together, frowning as they looked at the images in the holographic vision. It seems that they are all human, but not human. Qin Sichuan said in a subtle tone. If some monsters appeared, maybe their pressure would be a little less, but this was their first time to see the city in Xingyuan. What they saw were all ghost things related to humans, one weirder than the other. Abai stood quietly aside, observing the room in this apartment, looking towards the direction of the door from time to time, his face a little cold. He seemed to be able to feel some kind of pacing sound coming from under the floor, and there seemed to be something weird breathing deep in the dark corridor. The door panel made by Lin Xian isolated the light in this small room, and at this time everyone was paying close attention to Grace's information. In the dark streets of Baicheng, a silver-black female robot was moving quickly. She passed vehicles and obstacles accurately and gracefully, with agile movements and almost no sound. But even so, there were many beings watching the robot at this time, and the streets of the whole city had a weird feeling of seeming empty but lively. In Grace's system, more and more hanging corpses appeared on the street ahead, and at the same time, the brown-red tissue-like objects on the street corners on the ground were becoming more and more dense. She noticed this situation and quickly climbed up a tall building, laid a new signal repeater, and began to climb over the roof. At this time, her radar scan found that many of the surrounding buildings began to be wrapped in this meat tissue. Gradually, there was no concrete on the roof and road surface, and the entire block seemed to have become the tissue part of some large creature. After climbing above an office building in the city center, a dark dead city appeared in Grace's night vision screen. The asphalt road was covered with some kind of living tissue. The sticky flesh membrane was crawling on the surface of the building, like a layer of corrupted skin. In the center of the meat tissue in front, the main body of the tissue finally appeared. It was a mother nest made of flesh and blood. It was as huge as a large stadium. The surface was covered with pulsating black blood vessels, and dark purple veins spread like tree roots. The mother nest opened its bloody mouth, like a crater, and thousands of tentacles rose up, constantly decomposing many human corpses. And at the top of the mother nest, another more twisted existence was suspended. It was like a printer made of flesh and blood and madness, composed of countless tiny tentacles and cysts, constantly spewing out half-formed monsters. Those reorganized humanoid creatures fell from its bottom, fell on the meat blanket, and climbed up twitchingly. Their limbs were dislocated, their heads were upside down, and their joints were twisted at impossible angles, but they could still walk, crawl, and even utter some kind of sticky whispers that sounded like language. Then, the decomposed human corpses and those half-formed monsters began to be sewn together, and a large amount of black mist drilled into the monsters' bodies, like some kind of biological energy medium, which quickly caused these half-formed monsters to mutate, grow spikes, thick armor, sharp claws, and teeth. So, three-headed spider monsters, white human monsters, black giant bodies, monsters crawling upside down. All kinds of weird bodies that were mixed together were created by decomposing human corpses, and then crawled towards the darkness in all directions. Eyeballs were mutating and proliferating, arms were twisting and deforming, skeletons were expanding, muscles were dissolving. The mother nest did not have any generation rules, like an AI generation system that was not restricted by any restrictions, and was invested with a large number of disordered keywords, and strangely answered completely illogical results. Countless black smoke spewed out from the huge mouth of the mother nest, like an old gas engine running at full power, and the black blood vessels throughout the city continued to devour dead human bodies. Grace stood far away from the mother nest and tried to send information back, but the interference was too great, and all the video images became mottled and distorted. So from Lin Xian's point of view, the scene in the city center was like hell, which made people's scalps numb. In the closed apartment building, many members of the exploration team immediately took a breath of cold air and looked at the images synchronized by Lin Xian in their holographic vision, and were stunned and silent. After a few seconds, Kiki exclaimed, "Oh my god, how were those strange bodies created? I was wondering why these strange creatures are always related to humans. It turns out that they really use human corpses for stitching." Xian Deli was a little unbelievable. How did these things appear on the blue planet, other cosmic civilizations? Ning Jing's pupils trembled. It's just like a monster factory. There must be more than one of these things. There may be some in those star abysses. So after the night fell, the monsters appeared. Chen Sichuan also said in a concentrated voice. Brother Hua was indifferent, and looked at the mother nest in the picture, and seemed a little shocked. Will the end of the world not come if this kind of thing is solved? At this time, the taciturn Xiaoqing suddenly asked this question, which stumped everyone. It's not that simple. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Didn't you notice that those stitched together were basically some C-level and B-level weird bodies? How did the high-level A-level, special level, and S-level appear? Not to mention those giant beasts that cover dozens of kilometers, occupy volcanoes, deep oceans, and the sky. Those world-class disasters don't seem to be created like this. Monica nodded. I think there must be some rules between these creatures. What rules? she and Deli asked. Just like humans and creatures on the blue planet, insects, microorganisms, animals, etc., even humans themselves, are also divided into classes and have different social resources and means of production. Monica said in an analytical tone. Isn't this obvious? I don't think it's the right time to discuss this issue, Lin Xian said at this time. He looked at the situation in the stuck screen and said solemnly, those strange bodies are coming from all directions. Outside the closed apartment, more and more sounds appeared, moving, climbing, countless strange whispers sounded in the dark alley, and piercing roars echoed in the darkness. Everyone in the exploration team held their breath at this moment and looked at Abai. There is no doubt that at this moment, once they have marks on their bodies, they will fall into an endless tide of monsters. Facing the mother nest, everyone finally understood why humans can never kill all the monsters in the dark. At this time, the time came to 11:04. Lin Xian looked at the time and stopped at 59 seconds again. At this moment, it seemed that the time expansion effect around was instantly stretched, and everyone felt that their breathing stagnated for a moment. The next moment, the time came to 11:05. Suddenly, the sound outside disappeared, and a few seconds later, Grace's voice came over. The target of observation disappeared, and no effective information could be obtained. This might be a visual effect caused by space distortion. Hearing Grace's words, Lin Xian's heart trembled. What happened? Why did everything suddenly disappear? Isn't it dark now? The sudden situation caught Lin Xian off guard. He immediately arranged for Grace to observe around. Sure enough, not only the mother nest, but also the human corpses and meat tissues that were originally on the street disappeared. This strange situation made the exploration team a little confused. What's going on? Hallucination? Strange, Abai said that the aura of those monsters disappeared. Disappeared in the dark? Kiki looked puzzled. Don't these monsters appear in the dark? The sudden change once again overturned everyone's cognition. Lin Xian was full of questions at this time. Although he didn't know the reason, at least the disappearance of the strange body was good news for the time being. However, for the sake of caution, since Grace would not be marked or attacked by the strange body, Lin Xian asked her to go directly to the city center where the mother nest was just now to investigate first, just in case. So Grace immediately started to act, quickly jumped on the roof, and then jumped off the street and ran towards the place that was originally the center of the mother nest. Soon, a huge ground sinkhole appeared in front, splitting the original city square from the center, but except for the ground, the surrounding houses did not collapse or break. At the same time, there were several armored vehicles that looked relatively new survivors, but they were all bloodstained and there was no human figure. Grace quickly scanned all kinds of information, waiting for Lin Xian's next instruction. At this moment, a strange and quiet sound of breaking through the air sounded above the square, and a black iron spear shot towards Grace at a high speed. Smash! Grace, who was doing something, raised her arm and accurately grasped the iron spear. Attack detected, combat system activated. Instantly, several more iron spears flew over, and at the same time, the two cars beside Grace seemed to be controlled by some kind of force, and suddenly closed in and attacked it. Grace jumped up, turned her palm, and the plasma pulse ray generator in her wrist started instantly, cutting the front of a car and melting the iron grass that controlled it. But at this time, a figure suddenly appeared behind, and the energy pulses of the mechanical power armor joints of the limbs burst out. The speed of the running shape was as fast as an afterimage. Almost instantly, he rushed under Grace, stretched out his hand and grabbed Grace's neck, and then slammed her to the ground. Bang! In an instant, a concave pit was smashed into the ground. Just when the man thought he had controlled Grace, Grace turned her head mechanically and quickly scanned the man. Then her feet burst directly into the ground and turned around. The Black Shadow only felt that the robot under his hand had a huge force to twist and break his wrist. He immediately let go of his hand, turned his claws into fists, and punched Grace's head. But Grace just ruthlessly tilted her head and dodged the heavy punch while reaching out to grab the opponent's arm, and then turned upside down and threw him to the ground. The moment Grace attacked, the ground stone in front of her suddenly rose up strangely and knocked her away. At the same time, another car flew towards her and smashed Grace directly onto another steel-heavy truck, clamping her hard. At this time, the Black Shadow, who attacked, stood up quickly and said in a cold tone, "What a powerful robot! It should be an intelligent brain-level alloy body from the Crimson World, which is much rarer than ordinary stuff. This is a short-haired woman wearing black power armor, with two short knives on her back, and a surging sense of power all over her body. It seems that it is the energy change that can be felt when the genes evolve to a certain stage. She is wearing a set of black exoskeleton armor that is obviously some kind of special, and the clothes on her body have a red symbol. She seemed to be communicating with someone on the intercom. As soon as she finished speaking, another man's voice came from the air. Lon, don't be distracted. In the sky, a man wearing a strange power armor, with a hood, and a Japanese samurai sword on his waist slowly floated down. He raised his hand and waved it. All kinds of stones and broken metal fragments on the ground floated up in unison, quickly twisted into sharp cones in the air, and then violently blasted towards the car that was pressing Grace. In an instant, these objects were like exploding bullets, violently shooting at the Jeep, and all the armor plates on the Jeep exploded. Bang! At this time, with a burst, a metal figure instantly ejected from the fragments of the car body, swept over the roofs of several cars and rushed towards the White City train station behind. Want to run? The man in the black hood seemed to have abilities very similar to Kiki. He quickly leaped in the air and raised his hand to try to control Grace, but Grace's power was too strong, so he directly drew out the red samurai sword at his waist. Seeing this scene, Amano Ran, who followed behind, immediately said in the communicator, Ryanosuke, don't break it. The quantum intelligent brain is very valuable. It's best to catch it and bring it to Shinji. We need it now. Shiori, follow me. Okay. At this time, in the corner, a petite girl wearing this expensive flying power armor quickly shuttled out and followed the two people. She spread her hands, and a dark green energy film wrapped the three of them. At the same time, she followed up and said, this robot has some residual soul value. It was left by a very powerful psychic. Then it must be a high-level person in the Crimson World. Hearing his companion's words, Ryanosuke put away his samurai sword in flight, turned his hands, and used his psychic power to grab the surrounding bricks and rubble and various metal objects to try to wrap Grace up. When the three were chasing Grace, the girl named Shiori suddenly changed her face and turned to look at the dark street behind. There are enemies approaching. They are very fast.